Chapter 1, Goldfinger 19 years late. Parallel World, London University Dormitory, England, January 2000. William Devonhill raised his hands and drew a 6-star light in the air, and a golden magic circle appeared in the air. William Devonhill pulled his hands and the golden magic circle turned into a golden magic rope. With a flick of his hand, the magic rope circled the back of the chair a few meters away. With a strong pull, the chair flew in front of William. He grabbed it. This is exactly the magic in Comitage in the movie Doctor Strange. William closed his eyes, mentally perceiving everything in the dormitory, and he could perceive everything under his bed clearly. He also found a few coins under the bed and tried to use his mental power to use the hand of the wizard. Thinking of success, the coin seemed to be held up by an invisible hand and flew towards William. William looked at the coin in his hand with excitement. William's excited dancer took the magic rope in his hands and brought the shoes in the dormitory from time to time, and the chair banged against the wall. Suddenly, the door of the dormitory sounded vigorously. An annoyed shout came from the door, "Damn it, man, did you take drugs? It's only what time, bastard, you still let people sleep, and I will call the police if you make any noise." Hearing the complaints from the classmates in the dormitory next door, William hurriedly opened the door and apologized. It took him a long time to coax the people away. Closing the door, lying on the bed, William couldn't help but think of the adventures of the past few days, and his heart slowly changed from hesitation to excitement. It's been 19 years since William came to this parallel world. 3 days ago, he was awakened by a sound of dribbles from his sleep. Did-I, the energy charge is completed, the Marvel Universe system is activated, and the basic magic knowledge is given to the system for the first time. Recharge? What system needs to be charged for 19 years to start? Then a huge amount of knowledge and memory rushed into my mind, and within a few seconds, people fainted. The next morning, William rubbed his head and sat up with a little dizzy head. What the is he? I have had a hallucination after drinking too much. Why is there a strange knowledge in my mind? Magic, what the hell, this world? How can there be magic? William, who has lived in this parallel world for 19 years, has never heard of magic. Am I drinking too much? William rubbed his eyes, closed them, and opened them again, looking at his dormitory. William has been in this world for 19 years. The King of England in this world is a male king named Philip. The current President of the United States is a man named Benjamin Arthur. There was also a British female American president in the last term. This is a completely different world from William's previous life. William in his previous life was named Chen Mo, a 22-year-old ordinary office worker in Zhejiang Province, Greater China in 2019. On that day, his cousin had his 20th birthday, and dozens of people in his family gathered at his second uncle's house. He and his 2 younger brothers and a brother-in-law accompany 4 uncles to drink. After drinking 4 bottles of Wu Yanjai, he was not addicted, and he split up with his 4 uncles until 11 o'clock in the evening. The banquet ended when the 4 uncles were all drunk. Back home, Chen Mo rarely drank 4 uncles, so Chen Mo was still a little excited after drinking a lot of water. He drank a large glass of water and felt pretty good. He was not very drunk. He wandered on the balcony and watched the phone blowing. Looking at the night breeze in the early summer, I clicked on the website to find the newly released Fulian 4, and looked at it with interest. Halfway through the movie, there was a thunderstorm in the world, and Chen Mo, who was about to return to the room, suddenly saw a lightning flashing towards him in the sky, and then Chen Mo was unconscious. This dizziness was 18 years. When he reached the age of 18, his brain was fully developed and able to receive the huge memories of his previous life. Then he slowly recalled the memories of his previous life, and the 2 souls merged together. He is a Chinese-English mixed race. His mother Lena Devonhill met his father when she went to Switzerland on a ski trip 18 years ago. A romantic and pleasant 7-day trip, but the disaster happened on the 7th day. A large-scale avalanche occurred when the two slid halfway from the top of the mountain. Lena and William's father were washed away by the avalanche. Only Lena was buried very shallowly because of her life. The rescuers saw a little snowboard exposed. Lena was rescued, but William's father, Chen Jing, was never found. Enduring grief and returning to England, Lena Devonhill only knew that she was pregnant 3 months later, but Lena only knew that William's father was Chen Jing, a man of Han nationality, 25 years old, working in Xiangjiang. Chen Jing paddled to the Xiangjiang River in 1975. He didn't know anything else. After giving birth to William, Lena went to Xiangjiang and moted to find his father's family several times. After more than 10 years of no news, she gave up. William grew up and didn't know if he had grandparents or other grandparents. Loved ones. Fortunately, Lena also has parents, William's grandfather and grandmother. They like and love William very much. The two old people can also help Lena raise William. But it was really hard for a single woman to raise a child, and after William's grandfather and grandmother passed away one after another after William was 10 years old, life became even harder, but Lena resisted all the difficulties alone and worked hard to raise William. Born in a single-parent family, and a Chinese-English mixed race, William has been out of tune with the English Harry boy since he was a child, and has few friends. With less time to play, William Jr. can only find joy in learning, and he can't play with those little kids, so he's been good at learning since childhood, and his maternal grandfather Henry is a noble background and taught since childhood. William has a lot of things. After he began to merge the memories of his previous life after he was 18 years old, his head became smarter and his previous knowledge and memory became clearer. Until he was admitted to the University of London, one of the best schools in England, William was a nerd in the eyes of most people, and he had never had a girlfriend. He fell asleep in front of the computer because he stayed up late to write a school homework 3 days ago. Diddy, a sound of dribbles woke Chen Mo from his sleep. The Marvel Universe system is fully charged and started. Host William Devonhill, welcome to use the Marvel Universe system. System? William was dumbfounded. Really systematic? I was just watching Avengers 4 get struck by lightning and gave me an entire Marvel universe? This is the blessing of the great God, the system is there, William thought to himself. After waiting for a long time, the system bird was not a bird, and the system did not respond after asking many times. Ma Dan, why doesn't this broken system have an elf or something? It doesn't even lead a newcomer. What system is there to charge for 19 years? William thought of starting the system secretly, and suddenly a huge memory flooded his mind. It took a long time for Chen Mo to understand that this system was a foolish Ziobai system in which William could learn all the technology, magic and various abilities, provided that he could see and understand. As long as he could read and understand technology and magic, William could learn it. William read the catalog of technology and magic for a long time and clicked on the basic technology knowledge. William glanced at it and his heart burst. Most of the other things don't understand. He can still understand basic natural science, basic computer science, basic mathematics, etc., but he can't understand other advanced ones. If you have a broken system, you can't directly pass it to my mind. You can't even communicate. You are not a learning tyrant system. I have to learn it slowly by myself. It's really useless. Fortunately, there is a consolation prize, a basic magic training system, although William felt that he did not dare to use magic blatantly in this world without magic and no superpowers, let alone let people know that he could magic. But this is magic. People who have watched so many superhero movies, who don't want to have superpowers or magic, don't care about it, learn to speak. The basic magic theory is very thorough and simple. He can understand magic as a novice, but he doesn't know whether this world can practice magic. William thought for a while, sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced according to the basic magic theory. After a while, a lot of light appeared in his mind. Various small spots of red, green, yellow, gold, and silver appeared in his mind. Is this a magic element? William knew for a while. Hey, how do I know this is a magic element? William felt that he knew what it was all of a sudden, and he didn't need to doubt it, as if he would have done this. As long as he saw it, he could understand what was going on. It seems that this system is still useful. I don't need to guess, as long as I understand the things in the system, I can learn it. Moreover, his current soul is a complete adult soul that combines the two worlds. Most people need to be flexible and their thinking skills are several times faster than before. The first time he came into contact with magic, William was extremely excited. In addition to eating and sleeping these days, Chen Mo's time was spent cultivating magic power, and he finally practiced his first magic, the magic rope that night. This is the spell in Comitage. It has many uses. It can split people in half, bind people, and the hand of the wizard. This is better. I want to get a pen and lie on the bed. The pen flew to William's hand, and there was so much scientific and technological knowledge of the Marvel world in his mind, and he could make a lot of money by just making some high-tech technologies. Ha ha ha, I am going to develop. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 2, Register Game Copyright. The next Monday, Chen Mo got up in the morning to freshen up, put on his clothes, put his bags on his back, picked up a sandwich and went out. He still has classes today. He is now a sophomore in the Department of Computer Science at the University of London, and he still has to take classes, otherwise his mother Lena Devonhill would kill him. I remembered that his mother had to do 2 jobs in order to support him in middle school and college, and there was no time to make a boyfriend. Although Chen Mo was not Lena's son before, he completely accepted all the memories and emotions of William Devonhill. The two of them have completely merged. His feelings for his current mother have not changed at all, but he is sincere in his heart. Admire and thank Lena. He is now William Devonhill and Chen Mo, and he doesn't want to see Lena sad. Besides, he can only stay in school to learn knowledge now. There are too many technologies in his mind that he can't understand. He can also ask professors or go to the library to look up materials at school, and he hasn't figured out what to do. It's 2000. Even if he knew which companies and technologies could make money in his previous life, he had neither capital nor technology, and he was still a poor dick. Suddenly he came up with a super technology. No need to think about it. The opponent will definitely find ways to suppress, threaten, and acquire the technology in his hands, and it is not known if the government will arrest him for anatomy. As for magic, he doesn't even dare to use it in front of others. His current strength really can't protect himself. The power of guns is still great. Besides, if he wants to be a rich man with integrity, it's impossible to enjoy life with the government and society. For the enemy, it is better to keep a low profile and develop wretchedly. He didn't learn magic to rule the world, and he couldn't rule. He still thinks about how to improve the lives of himself and his mother Lena. January is the second semester of the University of London each year. Chen Mo rushed to the comprehensive classroom in the Department of Computer Science with a shoulder bag. It didn't take long to see Professor Roy Stephen in the department holding a cup of coffee in his hand and on his arm. Came in with a few books. In 2000, there was no cloud computing in the computer science, no big data, and artificial intelligence was only in its infancy. Professor Roy Stevens talked about Chen Mo, who was reborn in 2019, and they are all basic things, and Chen Mo is only sophomore now. Having completely accepted the memory of his predecessor, William, his brain is smarter than before. After a whole class, Chen Mo didn't have any trouble listening to the knowledge in the Marvel Universe system. After the professor finished speaking, Chen Mo still felt a little bit unfinished. Chen Mo hasn't figured out how to change his current status quo. It shouldn't be too difficult or too advanced. It's better to be a game. This will have little impact on the current self. No one will take him just because of a game. Kind. After a day of class, Chen Mo sat on a bench on the edge of the grass in the school in the afternoon, looking at the grass in front of him in a daze, thinking about what he wanted to do to make some money. While thinking, Chen Mo heard two female voices passing by behind him. One said that the zombie movie she watched yesterday was so scary that she was scared to go back to the dormitory to sleep alone, and the other said that she was also scared all night and didn't have the energy to go to class. Chen Mo turned his head and looked at the two hot-bodied beauties, his eyes gleaming. This is January, so he dared to wear skirts. Women in England are really bold and not afraid of the cold, but they are really good-looking. No wonder they wear short skirts. When the beauty walked away, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at the dry grass. Suddenly what came to my mind, what did I think of, Ma Dan? Think about it again, looking at the grass in front of you, the big trees in the distance, the zombies just heard in your ears. Chen Mo suddenly flashed his forehead. Yes, Plants vs Zombies, I can do this. Although the Plants vs Zombies game only appeared on smartphones, the games on smartphones in 2008 should be no problem at all if they were placed on desktop computers in 00. At most, if the pixels are low, CS Counter-Strike can do it. The LAN is playing, and running a small game is definitely no problem. The end of the 90s was the time when stand-alone games were the most popular, and Europeans and Americans preferred stand-alone games, unlike those in the Greater China, which were the most popular online games. Stand-alone games have a very large market in Europe and the United States. Plants vs. Zombies have proved the popularity of this game after 8 years. Chen Mo can develop a stand-alone version of Plants vs. Zombies by himself. Although it is a bit difficult to develop this game with Chen Mo's current level of technology, who is he? He is a systemic person. If there are any problems, he can learn it directly in the system. Can ask the professor, go to the library to look up the information. Chen Mo yelled happily, and the people around him drew away from Chen Mo like a madman. Chen Mo didn't care at all, grabbed the bag on the chair and ran to his dormitory. After entering the dormitory, Chen Mo opened the computer cracklingly and wrote a plan on the computer. Chen Mo checked that he had just finished writing the plan and started programming after there was nothing wrong with it, and stopped to learn the knowledge of the system in his mind from time to time. After being busy for 10 days at a time, Chen Mo kept going back and forth in the library, classroom, and dormitory, looking for professors more often than in his freshman year. His knowledge is getting bigger and bigger these days, and he is alone. After completing a game, Chen Mo understood this knowledge more and more. Finally, the game slowly took shape in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo proudly looked at the files on the computer and was very happy, but the problem before Chen Mo was how he should promote Plants vs. Zombies. He had no money and no channels. After thinking about it for a long time, Chen Mo felt that the most important thing for him now is to register the copyright first. First go to the copyright to register a Plant vs. Zombies story and game copyright, and then you can rest assured when you promote it, you are not afraid of being hacked when you promote it. Don't think about capital too well, capitalists will not reason with you. Chen Mo found a phone booth with a yellow page number at the school, and found the copyright owner's phone to call. Hello, is it the copyright owner? Chen Mo asked after the call was connected. Yes, sir, this is the copyright owner. How do I call it? What can I do for you? There was a female voice on the phone. My name is William Devonhill. I have a game that I want to register for copyright. Can you register for game copyright and story copyright? Chen Mo said. Yes, sir, you can call me Katie. Is your game made by yourself, original or adapted? Katie said. It's my original, Chen Mo replied. If it's your original, it's okay. You can register the copyright of the story with us first, and then register the copyright of the game. It's best to organize the manuscript of your story and the design of the game and bring it together. This will help your copyright review. Thank you, I understand, Ms. Katie. What is the address of the copyright owner? London, 11 Catherine Street, accepted every Monday to Friday. You can learn about the matters needing attention on our official website, and you can make an appointment on the phone now, and you can make an appointment the day after tomorrow for copyright registration. Katie reminded. Okay, thank you, Ms. Katie, then I'll make an appointment now. Chen Mo was pleased to hear that Katie said that he could make an appointment. Okay, sir, what is your full name? Katie asked next. My full name is William Devonhill. Okay, sir, I have already noted it. You can take the copyright after 8 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, and we will receive you after you report your name. Thank you, Ms. Katie, I wish you a good afternoon. Thank you, and a nice afternoon, sir, goodbye. Goodbye. Chen Mo hung up the phone, returned to the dormitory. Chen Mo turned on the computer, and looked at the submission procedures and precautions on the official website where the copyright belongs. On the third day, Chen Mo sorted out all the documents according to the registration requirements copied on the internet yesterday, and took the bus to number 11 Catherine Avenue after no class this afternoon. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 3, Get the copyright and try the game. Coming to the copyright ownership, Chen Mo said to the receptionist, "Hello, my name is William Devonshire. I have already made an appointment by phone the day before yesterday." After checking the booklet, the receptionist said to William, "Hello, Mr. Devonhill, please follow me." Chen Mo was accompanied by the reception staff to submit various materials. According to the requirements of the staff, Chen Mo copied 3 copies of the Plants vs. Zombies story and game design manuscripts. Both the first draft and the copy were stamped with the copyright seal, signed with his own name and handprint. 2 copies of the copy were put in a document bag and left in the copyright, one was held by Chen Mo, and the first draft was also bagged, sealed, and stamped. Chen Mo went to the post office and mailed it to himself as suggested by the copyright staff. The advantage of this is that once a copyright dispute occurs, Chen Mo takes out the unopened mail, which contains the copyright ownership and the stamp and date of the post office to testify. It is more advantageous to go to court. Because it is an original story and design, it takes 3 days for the copyright to be reviewed. After waiting for the copyright registration in the past few days, Chen Mo will go to the school court to stay behind the goal. He wants to test the effects of spells, but he dare not use physical spells. He doesn't want to be in this world without magic. Being treated as a monster, you can only experiment with invisible spells, mental powers, and the hands of a wizard that ordinary people can't see and feel. So when the ball flies to the goal, William uses the hand of a wizard on the football. The flight trajectory will change. The football either deviated from the goal, or the goalkeeper made a mistake, but the ball that could be saved suddenly changed its flight trajectory. After 2 days, William was driven away by the players on the pitch. Fortunately, everyone just thought this guy was a broomstick. Since William stayed on the runway behind this goal has not scored a few goals in 2 days. William, who was kicked out of the court, stayed in school except for class. During lunch, William ran into a school bully from the rowing team. This guy had bullied William before. This guy was holding a plate and talking and laughing with a beautiful woman. William looked at the timing and raised his right hand with mental energy. The plate in his hand flew to the beautiful woman's head. When he touched it, William was all for the beautiful woman. "It hurts." The school tyrant stared at the beauty who was poured with juice in amazement. He didn't know why this happened. He just felt that someone lifted his right hand violently and the plate flew out. When the schoolmaster recovered and chased the beauty who said to him to break up, after William hadn't run away, a mage's hand grabbed the schoolmaster's foot and thumped. The schoolmaster fell, a dog chewing on the marble. 2 teeth fell when I got up, and my mouth was full of blood. Seeing the horror of the school bully, William felt so happy. This guy knocked William down before and scolded William for not having eyes. William rushed up and had a fight with this guy, but he didn't win. Revenge is taken, and no one knows that William did it. The hand of the wizard is invisible and invisible, just don't know if modern light wave instruments can detect it. William thought that this is the University of London, so he should be careful. If the school equipment finds that his ability fluctuates, he will be in trouble. William secretly warned himself that he still can't make waves, he can make trouble if he has no money or power. There are too many people, so magic is still used sparingly, or absolutely not used when it is not necessary. After eating lunch, William wondered how to spend the least money to promote the game, thinking that Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook was slowly spread from person to person in colleges and universities. Chen Mo wondered if I could do the same. This game is still very attractive in 2000. And because it is a game running on a computer, this time and space of Plants vs. Zombies has more cells than on a mobile phone, and it is more playable. Chen Mo borrowed from the Tetris gameplay and divided the game into 3 levels, simple, medium, and death. Each level of zombie walks at a different speed. Each time you pass 10 levels, there will be an extra defensive lane, and there are a total of 10 defensive lanes. There are 4 more defensive lanes than in the previous life, which is much harder than 6 defensive lanes. The lifespan of the game should be longer than in the previous life, and now it is only 69 levels in the first version, and it can be increased to 99 levels and 188 levels after the second version. In the future, it can also be made into a network mode, and designed into a 4-corner guard map mode according to the Warcraft RPG mode. Thinking about Chen Mo, I think there is something going on. Chen Mo received a notice from the copyright owner within 3 days and asked him to go to the copyright owner to receive the copyright certificate and pay the remaining fees. The next morning, Chen Mo released the copyright. Looking at the file bag in his hand, he completed his first step in this world. Now he can promote the game according to his own ideas. After getting the copyright certificate, Chen Mo walked to the school's game club with an engraved game CD. There are many hobby clubs in the University of London. Many students in the school will take the games they make to the game hobby club for trial use. During the trial, they can try the game's playability and find loopholes in the game. Some games were promoted by game merchants after they became popular in hobby clubs. What Chen Mo wants is the influence of game interest clubs on young people. As long as it becomes popular in the University of London, it will not be long before it can be promoted in all universities and middle schools in London. Then it will be much easier for him to find agents to promote games. Up. The Game Club of the University of London is in a 3-story building in the Department of Computer Science. This is the computer room of the department. The 2nd floor and the 3rd floor are the ordinary supercomputer rooms used by the school for the experiments of teachers and students. Many professors will bring students to class while experimenting. The 1st floor is a variety of computer-related interest groups formed by students. Built here. Chen Mo opened the door of the game group, and saw that there were more than 30 computers sponsored by computer vendors in the price of more than 90 square meters. Dozens of students were playing games around the computers, discussing what and how many this guy is still writing and drawing on a few blackboards, and there are quarrels from time to time, and it's about to fight like that. Chen Mo was also a member of the game interest group. Everyone knew that he was playing games a few days ago. Today, seeing him come in and holding a CD in his hand, he knew that his game was ready. A lanky, tall white man with curly hair saw Chen Mo and yelled, "Hey, guys, see who's coming, isn't this our genius William Devon Hill? Get out the game you made. Let's take a look, let's see how games made by geniuses are different from those made by ordinary people." Chen Mo doesn't like this guy at all, because this guy is a silly talker. If you listen to him, he can pull you to say that you don't repeat it for an hour, and this guy has no self-knowledge and talks too much. Chen Mo thought to himself that I am not your father. Why don't you just look at it? You don't have any eyesight. No wonder no one cares about you. Richard Decker, a classmate who had a good relationship with Chen Mo, said, "Come on, Wooster, so William will listen to your nagging. You can ask other people who have suffered your endless mouth. Go while it's okay, don't stand in the way of others." Richard Dirk pushed Wooster away and said to Chen Mo, "William, ignore this guy, he will beg of us when no one talks to him. Chen Mo thinks I can't stand Wooster now, and I'd better never talk to me. William is annoyed by this guy now. But think about it and forget it. Since it was a friend who didn't like it before, there is no need to stimulate Wooster. Don't touch it in the future." Chen Mo smiled and said to Richard, "Man, come and see the game I made, I think you will like it." Chen Mo took Richard to the computer he had just played, and inserted the CD-ROM to copy the game into the computer. The computers here were all computers that could not be copied. Besides, Chen Mo had the copyright in his hand, and he was not afraid of anyone hacking his game. If he can gain a reputation as a game in school, he will install all the computers in the school. After installing the game, Chen Mo gave up his seat to Richard. Richard sat on a chair, and Chen Mo stood beside him teaching him. Many classmates heard Chen Mo and the others talking, knowing that Chen Mo had finished the game, and curiously gathered around. Richard played it for the first time, and he was not familiar with it yet. William had to be by his side to constantly introduce him to some gameplay and strategies, but this guy's game talent was really nothing, and William was worried about him. Plants vs. Zombies on a computer are much more difficult than those on a mobile phone. William taught Richard a few rounds. Seeing this guy, he still couldn't play the first small pass. He didn't listen to other people's suggestions, so he just stayed aside. Just looking at Richard, who was getting more and more abused. Many players in Europe and America really have a tendency to abuse. The more they are abused by the game, the happier they are. In Chen Mo's opinion, this is really incomprehensible. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 4, the game is popular and popular. Quickly put the cherry bomb. No, don't put hot chili peppers here, it can save 25 sunshine. Richard had not played for an hour, and there were no fewer than 20 people behind him. Half of the people in the entire game room were watching the game on the computer screen. Everyone discussed with enthusiasm how to put the plants together. After playing to level 19, Richard got a little rushed, and finally hung up at level 25. Hey, what a pity! Richard, you idiot, let you put a nut wall long ago. Richard, you have come down to play with us, you can't keep occupying the computer. Fools, why are we occupying this game? Eric has the CD, and every one of us can play it. Great, William will load me the game. A group of people immediately surrounded Chen Mo. Chen Mo was deaf by a few loud guys. He quickly handed the game CD to his nearest classmate, and a group of people immediately abandoned him and surrounded the people holding the CD. Seeing this group of veterans are rushing to play, Chen Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that classics are classics. This strategy game has a part of loyal fans in Europe and America. Chen Mo has been in the game room for 3 hours. Now the entire game room is playing Plants vs. Zombies. Some of the later classmates were shocked by the hot scene in the game room. It didn't take long for them to see what they were familiar with. The classmates discussed later. Everyone is not a fool. There is no fool who can get close to the University of London. This group of people is now shocked by Chen Mo. Many people's eyes have changed when they see Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at his watch and it was almost noon, and none of these people cleared the level after playing all morning. Chen Mo walked to the blackboard wall in the game room and clapped his hands vigorously and said loudly, "Hey, hey guys, stop, everyone is watching this." After talking several times, a group of talents stopped the game and looked at Chen Mo. They are all game fans. They probably know whether the game is good or not. Eric is going to get rich. Chen Mo saw that everyone looked at him and said, "You all know that the game is designed for people to play, but the ultimate goal is to sell money. I want to ask everyone, if this game sells for £5, you will buy it. Is it? Of course, in return for your time, I will give you a game CD for free." After listening to Chen Mo's question, everyone screamed without letting Chen Mo wait long. "Of course I will buy it for £5. Popular games now can sell for at least £8 or more. Eric, I would like to buy 4 CDs for £5 now." "No problem, the price is not expensive at all." Chen Mo heard that they can accept the price of £5, and many people still think that £5 is cheaper. Chen Mo is more confident about the next plan. Chen Mo then clapped his hands and asked everyone to be quiet and said, "Guys, we are friends. Many people know my family situation. I don't have much money and can't find a big game dealer to help me promote the game, so I thought of a way. I just don't know which of you can accept." Chen Mo hesitated for a while, thinking how to speak. "Hey, Eric, tell me if you have any ideas. I think your game will be popular, but Eric, I think you'd better register for this game right now, or you will be in big trouble in the future." Robert Carter of law school reminded Chen Mo. He and Chen Mo have a good relationship, because he is black and doesn't care about Chen Mo's skin color. The two went out to play together a few times after they met in hobby clubs, and became friends once and again. "Thank you, Robert. Rest assured, a few days ago I went to register the copyright of the game story and game design, including all the copyrights that can be registered for plant and character games," Chen Mo thanked. He knew that Robert was kind, and he could immediately remind him that he was a friend. Did he remind him alone without seeing so many people in the game room? Even if some students didn't expect it for a while, there are many students in the interest club who are part-time developers, ears and eyes paid by game companies. Chen Mo went on to say, "I got the copyright certificate yesterday. Now I think if you can accept the price of £5, many students still think that it is acceptable for the game to sell for more than £5, so I will sell the game for £4 then you sell £6 to classmates or friends you know. Can you accept it?" As soon as Chen Mo finished talking about the classmates in the playroom, he started making noises. "This is a good idea. I will place an order with you immediately. The EPS game I bought last time cost me £12. This game is not as fun as you did. I think I can sell 100 CDs. Cut, it's only 100. I think I can sell more than 200. In my community, I can sell 200. With so many elementary and middle school students in the community, these kids will go crazy when they encounter games they like. Hey, Ryan, you guys are worthy of studying marketing. Why didn't I expect to sell in the community? I just thought about informing my classmates and friends like this. Great! I think this game is in my community. The Edge will definitely be popular. Maybe we can put a few notebooks in the school's application area and let alumni try it out. If our school can become popular, then everyone can go to other universities to sell. What do you think of this attention? This is good attention. Try it in our school first. Guys, we will form a sales team together. If we try it in school, it won't cost much effort or money. Any one of you wants to join? You can come to me to apply. Add me, I want to join. Also, I think we can apply to the school in the name of the school game club. If we apply today, we will probably reply tomorrow. Chen Mo listened to everyone's enthusiastic discussion about promoting the game, and his heart blossomed. In the end, more than 50 people negotiated together. Everyone got £4 from Chen Mo and shipped £6. Chen Mo knows that the price is actually a bit low, but now the game is not well known. He can only promote the game at a low price. For £4 he can earn more than £3, and he can also get more than 50 people to promote him for free. At that time, he paid 50 people. Salesman, it doesn't cost much, and it can arouse everyone's work. After all, if you sell one, you earn one. The classmates at the scene are all veterans. Many people have been developing games before and know which games are good. Chen Mo asked Robert and several top law students to serve as legal counsel to Chen Mo at a friendly price of 25 game CDs each. After everyone discussed the terms and details, and resolved all legal-related issues, Chen Mo took out a pen and paper to ask everyone's name and the number of CDs they wanted. The vast majority of people don't want much for the first time selling, but the least ask Chen Mo for 10, and several marketing guys even ask for more than 200. After counting everyone, Chen Mo was taken aback. There were 1,050 data written on the paper, with an average of 20 per person. After Robert and the others sorted out the legal documents, they read it to everyone. Chen Mo used the game copyright as collateral to charge everyone a deposit of £4 per game purchase, and the CD was ready for everyone within 1 week. Chen Mo has learned about the market of finding stereotype CD-ROMs in London before. It costs 0.8 GBP for a copy of less than 10,000, 0.6 GBP for more than 10,000 and less than 50,000, and 0.5 GBP for more than 50,000. Ma Dan, Chen Mo remembers that in 2000, a CD-ROM in Greater China only sold for 5 yuan, but that doesn't seem to be the genuine one. The genuine one seems to sell for more than 100 yuan. His previous brother-in-law bought a genuine Warcraft and cost him more than 100 yuan. After everyone paid the money to sign the contract, Chen Mo held the £4,200 in his hand and was excited. This was his first fund since he was reborn. He did not expect to take the first step so easily. Chen Mo took the money back to the dormitory with the game master and hurried to the stereotype that he had contacted before. In fact, according to what the stereotypes know, they can produce less than 10,000 copies in 3 days. The purpose of signing with alumni for a week is to have a few more days in case of unexpected situations. He is using the game copyright as a mortgage. If there is a problem, he believes that some of the more than 50 classmates will take the opportunity to jump out and make trouble. Maybe they will just wait for Chen Mo to have a problem. Many of these guys are doing it. Game dealers make eyeliner. He didn't dare to take the risk and find a stereotype. Chen Mo planned to carve 5,000 directly. It costs £4,000 to get 5,000 CDs in 3 days, and there are £200 left plus some money in his hands. Chen Mo intends to register 2+ companies in these 3 days. The personal tax in the UK can reach up to 50%, as long as the annual income is more than £150,000, it will have to pay 50% of the individual tax. And only 26% of the annual corporate tax profit is over £300,000. After 2012, it has dropped to 24%. So after hearing Robert's reminder, Chen Mo felt that he had to register a company immediately. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5, Learn to open a portal. Reasonable tax avoidance is something that all companies in the world will try their best to do, because it is allowed by law. If you have the skills, you can make hundreds of millions and billions of pounds in England every year like Apple and Starbucks, without paying a penny to the English government. The English government hasn't been able to pay them, and they have to give tax refunds to Apple and Starbucks. Why? Just because these companies have found tax loopholes in the English government, these companies put most of their profitable business transactions in companies registered in Ireland and the Netherlands. Companies in England can only guarantee about 10% of profits, and they have to pay employees in England companies. Therefore, according to the data, these large companies are losing money in England every year. The losses are not taxed and can be enjoy the tax refund policy of the English government. The data is a loss, but in fact these companies make more money than their turnover. Apple has hundreds of billions of dollars outside of the United States, so if you don't get back the United States, you don't need the money if you don't return the funds to the United States. Pay taxes. Chen Mo feels that he has to learn from these big companies, because the whole world is legally avoiding taxes, and as long as the law allows it, it is not a crime. Even the royal family of England is avoiding taxes, and Chen Mo will not be foolish to pay so many taxes. On the same day, Chen Mo found a company that specializes in helping people register companies and registered 2 companies. A company registered in England is Devon Hill Industries, which is his surname. He hopes that his company can become a pillar enterprise of the country like Stark Industries. The other registered place is Ireland, called the Irish Import and Export Corporation. Because they were all registered on the island of England, Chen Mo got the operating certificates of the 2 companies the next day. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Mo directly used an Irish company in a stereotype to sign a 5,000 CD-ROM contract and paid the money, and Chen Mo shipped all the CD-ROMs to the dormitory. Call Robert Carter and ask him to come to Chen Mo's dormitory. Chen Mo still needs his help with some contract matters. It didn't take long for Robert to come to Chen Mo's dormitory and knock on the door. Chen Mo asked Robert to come in and asked directly, "Robert, can you help me draft some legal documents?" "Of course I will pay you." Robert asked suspiciously, "What legal document?" Chen Mo said, "I have listened to you in the past 2 days to register the company, a company called Devon Hill Industries, registered in England, and a company called Irish Import and Export Corporation, registered in Ireland. I need your help to help me draft a plan. A contract. I will put the copyright of Plants vs. Zombies into Devon Hill and then sign with the Irish Import and Export Company to authorize the Irish Import and Export Company at a price of £1 per copy of the Plants vs. Zombies game disc." Robert looked at Chen Mo strangely. This guy has changed a lot recently. In his impression, Chen Mo had never talked to him about any legal matters before. He asked, "Man, you really learn computers, not our law school." "Yes? You know how to avoid taxes like this. The funds don't go to Irish banks, and Ireland can't collect your taxes. That's a good idea." William Robert knew that Chen Mo wanted to avoid taxes. Chen Mo listened to his heart amused. "I am still the easiest way to avoid tax. If you know Apple's tax avoidance method, you would not be more surprised. I also look at some materials in my free time. I still know that tax avoidance is reasonable." Will it be legally troublesome for Robert to sign a contract like this? How can there be trouble? What trouble can this be? You are not doing this alone. Many companies in England are doing this. Robert said with a serious face. After Robert helped Chen Mo handle the licensing contract, Chen Mo took out a 50 CD box and said apologetically to Robert, "You know my current situation. I can only give you this as a reward. There are 50 games in the box. CD, when I have money, please have a big meal." "Okay, no problem, William, you are about to develop, I have to please you, so I can go to your company for an internship in the future. You will be rich in the future, aren't those of us who study law just serve the rich?" Robert joked said. Chen Mo knew that Robert was joking, a graduate of the University of London, so he could go to a leather bag company that he did not work under. Chen Mo haha said with a smile, "No problem, Robert waits for me to post, I will definitely ask you to be my personal lawyer." That's all, William Robert happily clapped his hands with Chen Mo. The two had a joke, talked about some details, and Robert left. Chen Mo began to call other alumni who had paid to agree to hand over the game discs in his dormitory. Chen Mo waited for everyone to pick up the game discs in his dormitory. After sending off the last alumnus, Chen Mo lay in bed after dinner and didn't know what to do. This has been busy for half a month, and suddenly he has nothing to do. Chen Mo feels a little bored. I still meditate. Chen Mo hasn't practiced magic for the past 2 weeks. He hasn't figured out how to use magic safely and concealed in reality, mainly because he dare not expose his magic. As long as he still wants to lead a normal life, he can't let anyone know that he can magic. There is no news in this world that magic exists. He doesn't want to be caught by the government as a monster for research, maybe he will be dissected. After stretching his legs on the bed, Chen Mo was immersed in magic meditation, and his mind came to his mind. Chen Mo discovered how the mental power in his mind had risen so much. If his mental power was sesame seeds 15 days ago, he can now be as big as a walnut. Chen Mo wondered, this is what happened, he hadn't practiced these days, so his mental strength increased by himself. At this time, there was a ding, the host's mental power entered the primary stage, and he could learn any magic on his own. After speaking, the system didn't respond. This is the primary mental power? This is considered a system benefit. It seems that this system is still useful. Then I don't have to meditate hard every day to cultivate my mental power. If I don't have to do anything, my mental power can increase by myself? Is this a benefit that has soul strength many times stronger than ordinary people? Or is it due to systematic reasons? William felt the magic knowledge and spells in his mind, and found that as long as his mental power could control the magic, and then he could understand, he could learn any level of magic, without any bitter level restrictions. Chen Mo raised his hand, a flame slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand. With a wave of his hand, the flame in his hand turned into a flame ring of half a meter in diameter. It took more than 10 minutes for Chen Mo to feel a little bit tired. When he was a low-level magician, he could only hold on to such a magical flame for less than 1 minute, and he would be mentally exhausted. Now he insisted on it for more than 10 minutes and it was only a little tired, and it would be no problem to hold on to 15 minutes. Doesn't this mean that his mental strength has increased 10 or 20 times? Hemp egg, so hot, and a little lack of oxygen. Chen Mo stopped the spell and quickly opened the window to take in some fresh air. He leaned on the window and wondered how I can use magic without being known. It would be great if Ma Dan had the devilish girl's transfiguration technique, and it could be changed into something else, even fingerprints could be imitated, so even if it was discovered, it would not be associated with him. When I learn Kamitage's portal, no one will be able to catch me. Yes, I will learn portal magic, escape and assassination skills first. Finding motivation, Chen Mo closed the window and drew the curtains, focusing on cultivating the portal. Mind enters the system thinking that I want to learn Kamitage portal. The magical knowledge of the portal was completely imprinted in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo was learning little by little according to the method of systematic transmission. Perhaps it was the reason why he was a soul traverser, and he was particularly friendly to space magic. It didn't take long for him to draw the magic aperture of the portal in the dormitory. He set the teleportation place in the bathroom of his dormitory. He dare not set the teleportation location elsewhere. The ghost knows who is opposite the door and who else can see it. After learning dozens of times, Chen Mo slowly felt that his mental power could be positioned in the bathroom of the dormitory. The magic circle in his hand suddenly opened. Chen Mo Neng, I saw everything in my bathroom by the bedside through the magic door. Chen Mo got excited, and didn't even think about whether it would be dangerous, and walked across the portal to the bathroom in one step. Standing in the bathroom, Chen Mo looked at his hands and the things in the bathroom. Wow, this is really amazing. I'm such a genius. How can I learn it? From now on, who will catch me? The necessary magic skills to escape and travel. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 6, the game is on sale. Chen Mo excitedly teleported back to the bed in the bathroom, and then the whole room became his experimental site. It passed to the table and then to the closet. After opening the door more than 10 times, he felt tired before stopping. Sitting back on the bed to meditate, he didn't expect his mental strength to recover within a minute. Chen Mo now really feels like a magic genius. If he fights with someone in the future, a portal is passed to the enemy, and the machine gun is suddenly chaotic. Sweep, if you still can't deal with the mad bombardment of the magic, you have no magic power, turn around and wait for a few tens of seconds and then pass back to the vicinity of the first door. Who can stand this? And Kamatage also has defensive spells, which can't be defeated by a big sniper, let alone a blocking gun. Chen Mo feels beautiful after thinking about it. He also practiced the fire element, ice element, nature element, and even Chen Mo still saw light element magic, healing, light bullet, resurrection, and he was shocked. Resurrection, such spells are available? This is going against the sky. Chen Mo didn't even think about it, this resurrection technique must be learned, and his mind said in the system, I want to learn resurrection technique. The system came up with the cultivation method of the resurrection technique. Chen Mo read it once, and I knew it was not that easy. It was not difficult to practice, but what it is to have holy faith. Chen Mo doesn't believe in religion. What is this sacred belief? Forget it, I'll still learn the resurrection technique first, maybe I can use it sometime. I learned the resurrection technique, but I can't use it. It's really depressing. I don't have enough mental power. Second, I don't have any sacred beliefs. Then Chen Mo practiced the ice and fire magic all over again. The advantage of this system is that there is no fixed spell mode. As long as he can use it skillfully and has enough mental power, he can use the magic he knows in any shape. He can transform ice magic into a hockey puck, or into dozens of ice needles. Ice magic is constantly changing in his hands, ice needles, ice spears, ice balls, ice roses. Although the fire system cannot become solid, it can also change into various shapes on the palm of his hand. And he has no sequelae of using magic, only mental fatigue. Kamatage's magic system is able to practice space magic at the same time, and space magic can continuously improve physical fitness. The physical fitness of Kamatage mage is very high, and the melee ability is also very strong. Will be called a melee mage. Chen Mo thought I had to live in, the dormitory was too small to practice many spells, and the people in the dormitory were too messy and inconvenient. After Chen Mo learned the defensive spells, let's go to sleep. I haven't got a good night's sleep these days. There is no danger in modern society. It's safer to stay in college. England is not the United States. Shooting on campus all day long, teacher the students always carry guns to school. Chen Mo went to bed peacefully, but he didn't know that someone couldn't sleep today. Alexander Hammer, a top student in the marketing department of the University of London, went to Chen Mona to pick up 200 game discs at noon and ran back to the community near his home. His family's community is a middle-class community in London's 2nd district, and there are tens of thousands of people living nearby. Alexander Hammer took the game discs home and had a meal with his mother. After nagging, he went out to the community basketball court. More than a dozen courts in the community basketball courts are full of people playing basketball. Although there are many middle-aged people, more than 90% are young people. Alexander Hammer grew up in this community since he was a child. He knows many people. Classmate Hammer brought his laptop and 20 game discs with him today. His current idea is to find everyone he knows on the basketball court. Let them play Plants vs. Zombies and see the effect. Alexander Hammer greeted a lot of people he knew as soon as he entered the basketball court, and finally found some of his best friends on the court. Hey, Alexander, why did you come back free today? Didn't you always stay in school before? Alexander happily greeted his friends around him and said, Rick, I have a newly developed game by an alumnus of our school. He is doing promotion. You know that I am studying marketing. I feel very yes, come back and see if you like it. A game disc is only £6. I brought a computer and you can try it out. Wow, you bastard, Alexander, has started selling in his sophomore year? Man, I support you, let me see how the game is it really fun to say to you? Rick said. Alexander took Rick and the others to the rest area on the side of the court. After starting the notebook and the game, he let Rick try it out. At first, the few friends who tried playing in the rest area, Hanmer, could be quiet because they were not familiar with the game, but after half an hour of playing, after Hanmer explained, these guys began to argue over the placement of plants. As the coming, many friends of these people came over curiously. After watching the game in the notebook for a while, many people started arguing. Rick, you are an idiot. The one who tells you to listen to me just doesn't listen. Don't keep it. It's time for me to play, you have been playing it for a long time. Several Rick started arguing about who was playing. Alexander Hammer was delighted to see them quarreling and attracted everyone around him. When Rick all scolded Alexander Hammer, he hurriedly persuaded him, hey, guys, I have a game disc. It's £6. It's good to sell at home and play by yourself. You don't need to grab it with Rick. A few people thought about it, and that's right. If you stay here, you will be off by a fool like Rick. Moreover, this guy Rick doesn't move while occupying the computer. It's better to sell at home and play whatever you want. Okay, Alexander, I want a copy. I want a copy too. I don't want to be with Rick this stupid for a minute, I'm almost mad at him. You want a copy? He wants a copy. Soon the 20 game discs that Alexander brought were sold out. Alexander had to rush home to fetch the rest of the game discs. Within 2 hours, 200 copies were sold out. There are many people around who have not bought it, clamoring to buy it. Alexander Hammer had to promise to bring the game disc back after class tomorrow afternoon to comfort everyone. Many people even gave him the money for the game discs directly. Some people who didn't bring the money and didn't find someone to borrow them were annoyed, for fear that they would be out of stock tomorrow. Alexander told them that he would bring the game discs to this rest area at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Those who paid first would give them first. This time is just right. The middle school students are all over at this time and have time to buy them. At this time, Rick, who had been occupying his notebook, saw that everyone had gone, stood up and said to Hanmer, hey, how is my performance, man? Ha, Hanmer, I said I'm a genius, it seems I'm in school. Acting is not learned in vain, so I won't do what those guys say, I'm mad at them. If you want to play, then buy a copy. Hanmer looked at Rick in surprise and said, God, Rick, you just pretended to be? When did your acting skills become so good, man? I was fooled by you, my God, I really have to thank you for that. Rick, if it weren't for you today, there really aren't so many people who would want to buy a copy and play on their own, man, everyone would be blown up by you today. So, Hanmer, do you have to invite me to dinner? I sacrificed myself to fulfill you, man, Rick said with a weird face. No problem, let's go, man, I'll invite you to a big meal. Hammer rubbed Rick's shoulder, and the two went to the big meal, talking and laughing. They said it was a big meal, which was actually a community restaurant. It's cheap and generous. In the past, he and Rick's friends would come to this restaurant to celebrate when they were happy. Everyone knows their friends' families, and it's great to come to this restaurant. After Alexander Hammer sent away Rick, who had a round belly, he returned home with a look of joy. After seeing his mother, Alexander yelled to her mother happily, Mom, guess how much I earned today? Money. However, Alexander did not usher in the situation he expected. His mother did not praise him but hurriedly asked, You make money there? You make money like this, Alexander, you will not do anything bad. Alexander looked at his mother's puzzled expression, and silently patted his forehead with dissatisfaction. Hey, mother, I am a top student at the University of London, would I be such an idiot if I could do bad things? I am a person with a bright future. Then you made so much money, you went home so little time to make money there, Alexander's mother asked suspiciously. Haha mom, don't you know, today is really my lucky day. I sold 200 game discs in the community basketball court before 3 hours and made £400. Alexander looked at his surprised mother happily. He was happy to help his parents relieve the financial pressure of the family. What game can make you earn £400? Alexander's father's voice came from the door. Seeing his father come back, Alexander happily said to his father, Dad, the game was developed by an alumni of my school. Many students in our school think the game is very good, so I bought a game disc from his £4. Today I was in the basketball court. The pound sheet was sold to people in the community. It's so good. Many people still haven't bought it. Tomorrow I will go to the alumni to buy the goods after class. Look at today's situation in our community and the surrounding communities. I feel that if I can sell thousands of game discs, Dad, and I will be able to make money on my own right away, so you and Mom won't have to be so tired. His parents were very happy to hear that Alexander had found a serious way to make money and was so sensible. Alexander's mother happily hugged Alexander and said, It's great Alexander, you're amazing. You don't know how hard your father is now. He is now doing 2 jobs for you to go to university, and it's been a long time since the family bought a new one. Yes, Mom, I know, but everything in Mom's house will be fine, Alexander said with confidence. Through today's sales analysis, Alexander is confident about the sales prospects of this game called Plants vs. Zombies. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 7, The game is on sale, 2. Early the next morning, Chen Mo was still in his sleep when he heard the bang of his dormitory door being shut. Chen Malay didn't want to bother on the bed, but the guy outside the door patted persistently. Nns, this is a faint soul, I don't want to sleep too late. Chen Mo got up in a daze and opened the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Alexander Hammer, and Chen Mo complained, Han Mo, you are so insane, what time is this? Sorry, William, I'm too anxious. You didn't know that I sold out those 200 game discs yesterday. There are still many people waiting to find me to buy game discs. William, time is money, money. Alexander Hammer couldn't wait to report the good news to Chen Mo as soon as he entered the door. When he thought of the £400 he earned yesterday, Hammer felt that wasting a second would make him lose a lot of money. Hearing that 200 game discs had been sold out in one day, Chen Mo was shocked at first, and then he was happy. Han Mo, what you said is true. It was all sold out in one afternoon? Hey, man, you are great. Man, you what a genius, Alexander. Chen Mo happily put his arms around Alexander Hammer's shoulders and asked excitedly, Man, how did you do it? You really are a high-achieved marketing student. You guys, we are going to post it. Alexander Hammer said to Chen Mo excitedly, Of course, William, we are going to post. Don't waste time, William will give me the game discs soon. I have to go to other communities to try the sales, and I submitted to my professor last night. I wrote an opinion letter. I think I can write a paper on what we are doing now. If our current sales method can be successful, then many college-related products can be sold in multiple ways in the future. People's Preferences Survey Report, this thing can also be sold for money. After a pause, Alexander Hammer said to Chen Mo, the professor agreed to my plan. I don't have to go to class for now. I just need to write down what I do every day and finally sort it out and give it to the professor. If he is satisfied, I will pay. It's great to be able to recommend my thesis to the magazine, buddy. It not only allows me to make money but also publish a paper, which is very helpful to my graduation. And I think I can sell 500 game discs a day, and 500 copies can make £1,000. Do you know how much this is, man? I haven't made so much money when I grow up. After saying that, he got up. This guy is crazy, thinking about money and wanting crazy. Alexander Hammer took out all 1,200 yesterday and said, "Hurry up, man, I want 300. Chen Mo turned out the money and thought for a while and said, "Man, I will give you 500 copies. You can sell the remaining money to me. This is an encouragement for you to work so hard." "Really, William, you guy is such a good guy, you can rest assured that I can sell it out tonight, buddy. We are going to send it." Alexander Hammer took the backpack and put 5 packs of 100 game discs in it and carried it on his back. The bag ran away. Chen Mo thought that this guy is really talented, isn't it about the desire to make money and the ability to run? After class in the morning, Chen Mo successively received calls from his classmates who asked him to get game discs yesterday. They were all asking him for game discs. Chen Mo didn't eat lunch at all, so he hurried back to his dormitory and waited for the second-hand alumni who sold him game discs. At noon, many guys who didn't go to the game club yesterday came to him with money. By the end of the night, there were more than 100 people, he wrote in his notebook. These classmates also took dozens of the 100 and the few. In only 2 days, more than 3,000 were shipped. "No, I have to go to the stereotypes to get the goods. It depends on the situation. These guys sell 20,000 in a few days. Zhang is fine. Chen Mo now has more than £12,000 in money, and at the price of 0.6 a piece of money, he can get 20,000 game discs. Do I need more than 50,000 copies at a time or only 20,000 copies, and it seems that 50,000 copies are no problem in London. A disc of more than 50,000 is £0.5 in the stereotype, and 50,000 is £25,000. When it was done, Chen Mo picked up the phone and called the stereotype last time. The other party heard that Chen Mo was about to engrave 50,000 copies in a few days. He was surprised and gave him a profit. One piece received him £0.46. Finally, he hoped to sign a production contract with Chen Mo, and hoped that Chen Mo will produce in his house in the future. Chen Mo thought for a while and didn't agree, because he didn't just want to sell the game to London or the island of England, he wanted to sell the game to Europa, the United States and the world. At that time, he will not be able to sell it by himself. He must be an agent. Now he cannot sign any agency or exclusive production contract. He always has to wait for the game to become popular. Some game dealers come to him. Chen Mo rejected the stereotype's proposal, and he didn't want this little profit to influence the future. After Chen Mo went to Stereo Sheng Na and Stet to negotiate a contract at 6 o'clock, he paid a deposit of £10,000 and agreed to take the goods in 2 installments to relieve his poor funds. Rejecting the suggestion of the stereotyped businessmen to treat guests to dinner, Chen Mo rushed back to school and bought a pizza before returning to the dormitory. Before the pizza was eaten, Alexander Hammer knocked on the door excitedly. Taking out all the change from the backpack, Alexander Hammer sighed silently. Finally came back, "William, don't you know that I was in a panic today for fear of being robbed?" After that, I pointed out £800 to William. Hereafter the pig's feet will be called William's handle, excitedly counted the remaining money in front of William. He sold out 500 copies today, besides the £800 for William, he still has £2,200, which is enough for 500 copies. Alexander Hammer grabbed the pizza on William's table and ate it. It was not polite at all. Fortunately, William bought a large pizza, or it was not enough for 2 people. After eating the pizza, Alexander Hammer took another 500 game discs, put down £2,000 and left. In the next few days, William was able to produce 3,000 copies of games steadily every day. Now more than 150 people in the University of London sell him game discs. He is no longer unknown when he walks in school. Many of his classmates or friends are making extra money because of him. Many guys like Alexander Hammer can sell almost 500 copies a day, and he made almost £4,000 in his hands. A few £100 can be earned. Most people in the same grade as William knew him now, and no longer regarded him as heir when they met. Many hot girls will take the initiative to greet him when they see him, and even more courageous ones will come up to tease him. Capitalist hot girls are really realistic. They are better than girls from Greater China, but it will not be many years before there will be hot girls all over the world. In this way, first look at whether you have money, and then whether you are handsome or not. You will disappear by yourself without either. Now many small game companies in London have approached him and wanted to buy his games. William asked several game companies, and the highest bid was only £1 million. Cut, send the beggars. William has sold almost 50,000 game discs now, and the money he got is almost £200,000, and he wants to buy the game copyright for only £1 million. Go to hell. It's not enough to buy the agency rights in London for £1 million, and I want to buy the full copyright. When I'm a fool, I'm not doing it like this. After William sold 50,000 game discs, he agreed to get 100,000 copies. London can now sell 50,000 copies, which is much beyond William's expectation. At present, 20% of marketing students at the University of London are selling game discs to him. Many guys are now selling game discs under the guise of helping Alexander Hammer with the subject. Some savvy guys have gone out of London to go to middle schools and universities in surrounding cities to sell. Now many people on the internet are asking where to buy Plants vs. Zombies game discs. Schools are also paying more and more attention to this new marketing case. First they become famous in colleges and universities, then spread to other universities, and then spread to middle schools. Elementary schools finally attract strong attention in the society. As long as the products are particularly good, this sales method companies don't even need to spend a lot of money on publicity, the product can cause a sensation in society. The child is the most concerned about in a family, and the parents that the child likes will pay attention. In the school, whether it is a university, middle school, or elementary school, other students that the classmates pay attention to will pay attention, because people have friends. And friends like that, if they have never heard of it or played it, it would be so shameless. As long as the things that are particularly popular among young people are now popular in society, the Plants vs. Zombies game discs have sold 150,000 game discs in and around London in less than a month. And finally a big game dealer has found them. Chen Mo. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 8, Games Around the Most Profitable. After selling 150,000 copies, William no longer produces game discs. He now knows that the price of £6 is cheaper, and many guys in the school have sold more than £10 each, although it is not too much, it is not too little. Counting William in this way would have saved hundreds of thousands of pounds, but he has no choice. The most important thing for him now is to make the game famous. If he sells one more than £10, he can now sell 50,000 copies. Thank God! The game's sales in London have exploded. The sales and praise have made EA, Ubisoft and other big game companies, game agencies and supermarkets, and even Black Star, which specializes in DVD and computer games in the United States, are here. These days, hundreds of thousands of less earned the pound sterling is regarded as the salary of the hundreds of alumni who sell him games at the University of London, and the advertising expenses to attract these big companies. William received consultation from these companies a few days ago, and he said that he would go to the top law firms in London after he wanted to talk about agents or buy games. Anthony, a senior partner of the little law firm, William, will pay £1,000 an hour to hire this guy, and this kind of negotiation can't be done in a few days or 10 days. Ma Dan, then I have to pay Anthony this guy tens of thousands of pounds. Fortunately, William and Uelita law firm signed an hourly fee contract. If it is a share contract, I don't know that I have to give Uelita law firm. How much is it? William booked a meeting room in the London Hilton Hotel, and at 8 o'clock in the morning he met with Anthony of Uelita law firm. After the meeting, William and Anthony shook hands and smiled and asked, "Good morning, Mr. Anthony, now at 8, will the billing start?" Anthony knew that William was joking. "Good morning, Mr. Devonshire, if you think that starting billing in 10 minutes will make you happy, then we will start billing at 8:10, I don't mind." "Haha, Anthony, you are very humorous, I like you. Okay, let's talk about the topic. I need you to help me solve all the legal issues, right?" "Of course there is no problem, Mr. Devonhill, we do this. I guarantee that there will be no problems with the contract handled by our law firm. This is our confidence and commitment to Moonstar," Anthony said to William said. William nodded in agreement. "This is why he invited Ueshita's lawyers. Okay, I still trust you Ueshita very much. As the three major law firms in England, your strength and credibility are not questionable, then Anthony, let's get started, it should be very busy today." William shook hands with Anthony's 4 team members to say hello. For £1,000 an hour to hire the best lawyer and his team in London, William didn't think it was expensive at all. If something went wrong because the lawyer was not professional enough, William would have no chance to cry. Of course, only a barrister can make a lot of money as a lawyer, and it costs several £1,000s a month to work with a barrister. At 9 o'clock, several big companies such as EA, Ubisoft, Beststar, Giarfu, and other game companies were all on time. After everyone finds a good position, William is not polite. Everything depends on the quality and sales of the game, as well as benefits. The other game companies and agents will not be interested no matter how good they are. William took the microphone and walked onto the platform in the conference room and said, "Welcome, gentlemen, my name is William Devonhill. I am the creator, designer, and owner of the Plants vs. Zombies game. Your time is precious. Don't waste your time. Many people and companies have come to me these days. This lets me know if you are here to buy out the game copyright or to act as an agent for the game sales. I'm right." After William finished speaking, the negotiators of this company nodded and said nothing. These days, the companies that are sitting here have sent people to find William, but William has never expressed any words. Although they are optimistic about this game, they don't want to be William. As a fool, first listen to what William wants to say. William went on to say, "Then gentlemen, let me first talk about the bottom line that I can accept. If there is too much gap with what you can accept, please be quiet if you are dissatisfied, and listen to me." Everyone looked at each other. All of you here are competitors. The game is only a few days famous, and the companies that can participate in this conference are very optimistic about Plants vs. Zombies. Now no one wants to be this early bird. Let's talk about William's requirement. Not too much, they nodded again. William was happy and thought, it seems that these guys are still very optimistic about Plants vs. Zombies, especially those game agencies. They don't make games but act as agents and they don't want to let go of good games. Seeing no objection, William nodded and said, "Thank you, let's talk about the agency first. The agency price I can accept is £8 per game disc. £8 is almost $13. I think Plants vs. Zombies sell for $20 in the United States. There should be no problem. Everyone knows that the purchase price of EPS games in the late 1980s was $25. You are all experts in the game industry. You know if I am right, and you know that the price of £8 is unreasonable, then can you accept the pound? If you can accept it, we will continue to talk. EA and Ubisoft have never thought about the agency, but they are afraid that the remaining companies will speculate on the agency price. And then William will not sell the game, then they will come for nothing, and hurriedly nodded and responded, "It's okay for £8. Accept." The agents thought for a while. They all specialize in game agents. They know that William is right. There is no game under $20 in the United States. But watching the game company agrees, they hate it. Go to hell, my company's games are so expensive, and now we are rushing to represent them. The people from Best Star and GRFU also nodded as they accepted the price. Very well, everyone can accept the price of £8, so we have the conditions to continue the negotiation. I have this information on the sale of 150,000 game discs in London a month, and I will not send it to everyone. You must all know it. This is the reason why we can all sit together. You may not know this second share, but I think you should know it. William stopped looking at the person in charge of GRFU, he nodded with a smile, because this has something to do with their GRFU. 20 days ago, I signed an authorization contract with GRFU for t-shirts, hats, and other daily necessities. I still signed it early if I want to come, but it's okay. I still want to thank GRFU. This contract is authorized to GRFU. In 5 counties around London, the cartoon image production authorization of Plants vs. Zombies was authorized. In the 15 days since the beginning of the sale, the sales data of Plants vs. Zombies in 120 stores around London was 430,000, and each store sold 3,600 in 15 days. 240 pieces are sold every day, the turnover is £6.45 million, an average of £15 per piece. Hearing the data that William said, it was the first time that everyone in the conference room knew about it except for the family members. Hearing that in 15 days selling in the surrounding 5 counties in London, it sold for £6.45 million. If the game can be sold in the world after the fire, these guys are excited. Ma Dan, the surrounding areas of Plants vs. Zombies are the big money-making money. Europe and the United States have very strict copyright checks. This kind of lawsuit with clear copyright is more accurate. So GRFU is very happy now. They came here because they wanted to sell the game peripherals, but after waiting for the big sales of the game today, GRFU just wants to buy cheap. William knew that tomorrow will come more than these companies here today. When everyone is quiet, William then said, "Then if any of you want the full copyright of Plants vs. Zombies, what price should I offer? The game sells 1 million copies on the European continent. I think it's not much at all, even I think a few years later, there is no difficulty in selling more than 3 million copies." The expressions of the people in the agency are now hard to look at. They don't know much about the estimate in their minds, and a few have predicted a bit more than this, but only hundreds of thousands. Although there are a lot of good games in 2000, there is still no game like Plants vs. Zombies. Both the elderly, children and adults will be interested in this game. You know that Plants vs. Zombies downloaded more than 25 million in 13 years. William went on to say, "The United States of America, selling 2 million copies will not be a problem. Other countries can add up to about 2 million copies. Gentlemen, please think about a game that can sell more than 7 million copies plus a game. Surroundings, how much wealth can he create for you? Fuck, is to create wealth for you." Everyone shouted in their hearts. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 9, I want to sell for £100 million. William smiled and watched as everyone who was doing it stopped talking. He knew what he said was almost the same, how much wealth the game can create. These people who have been in the game for a lifetime know it in their hearts, and there is no need for him to say anything. Both EA and Ubisoft are among the top independent publishers in the world. They can independently publish games and game peripherals, and Best Star is now the largest DVD and game publisher in the United States. Now Plants vs. Zombies optical game discs can sell for at least £70 million, and new versions of the game can be released, which is a lot of money. Coupled with game peripheral products that can sell several times or even 10 times, it is strange that these game companies and agents don't want this game. And now that Best Star is about to IPO, i.e. listing, as long as it can become popular in the United States, it will be very helpful for him to go public next year. 1 times the income is equal to 20 times the market value increase. The timing of selling things is very important. It didn't take long for the person in charge of Best Star to start talking. Well, we now know that Mr. Devonhill, you will sell the full copyright of the game. You said so much, don't you just want to tell us the prospects of this game? Bright, let me guess, maybe you want to sell the game so much, do you want to make a lot of money when the market is good, maybe it will double in a year after investing in the stock market, ha, congratulations to you William, you are about to become a rich man, but I still hope you can tell us the full copyright of the game and how much you want to sell. Selling from £100 million. Wow! Although everyone was prepared, everyone in the conference room was still upset when William said about £100 million. Individual game agents even shouted, "Are you crazy, Mr. Devonhill, £100 million, are you crazy for money?" William ignored the shouts of these people and stared into the eyes of the person in charge of Best Star and said, "I think if Best Star makes a profit of more than £300 million after spending £100 million, he will definitely agree to it, and even to you next year. The plan will be very helpful, won't it, Mr. Wood?" When William saw him, Wood Morris jumped in his heart and thought to himself, "Does this soul know something? It's impossible. The board of directors of Best Star just agreed to go public next year. How could this guy know?" But Wood Morris was still startled by William's mouth suddenly popping out. Watching William's eyes dodging a little, he felt that his plan was clearly seen by William. William, who stared in the eyes of Wood Morris, knew that he was right. Best Star now has plans to go public, and they will go public next year. In this era, Best Star really has no rivals all over the United States. Netflix was almost acquired by Best Star several times. It's just that Best Star is too arrogant and the purchase price is too low. These guys look down on the development of online shopping. Speed and money are not lacking at all, but not necessarily after this March. I have to report to the company's board of directors about the quotation of Blockbuster. I can't be the master for £100 million now, Mr. Devonhill. I think that will be the case for today, and we will talk about it in a few days. Feeling guilty, he hurriedly changed the subject and said. William smiled and looked at Wood Morris and said, "Well, let's do it today, gentlemen, we will see you in 3 days. I am waiting for your good news, Mr. Wood Morris." After William finished greeting everyone in the conference room, he ignored the game agents who wanted to pull him to set up a game agency today, and left with Anthony, a senior partner of Uelita law firm, and his team. William and his group of 6 people went directly to the business suite he ordered in the Hilton Hotel. This business suite for £600 a day has an office area of more than 40 square meters. Anthony looked at the young man sitting in front of him, who was less than 20 years old. According to the information, William Devonshire was born on December 7, 1980. He is now only 19 years and 2 months old. My son is just like William Devonhill. Congratulations, Mr. Devonshire, I think you are about to become the youngest billionaire in England. All this is incredible. William, you have successfully refreshed my view of young people in the new world. You are really that's great, William, congratulations, Anthony exclaimed. After receiving the wine glass that Anthony poured him, William smiled and said, "Thank you, Anthony, I think we are going to sign a new contract now. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It will be our battlefield in 3 days. I have received a lot of news. Shida has a listing plan. Now I need your law firm to fully cooperate with me, make plans, release news, and attract more potential customers. In many cases, things that are grabbed by people can be sold at a better price. Anthony nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Devonhill, the hourly contract is no longer suitable. You need RUL at a law firm to provide you with a full range of services. We will help you make all preparations. Okay, this transaction involves more than £100 million. I think the 1% commission should satisfy your UL at a law firm. No matter how high it is inappropriate. And if the business can be successfully completed this time, I will hire you to be my personal lawyer. What do you think?" Anthony William looked into Anthony's eyes and said. Anthony thought for a while. 1% is more than £1 million. Although UL at a law firm is one of the best law firms in England, UL at a law firm is not only a partner of him. There are dozens of partners, hundreds of general partners, £1 million to do this kind of not difficult case, and their firm will not encounter a few in a year. Even if there is, it will not be his turn, and he is private. The lawyer's price is £300,000 per year. Such a good opportunity is not available every year. Anthony nodded without thinking. "No problem, Mr. Devonhill, our office took this case." "So happy." Anthony William stretched out his hand. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Devonhill." Anthony held Eric's hand. William picked up the glass and everyone touched the glass and drank the Scotch whisky in the glass in one sip. William sighed in his heart, "I didn't expect that I could become a billionaire so soon." With this £1 billion, the plan after March this year will be implemented more smoothly. After William and Anthony re-signed the contract, Anthony said, "Mr. Devonhill, since I am now your lawyer, I have to remind you of one thing. You said. I think you should let the banks and insurance companies step in now. With such a large amount of money, you have to let the insurance company guarantee the safety of the money for you, and you should also think about the question of reasonable tax avoidance, whether to receive the money in England or receive money in other countries. Is there any difference between these?" William wondered. "Yes, Mr. Devonhill, if you want to get the money as soon as possible, then spend some money to find the insurance company to insure. If the buyer does not pay within the agreed time of the contract, the insurance company will pay you first, and other insurances the company will do it by itself. There is also the receiving bank. If you set up your capital account in England, then the money must be taxed. If it is set up in a confidential bank or tax haven like Switzerland or the British Virgin Islands, it is basically there is no need to pay taxes. England still cannot collect taxes globally like the United States. It's just that if these funds want to return to England, there will be certain difficulties. If you want to return to England reasonably, the cost will not be lower than the honest corporate income tax. The only advantage of doing this is that you will spend outside of England in the future. Investment will not have an impact. But the biggest disadvantage of this method is that once the people learn that you haven't paid any tax on your money, your reputation in English society will be greatly affected, and it may even be fatal. There are many people being investigated because of this kind of thing that does not pay a penny. Even if you can't help it in the end, it will still be very troublesome to delay for a few years. My suggestion is that you can register a company in the British Virgin Islands and transfer half of your company shares in England to the British Virgin Islands company, so that your company in England can pay half of the tax. In addition, small and medium-sized companies can get a 1.5 times R&D cost tax rebate policy on product R&D expenses. How much money did you spend on game R&D, Mr. Devonhill? Is there such a good thing? William scratched his head and said, "This is really hard to say. I don't seem to spend much money except for food and electricity. I do everything by myself. The game is designed by me, I have programmed and developed it, even plants. The images of zombies are all designed and drawn." After listening to William's words, Anthony looked at William like seeing aliens. He thought that the development cost of the game Plants vs. Zombies would have to be tens of millions of pounds. "Now you tell me that I didn't spend any money, see your ghost." Anthony feels his head hurts now. "Well, William, I know you are a genius, but I think you can be genius to this level. I will sort out some other reasonable tax avoidance methods and report to you in a few days. William looked helplessly at Anthony, who looked at him like a monster and said, "Well, I only have one request, and that is that everything must be legal." Anthony nodded and agreed, "Of course, Mr. Devonhill, I guarantee everything is reasonable and legal. No one can find loopholes in these tax avoidance methods in the law. This is what our law firm is best at." "That's good. By the way, Anthony, I need you to help me transfer some of the data in the conference room today to the Society." "Of course, the final price need not be said," William whispered to Anthony. "That's okay, William, as long as you are not afraid that there will be a lot of paparazzi following when you go out in the future, I'm happy to do this for you." William haha laughed and said, "Haha, I'm probably ready to be surrounded by paparazzi to take photos wildly. Today's things can't be kept for long." Anthony said, "William, you have to be prepared for this. I was just thinking about how to solve you. You are not like a 19-year-old kid at all. God bless, I just hope that the outside world will not know too soon. We are not ready yet." "Well, no one thought that Best Star would like this game so much. William, do you know any information?" "Yes, I didn't expect that Best Star really had plans to go public. Everything was too sudden, I was not ready yet. Anthony, I think we should get the British Virgin Islands Company in the afternoon. It's up. I always have a hunch that we are running out of time to arrange," William said worriedly. The mental power of William Jr. Mage faintly told him that something unfavorable to him was about to happen. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 10, Hotel Tech and Claudio. William's instincts are still reliable. In a small bridge car not far from the Hilton Hotel, John Taylor of The Sun is now shaking with excitement. He keeps saying, "I'm going to be rich, haha, I'm going to make a fortune, and I'm going to become famous. After 5 or 6 years as a reporter, I finally got a big news. This time I see what the fat pig supervisor said." He followed Dennis Wise from Chelsea to the Hilton Hotel last night and wanted to take some lace photos of Dennis Wise, but he waited for a night and got nothing. After 7 o'clock in the morning, he and his companions changed shifts and walked into the Hilton Hotel to pretend to be waiting for someone. In fact, he was looking for his high school classmate Claudio. Claudio works at the Hilton Hotel. After sitting for more than 10 minutes, John Taylor asked the staff to ask for directions to the bathroom. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, John Taylor sat in the hotel lobby and pretended to be waiting. When John Taylor met his high school classmate Claudio at around 8 o'clock in the morning, John Taylor gave Claudio a wink and walked to the bathroom without rush. It didn't take long for Claudio to enter the bathroom. As soon as Claudio entered the bathroom, he grabbed John Taylor by the collar and carried him over. "You're crazy, John, I'm at work now, let the foreman see that he will drive me," Claudio whispered. John Taylor didn't dare to cross Claudio. Claudio spent 6 or 7 years in the English Army. He only retired due to injury. He hurriedly comforted, "Relax, Claudio, it's okay. The restroom is the two of us. When someone comes in, you can hear it. Listen, buddy, I followed Dennis Wise of Chelsea to the hotel." "Dennis Wise who equalized AC Milan at the San Siro in the Champions League?" Claudio asked. "Yes, it's him. He has high news value now. If we can take pictures of his cheating, we will make a fortune. We can sell them to the Sun for at least £10,000, and Claudio will get half of that. Think about it, this is your 3-month salary." John Taylor confuses. "Fuck, I was informed yesterday that several big companies will come to the hotel for a meeting today. I have to go to the meeting room soon. I will be weak. I will not come early or late. What will happen to me at this time? Make money, I'm still waiting to buy birthday gifts for my children," Claudio complained. What time is the meeting in the conference room? John Taylor asked. 9 o'clock in the morning. What's wrong? Claudio replied. It's okay, we still have a chance. Dennis Wise hasn't come out yet. Claudio, you go to the meeting room first. My phone will vibrate. We still have time. You won't have much time to organize in the meeting room. Waiting for you in the lobby. Well, I will get the meeting room as soon as possible and I will go to the reception desk and wait. Then I can see the elevator and I will call you when I see Dennis Wise. Maybe I can still use the bug that you gave me last time. Put it on him quietly. That's even better, Claudio, you should use what you have learned, and honestly you can't make a lot of money all day, John Taylor said. Don't talk nonsense, I have a wife and children now, it is impossible to take a risk. I will go to the meeting room first, wait for my call. John, don't you fall asleep, Claudio joked. Go away, I'm a professional reporter. Also reporter, aren't you a paparazzi? Soul Dan, I am a reporter, but I am a college student with a degree in media, John Taylor roared in a low voice. Okay, you're a reporter. Claudio rolled his eyes speechlessly. It's like graduating from college, not being a paparazzi. When Claudio was about to get out of the bathroom, out of a professional instinct that had been a paparazzi for 5 or 6 years, John Taylor stopped Claudio, took out a tape recorder, and gave it to Claudio. Does the company come to the meeting? Let's buy insurance, maybe we can record useful ones. Are you crazy, John? Can these big companies be provoked by people like us? Don't hurt me, Claudio immediately refused. He didn't want to be caught as a commercial spy, then his wife what to do with the child. Don't worry, we will listen first when the time comes. If it is not possible to report, I will never submit it to the newspaper. I have not lived enough. Don't worry, we will listen together. If you feel dangerous, we will not do it. John Taylor promised. Well, I won't give it to you first, John, if you want to provoke these big companies, let's wait until you become a famous reporter. I don't want to see you in prison one day. Go to your Claudio, I won't even go in if you go in. Okay, I'm leaving first, pay attention to my phone. John Taylor waited all morning and didn't wait for Claudio's call. He was anxious and was about to call Claudio. He didn't expect that Claudio's call would come in first. Hey, Claudio, how is it? Dennis Wise is out, John Taylor asked hurriedly. John, don't care about Dennis Wise's short boy. John, I think we are going to be rich. Do you know what we recorded in the conference room? John, we are going to be rich. Your newspaper will definitely spend a lot of money to buy this recording. Claudio thought that this time he might get tens of thousands of pounds in the newspaper. With this money, his economic situation would be greatly improved, and he couldn't wait to call John Taylor. You wait for me, John, drive your assistant away. I'll go to your car and find you, remember, secret. Claudio hung up after speaking. Hey, hello, John Taylor fed several times. As soon as he saw Claudio's phone hanging up, he remembered that Claudio told him to let the assistant send away. John Taylor said to the assistant, Pete, you go to the restaurant at noon, eat lunch, take a break, wait for my call. When Peter saw John Taylor hung up, he sent him away, knowing that John Taylor did not want to let him know, and nodded wittily, Okay, John, I just went to the restaurant for lunch when I was hungry. Do you want to bring lunch? You eat first, and I'll talk when I'm hungry, Pete, I'll call you if needed, John Taylor said. Okay, then I'm going. Peter opened the door to the restaurant after speaking. John Taylor didn't wait a few minutes before Claudio, who was staring at Pete into the restaurant in the distance, opened the door and got into the car. Soul, what kind of recording is Claudio? Make you so cautious? Let me listen. John Taylor asked eagerly when he saw Claudio get in the car. Don't worry, I'll let you listen to it. I'll tell you half of it. Otherwise, you know my skill, don't want to take the tape recorder from me, Claudio reminded. Okay, light soul, fast play recording. Claudio reached into the inner pocket of his shirt. Instead of taking out the recorder, he pressed the play button in the inner pocket of his shirt. Claudio himself is a hotel staff member. This time he used the skills he learned before after he retired from the army, carefully avoiding the eyes of all his colleagues, and finally everything went well without disturbing anyone. Get the tape recorder and put it in your inner pocket. At noon, I listened to the recording in the tape recorder with headphones outside the hotel, so he had fast-forwarded the tape recorder to the meeting room and started talking. As soon as he pressed the play button, John Taylor heard the voice of a young man in the tape recorder. Welcome, gentlemen, my name is William Devonhill, the creator, designer, and owner of the Plants vs. Zombies game. John Taylor had heard of Plants vs. Zombies. His brother recently told him that this game is very popular among young people. His brother also bought a game disc. The recording continues to wait for John Taylor to hear that in 15 days, the sales data of Plants vs. Zombies in London and 5 counties around London is 430,000, and the turnover is £6.45 million, an average of £15 per piece, and the Plant vs. Zombies game can be sold. When the number of game discs reached 7 million, John Taylor looked excited, his eyes lighted, and his hands trembled. When I heard the guy named William Devonhill say in the recording, selling from £100 million, John Taylor was really trembling with excitement. He knew that he accidentally dug up a huge news. If everything in the recording is true, then this news can cause a sensation in England and even the whole world. Because can allow so many game companies and agency companies to take action, and these shameless guys have also joined forces to block the news, otherwise they will remember the paparazzi so they will not hear a little news, and the most important thing is that everything in the game is called William Devonhill's young man did it all by himself. John Taylor, must find out everything about your William Devonshire, even if you were wet when you were a kid, I will dig it out for you. This is a great opportunity for him to get rich and get promoted. At this time, John Taylor felt that the of paparazzi was shining on him, so that he could stop Claudio and give him a tape recorder at that time, and Claudio was this guy. It is indeed a veteran who has been in the army for so many years, but he has not been discovered by the bodyguards of these big companies. John Taylor hugged Claudio without saying a word and kissed me. Claudio, you are really my lucky star. We are going to make a fortune. This recording is not worth £50,000. Take away. Claudio was not happy when he heard that he could sell for £50,000. He wondered if I shouldn't be so honest. The things I learned in the army are still very useful. When he was happy, John Taylor calmed down and said, Claudio, we don't have a picture. Is that William still in the hotel? We want to take a picture of him. We want to dig out everything about this guy, so we to be in the headlines of the Sun more than once. Claudio hurriedly said, yes, I saw that guy in the morning. My God, this guy is really an illegitimate son of God, he is about to become a rich man, he is so handsome, God is really unfair. Leave God alone, Claudio, let's go outside the hotel to wait for him. Today I must take a photo of him. Let's go. Go Agent Claudio, you're a dead brain. If I had your skills, I would have grown up a long time ago. We're rich. After speaking, John Taylor wanted to take Claudio to ambush at the hotel door. Wait, John, let's drive the car to a suitable place first. It will be more convenient when we run later, Claudio reminded. After everything was ready, the two men lurked outside the hotel with their cameras. Claudio also put his coat in reverse, wearing John's hat and mask, waiting for William to come out. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 11, My Name is James Bond. William's intuition was still very accurate. His instinct felt that something bad for him was about to happen, but what he didn't expect was that he followed his instincts, but he was guarded by the door of the hotel when he wanted to remedy it. Claudio and John got caught. Quick, quick, quick John, the young man who is coming out is William Devonshire, that's him, snap him. Claudio and John were ambushing in front of the hotel within a few minutes and saw William with a bunch of them. The man was walking out of the hotel and said hurriedly. John Taylor, who had been prepared for a long time, hurriedly picked up the camera to face William and took more than 10 photos in a row. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, William felt someone watching him. When he turned his head, he saw 2 paparazzi hiding behind the flower bed. One of the paparazzi was holding a camera and shooting at him. When he was photographed in front of William, his brows frowned. He was upset at this time, and subconsciously wanted a magic ice bomb to hit him, wanting to freeze the paparazzi, don't let him run. But William reacted as soon as he lifted his hand. This is the entrance of the hotel, using magic in the public. Isn't that uncomfortable for himself? Thinking of William's raised hand, he raised his hand to greet the paparazzi with a smile on his face. At this time, Anthony, who was next to William, also saw the paparazzi shouting, "Who are you? You are not allowed to take pictures." After saying this, he told his intern to stop the paparazzi and ask for photos. John and Claudio are 2 senior paparazzi, and the other is a special person who has been in the special forces for many years. Their eyesight is still very high. Seeing someone who looks like a lawyer came to them, lifted his leg and ran. They ran across the street quickly, got into a car, drove the car with the gas pedal, and ran away. They didn't want to be entangled by lawyers. Skilled candid shooting techniques, decisively, escape without hesitation, clear route, fast action, all these make William stunned. Should I say that he is really an English paparazzi? I just want to spend some money to buy the photos back after saying hello. With 2 paparazzi shots like this, there is no chance for William to take the money to eliminate the disaster. He still doesn't know that everything he said in the meeting room in the morning was recorded. If he knew it now, he would definitely want the Hilton Hotel to look good. By the time he knew it was already the next morning. Seeing the paparazzi running away, William said to Anthony, "Some paparazzi have noticed me, Anthony, we have to speed up, this afternoon we have to deal with the company's shares." William frowned and looked at Anthony. Anthony thought about it for a while and said to William, "Mr. Devonhill, now I can only spend money to buy a registered company in the British Virgin Islands. It can be done in an hour or 2 with a little money." William immediately decided, "Okay, just do as you say. Come with me, Mr. Devonhill." Anthony took William into a business car and went directly to the English registry. Half an hour later, William bought an offshore company in the British Virgin Islands for £10,000 at the English registry, and put 60% of his Devonshire Industries in England into this offshore company. He also ordered Anthony to register 5 offshore companies on his behalf. He wanted to distribute 60% of the shares to these 6 offshore companies, each holding 8% to 12%. In the future, he will do the same if he establishes other companies. In 2000, England was not able to collect taxes from American citizens around the world like the Federal Revenue Service of the United States. In this way, William could pay more than half of his taxes. The main basis for tax collection in England now is the bank account in England. The funds that are not in England are now unable to be managed by the English government. William, who was sitting in the registry and waiting, was a bit boring, thinking about what I should do after I got the £100 million, thinking of the Papa Ma, the emperor penguin that I saw on the internet in my previous life, but as far as the market value increase rate is concerned, it seems that there is no Ding Sanshiniu who sells pigs. You don't want to wait until the Nasdaq jumps to buy some Ding Sanshi big net art, you have to know that Ding Da's net art is only 0.58 per share at the lowest point, and you can get thousands of times of profits in more than 10 years, better than any horses. The emperor penguin is more bullish, the market value of Emperor Penguin 04 was less than 5 billion Hong Kong dollars when it was listed, and you can buy some at that time. £10 million will be worth £8 billion in 10 years. Picking up money is no different. Those who are reborn are the best. If they are reborn, I am sorry if I don't pick up some cheap. As for only he can fool others, no one can fool his Martha, but now there is nothing cheap to pick up, and the Martha has all been divided. If you want to pick up the bargain, you will have to wait for Yahoo to withdraw after a few years. William is now an English national and didn't know that Martha would not be able to see him when he arrived. After sitting for a few hours, signing a dozen documents, and finally after an afternoon of rushing to work, the company to be registered and the transfer of shares were finally settled before 4 p.m., and now his Devonshire industry is no longer England. The resident company is gone, and the English government now cannot collect his offshore company tax. Thinking of saving £10 to £20 million in taxes, William happily took Anthony and his team to a good meal in a Michelin 3-star restaurant on London Street. William didn't feel bad after eating, he still couldn't eat one portion, and sighed, "I'm still a bun, and this will soon become a billionaire, and the mind of this turtle has not changed." After dinner, Anthony sent William back to the Hilton Hotel and met with his colleagues at the law firm. He still has a lot of documents to deal with. These days, he has to prepare for negotiations in 3 days. The main terms are set by William, but the details are they have to be negotiated by a law firm, and these contract details cannot be negotiated without a few days of wrangling. William went back to the hotel room and watched the TV boringly. There was nothing interesting. He didn't dare to practice magic in the hotel because he was afraid of hidden cameras. Besides, he had a system and he didn't need to cultivate magic power by himself, so his mental power would increase. This dumb system is good and convenient. Putting on his jacket, William walked to the bar in the hotel. He was so excited today that he really couldn't sleep. He wanted to have a good night's sleep with a drink in the bar. Under the leadership of the waiter, William sat on the bar counter and ordered a glass of Irish whiskey. He sat alone on the bar counter drinking alcohol and watching the Premier League. Today is Chelsea versus the Magpies. Chelsea is not the Chelsea of Abramovich after 2003. The club chairman is Bates. This old man is the savior of Chelsea, but this savior was 20 years ago. The current Bates has no place in the hearts of Chelsea fans. Bates is a standard businessman. He sells many Chelsea stars at high prices, and he uses the team as a business. It is strange that he can be good in the hearts of fans. And the players on this field, William, have never heard of a few. There are no big stars to see. This is not attractive to William, a football novice, just boring to pass the time. "Which team do you like, young man?" There was a voice around William. Turning his head to see a middle-aged uncle holding a glass of whiskey and raising a toast to him with a smile, William looked at this handsome uncle and suddenly felt a little familiar, and then he looked at Ma Dan. "Isn't it Brosnan? That guy who plays 007, this guy is here, so, is this talking to me?" William looked at Brosnan uncertainly. "Hey, young man, it's impolite to stare at people like this," Brosnan said, dissatisfied. William heard the other's dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry, sir, I just think you are a bit familiar. I apologize again. Hello sir, I am William Devonshire. I am very happy to meet you." William apologized. He still dare not believe to be the Hollywood superstar Brosnan. "Well, maybe you have really met me. Hello young man, I am James Bond, and I am very happy to meet you," the handsome gentleman said, and William was shocked in a London accent. William knew that Brosnan was Irish. Someone who was not born and raised in London could not tell such a standard London accent, just as someone who was not born and raised in the imperial capital of the Great Heaven dynasty could not tell the authentic taste of the imperial capital. "Ma Dan, this guy just said what his name is, James Bond. The soul is not Pierce. Are you kidding? This role is too deep." Seeing that William hadn't spoken for a long time, the handsome uncle in front of him was a little unhappy. William, this guy seemed to him to be really rude, so he just said directly if he didn't want to take care of him. Hey, young man, this is the second time I say you are rude. If you don't want to talk to me, then I won't bother you. After speaking, he turned his head and ignored William, and was drinking whiskey for himself. Sorry, Mr. Pierce, I just didn't recognize you. I apologized for asking you to drink. I said that I called the bartender for 2 glasses of Brosnan's whiskey and pushed the glass to Brosnan. Seeing William ordered him a glass of whiskey, Pierce didn't care too much. He nodded to William and said, "Well, young man, I accept your apology, but my name is James Bond. Did I not know it? Or you know a person named Pierce who looks like me?" "Stop kidding, who didn't know that you are the Hollywood star Pierce Brosnan? This joke is not funny at all." William rolled his eyes. "No, Pierce, I don't know who the Hollywood star you are talking about is, but my name is James Bond. Maybe I'll go back and look up who this is called Brosnan, so that you can see God." After talking and drinking the wine in the glass, he said meaningfully to William, "Let's see you next time, boy. I hope you will remember my name when you see me next time. Don't admit it. Good night." William watched Pierce, who stood up and sorted out his suit, walked out of the bar, feeling like he was hit by 100,000 cows. Go to your James Bond. The acting is really like that. Big stars like to make jokes like this. Don't admit it when you see you next time. See your ghost. Does the star really have some weird hobbies? But William, who was constantly complaining in his heart, forgot that this was not the world of his previous life. Everything was possible here. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 12 was monitored. William ignored Pierce's joke just now, and drank the last whiskey in the glass after the Chelsea and Magpies match in the bar leisurely, and then went back to the hotel room after paying. After taking a bath, William thought that he was lucky enough to meet Pierce today. Although this guy is a bit weird, but that joke is nothing, just like it, saying his name is in the movie, and it doesn't matter to him. As for him, it's a special hobby of big stars, but it's a pity that he didn't get Pierce to sign him. I turned on the hotel computer and searched for Pierce Brosnan. William wanted to find Pierce on the internet for what he did in London. He wanted to find a chance to ask Pierce for an autograph. When I opened the website, many guys named Pierce Brosnan appeared. But none of them is the one I just saw in the bar. Hello, what's going on? How could it not? Pierce is a big star, so I won't be able to find it. When William just wanted to enter 007, his brain was shocked, and William's hand on the keyboard was suddenly lifted. After all, it was his mental strength that reminded him of danger. William hurriedly got up from his chair, looked nervously at the hotel room, hid in a place invisible outside the window, and scanned the hotel room and the 6-story building 20 meters away in front of the hotel mentally. After the junior mage, his mental power can perceive a distance of more than 20 meters or 30 meters. He lives in the Hilton business room on the 12th floor, and the opposite building is not half the height of the room where he is. After a mental scan, William did not feel that someone is facing him in the opposite building, and it is impossible to stare at the 12th floor on the 6th floor. After scanning the corridor of the hotel room again, no one was detected. William didn't know what was going on. How good his mental power was to alert himself to danger. William stood on the corner by the window silently thinking about what was going on. Suddenly William remembered that he wanted to enter 007 before giving him an alert, and then he thought of the guy in the bar who said he had made James Bond and said he was not a Pierce Brosnan. William suddenly felt like he was beaten up by someone, and suddenly he realized that this is not his previous world. If that guy is really James Bond, all of this makes sense, Ma Dan, then isn't this room being monitored? The computer must be monitored. Otherwise, the mental power won't warn you, because there is no 007 movie in this world. but there is 007. Mr. Bond appears in front of him. Up. This time, William used his mental energy to scan his room several times. Fortunately, there is no camera. The camera in 2000 is not as small as the market outlook, but in order to find a bug in the hotel phone. The soul is light. William now knows that he is really being monitored. His brain quickly recalls where he was going out of his way. After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't understand it. If there is a problem, only the few times he practiced magic in the dormitory. It was possible. Fortunately, I was cautious and this dumb system was powerful. I didn't need to practice the magic to learn the magic, reducing the possibility of exposure. However, hell, I'm still too paralyzed. William scanned the room again, but still didn't find anything like a camera. He pulled the curtains and walked to the door of the room and scanned the corridor and a dozen nearby guest rooms. No problem was found. Rear. William put on his jacket and walked out of the room and walked to the stairs. He didn't take the elevator. He still knew this. Fortunately, it was only in 2000 that the Hilton Hotel didn't have so many cameras. He walked all the way down, scanning mentally while walking. Scanning this floor by floor, I found nothing unusual when I reached the 4th floor. It is low season now and not many people are staying in the hotel. There are 3 floors where no one lives, and the other 4 floors, William did not find any suspicious people. If the agents live in the Hilton Hotel to monitor him, it is impossible to not bring monitoring equipment. Scanning William's mental energy in the stairway on the 4th floor, an express car was parked on the street beside the hotel. Why was the express car parked next to the hotel when it was late? There is a problem. William thought that in the special agent movies he saw in the movie, didn't those agents all monitor the targets in such freight cars? After William got down to the 2nd floor, he didn't go down. On the side of the express car on the 2nd floor, the hand of the magistrate William opened a utility room against the wall. After entering, I carefully opened the window of the utility room, trying if I could hear anything, but after hearing it for half a minute, the sound came only slightly, and I couldn't hear what the express car was saying. What should I do? William was in his mind. Searching for magic in the system. I found it. According to the description of the system, my mental power is like a stethoscope. The mental power is invisible, and ordinary people can't see it or touch it. William tried to put a 10-fold mental diagnosis head on the glass of the car, the other side was connected to his ear, and the sound came immediately. I didn't hear anything for more than 10 minutes. It was all trivial. William waited for almost half an hour and finally heard something useful. Pete, this guy is not asleep, right? Why didn't there be any movement for more than an hour? You don't care if he sleeps or not, I said. Why do you let us monitor this guy? Isn't it just an ordinary college student? What can this guy monitor? Hey, don't you know? Know what? This guy has a problem. I don't know. This guy seems to have been on our watch list for many years, but it seems that I haven't found anything special. I haven't paid much attention to him in recent years, but this guy has made some noise recently. The above let us pay attention to him again. I listened to the guy who was listening during the day and said that he heard this guy design a game in the hotel conference room in the morning, and he bid £100 million. The fat Richard who changed his shift was not open. Looks like, you must know that Richard was paying attention to William Devonhill before. If he has been paying attention to William, when the game was first made, Richard may have the opportunity to buy the game directly, then it was posted, but who made him not pay attention to William Devonhill at all in the past 2 years, and seeing his gloomy look when changing shifts made me really laugh at me. 100 million, are you kidding me? What game can sell for £100 million? It seems to be a game called Plants vs. Zombies. I don't know why. What? I know the game Plants vs. Zombies. I have played it. It turns out that this game was designed by this guy. Damn it. How could this game sell for £100 million? I do not know then. The voice in the car stopped for a few minutes, and a guy sighed and said, I just read this guy's information, there is no problem, a single-parent family, grew up in London, has always been very good at school and won many awards, no girlfriend, staying in the library and dormitory all day, this kind of person can have any problems, why should I pay attention to him above? But this mixed race is easy to be handsome and beautiful, this guy is so handsome, no girlfriend will not have question. But what does this have to do with our military intelligence bureau? Idiot, haven't you seen the last paragraph? I've seen it, what's the problem? You are suitable for going out on the field. You didn't see how this game was made. The idiot saw clearly that this game was developed by this guy named William in less than half a month. Design, programming, and even the cartoon characters of the characters, plants, and zombies, were made by him alone in half a month. I heard from the cybersecurity guys in the bureau that it would take at least a few to add all the people in their department. It will take a few months to make it, and this will have to be when they know the design idea. This guy is so powerful, no wonder the above has to pay attention to him. Of course, why don't we come to monitor him? The boss wants to accept him, and the boss still attaches great importance to him. Haven't you seen Bond come here with us? You don't know Bond contacted him. What will the guy conclude afterwards? But he is a mixed race, he is of great ancestry. Damn Pete, what age is this? You are racist. No, I am not racist. My current girlfriend is a chocolate beauty. Do you think I will be racist? Hey, who knows this, for you guy, as long as you are beautiful, you won't care about your skin color. You will change your girlfriend in a few months. Fuck you, I also want to have a stable girlfriend, but who knows when I will be on a mission, I often don't see anyone for months after I go, you think I want to? I think you just want to change every month. Soul Dan, you slander. At this time, there was a cell phone vibrating in the car, and one guy answered the phone and said to another, as soon as someone will come to pick up our class, Bond has closed his head and let us go back and report to them. That's great. I can sleep well after the report. I didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock yesterday, and I was woken up before 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, you slept with your girlfriend yesterday, so you can, and she didn't get rid of it. Fuck you, be careful I beat you. Then there was a loud noise from two people in the car, and William quietly returned to his room without hearing anything useful for another half an hour. After entering the hotel room, William breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't find that he could be magical, or there would be only a group of 2 people to monitor him. It should be that I want to accept myself into the Intelligence Bureau, and deliberately examine myself. It's just that William didn't want to understand why Bond came to see him. He also said that he has been paying attention to him for many years. Is this really to investigate himself? William is a little unbelievable. There must be something Bond pays attention to in his body. What it is, I haven't figured it out after thinking about it for a long time. Many ideas can't be confirmed now. He dare not take the initiative to contact these people. That is not to tell directly. I know you are watching me. At that time, the MIB will definitely think, how can you be an ordinary college student know that we are monitoring you, and tell us how you know? Thinking of this, William couldn't help but shiver. He didn't want to ask for trouble when the game was selling, and he still didn't know what to do now. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 13, Buy Back the Family Castle. William returned to the hotel room and didn't care about being monitored anymore, and had a good night's sleep. Before getting up early the next morning, William received a call from lawyer Anthony. William answered the phone in confusion. Hello. Hey, sorry, William, I called you so early, but I think you should read today's Sun newspaper and call me after you have finished reading and deciding what to do." William hung up Anthony's phone and used the hotel landline to call the front desk to send a copy of today's Sun to his room. Ding dong! William heard the doorbell as soon as he brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth and wiped it with a towel, opened the door and picked up the newspaper from the hotel waiter. The waitress in the hotel looked at William and then at the newspaper in his hand. Her eyes became fiery immediately, and she glared at William and asked him, "Sir, this is the Sun newspaper today." William took the newspaper and glanced at the waiter. He was pretty, and smiled at the beauty as a greeting. Seeing William smile at her, the waiter hurriedly cast a wink at William and said, "Sir, do you still need it? Our hotel can satisfy you if you have any needs, sir." When William saw his head in the newspaper in his hand on the front page of the Sun, he immediately didn't bother to look at the beautiful waiter. He looked down at the newspaper in his hand and said to the waiter, "No, I will call the front desk if necessary, thank you." After speaking, he took out a £10 tip and gave it to the waiter, then turned and closed the door. Seeing that William didn't have time to talk to her, the waiter left with disappointment. She read the headline of the Sun today on the way she delivered the newspaper. "The young man in the newspaper is just the young man. This is a billionaire and a billionaire. Young and handsome billionaire, if something can happen to him, then post." I also hinted that something would happen, but William was not interested in her. William sat on the sofa in the room and looked at the big bust of himself on the headline of the Sun newspaper today. The whole person was not good. After watching the ninja angrily, William now only wants to slaughter the paparazzi and hemp eggs yesterday. How did these paparazzi know what he said in the meeting room yesterday? It was as complete as the paparazzi was taking notes in the meeting room. Not only do I know his name, the school, and even his family situation, should I say that the English paparazzi is indeed the ancestor of the paparazzi, or should I say that the Sun has great powers? Looking at the picture of his mother Lena Devonhill in the headline, William was a little worried about his mother, so he took out his mobile phone to call his mother. The phone rang. "Hey," William called Lena's voice. "Hey, good morning, Mom. Is there anything, William? I have to go to work. If you are okay, I will call you back at noon." William heard Lena closing the car door. Hearing that his mother went to work so early, William was a little dissatisfied. "Mom, we have discussed and reached an agreement last time, don't you need to work so hard?" "Mom, I can make money now, you don't need to do the same as before." Yes, baby, Mom did not violate what we said, haha, I wanted to surprise you, but now I can only tell you. I used the £1 million you gave me to buy a coffee shop on Oxford Street the day before yesterday. Baby, my mother would like to thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother's wish to be a coffee shop owner doesn't know when it will come true. I want to live in a coffee shop every day now, haha. Lena laughed happily. William was also happy to hear that Lena bought a cafe on Oxford Street, then you don't have to go to the cafe so early. Lena chuckled and said, "I just want to see my cafe. I don't feel well if I don't see it, my okay baby, Mom will take care of myself." "Well, Mom, as long as you like it." He didn't have £1 million at the beginning, but in the peripheral contract he signed with Giarfu, he was able to get 20% of the sales. Is the sales not pure profit? The £6.45 million peripheral cost him £1.29 million. After receiving the money, William gave his mother Lena £1 million to buy her something she likes. He also asked her to ask him if it was not enough. William gave it. Lena's money is to let her have money in her hands, so she will not panic, and people will be more relaxed. She didn't expect Lena to buy a cafe directly. But remembering the reason for the call, William carefully said to Lena, "Mom, I have something good to tell you, you don't drive the car now." Lena asked suspiciously, "Let's talk, did you do something wrong?" "I just sat in the car and didn't drive." "No, Mom, I didn't do anything bad." I just want you to read the current Sun newspaper. There are some my reports on it. I don't know how to tell you. You will know when you read the newspaper, William said carefully. Lena asked in surprise, God, the Sun? William, you are not dating a celebrity, and the paparazzi burst into the Sun. But how is this possible? Tell me what happened. God, baby, it's best not to tell me she's pregnant. William, I'm not ready to be a grandmother. William, you'd better pray that I'm not angry after reading the newspaper, otherwise your trouble will be serious, and I will definitely treat you beaten up. When she heard her son ask her to buy the Sun, Lena's first reaction was that her son had made a female celebrity as a girlfriend. In her impression, the Sun was a lace news newspaper. Oh, no, Mom, your brain is too big, it's not what you think. In any case, Mom, I think you should go home after reading the newspaper. Don't go to the coffee shop today. Well, I'm going to buy a copy of the Sun now. I'm going to see what you did to get the Sun to report you. William listened to the blind tone on the phone, put down the phone and patted his forehead, waiting for Lena to call back. William knew that Lena would call him right away after seeing the newspaper. William had a good idea. Within 10 minutes, Lena called. When the phone was connected, William heard a harsh scream. William, baby, tell me what the newspaper says is true. Tell me, it's all true. You are going to be a billionaire, Lena shouted to William. Yes, Mother, if nothing else, what the newspaper says is true. William put the phone back to his ear and said to Lena. William waited for a while without hearing Lena's voice but heard Lena crying. Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom? William asked anxiously. I'm okay, William, I'm happy, William, I think of your grandfather and grandmother. If they are still alive, they will be very happy to know that you can become a billionaire. Unfortunately, they didn't wait until you became a billionaire. Rich man, go to heaven with full of regrets, Lena whimpered. Mom, grandfather and grandmother will also be happy for me in the sky. Mom, don't cry, are you at home now? Let me go back to see you, William comforted. Yes, I'm at home, William, you come back and I have something to tell you. I'll wait for you at home, baby, Lena said. Good mother, I will go back now, you wait for me. After the call, William called the front desk and called for hotel service. Sitting in the car provided by the hotel, William was a little worried about the state of his mother Lena, and kept urging the driver to hurry up in the car. His house is not far from Oxford Street, a small building left by his grandfather. A small stone house with more than 80 square meters on the first floor. A living room, kitchen and bathroom, and 3 rooms on the second floor with a balcony of more than 10 square meters. William in memory likes staying on the balcony the most. Now William lives in school except Lena's room. The other 2 have been rented out for a short period of time, and can rent for £1,200 a month. When I got home and saw Lena sitting in the living room on the first floor waiting for him, William hurriedly stepped forward and hugged his mother. Lena held William excitedly for a long time. Seeing her mother so excited, William had to distract her. Mom, don't you have something to tell me? Yes, William, Mom has something to tell you. Lena took William and sat on the sofa. William, my mother didn't expect you to be a rich man, so there are things my mother thinks I still have to tell you. William, do you remember that when you were young, your grandfather, grandmother and mother used to take you to the old castle in Oxford? William thought for a while, and found the memory of the old castle in his memory. It was an old castle a few kilometers away from Oxford University. He had no impression of how old it was. Remember, Mom is not far from Oxford University. Yes, William, that's it. Mom now tells you that there used to be the Devonshire Castle. Unfortunately, Henry couldn't pay the estate tax after World War II. He was auctioned off. Your grandfather's greatest wish in his life is to be able to combine that castle with the manor was bought back, but unfortunately he could not wait until that time. Mother, William asked you to buy it at the right time and exchange the name of this castle back to Devonshire Castle. This is the biggest wish of your grandfather and grandmother in life. Now, William, can you promise Mom? Well, if Mom is just this, I can promise you now, and even at the end of this year, I can buy it and give it to you. William still dares to make this promise, and the world will fall into an economic regression in a few months. 1 year later, the housing prices in England plummeted by 50%. Now the castles in England are not very valuable. There are too many abandoned castles in England, and Oxford is not in the London area, and the castles are not expensive. The old castle in William's memory is still very large, surrounded by woods, grasslands, small lakes, and a river, but the old castle seems to be unoccupied. When William was a child, he thought that old castle was gloomy, but since mother cares so much about the castle, the big deal is to spend money to renovate it after buying it. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 14, Newspaper Front Page. England on February 11th. Today the whole of England is in a discussion. People are involuntarily discussing a 19-year-old university student named William Devonhill in work and life. In the morning, when people pick up the Sun newspaper, the first thing they see is that the headline of the front page of the Sun newspaper says, "Do you believe it? He will be the youngest billionaire in England." William's bust shot occupies the entire page of the Sunday. William on the front page is dressed in a formal suit, with a confident smile on his young face, and the raised right hand seems to greet the citizens. The young people on the photo are handsome and make people jealous. Most of them are reading the Sunday. People are cursing in their hearts, "Damn it, the headline of the Sun newspaper is fooling people, and this is the rich second generation showing off their wealth in the newspaper. Can you be a billionaire at only 19? Ma Dan, how is this possible? Whoever believes in the rich is not a fool." The Sun newspaper, a deadly headline party, is really becoming less and less professional. However, after the citizens of England have read the contents of the Sun today, they are envious and envy of William. "I was wondering why this guy is not my child or why I am not this guy." Although according to the newspaper, the billionaire does not know whether it is true or not, but the newspaper says that this guy made more than £2 million a month. God, today is not April Fool's Day, or maybe he is only 19 years old in his second year of college. How could a child earn £2 million a month? This kind of good thing would not be my turn. People who have read the newspaper thought to themselves, this is so possible, and it is deceiving. But calm down, they can't help but disbelieve what the newspaper says, because the newspaper put the family blessing on this half-month tea. The sales data of daily necessities such as shirts, hats, teacups, etc. are posted. If this is a fake Sun newspaper, just wait for Jirifu to report the Sun to death. Looking at the introduction to William Devonhill in the newspaper, most people were upset and then silent. Most people couldn't help but read it again. The author of the second page of the Sun wrote, "In my newspaper career for more than 20 years, I have seen so many incredible things, but when I received the newspaper reporters after the information, I fell into contemplation and then into ecstasy. We have heard too much about American IT geniuses and how these geniuses became rich overnight, but I have never heard of such geniuses in England, which makes me very frustrated. In the past, I complained about why our great England could not have such a genius, but when I saw the information in my hand at 12 o'clock in the morning, I was excited to write this report overnight. Readers and friends, let me do it solemnly. Let me introduce you to a 20-year-old most genius who was born and raised in England. Yes, I'm talking about the most genius, because I can't find any 20-year-old in this world who is more talented than William Devonhill. People. William Devonhill, born on December 7, 1980 at St. Mary's Hospital in London, England, mother Lena Devonhill, father unknown. We can't find any information about William's father, grandfather Henry Wynne, Earl of West Devonshire. Seeing Devonhill, do you think of something? Haha, you guessed it is right, it is the Devon Hill. The ancestor of Henry Winster Devon Hill is the Devon Hill we know, Duke of Seoul. However, Henry Winster Devon Hill was completely in decline during World War II more than 60 years ago. Henry Winster Devon Hill was born in 1928, but his youth did not well. When he was 14 years old, his father, Mr. Old Earl, and 3 uncles died for the British Empire in that war, one after another. In 1946, Henry Winster Devon Hill, who was only 18 years old because of the noble inheritance law, did not cover his family territory and castle. He could only inherit the title of the Earl of Oxford and a little poor real estate. He reached 31. He was married at the age of 33 and gave birth to his daughter Lena Devon Hill at the age of 33. And with this one daughter, Earl Henry Winster Devonshire has been unknown for the past 50 years. We only know that Henry is an ordinary middle level of the London Electric Company. If it weren't for today's report, I don't think anyone would pay attention to this family that killed all adult males in the battle for the British Empire in World War II. I would like to pay tribute to the Henry Winster Devonshire family and to salute to the sacrificed heroes of China. Lena Devon Hill was born in September 61, an ordinary descendant of aristocrats, who was also unknown for the past 39 years. We only know that she had William after returning from a ski trip to Switzerland 20 years ago. After giving birth to William Serena, Lena had several short-term loves, but for William Serena, Lena never married again. When William was 10 years old, Count Henry Winster Devonshire and his wife died of illness. Medical expenses ran out of the poor savings of the Devonshire family. After that, Lena raised William by herself, and she changed many jobs. She had to do 2 jobs for William to go to college. She was a great mother. However, when our reporter followed up the report the day before yesterday, we found that Lena Devon Hill had bought a 110 square meter cafe on Oxford Street the day before yesterday. After all, Lena finally came to her pains. I want to bless this great mother. The readers who read it are all scolding in their hearts. Of the follow-up report, you think we don't know, isn't it just the paparazzi sneak shot, and there is a face to say that the follow-up report, who doesn't know the Sun is a 3-page newspaper. In the past 60 years, the Devonshire family had no interesting things and people, and even the title was inherited by the family. But the reality is just like what A. Gump said in Forrest Gump. You will never know what the next lesson of chocolate is. The Devonshire family has become different from the beginning after the millennium. William Devon Hill, a 19-year-old and 3-month-old boy born in a single-parent family, has been a lot of squeeze from his childhood and has no friends, which allows him to spend most of his time studying. In the eyes of his peers, he is just a nerd, no friends, no hobbies. Well, archery and swimming can be counted. But if you think he is really a nerd, then you are wrong. From the business negotiation we learned from our newspaper, William performed very well. He has a clear understanding of the business needs and bottom line of big companies. The negotiators of large companies can often only do what he says, because William knows what these large companies want. The most important thing is that William Devon Hill developed the fire game while geniusly making the game's surroundings a big purchase, which made the value of this game several times higher immediately. I think the happiest thing now is the marketing students from GHFU and the University of London. William earned £2 million for GHFU in half a month, and more than £300,000 for the University of London students in 1 month. Part-time fee. Before the millennium, William Devon Hill can only be said to be a young man with a talent for reading. Maybe he can find an IT job with a monthly salary of £3,000 after graduating from college. The performance of what is expected of him. But everything changed after the millennium. He seemed to have been kissed by God during the millennium, and God passed his wisdom to William Devon Hill's head, otherwise I can't imagine why he could be there. In half a month, I completed the work that took dozens of people for half a year or even several years to complete, and completed it alone in only half a month, and completed it very well without any errors. According to the professional game designers and programmers I could find, they all looked like God after they tried the game called Plants vs. Zombies. They didn't believe that this was a game completed by one person in half a month. But after being confirmed by our newspaper, everyone sighed, "William Devonshire, you are a genius. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it." readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 15, The Fog in England Needs Sunshine and Flowers. Let us talk about why William Devonhill is a true genius. Plants vs. Zombies is a strategy game. After the game was made, it only appeared in London and around London. A month ago, William Devonshire was an unknown sophomore, but it was the average person in the eyes of others who spent half of it. I did all the work done by game designers, artists, and game programmers in just a few months. After finishing the game, I also did the work of the game tester, because in the information we know, no one has found the game loopholes in this game. After the game was completed, William Devonhill did all the work of the sales manager and the logistics manager. The game disc engraving negotiation was done by himself. I heard that the engraver who engraved the game for William is now all day long. He couldn't eat and couldn't sleep. He was regretting that when William Devonhill found him to engrave the game disc, he could not buy the game or sign the game agency contract. He just gave William Devonhill to William Devonhill at the ordinary price of £0.46 per engraving. I have reason to believe that this engraver is now heartbroken and wants to commit suicide, because he has finished the OEM 150,000 after the game disc was not able to receive another order from William Devonhill. He missed too many opportunities. William Devonshire was a poor boy half a month ago. After the game was made, he had no money to promote it, and he did not know any game agents. He had to find a way to promote the game by himself. So how did he promote the game? After I read the promotion plan of William Devonhill, I think that in the future, the university may deliberately add a realistic teaching case to its own school marketing, because as far as I know, there is no such thing as William Devonhill has the same sales case. Then how did he do it? William Devonhill is very smart. He knows how to play to his advantage. After the game is made, he takes it to the Department of Computer Science of the University of London to try it out for the alumni of the game club. After being generally appreciated by the alumni, he asked alumni recommend if he only sells £5 each, would you buy it? £5? Are you kidding me? In the eyes of his alumni, if this light-hearted strategy game that has never appeared on the market is to be sold, it costs £8 to £10 or more. Of course you can buy it if you only spend £5. For these game lovers, you can only eat 2 hamburgers for £5. How expensive it can be. It's not a big deal to spend £5 to buy a game you like. Then came the really smart part of William Devonhill. He knew that he had no promotion channels, no money, and no helpers. He thought of a way to let college alumni willingly buy him game discs. William Devonhill first registered all copyrights in the Copyright Office and then spent £100 to register 2 companies, one is registered in England and the other is Ireland. He sells the right to sell the game for £1 each. Give him the Irish companies so that he can successfully avoid the problem of not having the right to sell game discs in England. Why is this possible? I think anyone who knows England and Ireland can understand what I'm talking about, so I won't say much on this issue. After signing a contract with the University of London alumni with a shipping price of £4, the alumni sold them to their classmates and friends for £6. I heard that a guy from the University of London sold 200 game discs on the first day. Earned £400. God, I also want to sell game discs to William Devonhill. As the editor-in-chief who has been working for more than 20 years, I don't have a salary of £400 a day. Maybe I should ask William Devonhill for advertising fees and pens. Fee. The game was first famous in the University of London, and then introduced by the students of the University of London. Soon many college students around London knew about this game. Under the spontaneous spread of the college students, middle school students and elementary school students knew about this game. The parents and relatives in the family also learned that there is a very fun game on the market. In this way, within a month, Plants vs. Zombies sold 150,000 game discs in London and surrounding areas. This kind of sales method that first made a name in colleges and universities and then spread to the society spontaneously by students is really genius. Without spending a penny on publicity, and making money as soon as it went on sale, William Devonhill took only half a day to persuade Carrefour's London manager to sell the game's peripheral souvenirs. Monthly sales of 6.45 million game peripherals are people who attract top companies like EA, Ubisoft, Best Star, and Carrefour in a month count as genius ideas. Of course. When I saw the information that William Devonhill called for a starting price of £100 million, the shock in my heart was beyond words. I don't know if that game can really sell for £100 million, but I'm listening. According to the estimates of many game industry agents, this game can definitely sell 7, 8 million, or even tens of millions of game discs worldwide. If a game disc sells for £8, I would definitely want to buy one to see what kind of game can make young people so crazy. Coupled with the sale of 430,000 pieces of games worth more than £6.25 million at home in half a month, I don't know if a company will spend £100 million to sell the full copyright of the game, but I want to tell William Devonhill, keep the game in your hands, and you can earn far more than £100 million. Perhaps in a few years, this game can become the best and most popular game in England in the world, and it can become the most popular game in England. Sign. I want to tell William Devonhill that it may not be long before Plants vs. Zombies will no longer be yours alone. The images of sunflower, pea shooter, hot pepper, and other plants in the game may become the icon of London in many years. When people think of these plants, they will remember that they appeared in London, and they can become London's new favourites like Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. William Devonhill, I beg you not to sell them, not to sell the new favourites of London, not to sell the long-awaited expectations of London citizens. England has not had an export culture that can affect the world for too long, it is needed too much now, and he marked the victory of English culture after the new millennium. Otherwise, William Devonshire, you will become a sinner in London. William was at home listening to his mother Lena sitting on the sofa and happily reading Today's Sun to him. When he heard the last paragraph, Eric could not help but yell at the editor-in-chief of The Sun, "Seeing you a ghostly London sign. Seeing you a ghost, London needs it, but it's not that your Sun newspaper needs to write this in order to attract more people to read the newspaper and attract more controversy. You're so innocent." William can think that in a few days someone will come out to oppose him selling the copyright of Plants vs. Zombies. Maybe there will be some guys from the City of London who will come out and yell, "It's a headache." When he became angry, he calmed down and thought it over. Although The Sun caught him off guard this time, it will have a certain impact on his game sales, but relatively speaking, it will benefit William more. I believe the whole of England will know that there is a game that will sell for £100 million, which will make the game more famous. It will cause more pressure on several companies that want to buy games, because new competitors will soon appear. And when the game becomes so famous, it is not just the daily necessities such as game discs and t-shirts and hats that can make money. At that time, the cartoon images in the game may appear in playgrounds, books, movies, TV, and plush toys. Maybe they can really become swept the world like Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. This is all money. Yesterday, William had to calculate the price of £100 million for Best Star, who was eager to go public. After today, it may be Best Star. This is destined to become a big fire. Projects that are closely related to its main business are not available every year. It is impossible for Best to give up this project if it wants to obtain a higher market value when it goes public. It seems that 100 million is really the starting point, and William is silently happy. I may really become a billionaire in a few days. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 16, blocked by reporters. William looked at his happy mother and was very satisfied. Her mother looked like she was reborn today, full of energy and speaking much more than usual. I don't have to worry about my son's future anymore, and I can live more easily. William, this Sun newspaper is really amazing. It only took one day to find out most of our family's situation. Although some things are wrong, they are basically true. Unfortunately, my mother is a female and cannot inherit your grandfather's the title, but it seems that you have the opportunity to inherit the title of the Earl. Mom heard from your Aunt Mary Hendricks of Oxford that the Earl of Oxford has worked hard for 10 years and no offspring has been born. No more, Mom, don't you know what the aristocracy in England is now? The nobles nowadays dare not tell people that they are aristocrats. There is no benefit, and they are restricted everywhere. They don't know why. So many people want to be nobles. Lena nodded sadly. Yes, if it were not for the noble inheritance law, your maternal grandfather would not borrow money to inherit the title. Finally, after the inheritance of the title, he had to sell the family's castle and property and return the money. In my generation, there is no baron to inherit the title. Depressed, the most unwilling thing about your grandfather is that the title was inherited by that useless distant relative. When your grandfather was ill, he jumped up and down, but so what? It gave him 10 years of time. Can't you have a baby? The title will still come back to our house, Lena said bitterly. William looked at his mother's sadness and quickly persuaded him, okay, Mother, let's not talk about it. Now, what's the use of talking about it? Let's talk about it when the time comes. Let's talk about the knighthood. Maybe England will abolish the nobility. Now that so many people are opposing the noble system, let's leave it alone. Lena snapped William angrily and said. No, you must get it back when you are titled. William, you were young at the time, and you didn't realize the pain and helplessness of your grandfather, and the title still has many benefits. Otherwise, why do you think the council is so deliberately suppressing the nobles? I'm not afraid that the nobles will benefit too much. Yes, 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 my mother, what you said is right, but you don't want to think that I am not a pure-blooded Englishman. I don't know how many people will oppose it if I inherit the title. It's fine for us now. You can live the life you want with peace of mind, and after a few years my child is born, our family will be lively. When William said to let her take her grandson, Lena complained to William angrily, Ha, William, I can tell you, you can't bring me grandson now. I'm not ready to be a grandmother. At 39 years old, I haven't accepted the fact that you have grown up yet. Thinking about me becoming a grandmother, I will have a headache. God, that means I will be old. William thought that in the future, there would be a cute baby crying to his father, and William was happy and sweating in his heart. William, who had not been a father in 2 lifetimes, didn't know how to face the child, and said hurriedly, No, yes, Mom, I'm only 19 years old, and I don't even have a girlfriend, so how could I be a father? Lena heard that William said that his girlfriend was worried and said, William, you should have a girlfriend, or the newspaper will definitely say that you are gay. William nodded and agreed. Now he is not the taciturn and read-only nerd William before. He is already over 30 in his heart, but having a girlfriend should be natural. Dealy dealy, William's phone rang, and he took out the phone and saw that it was Anthony's call. William got up and walked to the window to answer the call. Hi, hello, Anthony. Anthony's anxious voice came over the phone. Hello, Mr. Devonhill, have you figured out how to deal with the report of the Sun today? Maybe we can send a lawyer's letter to warn them, and we can't let them be so unscrupulous. After thinking about it carefully, William said to Anthony in a serious tone, Anthony, it is not used for the time being. Today's report is still normal. Although it will have some adverse effects on us, today's report will help us even more. It's not the time to offend the media. Offending them will do more harm to us. We now need the media to say good things for us. In a few days, the whole world will know about the game Plants vs. Zombies and let them report, as long as it is not deliberately spreading rumors, don't care. After thinking for a moment, Anthony nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Devonhill, I will do what you say, and carefully review the remarks of every newspaper, so I won't bother any more. Goodbye, Mr. Devonhill." "Goodbye, Anthony, call me if you have something to do." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, William opened the curtains, and a flash suddenly flashed in front of him, and then a flash of flash popped through. William saw through the window that his home was now full of reporters. "Can William and William accept our interview?" "William Devonshire, I am a reporter for the Times, please accept my interview." "William, I'm from the Times, can I give you an interview?" William heard that the Times, the Daily Telegraph, and the Guardian, the largest newspapers in England, were all lined up. Their heads were big. These guys came so fast. He looked at the excited expressions outside the house and kept facing him. The reporter who snapped, William knew that he didn't even think about An Sheng if he didn't go out for an interview today. He happened to be able to take the reporter's hand and pass some words that are beneficial to the game. After thinking about it, the time is right now. William said to his mother, who approached the window, "Mom, there are too many reporters outside, I will send them away." "Well, when William speaks, please pay attention not to catch their traps," Lena warned. "Understand, rest assured mother, I will pay attention." After William opened the door and walked out, he stood on the doorstep and smiled at the reporter who took the picture. "Okay, everyone, I accept your interview, but please pay attention to your safety. You can ask me 3 questions. After you ask, please leave the street. You have affected other residents. Be careful they call the police." When William said that someone might call the police, the reporters became quieter, but after a while, these guys asked loudly again. For these reporters, they were not afraid of the police. The police came and left. "Okay, just 3 questions, or if I refuse to accept the interview, I have the right to refuse," William shouted. Well, it is William's right to refuse the interview, just like the right of a reporter to interview again, but others don't want to talk to you, you can't hold William, or you will be informed. "There are still smart people," William heard someone ask him before he waited a while. "William, I'm a Times reporter, Linda, I want to ask you, how did you calculate the 100 million quoted price for yourself? Do you think someone will buy it at such a high price?" "You have 2 questions, madam, I don't care about the first question because you are a lady. The morning report of The Sun has already said that it is very clear that optical game discs can sell more than 60 million. After the game is on fire, I don't think it will be a problem to sell more than 100 million a year. Note that I am talking about 1 year. And this is not counted as plush toys, movies, TV books, playgrounds, and other surroundings, as well as the game's intangible visibility bonus to copyright companies. These are all more important for listed companies. I think the increase in stock price may be copyright. The purchase is several times or even 10 times, the IT industry is so hot now, I now think that if I sell £200 million, many companies will be excited. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 17, Famous in England. The reporters heard that £200 million were all in an uproar. They thought it was a sky-high price for £100 million, but now they heard William said that buying a game can push up the stock price of hundreds of millions of billions of dollars. May. According to the current situation in the stock market, William's forecast may be realized. It does not mean that you can make a lot of money by buying it. There will be a headline tomorrow, just write £200 million is its true value. William watched the reporters silently, and smiled secretly in his heart. Buying now may actually increase the stock price, as he said, but it would be hard to say if it is past March of this year. Okay, there is one more question. Does anyone still have to ask? The reporter was reminded by William and asked quickly, Mr. Devonhill, are you really related to the Duke of Devonshire? Do you have the right to inheritance to the nobility? William turned his eyes to the reporter who asked questions. This is a trap for me. None of these London reporters are good. We are okay. If we want to talk about the relationship, I can only say that we are an ancestor. Our Devonshire was already a nobleman 1000 years ago. It is more than 600 years earlier than the current ducal family. The rest is okay. I was not born as a noble. My mother did not have the right to inherit from nobles. Now we are all ordinary people. Are you satisfied if I say that? The reporter who was asked by William was unwilling to say, however, according to the information we found, the Earl of Oxford has no heir now. You are now the only heir to the title. Do you have any thoughts on this? William was surprised by this question. How could I have inheritance rights? Don't the offspring of women have inheritance rights? William didn't know how to answer, so he pretended to be stupid and said, Okay, I have answered all 3 questions, so let's stop here. Please don't be around this street anymore, thank you. After saying that, William ignored the reporter and shouted, Let him answer the reporter's question. William didn't care about this. He came out to interview reporters just to use the media to put more pressure on companies that want to buy game copyrights, and other. William didn't care. By February 12, newspapers throughout England were reporting on William. Today's newspaper reported in more detail. Some reporters went to William's former elementary school and middle school to find his teachers and classmates and dug up everything he had previously. Serious newspapers such as The Times and the Financial Times all reported in long lengths William's interview yesterday about the pulling effect of game copyright on the stock price of listed companies, and many economic and stock managers were invited to explain. Not to mention that several experts on the scene basically agreed with William's views, and believed that in the current investment environment, the 90% chance that William said will be realized. Even the morning news of the TV station broadcast the clips of William's interview yesterday. People watched this handsome, smart, and rich young man talk in front of reporters on TV. He said it was justified. Convincing, this made William an instant celebrity in England. Many tabloids also focused on reporting that William once confessed to a girl in middle school. Even the girl was found by them. They did an interview. The girl has now become a big girl, expressing the hope that she will continue her relationship with William. I regretted not accepting William at that time and hoped that William would give her another chance. William was not taken lightly by these tabloids. Now he doesn't even remember what that girl looks like. The downside of being famous in society is that William and Lena can't leave home now, and a large number of reporters outside the house are waiting for him, wanting to get some big news from him. Even the 2 office workers who rented in his house almost couldn't get out of this street this morning. The 2 white-collar workers were surrounded by a large group of reporters as soon as they left the house and asked a lot of questions. Finally, the police came forward to help. Just let them get rid of this group of reporters. Even the Duke of Devonshire, who usually doesn't show up very much, was caught by the reporter and asked a lot about his relationship with the William family. The old Duke is still very close to the people. He smiled and said that he was very happy that the Devonshire family had such an outstanding offspring as William. When he was young, he met William's grandfather Henry Winster Devonhill. The 2 had a good chat. Although William has no contact with them anymore, as the blood of the same ancestor, the old Duke hopes that William will have time to visit him. He welcomes William and his mother to his home. The reporter heard that the old Duke personally admitted that William was really a descendant of the Devonshire family, and they all reported on it like chicken blood. After reading these reports, William sighed to his mother Lena. This is still hot. Reading a large-scale report on the history of the Devonshire family in the newspaper advertised Devonshire to the whole of England for free. Older and smarter. William has been blocked at home for 3 days. In the past 3 days, many big companies have sent people to London to find William. They wanted to negotiate with Eric privately. Even Disclay sent people to find him. Hasbro paid him back. I want to talk to William about the joint release of Plants vs. Zombies toys. William will not agree at this time, but will reply to the company that comes to him every few days to negotiate at the Hilton Hotel on February 15. Frankly speaking, William thought about keeping the copyright of Plants vs. Zombies in his hands, but after 2 days of careful consideration he decided to sell the copyright. The copyright in his own hands is different from those of large companies. First, he has no sales channels. In the end, he still has to authorize other companies. It is too difficult and too time-consuming to build channels by himself. He might as well do some new projects with energy. Secondly, Nasdaq will collapse soon. In the next 2 years, IT-related companies will have an extremely difficult time, and their stock prices will fall sharply. I might as well take the opportunity to sell the game when the stock price of this IT industry is the highest. Good price. At that time, after the stock market had bounced, they bought the stocks of companies with bright prospects. After more than 10 years, the stock prices of many companies have risen hundreds of times. Thirdly, if he keeps the game in his hands, he is really afraid that he will not be able to keep it. Capital has no righteousness and reason to tell you. There will be a large number of people who will try their best to grab the game copyright from William. The game is too famous now, and everyone has no objection that the game can increase the stock price. Fourth, he will put the money for selling copyrights into the Nasdaq stock market to sell short. Even if he does not understand financial knowledge, but he has money, he goes to Switzerland to find a bank agent, and when signing a contract, the bank's trader must be fully committed to himself. He only wants to be a short-term short, and he can earn at least 5 times more in just a few months. At that time, he will keep 40% of his money in England. After he goes to Switzerland, he will use the money left in the Bank of England as collateral. In addition, the money from offshore companies will enter the stock market in Switzerland, and the money earned will remain in Switzerland. Without entering his England account, he doesn't have to pay a dime to the English government. Even if it is known by the English government, the government has nothing to do with William. If I don't enter England, what can you do with me? When you want to buy, use an offshore company to buy shares. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 18, Finally don't have to worry about money. On February 15, William got up early, put on the suit made by a private tailor in Oxford Street the other day, and tied his tie with the help of his mother, Lena. The Hilton Hotel staff had already drove to pick him up. The whole of England is paying attention to the game auction today. How can Hilton Hotel give up on such a concern? In addition, the last time the recording leaked at their hotel, Hilton Hotel will continue to hold meetings in their hotel in order for William to continue to accept it. Eric is £1, and he will be sent free of charge and bodyguards to pick him up. After the auction, he will also provide a free reception, and will also give him a 40% off platinum card for staying at the William Global Hilton Hotel. Since Hilton is so sincere, there is no need to bother looking for other venues, and today's auction has nothing to keep secret. Fortunately, there were bodyguards, otherwise it would be difficult for William to leave home easily and go to the Hilton Hotel. More than a dozen bodyguards almost failed to protect William when he went out. Today's reporters are very grumpy. Everyone wants to get first-hand news from William. After arriving at the Hilton Hotel, Anthony's law firm has helped William contact the auctioneer, and the hotel staff is making final preparations. Today, William doesn't need to be on stage to say anything. After the media bombardment of today's, everyone knows the auction has already been done. Companies that are interested in games will definitely send people. Now everything depends on strength to determine the end of the game copyright. Now even if William says he can't sell it, he signed a contract with a law firm, and the company that came to the auction today has also signed a contract with the law firm. Unless no one bids £100 million today, the game is unsuccessful, but that's impossible. A few days more than 10 times more, according to William's knowledge of Anthony, many medium-sized companies have united, and after preparing to take the picture, they will divide the agency rights according to each continent. William met a lot of people in the hotel venue, and everyone was very optimistic about William. After all, this young man alone could be worth dozens of elites. After 9 o'clock in the morning, the auctioneer came to the stage to greet today's auctioneers and the auction officially began. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies, I am Christie's Gold Medal Gloves. I will serve you today. I am very happy to host this auction. Okay, gentlemen and ladies. The auction officially begins. After finishing talking, the auctioneer picked up a document bag and raised it to everyone, jokingly saying, "This is a bag of paper worth more than £100 million. Each piece of paper in it is worth £3 million. I really hope you are sitting here. After getting it, I won't feel a disadvantage." Ha ha ha. Everyone in the venue laughed heartily. They knew that the bags contained copyright books, but they were indeed a bag of paper. Well, just kidding, gentlemen, the documents in my hand have a letter of undertaking jointly issued by the 3 major law firms in London to ensure that the full copyright of the Plants vs. Zombies game is in the hands of Mr. William Devonhill, and there is no copyright. The dispute is entirely in the hands of the owner, and this transaction will be insured by the largest insurance company in England to ensure that the buyer pays off within 7 days after the auction. If the insurance company breaches the contract, the insurance company will claim twice the auction amount. Do you have any questions? The auctioneer waited for a minute. Seeing that no one had any objections, he picked up the auction hammer and said loudly to everyone on the venue, "Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting time has come. The starting price of the full copyright of Plants vs. Zombies is £100 million. Shooting starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting price is £100 million, please bid." After the auctioneer finished speaking, someone raised a placard, "100 million. The auctioneer looked at the person holding the placard and said loudly, "Mr. 19 bid £100 million, is there anyone else to bid?" 105 million. 110 million. The price was 110 million in a few rounds, and William sat down in the seat and praised his wit. This was all due to what he said to the reporter the day before yesterday. 120 million. William saw another offer from the person from Best Star. The Disciples people bid 125 million. At this price, the buyers hesitated to bid. William watched that the person in charge of the GFO didn't even make an offer, as if he was watching the excitement. When he was at the meeting just now, he vowed to William that their board of directors was authorized to him, and GFO will fight for the ownership of the game with all its strength. Is this going to use its best? The show's mind is gone. This little money scares you? 130 million. The representative of Best Star gritted his teeth and looked at the disco. This time the placard presenter at the disco stopped for a long time. The assistant next to him has been on the phone and seems to be reporting to the headquarters. There are no bids, the first bid, the second bid. Before the final bid of 133 million, the disco eventually increased the price. Everyone in the audience can see the people of Best Star. Now people who watch the disco are like seeing an enemy. The appearance of the disco makes them spend a lot of money. Gritting his teeth, Best Star reported 135 million. This time, the auctioneer has repeatedly hinted that the disco will not be offered again, and the disco has not been able to win the case. The auctioneer yelled third bid, the deal with the hammer in his hand. The auction was considered a success. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. This auction is officially over. Thank you. The auctioneer thanked everyone and left the presiding desk. William happily shook hands with the person in charge of Best Star and took a group photo. The people of Best Star looked very happy. Under the leadership of the lawyer, both parties came to the signing table and sat down. William signed the contract under the guidance of the lawyer. Then Eric and Best Star signed insurance contracts and fund exchange contracts with insurance companies and banks respectively. Best Star's money will be divided into two: 40% of the money will be remitted to William's account in England, and the other 60% will be remitted directly to the offshore company account of the British Virgin Islands. This insurance and bank guarantee cost 4% of Eric's amount plus 1% of the lawyer's firm. He would spend a total of £6.75 million. William felt that he was still acceptable. Spending a few million would guarantee money within 7 days. When it arrives, if it is delayed until March, the variables will be too great. In the specified time, Black Star's money can't reach William's account, so the insurance company and the bank have to directly lose money to him, and Black Star's money is owed by the insurance company and the bank. After signing the contract, everyone took a group photo together and the reception was held at the Hilton Hotel. After William had dealt with some charity organizations and some beauties who didn't know how to get in, he wanted to communicate with beauties, but there was no type he liked on the scene. William was choosing what to eat at the buffet table alone. He didn't eat it after getting up in the morning. Now he was really hungry. When he was eating happily, William heard a voice behind him. "Hello, William. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed." Chapter 19, Single Hand from 007. "Hello, Mr. Devonhill." When William heard the sound and turned his head, he saw the guy who claimed to be James Bond last time holding a glass of wine and looking at William with a smile on his face. William remembered what our Uncle Bond said and joked, "I really don't remember what your name is, Mr. Bond." Bond, William joked, echoed, and smiled and said, "Thank you for remembering me." "Congratulations, William, we are the youngest billionaire in England." "Wow, William, you are so enviable." Our Mr. James Bond's acting skills were so bad when he said this, he was too exaggerated, and William couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, Mr. Bond, you don't actually need to praise me like that. You can just say anything if you want to find me. Eric doesn't want to contact these agents at all. Being found by them means trouble. There are things these guys dare to be interested in, and he really has a big secret. He doesn't want anyone to pay attention to him all the time. The system and magical things William must never be exposed. 007 could hear William's defense and alienation from him. "Okay, William, I came to you this time to introduce you to someone." "Who?" asked William. "Come with me, not far away." In the hotel cafe, Bond motioned to William to let him follow, and brought William to the hotel cafe. Before entering the door, William saw 2 tall bodyguards standing in front of the cafe. It seems that the identity of the person seen today is quite special. After entering the door, Bond took Eric to an old woman in her 60s, and Bond himself stood aside obediently and said nothing. Before William walked in, he knew what was going on in the cafe through the door with his mental energy. Is the famous Mrs. M? There are only so few characters that people can remember after seeing so many Bond movies. Mrs. M, the head of the English Military Intelligence Agency, played 7 Bond films from the young Ms. M to the old lady Ms. She is the evergreen tree in the Bond film series. Mrs. M reached out to William, who approached and said, "William Devonhill, you can call me Mrs. M." William pretended to be confused and shook hands with M and said, "It's nice to meet you, madam, I'm William Devonhill, I don't know if you are looking for me." M sighed and looked at the young man in front of him. He could easily become a billionaire with his own efforts before he was 20 years old. This old fellow Henry is really blessed to have such an outstanding heir. Mrs. M said kindly, "Can I call you William?" William nodded. Of course, ma'am. Mrs. M didn't say too much to William, so she explained her intentions directly. William, I came to you today to invite you to join our newly established department. Hearing that Mrs. M was really here to invite him to join the MIB, William directly refused to say sorry. Madam, I think you should know about me. I just got a lot of money, and this money can happen to my mind. Thoughts, I will create my own company and have my own business, so sorry madam, I have no plans to work for others. William knew that Mrs. M wanted to invite him to join the MIB, but he really didn't want to join the MIB, that would be too much trouble. Mrs. M also knows that William has just become a billionaire, and it is unlikely that she will agree, but she is here to invite William to join the MIB for other reasons. William, we are not an ordinary unit, I think you should look at this. The attendant next to Mrs. M took out a file bag and gave it to William. After receiving it, opening the file bag, William first saw a photo of his grandfather Henry Winster Devonhill. What does this have to do with my grandfather? I opened the file and the content on the file surprised William. It turned out that my grandfather was the code name of the MIB when he was alive, and Henry joined the MIB at the age of 18. Never quit. At the end of the document, there is a letter left by Henry Winster Devonhill. Henry Winster Devonhill hopes that William will join the MIB and inherit his career and code name after he turns 20. The code name is from his grandfather's grandfather to their family. Hell, how could Henry Winster Devonhill and his grandfather be an agent of the MIB? There is no memory of this in his mind. Ding activates the knowledge of special skills. The host can browse any agent, killer, terrorist, and special forces knowledge on its own, and the host opens the camp. The camp is divided into the lawful camp and the chaotic camp. If the host joins a certain camp, it will be rewarded by the system. William heard that the system that has always been in a corpse state suddenly appeared, and activated the faction system. The lawful camp is not about recognizing order and observing order. To put it simply, the law and morality do not do it. If you don't do it, then you are the lawful camp. Yes, the law and ethics clearly stipulate that you can't do it, you have to do it, and you can do it with peace of mind, and happily. You are definitely in a chaotic camp. William chose the order camp without even thinking about it. He didn't want to destroy the world, and destroy all mankind every day in the future. William made a lot of money after he was reborn. Now he least wants social turmoil and chaos. He has just become rich, and the rich have not yet enjoyed the life of the rich. If anyone dares to disturb William to enjoy the wonderful life in the future, William will definitely kill him quietly. Ding! The host chooses the order camp and rewards 1 cubic meter of portable storage space. Haha, there is this good thing. William is happy and happy. It will be convenient if he wants to steal something in the future. The storage space is really a smuggling artifact. Buy some high tariff things and go to other countries. Profit. Forget it, so I'm a billionaire too. If I don't have money, I will talk about it. If I have money, I will be too bad. Seeing Eric staring at the file without responding, M winked at Bond. Bond knowingly said to William, "William, are you okay?" William looked up at the handsome uncle in front of him. The concern in the eyes of the handsome uncle was not fake. He was a little wondering why the famous Bond seemed to have a good impression of him. These ace agents are not soft-hearted people. Perhaps it was because of seeing William's doubts. This handsome uncle explained to William, "William, I was an agent of your grandfather's work more than 10 years ago. I haven't entered the 00 group yet. Your grandfather taught me a lot when I didn't have a code name. I transferred to Mrs. M after your grandfather passed away. I still know your mother. I held you when you were young. Do you remember William? The car I gave you when you celebrated your 10th birthday." After hearing what this guy said, William immediately remembered why he always had a feeling of acquaintance when he saw this guy last time. At that time, he thought it was because of the big star pierce in his previous life. Now Bond mentions it. The memory of his predecessor William appeared in his mind. Soul Dan, you are the Soul Dan." The memory in William's mind suddenly made him angry. William stepped forward and grabbed Bond by the collar but handed him, a strong man of more than 1.8 meters, with one hand. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 20, 3 Kills Easily. When Mrs. M saw William suddenly violent, she hurriedly backed away. Bill Turner, his personal assistant and bodyguard, hurriedly shouted, "Stop, William, put down Bond." After speaking, he touched his waist, holding Glock in his palm and was about to point at William. William just saw the fighting skills of many agents and special forces in his mind. He is now familiar with the movements of these trained agents. Seeing Bill's movements, he knew that he wanted to point at him with Glock, without thinking about his left hand. He quickly touched the key in his pocket, a wizard's hand, and threw it at Bill's right wrist. Fortunately, William still had doubts about the secular world in his heart, knowing that Bill was not his enemy now, so he used the key head instead of the key tip, otherwise his wrist would be scrapped. Bill only felt a flash of white light, and a sharp pain came from his right wrist. He exclaimed, holding Glock's hand numb, and Glock fell to the ground. The two bodyguards at the door heard the sound, and pushed the door with their blocking guns in their hands. They saw William holding William in his hand and wanted to shoot. Before they waited for the blocking gun to face William, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. When he loosened his hand, the blocking gun fell to the ground, and there was the sound of coins falling to the ground. Bond, who was mentioned by William, hurriedly called, "Stop it all, stop it all, I'm fine, I'm fine, Hunter, Steve, I'm fine." William is calm, calm. William said angrily, "You soul, I remember you, it was your soul that killed my grandfather." After speaking, William grabbed Bond's neck with his hand. His current strength is amazing. Karmatage's space magic improves his physical fitness all the time. Now he can easily lift 200 kilograms with one hand. It is really too simple to break a person's neck with his hand. Seeing that William wanted to kill Bond, Bill wanted to lean over to pick up the Glock 17 gun, but before he bends over, William pulled out the belt in his waist and grabbed Glock 17. This belt is made by William himself. A 1-meter belt can swing 4 meters long. He can't whip, but he can disguise it as a whip by using the magician's hand. It makes people think that he is very good at whipping. Think about it as the hand of a wizard in the wizarding world. No one in this world knows magic except William, and some invisible spells can be disguised. As soon as William closed his hand, the whip automatically returned to William's waist. As soon as he grasped it, he caught Glock 17, who was pulled by the belt. William now has a lot of experience in using the sniper rifle in his mind, and he doesn't need to learn much. After reading it in his mind, he opened the warranty of the sniper rifle with one hand with his left hand, and pointed at the two bodyguards at the door. Slowly, kick Glock 17 off the ground. The two bodyguards were pointed at with weapons and did not dare to move. They saw that William could be loaded with one hand just now, knowing that William was a master, and honestly followed William's instructions. The two bodyguards at the door kicked off their weapons and walked obediently in front of Mrs. M to block her. William also calmed down at this time. He didn't want to offend Mrs. M too much, so he withdrew his left hand from the magazine in the weapon and the loaded one in the weapon. Zidane, throwing the weapon, his right hand loosened and said to Bond, "Nash, you are the soulless Nash, you'd better tell me how my grandfather passed away, otherwise I will break your neck." Bond heard William say his original name, knowing that William really recognized him, his expression went dark, and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, William, Henry is indeed implicated in me to death, you are going to kill me now for you. My grandfather has nothing to say about revenge." "Wait, William." Mrs. M saw that William had only subdued her bodyguard, and even threw the weapon in her hand. Knowing that William didn't want to hurt her, she hurried to explain. William, your grandfather was betrayed by someone. He was betrayed by Eric 006 more than 10 years ago. Henry was hit by a stray bullet in his lungs to cover his death when he retreated. Otherwise, you would see him in London. Not until Henry's last side, William is not Bond's fault. 006 isn't that guy Eric the golden-eyed booze? What kind of world am I reborn in? According to his memory, he overheard the conversation between his grandfather and his grandmother outside the ward when his grandfather was hospitalized. The grandmother hated a man named Nash, but his grandfather did say that Nash was not to blame. It was an accident. At that time, William was young, and only knew that the death of his grandfather was related to a man named Nash. Today, I remembered it and connected him. As soon as William knew that it was Bond who killed his grandfather, he immediately couldn't help it. Although William's soul was completely integrated in his body in this sentence before his resurrection, it would not have any impact on him, but the memories and emotions of his predecessor did not disappear. He completely accepted William's memories and emotions for his death of his grandfather. People just want to slaughter them by themselves. William thought about the memory in his mind. Since his grandfather did not hate Bond before his death, it means that it is exactly the same as Mrs. M said. William put down Bond and said to him, "Tell me, you have killed the man named Eric. Soul light, otherwise just tell me that I can find him there." Bond rubbed his neck with his hands. Just now he really felt that William wanted to squeeze his neck. He could feel the strength of William's hands. Bond had no idea that William, who was just over 19 years old, could subdue him with his bare hands. This really surprised him. Fortunately, William was calm and reasonable, otherwise he was really afraid that William would crush his neck. "Don't worry, William, I personally avenged Henry 5 years ago. Eric died in front of me and I watched him die," Bond assured William. Mrs. M regained her expressionless expression and said to William, "Well, although there are some misunderstandings, it seems we have reached a settlement now, but..." After looking at William's expression, Mrs. M saw that William was calm and said, "It seems to William that your grandfather Henry did not abide by the rules and regulations of the MIB. He left a lot of things for you to train you secretly, otherwise there is nothing in your mediocre file that shows you have such good skills. The most hateful thing is that you have concealed it for 10 years. You have a pretty good disguise, William Devonshire, really worthy of being Henry's successor to that old fox." After talking, Mrs. M's eyes were already angry. She suspected that William's skills were taught to him by his grandfather, and even Henry may have left a lot of knowledge in this area on paper to upload to William, otherwise all this is explained. William's performance just now was amazing. This is already a serious violation of the rules and regulations of the Military Intelligence Bureau. If Henry is still alive, she will definitely throw Henry that guy in prison. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 21, Security Council Gary's Mallory. The easily uniformed ace agent Bond, let the 3 elite agents with weapons not fight back, especially the very good hidden weapon and whip to grab the weapon, and look at his familiarity with the weapon. "I know I don't play with guns less, it's not like it can be done in a few years." The more Mrs. M thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She, the king of secret agents, was actually played by a 19-year-old child, and it has been 10 years since she was 10 years old until William was 19. And the old soul of Henry Winster Devon Hill. He must have left to William the special knowledge he knew and could find. Even the Devonshire family has had this for more than 100 years. In terms of preparations, they have been preparing for the heir's fault, and they will definitely leave behind. When Henry Winster Devonshire was about to die, Henry used the conditions of disbanding Group W to reach a secret agreement with herself, in exchange for her to come to William when William was 20 years old and let William take Henry's class. Inheriting the W code name, which the Devi Hill family has controlled for more than 100 years, because Henry had planned it a long time ago. He has been secretly training William Devonshire. After nearly 10 years of training, he is now in William Complete. If he could take over the W code name, he had already calculated it. And his energy was completely consumed on the list of members of the Vane Group W, and he didn't notice the little fox, William Devonhill. The more Mrs. M thought about it, the more she felt that she was deceived by Henry Winster Devonshire. When this soul was dying, she vowed to her in the hospital bed and said that Group W had been disbanded, but today I see Williams in performance. Mrs. M is very worried that Team W will not disband at all, otherwise there is no clue why she has been looking for 10 years. Mrs. M thinks that she hasn't given up on finding the list of W team members in these 10 years. She wants to find the super masters in the list and use them for her. After the death of Henry Winster Devonshire, she sent someone to secretly search for no less than 10 times in the small house where William is now living, and she also went to the Devonshire family castle in Oxfordshire many times. Almost turned the castle over. Team W has always been the thorn in her heart. This is the only group in the MIB that she cannot intervene. After searching for so many years, there is no clue at all, but this cowardly, timid, and nerdy child who has been under her nose for 10 years has turned into a super master who can easily turn over her 4 men. She has mastered the Military Intelligence Bureau for decades, and has never embarrassed her like it is today. Mrs. M asked William with a stern face and fire in her eyes, "William Devonhill told me that you learned these skills from there." When Mrs. M looked at him, he felt hairy in his heart, biting his scalp and saying, "This is what I found while sorting out my grandfather's belongings, and then I practiced with my grandfather's request." William had a calm face, but his eyes were a little dodging. He didn't know the situation yet, but after learning that his grandfather Henry Winster Devonhill was a senior agent, he immediately thought that he could be so good. The reason was pushed to his grandfather. Anyway, his grandfather Henry and his grandmother passed away, and no one can go to Henry to confront him. Practicing and playing, do you think we are idiots? You not only trained yourself secretly for many years, but also deliberately hid your skills. What are you hiding? Henry hid all his secrets there, Mrs. M asked quickly. Bond on one side immediately said, "Madam, this is not in compliance with the regulations. According to the regulations, you can't interfere with anything in Team W." Mrs. M looked at Bond angrily, and said hard, "Now Team W no longer exists. Henry has passed away for 10 years. I am the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau. I now have the right to understand the personnel left by Team W, this team. It has been silent for 10 years. I must know their situation now. I don't even know if Team W has defected. William Devonhill, you must tell me everything about Team W now," Mrs. M said, staring at William. "Damn W team," William is now at a loss. He knows what W team he does, even if he knows he will not say it. This is the legacy left to him by Henry Winster Devonshire, and Mrs. M, I really want this team. William was asked by MS question with a dazed face and at a loss. He looked at Mrs. M with an expression of not knowing what you were talking about, pretending to be pitiful and saying, "I don't know, I really don't know what you are talking about. I didn't find any information about Team W in Henry's relics. There were only some secrets of the Devonshire family in those relics. Henry didn't even leave a pound of money." Seeing William speak, Mrs. M hurriedly said, "Tell me what Henry left behind, everything." William shook his head. "I don't know how to tell you if there is anything left. How could I give those Devonhill family secrets to outsiders? You are not from Devonhill family." William is still too tender. His performances in front of Mrs. M are really unnecessary. Now Mrs. M believes that William is hiding a secret in her heart, and she doesn't say it. She thought that William knew the secrets of Group W, but in fact, what William was hiding was the Marvel Universe system, a secret he would never tell anyone. Even his mother Lena, future relatives like his wife and children, he wouldn't know anything about the system. Mrs. M looked at William and smiled suddenly. William Devonhill, I'm pretty sure you really know the secrets of Team W. As the head of the English Military Intelligence Agency, I order you to tell all you know. I have this right, otherwise I will arrest you for endangering national security. William was about to quibble a few words when he felt a man who had been sitting in the cafe box pull the door and walk out. William calmly scanned people coming. The man who walked out of the box said to Mrs. M, "No, ma'am, you have no right." When Mrs. M heard someone talking, she turned her head and looked surprised and said, "Garys Mallory, why are you here?" Garys Mallory said, "Madam, you are here to meet the new head of Team W. Shouldn't I, the chairman of the Intelligence Security Committee, know that? Madam, forgive me, you really have no right to know about Team W. When the squad was formed, it was stipulated that everything about him is only responsible to the Security Committee, and the Security Committee is only responsible to the Prime Minister. Madam, you have exceeded your authority." After talking about Mrs. M, Garys Mallory said to William, "Garys Mallory, it's nice to meet you, Mr. William Devonhill," and reached out his hand to William. William shook hands with him hurriedly and said, "William Devonhill, I am also very happy to meet you, sir." Garys Mallory nodded to Mrs. M and said to William, "Mr. Devonhill, can I call you William?" William nodded hurriedly. Seeing William nodding, Garys Mallory continued, "Let's go, William, let's find a place to have a drink and talk to you about the things you are puzzled by." "Okay, sir, we can go to the hotel restaurant. Now it's time for lunch. I heard that the grilled cod here is good." "Okay, you, a tycoon, of course I want to go. Let's try it." Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 22, Earl Inheritance. William took Garys Mallory into the restaurant of the Hilton Hotel, and the two ordered a good meal. Garys Mallory spoke to William, "The Devonshire family has served the Special Department of England for more than 140 years. I didn't expect that the big family once left only you, the 19-year-old child." Mallory sighed in the game. "You must be curious, why the MIB will keep a W team silent for 10 years without starting it." William nodded. "Hey, it's not that Mrs. M doesn't want to start Team W, but she can't. Team W has been in the hands of the Devonshire family for 140 years. Even the director of the committee doesn't know what's in Team W. People, I only know that the person in charge is a member of the Devonshire family, and the complete information is only backed up in the dark fort outside Buckingham Palace." What William was dumbfounded after hearing it. How could this be placed in Buckingham Palace? Isn't it amazing? Haha, hundreds of years ago, the royal family and aristocrats controlled the intelligence agencies. All the information would be backed up in the secret castle outside Buckingham Palace. This habit has been passed down to the present, but the times have changed. In Tangning Street's hands, the only information the noble still has is the secret castle. Garys Mallory took a sip and William poured him wine and said, "The W Group was originally an action group to check and eliminate the traitors in England, but no one wanted to give the handle to others. Even if there were internal problems, they wanted to solve them by themselves. Therefore, each department in England established its own the Supervision Department. The W Group was useless for more than 10 years, until the Germans uncovered our secrets one after another during World War II, and finally found out that there were many traitors inside. At this time, the independent W Group became useful again. But how much power is left in the group that has been silent for more than 10 years, and traitors are not so easy to remove? However, after World War II, when the world is generally peaceful, the responsibilities of the W Group have changed again. In the past few decades, the W Group has been assigned by the Security Committee to establish an independent department in the Military Intelligence Bureau to be responsible for some special security affairs and protect the royal family from threats, or only dispatched in times of special crisis, and are only responsible to the committee. The people in this group are super masters. She has always wanted to get these people. Hey, there is one thing has never known about. The directors in the committee are all born nobles. These directors are picking people for every committee election. They choose whoever they want, and only those who don't hate the nobles, so the super masters of the W group have always been in the hands of the noble-born Devonhill family. Isn't it surprising? William Gary's Mallory laughed at William. William did not expect that the situation of the nobles in this world is very different from that of the nobles in the previous world. The aristocracy in this world is much stronger than the previous life. How can that be? William was a little bit disbelieved when he heard Gareth Mallory's words. You're kidding. Now all the nobles in England are pretending to be grandchildren. It's better for nobles to come out of England. Aristocratic status is useful, but for so many years in Downing Street, England. But the number is sparing no effort to suppress the nobles. Now you tell me that nobles in England still have such great rights? Gareth Mallory looked at William as if you were lying to the child, and couldn't help but want to beat William. He whispered and cursed, "You idiot, how did your grandfather's father and 3 uncles died for England? Because there are too many nobles like them, the committee can always be in our hands. This is our ancestors bought it with blood, and no one wants to take it away." William reacted and asked hurriedly, "Then you are also a nobleman?" "Nonsense, of course I was born as a nobleman. Otherwise, you are also a nobleman. We are a group. Don't think that you can stay out of the matter if you don't have a noble title now. That's impossible, German." The Grand Duke of the county would not agree. "The Grand Duke is still very optimistic about you, otherwise you think that the Duke who does not show up several times a year will be caught by reporters suddenly and asked a lot of questions. The title of the Earl of Devonshire of Oxford has been given to you. Keep it, it depends on whether you want it or not. William, there are a lot of people watching you now, you'd better figure out exactly where you are going to stand, ha ha ha." "What's so funny, Gary's, this is what I want to get. The title has been inherited. No one can do anything about it. I don't believe you can change the laws of England." Gareth Mallory rolled his eyes. "I suddenly felt that you are worth our investment. How could I ask such idiotic questions? How did the current Earl inherit the title? Your grandfather had arranged it for you long ago. Although the current Earl is also a member of the Devonshire family, he has no children, and Henry and the current Earl signed a contract in front of the royal family and the nobles, as long as if there are no children, the title must be returned to you. The Earl is now 65. After 10 years of busy work, it is still useless. I heard that when I went to the hospital for an examination last month, it was confirmed that there would be no more children. Do you understand?" William thought for a while, but still felt unreliable. "It's still impossible. I don't have the right to inherit the title. Other male relatives of the Earl can inherit the title. It's not my turn to count this thing," William sighed. "An Englishwoman cannot inherit the title, and neither will William's mother Lena have the right to inherit. Haha, otherwise people would say that Henry Winster Devonhill is a cunning fox. I don't know if your Devonshire family has been cursed, or if it is artificial." Gary's Mallory stopped and glanced at William meaningfully, a picture you should understand, which made William's heart beat inexplicably. He was a little frightened by the thoughts that suddenly came to him. You and the current Earl of Oxfordshire are the only ones who have proof of blood. When there are no other heirs, according to the noble inheritance law, the only heir registered in the noble council is now you, and only you are the heir. As long as you don't refuse, you will soon be the Earl of Devonshire in Oxfordshire, England. I think you have money to inherit, but you will have to pay a large inheritance tax. Now, noble families like yours who have not put their family property in the trust fund cannot be found throughout England. Mr. Henry Winster Devonhill is really ruthless. It seems that he is really afraid of other Devonshires. People from the family branch jumped out to grab the right of inheritance. Now even if someone has this mindset, they won't be able to inherit. One is that they can't pay the tax, and the other is that it is paid. There is no proof of blood in the noble council. The Grand Duke of Devon is also having a headache when his heir does not have much money. Seriously, Mr. Henry Winster Devonhill, is he not afraid that you have no money to inherit the title and property? Fear of Mao, if I can't inherit the title, I will give it to the English government for nothing. Henry must have thought so at the time. William exclaimed. He now knows that the noble inheritance law in this world is still somewhat different from the previous life. People like him had no inheritance rights in his previous life. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 23, Secrets of the Oxford Regulations. William sighed and said, after hearing you have said so much, it seems that I have no choice. Gary's, then I will count as a partner now. Of course, even if you don't want to join the group, the Grand Duke has persuaded the frustrated Earl. Tomorrow the Earl of Oxford will register you as his heir to the noble council, and you will be reported in the media. It was something Henry arranged. You can't accept it or not, Gareth Mallory said to William with a smile. Damn, you really can't wait, what do you think of me, or what you are scrupulous about, otherwise you won't calculate me so seriously. William asked the question in his mind. He wouldn't really believe that these people didn't say anything to him, and they wanted to be a good person. He didn't think he was a pig's feet and wanted to lean on him. Gareth Mallory thought for a while and decided to tell Eric. The Oxford Ordinance of 1258 has always been kept by the Earl of Oxford. Henry never told anyone that the ordinance was there before his death. He only asked us to ensure that you can successfully inherit the title. You can find the ordinance. I haven't found it for 10 years. This is a test for you. If I can't find it, it will be like this, will you get so embarrassed to kill me? William asked nervously. Gareth Mallory looked at him like an idiot. Idiot, what time is it now, so it is possible to assassinate the nobleman, even if you can't find it, you are already a nobleman at that time, but you never want us. I cannot enter the core circle. Don't look at Gareth Mallory's light-hearted words, but William didn't believe what he said. He knew that he had a great ancestry. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to enter the inner circle of the English aristocracy, but he would not be able to enter. It's not uncommon. Why do you find so many things for yourself? As long as you can make money, you will make money. Uncle, I will enter the core circle of the world. There is a team in hand that just allows him to form a special team to protect his own industry and family safety. As for protecting the royal family and dealing with special security issues, it depends on William's mood. His soul is not from England. Gareth Mallory said that William sat there without speaking, thinking he knew that the regulations were there, and asked, William, do you have an impression? The regulations are very important. It would be great to find them. William thought that the memory in the memory seemed to be something Henry whispered to himself in the hospital bed, but he had to verify it. If I find it, do I need to show it to you? William deliberately set a trap. Hearing William wanted to hand in the Oxford regulations, Gareth Mallory hurriedly said, of course it would be the best, William. William knew that these guys did not follow the good intentions. The Oxford Ordinance is the greatest proof of the Oxford Earl, and the noble council has this ordinance. The Oxford Earl holding the Oxford Ordinance is the real Oxford Earl. I don't know what secrets are hidden in this regulation that makes these nobles so obsessed with it. By the way, I remember it, Henry seems to have told me something, what is it? William was thinking about his clothes, and from time to time he hammered. William lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. In fact, he was mentally perceiving Gareth Mallory. Gareth Mallory stared at William in thought, his nervous hands wagging. After playing Gareth Mallory for a few minutes, Eric slapped his head and exclaimed, I thought about it. William, What do you think of? Hurry up. Garrus Mallory stood up nervously. Ah, Garrus, why are you so nervous? Oh, it's nothing. I thought Henry said that after he found the regulations, he only had to take the third paragraph after the regulations and photograph them for you. Garrus Mallory, you are not honest, do you want to cheat me? William pretended to be angry. Garrus Mallory is not the one who can be the chairman of the committee, and immediately realized that this is William playing with him, revenge for his attempt to take away the secret amulet of the Devonshire family. Damn it, William Devonshire, you are so insane, you are as insane as Henry. In order to let you inherit the title, Henry, the old fox, threatened us with the secrets that your family had guarded for thousands of years. Garrus Mallory couldn't help scolding William regardless of public. William took a sip of the wine glass. Haha, Garrus Mallory, we are all the same, I'm pretty good compared to you, haha. Garrus Mallory said angrily, William Devonhill, you don't even know the importance of that ordinance. He may change the world. You must not let it go wrong. The final text of the ordinance cannot let any people are exposed to the public, otherwise there will be a big mess. Okay, Garrus Mallory said as if you know it, if you know what it is, why are you asking me for it? William waved his hand boredly. I don't know what is written in the regulations, but the royal family and the Grand Duke of Devon know what it is. Henry showed them to the Grand Duke. After that, the Grand Duke warned Henry and our noble council to keep it safe. The following text can't be seen by anyone. He said that if the world knows, there will be a big mess. Garrus Mallory snarled angrily. In other words, the Oxford regulations are also our Devonhill family will care. What do you care about is the text written after the regulations? William asked curiously. Yes, the Oxford Ordinance is useless to us. Only you Devonhills will value it. We were all scared by the Grand Duke of Devonshire at the time. We wanted to see what it wrote, but we're also afraid of the Grand Duke. What you say becomes true, and the world is really upset because of a passage. Garrus Mallory hesitated with a sigh. William was curiosity aroused by his embarrassment on these two sides. I really like to see what is written in the regulations. Garrus Mallory, I said I am the owner of the regulations, I think it's okay. Garrus Mallory, a picture of you, this question is really idiot. I hope you find it, and I hope you never find it. William, if you find it, don't tell me. I'm afraid I can't help but wonder. You found it and give the photo to the Grand Duke to see. Now only he and His Majesty have only seen what it says, and only they can prove that you haven't found it, but don't wait too long for William, the Grand Duke's health is not very good, Garrus Mallory kindly reminded. William hesitated and said, actually, I know how to find that thing. Maybe it doesn't take a day to find it. Garrus Mallory should let us find it together. You won't be curious about what was written. William badly bewitched. Garrus Mallory became excited at a glance, wanted to agree, and then struggled, and finally sat down in a chair decadently and cursed, William Devonhill, you and Henry Winster Devon, you are as annoying as you are, and you are as despicable, shameless, and foolish, waiting for you to see the statement of the Earl of Oxford to come to Downing Street to find me tomorrow. You have to reselect your W team members. Garrus Mallory ignored William and left without even saying hello. It seems that this guy is really tolerant and very hard. It is true that he is a person who can be the chairman of the safety committee. He has a firm will, strong determination and integrity. William suddenly stopped. I think that this kind of person who has been an agent for decades is upright. I'm drinking too much. William picked up the red wine on the table and looked at the 12% alcohol. He shook his head and it looked like I was drinking too much. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 24, Press Conference. At 1:30 in the afternoon, William returned to the hotel conference hall, and at 2 o'clock he would hold a press conference with Blockbuster. As soon as William entered the conference hall, he ran into an anxious lawyer Anthony. Anthony walked over as soon as he saw William and quickly said, "William, you went there. I have been looking for you for an hour. This is about to hold a press conference. Hurry up and follow me." "William, you have to put on makeup. Do you want to make up? Do you want to be so troublesome?" William, a soil bun, was an ordinary person before, so he knew that he had to make up when taking pictures and on TV. "Of course. Anthony has an expression that you teased me. I don't know what the photos taken without makeup look like. How do you think those celebrities' beautiful photos come from? They are all made up, otherwise 90 points even if you can get an 80-point score when you look at it, it's a good skill." Anthony took William to find a makeup artist and spent more than 20 minutes putting on makeup. When he appeared at the press conference, the host was already on stage. William watched dozens of notes at the press conference, and several TV stations' cameras were behind the reporter's desk. He was a little bit blinded, and he didn't think there would be such a big battle. Even the TV stations came. William asked Anthony curiously, "Are these reporters brought by Blockbuster? In order to be effective, they are really saving face." "No, these reporters and TV stations came by themselves. The Americans haven't had such a big face yet. Most of them came for you," Anthony replied with a smile. William was said to be blinded and said uncertainly, "Really? This is so possible. Why didn't I know that I have such a big news value?" "William, you are now the youngest billionaire in England. If you convert £135 million into US dollars, you will have $226 million US dollars. You are still a poor boy who started from scratch and did not get any help to become a rich man. After today, all young people in England will think of you as an idol, and if you are so handsome, you will become the idol of all English women's dreams. You say your news value is not big." Anthony is very excited now. He has not yet taken over such a big case. This has greatly helped him improve his reputation in the lawyer industry, and it seems that William is very satisfied with his service and will have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. The lawyer thinks, "Don't you just get to know more rich people?" William was still digesting what Anthony said, and I heard the host say, "I invite Mr. Roger Moore, the Vice President of Blockbuster Group, and Mr. William Devonhill, the pride of our England and the developer of the game." William, Roger Moore, banks, insurance companies, and lawyers walked to the front desk of the press conference amidst the welcome of the audience. Sitting on the press stage, William was a little nervous and his face was a little stiff. It was the first time he participated in a press release in his 2 lives. Meeting. Fortunately, Roger Moore spoke first, which gave William time to cushion his nervousness. Roger Moore first briefly introduced the general situation, scale, and prospects of Blockbuster, and finally said, "Blockbuster is a company that is constantly pursuing innovation. I am very happy to reach an agreement with Mr. William Devonhill this time. Deo bought the full copyright of Plants vs. Zombies for $2.26. We have the confidence and strength to promote Plants vs. Zombies. Game fans all over the world will be able to meet this game soon." William also briefly talked about luxury. He praised Blockbuster for its vision and thanked Blockbuster for its importance to this game, and at the same time blessed Blockbuster's career to a higher level. After seeing William's speech, the host announced that it was time for reporters to ask questions. The reporters at the meeting raised their hands, hoping to be the first to ask questions. The host took care of the beauty and went to the BBC reporter. The beauty reporter stood up and took the microphone and asked, "Hello, Mr. William Devonhill, I'm BBC reporter Diana Rigg. My question is, what do you think of Plants? What is the reason why the game of zombies can sell for such a high price, and why you, as a student who is less than 20 years old, make you a self-made billionaire in such a short period of time? Do you have any advice for young people in England? Thank you." William looked at the beauties who put down the microphone. The beauties were given preferential treatment. They stipulated that each person had one question, and she asked 3 in one breath. Well, who made her a BBC reporter and a beauty? William adjusted the microphone and thought for a while and said, "There is no good advice. I hate to give advice to others. I can only say some of my own experience. Just do it according to my own interests. Don't care what others say, hold it. Tears and gritted teeth have to be done, the rest is up to God. Being able to sell high prices has a lot of luck, the right product just meets the desired company, everything is so logical. Not to mention luck. Can you say that I am a systematic person? If there is a problem, ask the system, and teach. William paused and then said, the game itself is still very playable. Otherwise, it is impossible to sell 15W copies of offline promotion by the students of the University of London in less than a month without promotion. Game discs, but to be honest, no matter how good the game is, the price of ordinary games is normally less than £135 million. Hearing William said that it is abnormal for the game to sell at such a high price, all the people who heard it were in an uproar, and a large group of reporters eagerly asked the questioners, and the audience was suddenly chaotic. Roger Moore, the vice president of Blockbuster, was looking at William with a look of surprise. He didn't understand why William said that. Didn't he think about breaking the bridge over the river? But I haven't made money yet, kid. You don't want money, do you? William smiled at Roger Moore with a relieved look, patted the microphone, and waited for the reporter to be quiet, and said, "Be quiet, if you want me to continue, please be quiet." After the reporters all sat down, William smiled confidently and said, "Actually, when I decided to buy the game, I thought about the bid of £200 million. The reporter was in a commotion again, and William hurriedly continued, "Why I thought about selling 200 million, because in my opinion, the price of 200 million is normal and reasonable, but this era can see the biggest hot game. There are still too few people who have the potential of the game. This allows Best Star to take advantage of the gap, and they took a big bargain because many people still look down on the surroundings of the game too much. Taking back what I said just now, normal games cannot be sold at today's price of £135 million, because no matter how good the game is, it is impossible to sell more than 20 million game discs in a few years. The game won't make a profit of £135 million, but the question we can think about, these big groups can also think of why Blockbook can spend such a large sum of money to buy the full copyright of this game." After hearing William's words, the reporters couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Yes, why? It is impossible for these big groups to do business at a loss. William, why is this? BBC reporter Diana Riggs stood up and waved loudly and asked. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. readwn.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 25, You Don't Know Much. William looked at this reporter who always caught the opportunity and gave her a thumbs up. You must know that there is a live TV broadcast today, and beautiful women must also learn to grab the shots. She seized the opportunity. To her, this made Diana's smile crooked. Yes. Why? This is related to the consumer groups of the product and the current economic environment. Looking at the stock market in 2000, we can see that the middle class is rich now, and the market is prosperous, so people have money to spend on entertainment. Cue everyone, do you know what young people like now? William saw a lot of people nod, and he didn't sell too much. He continued, many of us born in the 1980s in Europe and America are in the stage of growing up and growing up quickly. We are living in the 1990s when living supplies and the stock market were unprecedentedly prosperous. However, the abundance of life reflects the degeneration and decadence of the young people's minds. Therefore, the young people in England are now anti-traditional, anti-dogmatic, anti-authority, and disobeying discipline, and they regard many things that are low to middle-aged people as popular. Pursue individuality, pursue difference, want to be different from others in everything, and let others think he is cool. So young Londoners wear hats with zombies and t-shirts with zombies when they go out, because I think this is cool, this is popular. So Giarfa sold 430,000 hats and t-shirts in half a month. This is only a few counties around London. If it is all over Europe and the United States, I even think that Blockbuster can make a profit by relying on these peripherals alone. £135 million, they really did a good business. Wow, the reporter looked at William and Roger Moore of Blockbuster incredibly. Roger Moore's smiling eyes can't be seen anymore. He is really too happy now. Although this guy William Devonhill has a high price, if it's the same as what he said, then Blockbuster I really did a good business this time, and I might be able to increase my position next year. Should I keep in touch with William Devonhill in the future? This guy is a talent. Don't care if what William said can really be achieved, but after William's analysis today, the sales around the game will definitely be higher. As long as it is linked to the trend, it will not be difficult to sell. This guy is really all-rounder. He can talk about it. No, I have to hold this kid firmly. Maybe he can develop an excellent game like Plants vs. Zombies in the future. This little guy is a super potential stock. William looked at Blockbuster Roger Moore and said with a smile, in order to make Blockbucks more confident in this game and pay me early, let me give Blockbuster a suggestion for free. Everyone at the scene couldn't help laughing. Roger Moore laughed the happiest. He looked at William so pleasingly now. Now that the internet is on the rise, after 2 years, I think the game can still be launched online when the play craze is reduced, and the game can be designed into a 4-grid networking mode, in. Before William could tell his plan, Roger Moore of Blockbuster quickly interrupted William and said, William, we can directly hire you as our game planner, or if you don't have so much time, you can do us the consultant, we will pay you for the planning you made. We can talk about the future planning of the game in private for a while. William and Blockbuster believe in your wisdom in the game, you can rest assured that we will. I paid you. Roger Moore defended reporters like a thief. He didn't want William's plan to be known to everyone. He didn't want competitors to imitate William's creativity and cause trouble to Blockbuster. William also realized that what he had just said was wrong, and nodded and agreed to Roger Moore's request. But the reporters at the scene didn't agree. Such good news materials were gone. The reporters collectively protested Blockbuster's approach, and they didn't care if it would involve the life of the game. Many hot-tempered reporters are yelling at Roger Moore. But Roger Moore sat on the seat as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, ignoring the reporters yelling. He was staring at William nervously now. William was amused by his nervous look, and shook his head at Roger Moore, indicating that he would not talk about the topic again. After the reporters yelled for a long time, the two in the stands did not respond and had to sit down. William apologized and said, "Sorry, my mistake. The topic just now does involve the future planning and interests of the game. In the interest of the buyer, I still talked with Blockbuster privately. I apologize to everyone for my reasons." William didn't care about the reporters yelling. Well, I don't think anyone would object to the purchase of the game by Blockbuster for £135 million. I will continue to answer the question of the BBC reporter just now, my childhood and adolescence. I didn't have a good time. I had too many doubts and worries at that time. I want to thank my mother and my grandfather and grandmother in heaven. They gave me all the love and made me feel in this indifferent and discriminatory world. To care, feel warm, not rich but full of happiness. Hearing William's deep voice, many people with low tears in front of the TV were about to shed tears. William's mother Lena looked at her son on the TV, tears streaming down her face, and she kept saying, "William, you are the pride of Mother. Henry and Tanya will be proud of you too. I have no friends. When I was young, nobody played with me in school. I could only play by myself. I treated math problems as games, reading books as hobbies, and the library as a playground. When I was bored, I would play with myself. Play Texas Hold'em by myself, go swimming, and archery. Haha, you guys may not know that I am still very talented in archery. The mathematics is so good that I can calculate the point of the arrow in my mind when the arrow is shot. Now I can see the target and close my eyes. I hit the red heart. By the way, the archery target was a 70-meter target. In my entrance examination, my score in physical education was a perfect score because my archery score was 6 arrows and 60 rings. Unbelievable, this is so possible. The people on the scene all had an impossible expression. If you know the distance of 70 meters, you can't see the red heart in the archery target. It is impossible for the Olympic champion to shoot the red heart with his eyes closed. Seeing that the reporter did not believe William said, "Perhaps, after today's press conference, we can find a time to try it out, what do you think?" Of course this could not be better. Voices of approval echoed from time to time. BBC's Diana Rigg immediately decided, "William, we, the BBC, can arrange everything for you. As long as you dare to come, I'm afraid you will find all kinds of reasons to shirk when the time comes. William, you have to speak and count, or I will go to your house and block you." "Okay, let's make an appointment," William agreed. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 26, 26. Hey, William, don't even want to take the opportunity to date Diana Rigg. She belongs to all our journalists in London, and we will definitely prevent you from approaching Diana Rigg. A reporter joked loudly. His words caused a lot of laughter at the scene, and everyone was laughing. Yes, what you said to Rob is so right, we will all go to protect Diana Rigg when the time comes, and we can't give William a chance, other reporters agreed. William knew that these guys were actually looking for excuses to go to the scene together. They were afraid that the BBC would not allow other reporters to enter the archery range. They said they would not let go of such good news. "Go to your Rob, when I will be yours, if William wants to date me, I will promise him now," Diana Rigg said boldly. "William, do you want to date me? I am single now, you have a chance," said I, winking at William, as if he was picking him. William said that he was a little moved. Diana Rigg is really a big beauty. The front is convex and backward, and the two big lights in front of him are about to explode. This makes William, who has eaten meat in the previous life, a little heart. I was in my previous life, and I haven't dated such a big beauty as Diana Rigg. Many girls in front of the TV yelled Diana Rigg for shamelessness. The old cow ate the young grass, and William was ours. You old woman, go to hell. For these 15 or 16-year-old girls, Diana Rigg, who is in her 20s, is an old woman. However, so many people are still a little embarrassed in William. They did not directly agree and just said, "Maybe we can invite you to have a meal after the press conference." "Of course, I'm very willing, William, you have to talk and count, or I will go to your house and stop you," Diana Rigg promised, winking at Eric. To Diana Rigg, William is he is the best male vote, talented, celebrity and handsome. The most important thing is that he is rich. If you don't find such a popular fried chicken, if you become a boy and girlfriend with William, her popularity will be greatly improved. Besides, such a handsome old lady is not a disadvantage, Diana Rigg thought to herself. Hush, 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 hush. Oh, God, no. Diana Rigg, you can't promise him, William Devonhill will swallow you in one bite, Diana Rigg, you are ours. Many male reporters sighed. Complained. Many male reporters at the scene have thoughts about Diana Rigg, and now they are watching that the goddess in their heart is about to fall into the arms of others, which makes them very unhappy. "Okay, we will contact you after a while," William said with a red face. It was the first time he was booed, and he was a little embarrassed. "Damn it, William Devonhill, let's go back to the subject. We don't want to hear you slap your sister on the live broadcast, some reporters yelled dissatisfiedly. Now many reporters are reluctant to beat William. William was a little embarrassed. Okay, let's go on. I want to give my peers 2 suggestions. The first is to strengthen your will. Don't care if others say that. Whether you are firm or not, think you can do something. To what extent, self-conquer and self-challenge will make your nerves become rough. 2 slender nerves will leave you in a state of surface comfort but inner anxiety for a long time. To build up our strong willpower and face challenges in our lives, our choice should be to face difficulties, not avoid them. The reporters nodded and agreed with what William said. The second is to read as much as possible on the premise that we can guarantee our survival. We want to change our situation and change the world. The simplest, most direct, and cheapest thing is to read more. Knowledge changes destiny. I am a typical example. William added a sentence in his heart, the premise is that you have a system. Even if you are an 8-year-old child, you can learn to become more talkative, cute, and miserable. You can pretend to be decent when you cry, and it will be easier to arouse when you want to buy a toy. The weakness of the parents in their hearts convinced them. Here, children from all over England, I would like to recommend to you 2 books: How to Sell Cute and On the Self-Cultivation of Actors. After studying these 2 books, maybe you will grow up and have children in 20 years. You can easily see whether your children are acting or not. You can say to them, "My child, I practiced acting when you were so old. Dad solemnly recommends On the Self-Cultivation of Actors," etc. Once you learn it, you can act decently, lest Dad can tell at a glance that you are pretending to cry. Ha 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 ha, there was a loud laughter at the scene, everyone was amused by William and fell on the ground. Some reporters also deliberately asked William where the book On the Self-Cultivation of Actors is available, and he must recommend it to his children. The viewers in front of the TV were also amused by William. Many cute babies asked their parents where the 2 books William said were sold. They were very interested in learning and dreaming of one day. If you learn it by yourself, you don't want to buy what you want. A 10-year-old boy from England named Daniel Radcliffe bought the book On the Self-Cultivation of Actors after listening to William's words and studied hard. A year later, he successfully appeared in the Harry Potter series of movies. After he became famous in an interview with the media, he said, "I want to thank William Devonhill for letting me learn acting. Here I want to learn from my idol, William Devonhill, who recommends On the Actors to children all over England. Self-cultivation, this book, maybe you are the next Harry Potter." After that day, all the children in England were looking for the 2 books, How to Sell Cute and On the Self-Cultivation of Actors. It didn't take long for children all over the world to practice themselves. Forcing my parents to explain these 2 books to them, because many kindergarten students of these nurses are now studying hard. William is also considered to have cultivated a large number of reserve forces for the world's performing arts industry, and also brought more joy to the parents of the babies all over the world. Many parents are crooked by their children. The author and his family of these 2 books have praised and thanked William in the media more than once in the future, because William made them a lot of money. The star of Hong Kong, 2 Toms from America, and Sophie Rose from France all praised William in the media, saying that he has made outstanding contributions to the world's performing arts circles and hopes to have the opportunity to exchange acting skills with William. The 34-year-old Sophie is still beautiful and boring. William can accept communication with her, and forget it with 2 Toms. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 27, A Smart Head Can Save Money. After everyone had laughed enough, a reporter asked, "Mr. William Devonhill, you are now the richest young man in England. Do you have any plans after getting such a large amount of wealth?" William thought for a while and wanted to achieve, "I should first buy a big house for my mother Lena. She used to be too hard. I hope her life will be easier in the future and do what she likes to do instead of paying for money. Upset. After William finished speaking, applause broke out in the conference hall, and everyone was moved by William's filial piety. Secondly, I will use part of the money to do things I wanted to do but couldn't do before. I have many ideas in my mind. For example, I invented a new MP3 encoding mode last year, which is Windows Media Audio Encoding. File format, referred to as WMA. There are also some inventions about drones. Diana Rieger interrupted without waiting for William to finish. I'm sorry, William, I have to interrupt you. If I know that is correct, the WMA mode you said is a new mode, did it not appear? Yes, can you explain carefully? William looked at Diana Rigg with some dissatisfaction, and Diana Rigg hugged her in a hurry, blinked at William, showing cuteness. William gave Diana Rigg a glance, nodded and said, since some people want to know, let me simply talk about it. In my opinion, the current MP3 is too big and ugly, and the sound quality is too low. I have already bought a record company CD. Customers can't convert their CDs to MP3. If you download genuine music online, you have to pay again, which is too unfair for consumers. After listening, the crowd nodded. Also, although the current MP3 can be freely downloaded and listened to music online, this kind of piracy is constantly killing the record industry. This method is also undesirable. Consumers want simplicity, cheapness, convenience, and high-quality products, so I directly invented this WMA mode. It is more than twice as small as an MP3 file. The sound quality is the same as that of a CD. It can also copy the CD that I bought to MP3, and the song that can be stored is the current MP3. More than 3 times the product. Diana Rigg stood with dewy eyes and looked at Eric affectionately without raising her hands, and said, William, you mean you think the current MP3 is too ugly, the capacity is too small, the sound quality is not good, and it doesn't suit you. You have invented songs in MP3 by yourself. Almost. That's it. I'm a science man. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder about what I am interested in. I always want to make something that I am satisfied with. William was a little embarrassed. The product has to be made by himself. Seeing William's shy expression, Diana Rigg was looking forward to a date with William at night. She thought that William was interesting to her, so she blushed, which in her opinion is really cute. The reporters at the scene and the audience in front of the TV were also defeated by William Ray. We know that you are a genius, and the genius that can be used is like this. We are still not from a planet. You are from Mars. William, when will the product you mentioned be available? What you said I want an MP3 you mentioned now. I am fed up with the current MP3, a reporter asked loudly. If the patent review is fast, I think I should be able to meet you in half a year, he said, nodding his head with a finger and said, everything about this product is in my mind. I made a simple one by myself at home. After speaking, I took out a cigarette case-sized MP3 from my pocket, and said to everyone, the official product is smaller and half thinner than this, because the shell is made of plastic by myself, and the electronic utensils on it are I bought it from a second-hand electronics store. Do you want to audition? Of course everyone nodded. William put the MP3 on, put the headphones in front of the microphone, and the song My Heart Eternal was broadcast. Many people who had MP3 at the scene immediately heard that the sound quality was much better than the MP3 currently on the market. After listening to a song, William turned off the MP3. In my imagination, the new MP3 should be simple, practical, and beautiful. When people see it at first sight, they are reluctant to look away. It represents fashion and youthful vitality. It also needs to be able to store 1,000 songs. The criterion for its success is to make people reluctant to put it down after they buy it. There was another applause at the scene, and the reporters felt that today was too right. William Devonhill is a newsmaker. He is the pride of England and he will also be the pride of the world. They are all a little bit motivated to buy an MP3, that William said. After waiting for dozens of seconds, William looked at Blockbuster's Vice President Roger Moore a little apologetically, and said to the reporters, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's return to today's topic, our President Roger Moore. He has some colds, and we kept him aside for too long." Ha 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 ha. Laughter broke out again at the scene. Roger Moore said into the microphone without rush or slowly, "No, no, no, I don't care about games anymore like everyone else, William, I just want to know when I can buy that MP3, and how much do I have to pay for it. What is the name of the MP3 you said, William? You must give her a name." "Ha ha, yes, William, what Roger Moore wants to know is what we want to know." Many reporters loudly supported Roger Moore. Roger Moore doesn't mean to be angry at all. He knows that as long as William can be more famous, then the games he created will be famous, which is good for Blockbuster. William nodded apologetically to Roger Moore, and said to the reporters, "Well, since Mr. Roger Moore doesn't mind me being overwhelmed, then I will say more. My name is Milestone for this MP3. Listen, if everything goes well, it should be within half a year. Or maybe 3 months. It all depends on when the English official can issue me an industry permit. The electronic components needed for the first generation listening series are all on the market. Yes, it is already a mature product. If I place an order today, 3 months will be enough for the foundry company to produce. As for the price, I am not sure yet, but I promise that it will not be more expensive than the existing MP3. After all, the research and development cost of this product is very low, so low that I regret that someone developed it alone, which makes it difficult for me to get it. The official England tax refund of 1.5 times the research and development fee." After speaking, he made a helpless face at the camera. Ha ha ha. The scene laughed again. "This is the benefit of having a smart brain, which saves me a lot of research and development costs." Seeing William shrugged his shoulders, everyone couldn't help applauding William and yelled, "Well, William, we like your smart head. If you can cut the price by half, we will immediately put Diana Rieger marries you." Ha ha ha. Diana Rigg looked at Eric shyly, her eyes seemed to say, "William, as long as you propose now, I will promise you immediately. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed." Chapter 28, You Should Go to Psychiatry. With so many people on the scene, William could only treat him as if he hadn't seen Diana Rigg's gesture to him, and ignored the ridicule and booing of the reporters at the scene. Roger Moore, who was sitting next to him, also blinked at him, with a lucky look in your eyes, and beautiful women hugged him. William doesn't believe that Diana Rigg really fell in love with him at first sight. What kind of morals can English reporters have? Don't treat him as a triumph. By the way, William's reputation as a popular chicken, if he can marry William, then even better. After the divorce, he divided half of his fortune, and immediately became a rich woman. William didn't believe in love, but in time. How could it be possible that love died alive when there was so much love, and divorced within a few years? England is the country with the second highest number of steals from Europa. Who does not know the first? Do you think Langsy, the first one is wrong, is the bullfighting country, the country of Real Madrid? I didn't expect it. Rather than having everyone suffering a few years later, it is better to learn from Hong Kong, the second son of Lee, kill him if he doesn't get married, and stay where he comes, and break up if he doesn't come. William looked at his watch and motioned to the host to continue asking questions. "Hello, William, this is John Trisson from the Sunday. I just got the news that Mr. Earl of Oxford has appointed you as his heir. Do you have anything to say about this?" William cursed in his heart. "I was targeted before I inherited the title. Modern England is really guarded against the nobles. Even if there is a little bit of wind, they can pounce on them like they smell something. Your son news is really great. The news I just got at noon today. How did you do it so quickly that you can get things that are impossible to leak, in my opinion? I will check my phone tomorrow. The technology is still good, maybe I can find something different in my phone. Protest, Mr. William Devonhill, I protest your unprovoked accusation of the Sun for wiretapping. I ask you to apologize publicly and compensate the Sun for the loss of reputation. The Sun John Trisson protested in anger. William made a pair of you to tease me, and said to lawyer Anthony, "Hey, Anthony, your law firm's business is coming. If the Sun reports me, you have to help me, Anthony, my friend, you will help. Mine. No problem, William, our law firm is very willing to serve you," Anthony nodded and replied. "That's good, haha, I believe in the strength of your Uelita law firm, but I really didn't want to say that the Sun News wiretap, I mean I want to check my mobile phone, it doesn't seem to be a slander enough." Anthony nodded and said, "Mr. William, all of our strengths in Lita law firm are also able to win this kind of lawsuit for you. I promise that this will not cause you any trouble." "Haha, hey, John Trisson, did you hear that? I welcome you to sue me now, maybe you will win, maybe you will get millions of pounds, wow, man, you are going to send it what?" The people on the scene looked at William and John Trisson suddenly laughed together. Most reporters know some laws and are not legally illiterate. They know that such ambiguous hints that are not stated clearly cannot be accepted by the court. Only a fool like John Trisson would be provoked by William to say something he shouldn't say. It seems that tomorrow's newspapers will have richer content, and the newspaper office that sits on the Sun will definitely not let it go. I don't know if John Trisson can work until tomorrow. Maybe this guy will be opened by the editor of the Sun as soon as he reports to the agency. A group of people gloated at John Trisson with their eyes like, "Idiot, you're done. William Devonhill, you haven't answered my question yet. Please answer my question just now. Don't change the subject. As far as I know, you have no inheritance rights." "John Trisson, you have to ask the English Council of Nobles about this. They said I have it and I have it." Eric looked at John Trisson like an idiot. "However, when I saw the reporters at the scene, they all looked like we could find out if you didn't say that. After thinking about it, they still said it out. Through the live broadcast, they can make it clear by themselves. What's up?" "Well, seeing you in such a hurry, I will kindly tell you that according to the English noble succession law, the current Mr. Earl has no immediate family members, and among the collateral family members, I am the only male. Now only I am eligible to inherit the title. You understand, Mr. John Trisson?" John Trisson did not give up, but there are many Devonshire children in Devonshire, they can inherit the title of the Earl, why must it be you? I think there is a black box operation in this. Yes, the reporters at the scene suddenly realized that there is also Devon. "I don't know if you are sick, but I think you should go to the psychiatric department." "What is the last name of the Duke of Devon, Cavendish? Do you need me to say anything, Mr. John Trisson?" "John, I suggest you go to the psychiatric department for a check. Don't delay the time for treatment. Maybe you will thank me at that time. But if you really thank me then, please tell me. I will open a bottle of champagne to celebrate you. Celebrate that you learned about your physical condition in advance and have more time to deal with it." Haha. The reporter on the scene laughed miserably. "William, this guy is so bad and treacherous. He wants to say that others are mentally ill, but he doesn't say it clearly, but everyone himself, William is saying that John Trisson is mentally ill. Also asked John Trisson to tell him William Devonhill when he found out that he was mentally ill, so he could open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Ma Dan, our reporter is not as black as William, this is a direct curse that people have mental illness. But seeing the Sun languish, why is it so cool, everyone thought. Mr. William Devonhill, that means you will be a nobleman in the near future as long as nothing happens. Wait, I don't think it should be the near future, I think it should be a certain day in the future. But I hope this moment will be better as soon as possible, because I hope which Mr. Earl of Oxford can be healthy. Honestly, for me, the title is not what I expected. Before today, I never thought that I could inherit the Earl's title. All of this is God's arrangement for me." The reporters couldn't help applauding again, thinking in their hearts that William is really a 19-year-old child. "How can you talk like this?" The reporter who asked the question saw that Eric's trap hadn't been trapped, so he asked, "Well, William, what do you think of Mr. Earl's family wealth?" "As far as I know, Mr. Earl's family wealth has been in the past 10 years. Since he took over the Devonshire family's less than £400,000 of real estate, the wealth has increased to more than 11 million now." "William, what can you say about your wealth out of thin air? Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it." readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 29, Diana Rigg. "Wow, are there so many? That doesn't mean that I will pay more than £5 million in inheritance tax in the future." William made a strange face. "Well, this is indeed a lucky thing," William thought for a while and then said, "What I can do is one day in the future, when I really inherit the title of the Earl and the wealth of the Devonshire family, I will pay, after finishing the inheritance tax, donate the remaining part to the England Foundation for the Protection of Women and Children. That is to say, if you pay 100% of the property, I will pay 40% of the inheritance tax. I will donate the remaining 60% in cash. Please pay attention to me. It was the total wealth set by the English tax authorities at the time, and I would not sell the family real estate, only donate cash. Of course, there is another important point. I hope that in a few decades, I will not go bankrupt, and Mr. Earl's business talents are not too good. I will not be able to inherit if I want to inherit, but I am still very worried because Mr. Earl's in the past 10 years, I have increased my wealth by nearly 30 times. Oh my God, 30 times. I thought it was when I inherited a few decades later." The English government asked William, "If you have £1 billion to inherit the title, I think I will definitely very desperate." William had an expression that might be uncertain. "Haha, everyone will smile. Everyone here is in the media industry." Knowing that William is joking and pretending to be pitiful, he is changing the subject. "I hope that the citizens of England will not hate him too much for inheriting the title and wealth. At the age of 19, he is still very useful. A young man who can earn 10 times his inherited wealth and sells cute pretenders can easily get everyone's favor, and he is not so jealous of him in his heart. This is very important. As long as it is not opposed by the majority of people, there will be no surprises for him to inherit the title." Especially the Earl of Oxford, who was watching live TV, immediately developed a good impression of William in his heart, and he was not so repulsive of William inheriting his title. After all, he had had 10 years to work hard. But in the past 10 years, no children have been born. Women don't know how many they have found, and none of them have been pregnant. All this seems to be the same as William said. This is all arranged by God. Mr. Earl is here, comforting myself in my heart. The Grand Duke of Devon and many aristocrats who were watching the live broadcast had a lot of affection for William. After all, William did not show any urgency, nor said he did not want to inherit the title. The press conference ended punctually at 5 o'clock. William and Roger Moore shook hands to say goodbye. However, Roger Moore does not want to let William go now. It still looks delicious, and the prospects are bright. If he doesn't hold on to William at this time, then he is a fool, and he has to try to see if he can join. "William, are we friends now?" Roger Moore asked in a deliberately intimate tone. "Of course, Roger, of course we are friends." William could see that the vice president of Best Star is interested in the listening series, but William is a little bit down on Best Star regarding MP3, even if it is Best Star. Nor was it possible for DAW's parent company. In this matter, Basta could not help William except for the money. Wait a minute, Viacom seems to have a TV station on hand, maybe it can be useful. Just talk, Roger, you know, I'll have a wonderful date soon. William blinked at Roger Moore. Nunu motioned Roger to look at the door of the conference hall. I saw Diana Rigg waved hello to William. Well, William, you lucky kid, I'll just say it directly, our best star is very interested in your listening series. I think we can find time to talk seriously. Roger, now I am not short of money, so what benefits can you best star bring to me? Roger, I think you can understand what I mean. What I need now is to help me and people who listen to the series. The money is already not the main thing anymore. Roger Moore just wanted to say anything when he heard the BBC TV station in front of him. After the live broadcast ended, several experts came to the station to explain. I only heard the host of the BBC saying, Professor Thomas, do you think the technology that William Devonhill just said can be achieved? And the rough handmade MP3 in William Devonhill's hands is really as good as he said. An old man with white hair in his 60s appeared on TV and said to the TV, from a technical point of view, what William Devonshire said is achievable, and it is easy to achieve, but the most difficult part in terms of how to soften these technologies together and how to bring the price to a level acceptable to the public. I can hardly believe that William said that he alone can complete a job that a large company cannot necessarily complete, but when I heard the handmade MP3 he took out, I had to believe it again. Okay, friends, before the TV series, since Professor Thomas thinks it is easy to achieve what William said, and it seems that William has solved the two problems the professor said, then the problem is here. If there is one that is cheaper than the current MP3, although I don't know how much cheaper it is, it has a larger capacity, better sound quality, and more beautiful. Would you buy it? I don't know what you will think, but I will definitely buy it, because it's so special, and what I care about most now is how many products there will be in the first batch of the series. I even think the quantity of the first batch is all not enough for the needs of the City of London. William Devonhill brought us to his attention because he became the youngest billionaire in England, but it hadn't been 2 days before he used facts to tell us how cruel reality is. He became a billionaire in 1 month, and now he can become a billionaire in half a year. Then, in another year, William Devonhill, you must not tell me or let me know that you are already on the rich list of England. The first is that I will probably have a heart attack and be sent to the hospital. After speaking, he spoke to the people in the live broadcast room. By the way, you guys don't tell me, I decided to block all the information of William Devonhill in half a year. Because I really think my prediction will come true. An expert in the live broadcast hall laughed and nodded in agreement. What I said is that if everything is really as William Devonhill said, I think there is no problem with his worth of 1 billion. You noticed that during the interview, he said about drones, but was interrupted by Diana Rigg. What I am even more curious about now is what kind of drones William Devonhill said. Yes, I forgot if you didn't tell me, William was talking about drones at the time, but unfortunately so many reporters at the scene did not mention drones. Seeing that what he wanted to hear was no longer on TV, Roger Moore stopped paying attention to live TV. Seeing this young man, Roger Moore really couldn't believe that this young man would become a billionaire. The rich man. Roger Moore said helplessly, well, William, let's make an appointment for a good talk. I also need to go back to the United States to report to the board of directors. William, I won't bother you dating beautiful women. I wish you some wonderful night. Thank you, Roger, I will call you if necessary. That's it for today, goodbye. William and Roger shook hands and said goodbye. When I walked to Diana Rigg, I didn't know that this big beauty had changed into women's suits there. It was more feminine than the professional women's suits just now. William was shocked and praised, Diana, you are so beautiful now, I just watched it. Chuck, thank you, William, you can call me Diane. Diana Rigg was very satisfied with the look in William's eyes just now. This shows that her strategy is successful and it makes it easier for her to enter William's sight. Okay, Diane, then let's go. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 30, Porsche 911. William took his arms to Diana Rigg, and the two went out of the hotel door. As soon as they got out of the hotel, they were blinded by a large group of flashing lights. Under the of the hotel security, William guarded Diana Rigg got into a Rolls-Royce prepared by Hilton Hotel. The two had a happily dinner in a Michelin 3-star restaurant, during which they drank 3 bottles of wine. Diana Rigg was a little too drunk in the end. When the bill came out, Diana Rigg was already hanging up. Do you still have to think about it for William of the United States? The beauty herself doesn't mind at all. In the car back to the hotel, Diana Rigg and William are always in love with me. Along the way, many paparazzi followed William on their motorcycles and took pictures of Rolls-Royce from time to time. Diana Rigg seemed to have a really more than pure purpose, and always wanted the paparazzi to take pictures of their affection. When he arrived at the hotel, William helped Diana Rigg, who was drunk, into the room, and the two of them ate on the sofa as soon as they entered the door. After William finished the push UPS, he went to the bathroom and took a shower. He saw that Diana Rigg was asleep and had to pick her up and put her in the bathtub in the bathroom to wash her body. After washing, he hugged her back. The bed fell asleep. The next morning, William was still in his sleep and suddenly felt Diana Rigg pinching his nose. After William glanced at Diana Rigg with mental strength, he suddenly yelled. Diane was startled by William's sudden scream and jumped. She sat on the ground and yelled in pain. The two started exercising together early in the morning. This exercise lasted 2 hours, and it was 11 o'clock until the two of them finished the shower. Damn it, William, you are such a beast, I'm almost exhausted after exercising, Diana Rigg complained to William with makeup on. William came over and hugged Diane, kissed her on the cheek and comforted him. How about we go out to have a big meal at noon and then go to Oxford Street to buy you something you like? Hurry up, dear Diane, I'm hungry now. I can eat a cow, and I will eat you sooner. Hearing that William took her to Oxford Street to scan the goods, Diana Rigg's mood immediately became bright. She knew that William would not treat her as a girlfriend. This is all about William's attitude towards her. Although I can't be William's girlfriend now, as long as William doesn't dislike her and is willing to associate with her, then Diana Rigg will still have a chance. Find such a high-quality male ticket, even if we play friendly matches together. Thinking that William had a Tyrannosaurus hidden in his not sturdy body, it was as savage as he was. It's really troublesome for women to put on makeup. William and Diana Rigg are about 1 o'clock when they come to the Michelin restaurant. Now William can say that he is really hungry and can eat a cow. As soon as the dishes are served, you can eat them. If they are gentlemen or not, they will eat first. When the two have finished their lunch, William and Diane come to Oxford Street. Although the two did not hug each other, they could hold hands, and it was inevitable to whisper to each other. Diana Rigg deliberately made some intimate actions, but William did not refuse. They played friendly matches with others and did not want to be other people's boyfriends. That should give Diane some benefits. Diana Rigg, who lacks fame, might be able to transform from a reporter to a BBC host. The two of them wandered around Oxford Street all afternoon. One after another, the luxury goods store bought a few pieces of cloth and a bag for William's £4,000 to £50,000. Fortunately, Diana Rigg didn't really treat him as a triumphant. The things he bought were all for £1,000 or £2,000. Only after a long time hesitating about the £20,000 package in hand, he agreed to accept it. William is quite satisfied with this. Diana Rigg is a reporter at the bottom, not fainted, knowing that the bottom line is there. This girl looks like a smart person, which makes William decide to temporarily and Diana Rigg keep in touch, and talk about things later. After William and Diana Rigg walked to the Porsche store, William couldn't turn his eyes away when he saw this blue 911. He liked Porsche very much in his previous life, but didn't like Ferrari so much. Seeing this 98-year-old 300 horsepower 911, William couldn't help taking Diane's hand into the store. The salesperson of the store just happened to watch William's live broadcast and recognized William at a glance, and smiled. Writing to William, "Good afternoon, Mr. Devonhill, I am Lois, a Porsche sales consultant, what can I do for you?" William smiled at Lois and pointed to the 911 on the booth. "Hello Lois, I like that car, do you have a car? I want to drive her for a drive now." Lois smiled and said to William, "Mr. Devonhill, this is the largest store in London. As long as there is a Porsche in England, we have all of them. The Porsche 911 you want has the highest configuration in the garage. Yes, I think you will like it. Mr. Devonhill, please come and sit with me for a while, and I will let my colleague bring the car up." Before taking a few sips of a cup of coffee, Lois's walkie-talkie heard a voice reminding her that the car was ready. Roy led William and Diane out of the store and saw a sky blue Porsche 911 in the backyard of the store. William asked Tina, "Lois, can I test drive?" "Of course, Mr. Devonhill, of course you can test drive." William got on the 911 accompanied by Tien and said to Diane, who was outside the car, "Diane, you will wait for me first, and I will take you for a drive." Diane smiled and nodded to William. She just saw that there were only 2 seats in the car. Knowing that William didn't let her avoid it on purpose, she told William, "Drive carefully, William. I'll wait for you in the shop for a cup of coffee." William took Lois, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the 911 car, drove out of the store in a hurry, and got on the loop. William raised the speed. Listening to the roar of the sports car engine, William was extremely excited. Lois, who was sitting in the passenger seat, hurriedly reminded William that he was speeding. William regretfully lowered the speed and ran a lap on the loop. William drove the car back to the specialty store and got off to face Tina. "Lois, I bought these 2 cars, you will bill me for one." Listening to William buying a car, Lois's mouth turned crooked and nodded and smiled at William. "Jiao, okay, Mr. Devonshire, I'll go to bill you now." After William swiped the card, he took Diane to go shopping. After 2 hours, the Porsche store would deliver the car to him. Now the car still has to do things like car film and license plate in the store. After waiting for 2 hours, when William and Diane were eating a big bucket of ice cream together, the phone from the Porsche store called. William did not wait long on the bench on the street before waiting for his new car. Porsche hasn't made the 918 yet, and William thinks that the current Porsche 911 is the most beautiful car in Porsche. Watching William holding Diane's hand while receiving 911, the paparazzi who followed hurriedly rounded up the license plate. A flash of light flashed by Barak, and William was busy putting on his sunglasses and hanging Diane on his collar. Bringing her sunglasses, Diane was dazzled by William's thoughtfulness, watching William blush as if dripping water. The surrounding paparazzi were very excited. Watching William and Diane scouring the dog food in public, the paparazzi ate them happily. Something will be written in the newspaper tomorrow. Imagine that tomorrow is writing, William Devonshire is spending a lot of money for Xinhuan, LV bags, and Porsche 911. Or write that Diana Rigg will marry into a wealthy family, or have the opportunity to be the Countess of Oxford, from a tabloid reporter to the Countess counterattack. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 31, Morning Fitness. William, who had another workout with Diana Rigg, was awakened by Diana Rigg early in the morning. William opened his eyes and saw that Diana Rigg, who was already neatly dressed, was sitting in a chair and putting on makeup. He turned to him and said, "My dear, I have to go. I'm going to be late. If I don't go today, my supervisor will kill me. William put his hands on Diane's shoulders, with a serious smile on his face. You haven't had morning exercise yet, and you can't give up your exercise halfway. I have to supervise you and see the effect of your exercise these days. William Devonshire, you beast, won't you be tired? Oh my God, I'm late, I don't know what I will be scolded for a while. Diane looked at his watch and lamented. Haha, it's easy. Diane, come over and see what this is. William took out his own MP3 and said to Diane, I will ask you to take a close-up shot of it in a while. You can take it as you want, maybe after you return to the radio station, your supervisor will stop scolding you. I beg you. You are the only reporter who can approach me at a negative distance. Seriously, William. Diane looked at the MP3 that William received with excitement. Of course, dear, you are my first woman, and if I can help you, I will definitely help you. William nodded and said. You who went, you are so proficient in fitness exercises, you thought I would believe that this is the first time you lied to the ghost. Go to the spirit, it's the first time I've gotten softer legs. William thought that this is the first time I have this body, but the soul is not. England is really rich in big headlights. Looking at Diana's 360 headlights and quartet waist, William feels that this is life. Diane suddenly felt that William was watching her, and he hurriedly got up to avoid William, and said vigilantly, Don't even think about it, William, you don't want to work out with me this week. I will be exhausted if I continue to work out. Seeing Diane looking as if he was unable to work out anymore, William thought that this body is too good and there are disadvantages. The physical strength is too good. He hasn't done many push-ups yet. The beautiful woman who accompanies him to work out is tired. It's so uncomfortable to be with people. Okay, I'll let you go today, let's go to the gym again tomorrow, let's take pictures. You put the MP3 on the table, I'll shoot it myself in a while, don't try to lie to me, and you don't want to find me to work out this week, I want to rest. Does it take that long to rest, or how about we work out together the day after tomorrow? William compromised. No, for 1 week, I don't want to exercise at all now, I have to rest this week. Diane hurriedly shook his head. Damn it, this body is too good and it's a trouble. I can't find someone to work out with. William Tuco said. Okay, let you go, I'll talk next time. After that, William picked up the phone and ordered breakfast at the front desk, went to the bathroom to clean up, and when William got dressed, he saw Diane dressed neatly holding the camera and facing the MP3. Keep patting. After breakfast, William drove his newly bought Porsche 911 to send Diane to work on TV. Before getting off the bus, William thought of the archery test agreed upon with Diane and said to Diane, My dear, I have a good idea. Later you will tell your supervisor that I want you to do our archery test program. Host, do you think he will agree? Really? Diane said excitedly after hearing it. Of course, I don't help you. So, you will see your supervisor later. If he asks about the archery test we have agreed, you ask him to call me to make an appointment with me, and I will ask him for you. As the host of this test, I helped you. You are so beautiful. You have appeared on TV a few times. Maybe it won't be long before you can switch to an expatriate host at your TV station. He kissed William and kissed him again, and even guaranteed to accompany William to the gym regardless of his soft legs. Hey, I still can't cure you, William said with a smile, of course, I'll call you after these 2 days. Okay, dear, don't forget, I'm waiting for you to find me to work out. After finishing talking with William, I was so tired of walking in the car for a long time before saying goodbye to William and getting off the car and entering the TV station. William watched happily twisting his waist, walking out of the goblin step, and arrogantly entering the TV station. Diane, vomiting in his heart, it's really a reality, it can help her be famous, even the body is ignored, but Diane is still good. It's not good to be so beautiful. If she is really depraved, she won't be a foreign reporter now with her capital. She doesn't even have a camera. Thinking about Diane's fiery figure, William felt a little crooked. After that, William took out his cell phone and called Garrus Mallory of the Safety Committee. He was going to see his future boss. The phone was connected, and Garrus Mallory's teasing voice came from the phone. "William. You love Saint finally has time to call my boss. The newspapers are full of you and Diana Rigg's sweetness. Honey's report, your high profile will upset some people in Downing Street, William. Ha, it's up to me that they are unhappy, as long as you are not unhappy, and I will not be in their charge. Besides, what else is left in the special group now? There is only one kitten of mine, and I'm just a cover. The group, not all rights are in the hands of your safety committee. Now I, a billionaire, still want to serve you as a thug. If it weren't for my grandfather Henry, I wouldn't want to go to that damned W group. Ha, others want this right to be crazy, and you are a who looks down on Group W. When you officially join us, you will know how powerful we are, William. This is your virtue. The mission of the Vinhill family, you can't escape, it's doomed since you were born in England. Ha, okay, Garrus, I'm going there to find you. My God, I don't even know where to find you. It's impossible to let me go directly to the headquarters on the Thames, William complained. In half an hour, if you drive to London Bridge, I will send someone to pick you up. He hung up after her speaking. Driving to the London Bridge, William sat in the car and watched the cars and tourists coming and going on the London Bridge. He sighed in his heart. I didn't think I would become a billionaire one day, thinking that the movie world would be better. It's fine to be a rich man, to buy a sports car, buy a yacht, bubble girl, and be a special person when you're bored. Anyway, the system has only activated special agent specialties. Let's take a look. If it's too dangerous, just run away. Spend money to find someone to do it. Don't do things that are not good. He is not a real Englishman anyway. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 32, Secret Conversation with Garrus. William parked the car near London Bridge, got off the car and wore a down jacket on London Bridge. Not long after standing on the London Bridge, a Land Rover Range Rover stopped in front of William. The window glass on the co-pilot was lowered, and a 30-year-old white man asked William. Said, "William Devonshire." William nodded. The humanity in the car, get in the car. After getting in the car drove towards the downtown area of Westminster into Downing Street, and drove into a building with the London Electric Corporation hanging on its door. After being taken up to the 10th floor, William saw a thin middle-aged woman in her 40s as soon as she got out of the elevator. William wrote Catherine Davis on the work card in front of her. Catherine Davis said to the staff who brought him up, "I'll take him to the Garrus office, you go and do your job." After that, the staff member ignored the staff and brought William into Garrus's office. After entering the door, William saw Garrus get up and said to the middle-aged woman, "Hey, Catherine, you come to me so free." Catherine said with a stern face, "I just went to the archives room and met this little guy. I will bring you here by the way. I'm leaving. You are busy." "Okay, thank you, Catherine." Garrus hurriedly stepped forward to open the door for her, and sent the aunt away. When Garrus closed the door, William looked at Garrus's office. Nothing special, just a desk and a few filing cabinets, a few chairs, a wine cabinet, and shook his head. "This is too simple," William teased. Garrus said, "Garys, are you too simple? You don't even have a sofa. You don't have a beautiful secretary or something. Your department is really poor. By the way, who was that old lady just now? You such a shit, is it your old lover?" "Damn it, William, you shut up. Her name is Catherine Davis. She is the director of the Cabinet's Security Committee. You are a little frightened." She is the star of hope that everyone looks forward to. She is very likely to be in the cabinet. Shut your mouth, next time you see her, give me attention, I will be led by her, but she is notoriously hard to talk. Seeing that Garrus was so nervous, William was a little grateful. Fortunately, Catherine didn't hear him, or he was in trouble. Fortunately, I didn't hear her, or I would be in trouble. Garrus, you can't send someone outside the elevator. Wait for me, if I'm unlucky, I'll say that I said that because I heard you say it in private. Garrus cast a blank look at William, and he couldn't stand his familiarity and said, "Close your crow's mouth, I haven't asked you what you have done in the past 2 days, but you still slander me. It's been so cool for 2 days. Tisk tisk, that's really a big beauty, it's cheaper for you kid. Ha, it's so. Looks at how handsome, rich, and talented I am. It's not normal for a beautiful woman to post it on her own," William brazenly boasted, pulling out the chair and sitting in front of Garrus. "I knew you were so shameless." He took out a large file bag from the desk drawer and handed it to William. William opened the file bag, poured out the contents of the bag and placed it on the desk. There were 2 documents and 10 file bags in it. Garrus said to William, "This is your certificate. One is the certificate of the power maintenance team leader of the London Electric Company. It is used by you to cover your identity. The other is the certificate of the Military Intelligence Bureau. The security officer is responsible for handling emergencies. The incident is only under the leadership of the committee. These 10 files are for your team members. After they are filled out, they will be handed over to the crypt. You know where the crypt outside Buckingham Palace is, right?" William picked up the 2 documents, took a look at them, put them down, and asked, "Of course I know where the bunker is. Garrus, I am so famous now, and I still use the cover of the electric company. No one believes this thing." "What?" Garrus smiled weirdly, "That's your business, or if you buy the London Electric Company, I will give you the certificate of the chairman, how about it?" William said irritably, "Not so, why do I want this broken company? I lose so much money every year. I buy it from trouble. The power company is very cheap now. The entire London Power Company is only £70 million. The loss is mainly due to the aging of the circuit and the backward equipment. You may be able to make money if you buy the renovation," Garrus bewildered. "I don't want it. I can make more money with that money. Besides, who doesn't know that the power company union is difficult? I don't want to deal with those guys in the power company union. Let me talk about the group that I am in charge of. Is this team leader going to work at the headquarters? I don't want to see Mrs. M.'s old lady every day." "Ha, old lady, you really dare to say it," Garrus nodded in agreement. He didn't like M. She had been in the MIB for too long, and the MIB was operated like an iron bucket. The committee wanted to intervene. "Can't insert. Your team doesn't need to go to the headquarters. You are an emergency operations team. If you find out that you need information, you can come to me if you want to investigate. I have files on the MIB personnel. After you have assembled your team members, you must hand over the list of team members to the Dark Castle as required. You don't need to tell anyone except you. You can check the personnel you think are problematic. Of course, everything must have evidence, and at the same time. Accept my assigned task," Garrus said. "That means if you don't have a task for me, I can do nothing," William said happily. "Oh, it's not before the 1990s. There are not so many special incidents in China, and now everything has to be evidence. Without evidence, nothing can be done, hands and feet are tied up, and you can't go wrong if you don't do things. Let the people of the MIB do the dangerous and troublesome things. Now they are most afraid of exposure. If they are known by the public, then it must be no good. Anyway, you are a rich man, and nothing is right for you," Garrus said. "Ha, you fool me, you don't want to get the right to handle it," forget it, anyway, I don't want to take my group of rights back. It's best to keep it in your hands. I don't need to worry about it, I'm so young. It's the time to enjoy life, and I don't even have a son. I don't want to have even an heir in the future. Garrus, you better don't come to me for anything, I'll be my rich man with peace of mind. Enjoy the life of the rich. William doesn't believe what Garrus said. These guys just want to use themselves as thugs. If there is dirty work, let me do it. There will be no benefits. I am not that stupid. I will not serve you if there is no good. Let you and Mrs. M bite the dog while I watch the fun. Then my personnel are recruited like this. You can recruit whoever you want to recruit. You can also go to the archives to find it. You can find it in society. The most important thing is to be reliable, Garrus said, showing his business card to William. This is an archive of ours in London. The museum is filled with files of people with low levels of confidentiality. You can recruit people in the police and troops, but you have to take care of your team members and don't let them mess up. If something goes wrong, you have to fix it yourself. You are special, the action is right. You are an ordinary person without a task, understand? And you have to be responsible for the funds. All I can provide is equipment and some official status convenience, so that you will not be targeted by the government. William took his business card and looked at the address. This is the address of the London Library. What can I find when I go to this place? Looking at Garrus in doubt. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 33, Recruiting Christmas? Lee. Seeing William's question, Garrus said, the underground of the London Library is a low-secret archives room with various personnel files. I can see these confidential information now. William said. Garrus nodded and said, this is the welfare of our insiders. A lot of the information is kept by the secret forces of our nobles. I still have the right to open some information to you. But William, many of our people now know your true identity, so you must pay attention to confidentiality when you do things. Some old guys are waiting to see your jokes. William looked at Garrus's teasing eyes and was unhappy. Fuck you, Garrus. William didn't know why these guys had to form a hidden group by themselves. Is it necessary? This group hasn't appeared in 10 years. Is it really necessary for me to set up a group? Just give me an identity. Anyway, I don't want to be so troublesome. Garrus was silent and said to William in a low voice, originally, if the Earl of Oxford could give birth to his heirs, then nothing will happen to you, and the formation of Group W will be handed over to him. He hasn't been in the past 10 years. Being able to seize the opportunity God gave him, there are too many variables without heirs. No one will rest assured that he will know our secrets, plus Henry's arrangement, so this obligation returns to you, Henry's heir. In short, as long as there is this identity, many things are very convenient to do in the name of the government. We are in a very difficult situation, William. Many people want to replace us. We need the strength to protect ourselves. Many of us have a secret group like you. We are only ensuring that we have the right to live and we have power in our hands. Peace of mind. William was silenced by Garrus's words, thinking in his heart, yes, isn't the most fundamental thing in all human activities for living? Even if he doesn't have a system, he has too many opportunities to become a rich man after he is reborn. If you want to keep your wealth and your family, you must have the power to protect yourself, and you can use this opportunity to build your own power, which is the same as the original intention of people like Gary's. He should also consider how to guard against reaching out to his hand in the dark, and magic is not omnipotent. It is not absolutely necessary that William does not want to be exposed to the public. He does not want to become a public enemy of the world like the mutant in the movie, because there will be too many people wanting to get magical power from him. But when it comes to life and death, William will not be soft. Anyway, This world is a movie world, not the great dynasty of the previous life. If it is broken, it will be broken. When the time comes, he will lead his mother Lena to open the portal. To hide his name, and then go back to retaliate, he has to see who can withstand the constant revenge of a magician who can appear anytime and anywhere. After William and Garrus were separated, they figured out why Garrus had to form a team by themselves. This gave William a lot of peace of mind. Isn't it just building a semi-private armed forces hidden in the government? After finding so many reasons to cover up, it seems that the guys like Garrus are still in a difficult situation, and all the power in their hands has to be turned to the dark. As long as their interests are not involved, these groups hidden in various departments are serious government forces. After all, they are also English, but if some people want to eradicate Garrus, these hidden groups will become Garrus. The knives in their hands slashed at their enemies. After William drove to the London Library and showed the certificate of the power company, the staff took William to the basement archives with his heart. After teaching William to use the computer, the staff went on their own. William looked at the information on the police, troops, and even mercenaries listed on the computer, and clicked on the information on mercenaries curiously. Good fellow, how come this with more mercenary information? William flipped through it and suddenly saw a familiar face that could no longer be familiar. I saw a man with facial paralysis with a Van Dyke-style beard, full of muscles, skulls, and crow tattoos on his arms, and a middle-aged man wearing a beret. According to the information, Barney Rose, who is good at fighting and rushing into battle, has a spear-drawing technique that can fire 6 shots in 1 second. The name of the mercenary is Death Squad. William is speechless. Isn't this the Death Squad played by Stallone? This guy in this world is really called Barney Rose. The team members include Christmas Lee, Jason Statham, Yin Yang, Jet Li, Caesar, Terry Crews, Toll Highway, Randy Kudrow, Gunnar Jensen, Duff Lang. This is really unexpected. William looked at Uncle Stallone's paralyzed face and felt happy. A commander, a SAS member of the English Special Air Service Regiment, a melee fighter, a long-range weapons expert, a blasting expert, and a proficient long-range sniper. Although they are all old guys, these guys are all masters. The completion rate is 100%, and the fees are high, with a minimum of $1 million for a task. William got up and went to the archives to find all the information about the Death Squad. Looking at the information on Christmas Lee, he picked up the phone and called Christmas. Beep, beep. The call is connected after a few rings. Hey, hello, that person. Christmas's voice came on the phone. Hello, Christmas, my name is William Devonhill, the Security Director of the English Military Intelligence Agency, soldier number S19677726. Christmas Lee, are you free to talk? William thought about whether or not to mention his real name. When he thinks about it, let's forget it. After he took over the W Group, his identity is already public in the eyes of some guys, because the Devonshire family has mastered the W Group for more than 140 years. Anyone who has the ability to know probably knows. As long as William hides what he has done, no one knows what he wants to do. Damn, how did you know me, and your name is William Devonhill? That heir to the Earl of Devonshire, billionaire, are you kidding me, man? It's not funny at all. Please try to lie. Find a reliable identity when you are a human. He hung up after saying Christmas. William dialed back with a smile. Soul Dan, they said don't bother me. If you bother me, I will go to KU for a meal. William did not talk to Christmas nonsense directly. Christmas Lee, formerly known as Jess Statham, was born in London Mary Hospital, England on July 26, 1967. He studied Wing Chun, Karate, and Taekwondo, and joined the English Army in 1987. Years later, he joined SAS of the English Special Air Service Corps. He participated in 31 battles. He retired due to injury in 1997. He joined Barney Rose's Dare to Die half a year later. His parents worked in London, and a sister married to Manchester. A kid who is good at using throwing knives, would Jess Statham want me to talk about it? My profile still says where your parents' names work and live. Okay, sir, Soldier S19677726 is reporting to you, what are your orders? William was shocked by William at Christmas. He used to be a member of SAS. His information is confidential, and not everyone can find his information. Yes, and he was a mercenary. If the enemy knew the information of his relatives, he would not survive. I was thinking about Christmas. It's not really the people from the English Military Intelligence Agency who are looking for me. There are many masters in the army. What do you do with a retired old guy like me? Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 34, Death Squad. Of course, William wouldn't tell Christmas that this was his evil taste. He wanted to recruit the guys he liked in previous movies. With this group of people as his subordinates, William thought it was interesting. I need you to report to me in London tomorrow. It's okay, and I don't have to read the confidentiality clause for you on Christmas, William asked with a smile. No, sir, even if we are retired, there are confidentiality regulations for people like us, sir. I will book a ticket now, and I will report to you in London tomorrow, and see the sir tomorrow, Christmas hurriedly said. Very well, soldier, you'd better find a good reason, this meeting will be kept secret, William ordered. Okay, sir, I will pay attention, you can rest assured. Then we'll see you in London tomorrow night, with a baseball cap at 7 in the evening, and a copy of the Times in our hands, and see you on London Bridge. Understood, baseball cap, the Times, see the sir tomorrow. After saying Christmas politely, he waited for William to hang up before hanging up his phone. Hanging up the phone, he yelled at Christmas in New York, USA. He was really bad. He has been retired for more than 3 years and is now 33 years old. How could someone from the English Military Intelligence Agency come to him? His relatives came to threaten him, and his soul was pale. When he saw this guy tomorrow, he had to teach him a lesson, letting him know that he was not a bully. The big deal is to stop being a mercenary, take the family to the United States and find a normal job. I don't know at Christmas, but his yelling and beating was heard by Barney, who had just come out to find him in the bar. But Barney didn't come out immediately. Instead, he waited a few minutes before coming out. He asked the still angry Christmas, "Hey, man, what's wrong with you?" Although Christmas is in anger, but the 3 years of life and death make him not want to drag Barney into the water so busy. It's nothing, Barney, something happened in London. I have to catch a plane later. I will leave first. I will wait until I'm done. Just come back to you. Barney saw that Christmas was in trouble, but he didn't tell him to endure the doubts in his heart. Well, buddy, you need to call me, you know we are in the same group, don't carry it alone if you have something to do. Thank you, Barney, don't worry, it's nothing big, I can handle it. After he touched his fist with Barney, he drove the motorcycle and left. Barney went back to the bar with some worry. The other members of the death squad saw that Barney was the only one coming back. Caesar asked, "Barney, Christmas, so you are back alone? Thor is still waiting to fly with Christmas." "The knife, we have all pressed the bet." Barney thought for a while and replied, "Guys, I think I might be in trouble at Christmas." When I went out to call him, I yelled after hearing him call, and asked him without saying anything, saying that there was something to deal with in London. I drove to the airport by myself. Guys, we should go to London to help him. If nothing happens, then we will play in London. Everyone nodded when they heard, "Okay, Barney, we are in the same squad, guys, we won't leave our comrades behind." "Yes, Barney, we are in a group. Yes, if anyone dares to provoke us, we will overthrow him." In this way, the other members of the squadron followed Barney to their private jet. The squad had a Hu-16A Albatross seaplane produced by Grumman. They didn't have to wait for the flight. They boarded the Albatross and flew directly to England. The flight arrived in London a long time before Christmas. These guys had their weapons on the Albatross. After entering London, Barney told Caesar and the toll road to go to the London airport and stare at Christmas to see what happened to him. Others looked for it. 2 Land Rover followed. The next day I got off the plane for Christmas. I didn't know that I was followed by Caesar and the toll road. They were both old folks. They knew the habits and abilities of Christmas. They followed far away and didn't let Christmas. What did you notice? I took a taxi into downtown London and checked into an ordinary hotel near the London Bridge on Christmas Day. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were 5 hours before 7 o'clock, enough for him to prepare. Christmas decided to wait after meeting the security director. If his identity was true, then he would see why he was found on the ground. If it was a fake Christmas, he decided to kill him, and then take his family to the United States. It was finally almost 7 o'clock. After checking the equipment on Christmas, he walked out of the hotel and walked towards the London Bridge. As soon as he left the hotel on Christmas, Caesar, who was opposite the hotel, said to the walkie-talkie on his clothes, "Barney, Barney is out. Christmas, Christmas is out." Received, Caesar, follow him carefully, don't be exposed. We don't know who the enemy is. Look at the direction of Christmas. It should be on London Bridge. You and the toll road drive to the other side of London Bridge and wait. Pay attention to the suspicious characters. Gunner and I are waiting here by the bridge. Roger that. Received. Barney's ear heard 2 answers. I walked onto the London Bridge at 7 o'clock on Christmas Day, wearing a baseball cap, holding the Times in his hand, standing in the middle of the bridge, looking at the Thames and waiting. And my protagonist William is sitting with his back on a long chair on the bridge not far from Christmas, watching a painter painting the scenery on the Thames on the bridge. He doesn't need to turn his head to look, he swept his mental energy and felt it. Christmas is here. This guy in the previous life is so famous. William recognized him at a glance, but William is not in a hurry, he is guarding the other people in the death squad. He was not sure whether the other members of the death squad would come. Fortunately, William had a long thought. After waiting for 5 minutes, his mental power scanned the yin and yang and the toll road on the other side of the bridge. Yin and yang is also very easy to recognize. There are really few people who don't know Master Huang. Looking at Li Dada's face reminded William of Master Huang. One hand is a tiger and a crane, one hand is Foshan Wuying and the other is Guangdong Wuying's hands. My Master Huang is amazing. You are so easy to recognize. Since Master Huang and the toll road are here, Barney, who had the first blood, must have also come. Sure enough, it didn't take long for William to scan and find the other members of the death squad. William cursed in his heart. This guy at Christmas has ignored the confidentiality clause. However, after William scanned for Christmas again, he did not find a walkie-talkie on him. After thinking about it, I figured it out. After scanning the other people in the death squad, I found that these guys have walkie-talkies on them, but not on Christmas. Others in the death squad said. I don't know how Barney these guys can see it. They are exactly the same as the ones in the movie. These guys are really friendly. They came to London unconditionally under the cover of Christmas. William picked up the phone in his pocket and pressed the phone for Christmas. His phone was connected to his earphones. Don't need to pick up the phone, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the death squad. Beep, beep. The phone did not ring a few times, and the call was answered on Christmas. Hey, sir, I'm already on the bridge. Sir, are you late? Did you have an accident? Christmas asked suspiciously. No, Christmas is that you violated our agreement. Your guys are all here on the bridge. You crossed the line for Christmas. You better pray that God bless you so that you can escape from London. 88, Soldier S19677726. William hung up the phone and turned off the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Christmas looked a little head-covered, and immediately called Barney with his cell phone. He was full of anxiety now that something was about to happen. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 35, One shock bomb overturns the death squad. The call was quickly connected. Christmas anxiously said, "Barney, are you at London Bridge?" As soon as I heard Barney did not say anything, I knew his teammates were really here at London Bridge, and said hurriedly, "Man, we are in trouble, let alone other yes, come pick me up, we are in big trouble." Barney listened to the Christmas call, and didn't think much about it. He knew that it must be the people of the Christmas connector who found them. Hell, I did a bad thing with a good intention. I don't want to say anything about Christmas. Now look at the meaning of Christmas. When people find them, they will think they are trying to ambush each other. Hell, the death squad is in big trouble. Barney hurriedly said into the earphones, "Yin and Yang, you and the road immediately connect Caesar, I and Gunnar will pick up Christmas. Guys, we are exposed. Yin and Yang, you go to our hidden spot in London, I and Gunnar will pick up the Christmas first. Throw away your eyeliner and look for you again, be careful. Understand? Let's start now," Yin Yang said. Barney drove the car for Christmas, slammed on the gas pedal, and ran away. After William hung up the phone, he slowly walked towards the Yin Yang car. A few tens of meters away, a tracker was installed on the Yin Yang car under William's mental power, and then William found himself unhurriedly. The car follows Yin and Yang. William followed the Yin Yang car around London for more than an hour. During this period, Caesar and the road both watched the car from time to time. Finally, after confirming that no one was following them, the three came to a suburb of London. In the old house, Caesar and the highway got off the car and took out their guns and touched them into the safe house. After confirming that there was no problem, after Caesar sent a safety signal, Yin Yang drove the car to the side of the safe house. William parked the car a few hundred meters away from the safe house, got out of the car and took out the equipment from a safe house that Gary's told him this morning. He took two in the safe house today. Glock 17, 10 magazines, an M4A1 rifle, an AWP, 2 base ammunition, 4 smoke grenades, flash grenades, shock grenades, walkie-talkies, bugs, trackers and 4 anesthesia smoke grenades. Fortunately, what is written on the boxes of these ammunition, or just a rookie William, apart from the guns I have seen on CS, I really don't know the others. Wearing a body armor and equipment, William walked slowly towards the safe house under the cover of the surrounding woods. He had the mental power to scan the surroundings and avoided several hidden cameras. William was leaning against one more than 20 meters away from the safe house. The tree closed his eyes and waited for Barney and the others to arrive. Mage William's hand carried a bug and a shock bomb, and 2 anesthetic smoke bombs were sent into the safe room unconsciously, and Caesar's voice came from the earphones. "What the is going on?" Caesar asked confusedly. "I don't know, it will be clear when Barney and Christmas come," Yin Yang said. "Damn," Caesar complained. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, William felt Barney's car coming. Barney asked Yin and Yang to the walkie-talkie at a distance of 50 meters outside the safe house. After Yin and Yang were determined to be safe, Barney stopped outside the safe house and opened the door to enter the safe house. After everyone met, Barney asked at Christmas, "What the is this, Christmas? You know how we are exposed, and who else will come to trouble us?" Christmas bowed his head and thought about the easy-to-handle genius and said, "I can't say, Barney, you have no way out. Now you haven't played against each other, it's okay to escape to the United States overnight, we can't afford these guys. Damn, we don't even know who our opponent is. We must know who to guard against if we escape like this," Gunnar asked angrily. Barney raised his hand to stop Gunnar. He knew that Christmas would not harm them, or he would not tell them what was wrong and come to London alone. Yesterday Christmas should have known who the opponent was, but I just felt that the opponent was too strong and didn't want to impede them, so that they came to London alone. Gunnar, I don't want to involve us at Christmas, or he won't come to London alone. The others nodded after hearing Barney's thoughts. They are all old buddies and everyone knows their teammates. After hearing Barney's words, Gunnar knew that Christmas was not to blame, and said to Christmas, "Well, man, I apologize." Christmas nodded to Gunnar, "I want to thank you, guys, you are my best comrades in arms, but today's opponent is not something we can touch. I just got on the bridge and the opponent found you. This shows that the opponent is right. Every one of us knows well, and their influence in England is too great. Guys, I don't want to hurt you. They want me. I stay in London to distract them. You take the opportunity to return to the United States." Barney thought for a while and said to Christmas, "That is to say, our opponent knows each of us and can have such a strong intelligence ability. I can't think of how many, Christmas, you will get into the MI." When William heard Barney's words, he knew Barney had guessed it, but William was not working for the MIB. Seeing that Barney had guessed it on Christmas, he didn't hide it anymore. "Yesterday, the director of the MIB called me and asked me to come to London to meet him today. I haven't seen anyone on the London Bridge. When I received a call saying that I had violated the confidentiality agreement, they might take action against us, and then you all know about it later." After hearing this, William violently pulled the shock bombs in the safe room with the mage's hand. He only heard a huge knock. In the safe room, he remembered that all 6 Death Squad members were all caught by the huge noise of the shock bombs. "Get down. The shock bomb is very powerful indoors. The loud sound can stun people in an instant, but these guys are super fighters," so William opened an anesthetic smoke bomb with the help of the mage and waited for the anesthesia bomb. After the smoke dissipated and the 6 guys in the room were silent, Magistrate William opened the door and window with his hands, and waited for more than 10 minutes outside the house before entering the safe room with his equipment on his back. Looking at the 6 people who were stumbling, William used tape to seal the mouths and eyes of everyone in the death squad and tied his hands and feet. He drove out his car and threw all these guys into the car. Fortunately, William was driving a car. Land Rover Range Rover, or really can't put in 6 big guys. Driving the car, William came to a hidden woods about 10 kilometers away. William drove the car into the woods, got out of the car and tied the 6 members of the death squad to 6 trees. These guys will not wake up for several hours. William sat in the car thinking about how to organize the death squad. He knew that these guys are hard bones and felt a little irritable. Originally, he wanted to organize Christmas first, and then use the money to hire the death squad. For other things, just give money, and this group doesn't care who they are going to do. It's really a headache. William couldn't bear to kill these people. After all, even though these people are mercenaries, they still do things very principled. And I have no grudges or hatreds with them, all of them are familiar faces in previous movies, so I can't do anything. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 36, Tell Me Who the Church Is. William found this guy's cigar in Barney's pocket, lit his cigar and lay quietly smoking in the car, and looked at his watch. It has been 2 hours. William felt that someone was awake. It was Master Huang who woke up, but it was Master Huang Fi Hung. I didn't expect Master Huang, who was the shortest figure, to wake up first. William sat in the car and said leisurely, "It's Huang Fi Hung, Master Huang, since you wake up, don't pretend, Master Huang, let's talk about it. My information shows that you have 2 daughters in Los Angeles. Don't call them, lest they worry about you." Hearing William threatened him with his daughter, the pseudonym Yin and Yang Master Huang immediately stopped pretending, and hurriedly said, "Don't mess around, Come at me if something happens, don't disturb my family. Actually, Master Huang just yelled at him. It's not easy to write down here, you can just make up for it. With a hood, William walked to Master Huang with a document and turned on the flashlight. According to Master Wang's relatives on the document, he said, I heard that you are a mercenary to raise your daughter. Or you can do it for me, I will give it to you. Money, what do you think? Master Huang looked at the family members listed on the profile, and cursed at the soul to find out all of his family members. He even knew where he lived and went to school. Ma Dan, it broke, what should I do? Master Huang was very anxious. But there was no panic on his face. Barney actually woke up when William got off the car and walked towards Master Huang. He heard William threaten him with Master Wang's family. Barney hurriedly said, Hey, man, what do you want us to do? I promise you, don't take his family. Threatening him, yin and yang, you can rest assured that we are still useful, or he would have killed us early. William looked at Barney with a depressed look. He broke in and broke his business. It took him so much effort, and he didn't know if he could handle these big stars. Haha, Barney, you really deserve to be the leader of the death squad. It's about this time. You are so calm. It's a veteran who has fought for a lifetime, but you shouldn't come to London, let alone get involved in this matter. Now it's not you who have the final say. Speaking of the other people who seemed to be pretending to be in a coma, William said, Gunnar, I advise you not to secretly touch the knife behind your waist at Christmas. I didn't expect you two masters with knives to be so good at hiding small knives, but I think my gun is faster than your knives, and it's not good to be careful of the gun in my hand if you make a small move. After Christmas and Gunnar heard William discovering their little actions, they scrupled at the Glock 17, which William had just taken out, clicked, and the bullet was loaded, and it didn't move anymore, but Christmas's mouth was so hard, maybe we can try who is faster. William didn't care about Christmas. He knew that this guy's flying knife was very powerful, but he didn't know that the guy he faced was no longer an ordinary person. Turning his head to face Barney and said, Since you broke in, then I can't blame me. After so much effort, I have to get something from you, so Barney told me who the Church of the CIA is. Barney's pupil shrunk, then looked down at the ground and said, I don't know who you are talking about. I have never heard of church. I know a guy called Trench. Maybe you are looking for him, but I heard this guy in the trenches wants to be the President of the United States. The other members of the death squad smiled after listening. Yes, I also heard that this guy in the trench really wants to be president. Yes, I also heard about it. I heard that his wife's house is very powerful in the trenches, maybe he can really become the trenches. William was amused in his heart. How could this stock in the movie also exist in this real world? It is said that our trench governor had no chance in William's previous life. Mr. Governor and his wife fell out, so there was no chance. Thinking of this terrier, William laughed, and suddenly raised his hand to shoot at Christmas. After Christmas hummed a few times, his head fell silent. William suddenly shot Christmas without warning, and surprised the other 5 members of the death squad. Everyone was shocked in disbelief, and then they all yelled. Anything difficult came out of their mouths. William was a little surprised that he could still curse people like this in English. Didn't it mean that the Americans were all scolding, so now he heard so many curses? The movie world is really a movie world, with a huge vocabulary, and why I can understand every sentence. William is a little dizzy. Maybe it's because Marvel is American. The dizzy system can even swear. I said not to make small movements in front of my eyes. Now Barney can trouble you to tell me who the church is, or I will hit him like Barney with the next shot. William finished speaking and pointed the gun at Gunnar and said, Gunnar heard that you are very good at playing with knives, but you are about to die. Gunnar looked at Barney. He didn't take your life seriously, or you do things like me. Gunnar stared into William's eyes and said indifferently, or, you let me go, how about we use a knife to solve it? If you win, I will say so. Gunnar suddenly yelled to Barney, Barney, you can't saying that we will all die, Barney. William shot Gunnar without letting Gunnar finish. Soldan, I want to kill you, I will definitely kill you. Barney was angry with blue veins all over his body, his eyes were red, and the rope tied to him was crunching. The others are the same, Caesar cursed, come on, and shoot me, Barney, he wants to know who the church is and he won't kill you, Barney, you can't say, even if we are all dead, you can't say, Barney, you want to survive to avenge us, come on, Soul Light, shoot at me, come on. Caesar stared at William as he died. William ignored the cursing of these people. After more than 10 minutes of cursing, William pointed his gun at Yin and Yang. No, don't shoot, I said. Barney looked at William's muzzle towards Yin and Yang. He said hurriedly that he had lost 2 buddies, and he didn't want the daughter of Yin and Yang to lose her father. Yin Yang hurriedly yelled, don't talk about Barney, you can't tell, he will kill us all, Barney, you have to live, and you will have a chance to take care of my family if you live. No, man, I can't let your child be fatherless. I said, the full name of the church is Bruce Willis. I don't know that he lives there. I only know that he is the chief security officer of the CIA in New York. Suddenly Barney heard Christmas's breathing. Christmas groaned and suddenly came back to life, and then Gunnar also groaned and came back alive soon. William inserted Glock 17 back into the holster under his arm and cursed, Soldan, what kind of anesthetic is from his NN? I woke up in less than 20 minutes. Only then did the other 4 members of the death squad realize that William's gun hadn't hit Gunnar and Christmas. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 37, Incorporate the Death Squad. William, this guy tied Christmas and Gunnar to the far right of these people, the farthest is Christmas, then Gunnar, then Yin and Yang, Highway, Caesar, and Barney. William shot on the tree trunk and shook his hand a few seconds before the shot. Last night he thought of the throwing knife technique of the bullseye in Marvel, because he then accepted the peak of the bullseye in his mind. Techniques, plus he wrapped the hands of the mage every time he practiced the throwing knife. After practicing for a whole night, he still used it today. He threw the anesthetic needle directly on the necks of Christmas and Gunnar, but William, this rookie, used too little dose. There was no moon tonight, and in the woods, none of these death squad members saw the anesthetic needle on Christmas and Gunnar's neck. In addition, the members of the death squad were in London before and did not wear body armor. When William's gun hit the trunk, these veterans thought it was a bullet that penetrated Christmas and Gunnar's body hit the trunk. In fact, they were all frightened by William's sudden shot. Seeing their teammates stopped moving, they thought their teammates were hit by William and died in the heart. Gunnar shook his head dazedly, and said, "Guys, have we all gone to hell? Alas, I didn't expect to be with you in hell." "Fuck you, you just went to hell, Gunnar, it's nice that your soul is not dead, and Christmas, I thought we were all going to see God." Caesar scolded and said, "God, bless, Lord, thank you for your kindness and keep us alive. It's me you should be thankful, Caesar." At this time William walked to Barney's side, took out a small tape recorder from him, turned on the tape recorder and listened to Barney's information about the church, nodded happily at Barney and said, "This tape recorder is really good. It's very clear, and Barney, what you said is right, that is fast and loud. It seems that I have caught your handle, Barney, I like you, ha." William put away the tape recorder and went to Christmas, took out the dagger and cut the rope from Christmas. Then he took out the information of this group of people in the car, walked to Gunnar and said, "Guys, I have all the details of you, no one can run out of my sight. Gunnar, this is yours." After taking out a document and throwing it at Gunnar's feet, he walked to Yin and Yang and said, "This is yours." This is your highway. This is your Caesar. This is your Barney. I really didn't expect you to have 3 such beautiful daughters, Barney, look at them, wow, they are really angels, maybe you will become a world-class Barney after 10 years. All the people's father-in-laws finished. The information is still at the feet of Barney. If you have any questions, ask Christmas, Barney, but you'd better not tell other people, you won't cause trouble to your players, Barney. William looked into Barney's eyes. Of course, I promise only we and Christmas will know, Barney quickly promised. Better like this, Barney, you owe me 6 lives, right, buddy? William said to Barney. Barney thought for a while and nodded, yes, sir, although we were a little unhappy, the result was good. I owe you 6 lives, and I will pay you back. You can find us if you need it. That's good, if Barney needs it, I will find your contact person. What is the name of the tattoo shop? By the way, it is Thor. I heard that he has good tattoo and throwing skills. I think I have a chance. Ask him to get a tattoo for me, but I have to wait for me to figure out what to get a tattoo, then Barney, goodbye. William looked at Christmas while he was still pulling the rope, and when he looked at Christmas's bald head, he suddenly felt a little green on that head. Kindly said to Christmas, hey, man, I still have to tell you something, but I'm afraid you will not accept it. Christmas dumbfounded, what, I can't accept anything, I have died once. William looked at the Christmas bald head and nodded, well, man, in my profile, your girlfriend seems to have cuckolded you, Christmas, sorrow. After hearing this, Caesar shouted loudly, let me just say it, guys, I said, I know that the big car light girlfriend at Christmas is not reliable, the last time I was in the bar I told Christmas, he just didn't believe it. Barney hurriedly said, shut up, Caesar, this is not the time to talk about this. Seeing that Christmas had gotten out of the tree, William said to the people of the death squad, okay, guys, I'll go first. As for how you can get to London, I suggest that you can run and just take exercise, yours. Everything is in this bag, then, members of the death squad, goodbye. After speaking, William left a bag in the car on the ground and drove back to London. When William is gone, Christmas finds the knife to untie Gunnar and the 2 untie their teammates separately. When the 6 people rubbed their paralyzed hands and feet, took their weapons and equipment, a group of people looked at me and I saw you're silent. In the end, Caesar couldn't stand it and said first, damn it, how long have we been so embarrassed, I don't remember how many years I haven't been overturned without firing a gun like today. Damn that guy just now? Who? I don't want to see that guy again. Barney wanted to smoke a cigar depressed, but he touched his pocket but felt empty. This soul touched my Zippo lighter, my daughter gave it to me. Yin and Yang said angrily, guys, is it time to talk about lighters? We should do that in the future. Gunnar scolded, who the is this guy, let me know that I'm going to hit him with a black gun. This soul stabbed an anesthetic needle into my trachea. After finishing talking, he touched the bleeding neck with his hand. Tol Kim said, we should thank this guy for being unfamiliar with the blood vessels and the doses of anesthetics, or you didn't wake up so soon with Christmas, otherwise this guy can tell all our secrets, even if he wanted to. Knowing my wife's size, I have to say, I don't want to watch Yin Yang and Caesar get killed in front of me. Said that the information on my hand was facing everyone. Yang Le Yang said, guys, I don't know what the information you have written on it, but the information on my hand clearly writes all of my past, even the ears are written clearly. When Caesar saw that the toll road was about to talk about his ears, he was busy changing the subject. He didn't want to listen to his ears on the road anymore. He had listened to it 800 times, and he could recite everything he heard. It's the same with me. This soul even knows how many girlfriends I had made when I was young, and I also knew that after I retired from the army, I was short of money and robbed a community gangster, and my son got someone in school. Tooth knocked out 2 of his NN and wrote it. What the is his NN? Is it written in such detail? Saying that a few of me watched Christmas, everyone knew that the guy just wanted to join Christmas, but they were all caught after everyone broke it. Barney opened his mouth and said, "Okay, I will tell you if I can let you know, and ask if I don't know, you know the rules." Caesar complained, "Then let's just forget it. We haven't suffered such a big loss. We were like pigs and played as we like. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 38, or We All Hide in the Great Heaven. Yin and Yang looked at Christmas and said to Caesar, "Man, don't you understand? In this world, we can be found as soon as we appear, and we can attack us as soon as we arrive at the safe house. How many forces do we have to deal with without much effort? Anyway, I can think of only a few. Just think about who is the strongest and most powerful in England." Caesar understood it as soon as Yin and Yang said, "Damn it, Yin and Yang. You mean the MIB? This is so possible. How could those guys from the MIB come to us? We are just mercenaries. We just work with the money. Is it so hard?" Gunnar said irritably, "What they are looking for is Christmas, but we delivered ourselves to them, now we are in big trouble, am I? The Bureau now has our handle on betraying the director of the CIA. If we don't obey, then we will offend the MIB and the CIA. If the hell, is there any place in the world where we can stay?" Yin Yang added, "Moreover, we all have information on each other. It's not easy to run with your family. Even if you can run, you can still run there. Or you can go to the Dacian Chao with me and it will be safe there. Safety, we are a large group of white people who are too conspicuous in your great heaven. It's okay for you to reach Yin and Yang. Great heaven is a forbidden place for mercenaries, but I don't want to go to a world without guns. I will sleep without guns and knives. I don't know," Gunnar complained. Barney actually guessed something. He didn't expect the English MIB to be so powerful. He overturned the whole team with one shot. "I heard that there are many agents in the 00 group of MIB, the most famous is 007. If all of them are so powerful, then these mercenaries are still so mixed up." Barney asked Christmas, "Was it from the MIB? I saw that everyone was watching him on Christmas and nodded depressed. I received a phone call yesterday. The person on the phone said that he was the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau and asked me to come to London to report to him today. He told him about my family's situation. It's clear that I can only come to London to see if it's from the MIB. You know that I came from an air crew. My family is all in England. If someone from the MIB comes to me, I can't refuse. Yes. You all know the rest, that's how it is, guys. I'm tired of you, I'm sorry." When everyone is silent, they will know in their hearts that Christmas cannot be blamed. Yesterday Christmas I only wanted to come to London alone, and never thought of dragging them into the water, but they came to help after Christmas without asking. They didn't expect to be a waste of help and put themselves in. Barney said to the people, "This incident is my fault. I underestimated the power of the government. The mercenaries are really far from the government. In the future, we have to be more careful in taking on the tasks. This is related to the government. You must not touch anything in the future." Everyone nodded. Before, they thought they were the best squad in the world. There was nothing they could not deal with. But today, they were slapped in the face in reality. 6 members of the team were beaten by one person. Everyone felt very embarrassed. Barney saw that the guys were a little depressed, and knew that this could not go on, or the morale would be gone, and the team would not be far from disbanding. Barney said, "Guys, don't think about it so much. We have encountered the power of a country, and this is their base camp. It is normal to be discovered and attacked, because this is something we have never encountered before. Opponents, it's not shameful that we lose, it's not a level contest at all. But I believe we are the best in the mercenary world, because our mission completion rate is 100%, there is no mercenary in the world. In comparison, we are the best, the most united, and the most fearless in the mercenary world. Don't compare yourself with the country, it's meaningless. Yes, we are the best in the mercenary world. The crowd regained confidence after hearing Barney's words, and their morale was high. Seeing that everyone regained their confidence, Barney nodded with relief and said, "Well, guys, let's go when we are ready. Gunnar, check the GPS, we will drive to the safe house, and then go to another safe house." "Okay, head." Everyone was ready, ran forward, and ran for an hour back to the safe house and drove to another safe house. When the teammates settled in, Barney winked at Christmas, nodded and received Christmas, and the two went out to get together. Talk to each other. "Christmas, who is that guy today?" "William Devon Hill." "What, the one on TV?" Barney was taken aback. He never thought that his opponent was a 19-year-old. Moreover, he was still a tie, and wanted to know his daughters. Barney decided to go back to the United States and put his daughters closer. "Yes, just the one on BBC TV when we first ate. He is a billionaire, a scientist, an inventor, a super genius, or a nobleman, so he might be a member of the MIB?" "You are not mistaken, Christmas. I also want to say no, but the truth is like this, you don't know, the Devonshire family is a family that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. For them, everything is possible, and I heard it when I was in a special unit. There have been some rumors. It is rumored that there will be a member of the Devonshire family joining the MIB in every generation of Devon Hill more than 100 years ago. No one knows what they are doing. They only know that they are the secret team of the MIB. Yesterday, William Devon Hill may want to recruit me, but now he wants to recruit our death squad." Christmas thought for a while and then said, "The first thing is only known to the two of us, because we can no longer quit. Others don't know the specifics. If they don't want to do it, they may quit. And you should know the rules of these people." "I know, anyway, those of us are doing dirty work. As long as it doesn't hurt the world, kill women and children, or deliberately let us go to death, it will be the same for everyone, as long as he gives money," Barney comforted himself. Barney and Christmas have been discussing outside the safe house for a long time, and they didn't know why. They didn't think they could be favored by William. The only thing that could be favored was the ability to fight, but agents and mercenaries did things. The method is different. Agents are more hidden and messing up in the dark, while mercenaries are more about shooting with real swords and guns. Barney couldn't think of William so much because after seeing the death squad in his previous life, he was envious and fond of the people like Barney. After seeing Barney's death squad in the archives, William didn't think about anything. With such a large group of big stars in previous lives, and now a super beater, whoever provokes him sends a death squad to get the opponent in minutes. It feels cool to think about it. And even though this group of people can kill and set fires as long as they have money, at least these guys still have a bottom line. They only fight with militants and never touch civilians, women, and children. Isn't it right for mercenaries to kill militants? Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 39, Secret Bunker. After returning to the safe house he built, William opened the information cabinet, took out the information of Barney and Christmas from the cabinet, looked at it, and printed out 2 files on the computer. The file is filled with information about Christmas and Barney. After the photos, bagged, got up and put on the jacket and went out. I took out my mobile phone and called for Christmas, and asked him and Barney to meet at a cafe on Baker Street. William ordered a dinner in the cafe, and immediately saw Christmas and Barney come in. William and Barney greeted them at Christmas, and asked them to take out the paper bag and hand them to them. The waiter asked the waiter to order 2 cups of coffee for Barney, and after Christmas, William left where to drink coffee at his own discretion. After Barney and Christmas finished reading the files, they didn't speak, put down the papers, and drank coffee. They were waiting for William to speak first. "Well, now that you have finished reading it, you can sign and draw on the document, and then you can go. I will find you when I have a task," William said. Barney asked, "Mr. Devonhill, what do we usually need to do and where to stay?" "Do what you were doing in the past, do what you are doing now. When there is a task, I will find you, and I will pay you according to the rules of a mercenary for the task." When William finished talking about Christmas, he said, "If you have anything you want to ask, ask now. When you leave this cafe, you are the covert operatives of the English Military Intelligence Agency. Only I know your identities, even the Military Intelligence Agency. I don't know, this is the appointment letter of the English Security Council and my certificate." Christmas and Barney took the appointment letter and the certificate and looked at it seriously. After they were sure that there was nothing wrong, both of them were relieved. It was not too bad at last. However, in the future, there are people who are taking care of them, which still makes the two of them a little uncomfortable, but now the situation is not strong, and they have the handle in their hands. Christmas asked, "Mr. Devonhill, what do we need to do in the future?" William smiled and said, "We are a hidden group, we only do things in the dark, and we will only let you do what you can do. I don't need to say what Barney is best at." Barney and Christmas looked at each other and nodded at William. William went on to say, "You have no information outside, no identity, you can only get the money when you go to work, and only I know the password in the secret box of Buckingham Palace. The box is made of a Da Vinci Code cabinet with 18 lines of 26 English letters. There is a self-destructing device inside. No one except me can open it properly, so if you are exposed, you can only ask for your own blessings, because if you are exposed, you will also expose yourself. Then you can only save your life and then hide your name. Pray to God for the rest of the day that your enemies will not find you." Barney looked at William a little depressed. He wanted to say that if you sold us on purpose, Barney still didn't say it, because he could imagine that it would only be them if that happened. This group is useless to William and is still threatening William's safety, making William have to clean them up. William saw that both of them had no objection and said to them, "Okay, since you have no objection, so be it. By the way, doing things for me has the advantage that you can get a good pension, and you can get it when you die. A pension of £5 million, a disability of £2 million and provision of work. I think no one will give such a high pension to mercenaries now, Barney, I am right." Barney nodded and thanked William and said, "Thank you, Mr. Devonhill, I think you should know who to give our pension to that situation." William nodded and said, "If you haven't reconfirmed to whom with me, then I will pay the pension according to your family's information." Barney and Christmas nodded, and when they were silent, they knew that the future would be more dangerous and exciting. After saying hello to William, the two got up and drove away. William sat in the cafe and scanned the cafe and the street several times. He got up to pay and walked back and forth twice to confirm that no one was there. After tracking and monitoring, I drove the car to meet home. He hasn't been home for several days, and he hasn't been back to school for many days. But now he has to take the information about Barney and Christmas to Buckingham Palace for storage. In the past few days, he recalled a lot of what his grandfather said to him when he was sick. Among them is an unrelated English sentence. Now he wants to verify the password of Henry's lockbox. If it is correct, then the other sentences Henry wants him to recite are true, then I need to go to the Earl's castle in Oxford at the right time. The Oxford regulations are in the castle. William drove to a small building outside Buckingham Palace, got out of the car and rang the doorbell. After a while, he saw an old man in his 60s with white hair opening the door to him and asked, "Sir, what can you do?" William said an ancient verse to the old man, and at the same time put his hands on his chest and made more than a dozen gestures in secret. The old man smiled and said to William after watching the movements of William's hand, welcome to you, Devon Hill sir, you can call me Old Victor, the Devonshire family has not come to the bunker for 10 years. I did not expect that the heirs of this generation of Devon Hill family will inherit the family mission at such a young age like Henry. William complained about a family mission in his heart. I am almost a thug now. There is no benefit, a lot of trouble. The verses that William just said are useless. What is useful are the gestures he put on his chest. These gestures are the codes of the Devonshire family. If there is a verse without a gesture, the Old Victor will take the visitor to a fake basement. The layout inside is exactly the same as the real one, but the fake basement is full of unimportant documents and dazzling jewelry gold, documents it is true, but it is of little use. After the enemy is gone, other accomplices will be exposed unconsciously. Simple but practical, it can also protect the dark castle. There are too many secrets here, and there has never been a mistake. William thanked the Old Victor. Thank you, Old Victor, I am honored to see you. The Devonshire family is on a prosperous road, and you should see me as long as possible. Old Victor smiled and said, very well, boy, I will take you to the dark room of the Devonshire family. William followed the Old Victor into the house and came to an elevator. The Old Victor scanned his palm prints, eye masks, and voice prints in front of the elevator, and finally entered the number password with William on his back. Crack came the sound of the elevator lifting and lowering. After almost 1 minute, the elevator opened. This was at least tens of meters. When Victor entered the elevator went down and opened the door. William saw an alloy warehouse like a bank vault. When Victor came to take insurance measures again, the warehouse was opened. After entering a house of more than 100 square meters, William saw 4 guards armed with guns and a middle-aged man in an iron fence. There was a bank warehouse behind the iron fence. Door. Victor said to William, Mr. Devon Hill, I can only send you here now. There is a password that needs your confirmation. After speaking, he stretched out his hand to signal William to enter the password on the display in front of the iron fence. After William entered the password to confirm, the Old Victor turned around and entered the elevator and left. Under the leadership of the middle-aged white man, William entered the last warehouse and saw that it was a basement with hundreds of small rooms. Each room had a code lock. William led the middle-aged man to the Devonshire family. In front of the room, the middle-aged man motioned to William to enter the password. After William entered the password correctly, the middle-aged white man said to William, Mr. Devon Hill, now you need to enter your handprint and eyeprint password. The Devonshire family has not been here for 10 years. This system it has only been replaced in recent years, you need to re-enter handprints and eye patterns. William followed the middle-aged man's prompts and lost his handprints and eye prints. The middle-aged man asked and said, Mr. Devon Hill, if you think about it after you have handled your own affairs, you can press the room I'll come to pick you up. You can't leave this house alone without my company, and you can't come out. Do you understand, Mr. Devon Hill? William was speechless. Don't think of it without permission. If anyone wants to harm him, he can be shut down directly. William hesitated at the door of the room. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 40, No Sun If There Is Football. William didn't think for long, and he opened the door and walked into the room. He finally realized that this is the world of science and technology movies. There is no thing that can restrain his magic. Even in the worst case, he can open the portal and escape. As long as he escaped, he would definitely wipe out all the people in the secret castle and completely destroy the secret castle. He has this ability. Modern architecture is most afraid of fire and earthquakes. The big deal is that he spends more time burning all the things in the dark fort, and another earth magic spell shakes the entire dark fort. When life and death were really at stake, William didn't care about exposing magic. No one would care about that much when his life was almost gone. Enter the room and close the door. This is a small room of more than 20 square meters. After turning around, I found that there are toilets and beds. There are these things. Isn't this a flaw? The sewer is easy in the movie. If someone took advantage of it, forget it. William didn't bother to think about it if he didn't understand it. The people in the bunker must have considered this matter better than him. After scanning the entire room mentally, William opened the cabinet in the room with peace of mind after not finding anything like a camera. There was a half-meter-long cryptex in the cabinet. After William opened the cryptex with the code Henry told him in his memory, he found that there was only a piece of letter paper in it. This gave William no surprise. It seems that his grandfather did not even believe the people in the crypt. Open the letter paper. The letter paper is written by Henry. It says, 10 years have passed since William waited for you to open this letter. My dear grandson, I love you and your mother, but I can no longer accompany you. I only hope that your grandmother will not follow me to see God, although I know this may be small, I sincerely hope that she can accompany you for me. William helped me take care of your mother, take care of her and love her instead of me and your grandmother. I hope God can give me some more time, but it is impossible for God to listen to my prayers. Yes, we Devon Hill. The family has never believed in God since the second generation of ancestors. William, remember what I said to you, and find the Oxford Regulations, which have been the amulet of our family for thousands of years. Remember, anyone who wants to open and destroy this secret must be cleared. This secret can only be known and guarded by us, even your wife and mother cannot tell it. Go to the family castle if you have the opportunity, where there is a bigger secret waiting for you. Remember that from now on you can't trust anyone. Anyone who comes close to you may be for our secrets. These secrets are related to the future of the Devonshire family, which is the hope for the revival of our Devon Hill family. William, how I hope you solve the mystery. That is the secret that my ancestors and I spent more than a decade looking for. Find it, and then tell me and your ancestors at my grave. That's it. William doesn't know what secrets are waiting for him in the castle. He only knows that his family has 2 secrets. One is the amulet and the big secret is in it. There is also a Devon Hill family who is looking for it. A secret that has not been found by more than a dozen generations, and this secret is also related to the future of their family, and what can be related to the future. After much deliberation, the things that can affect the future of the family are nothing more than the few points: first, children; second, land wealth; and third, rights. Heirs can be ruled out, not to mention the rights. Now there are nobles in England, and there are not many who live better. Then there is wealth left. It seems that the only treasures who have been looking for more than a dozen generations are treasures. Dizzy, looking for treasures is a difficult job. It is still a treasure that has not been found for hundreds of years. William thinks about it. Nothing. I have been looking for more than a dozen generations of people. William doesn't have much confidence to look for. Wealth can be earned on his own. Even if he doesn't do anything now, he waits for the stock market crash and buys some future big stocks at low prices. 100 million will become tens of billions in the coming year. Forget it, wait until you see Henry's secret hidden in the castle. After William found nothing else in the room, he set up a new code on the cryptex. He didn't put the information about Christmas and Barney into the Da Vinci cryptex, because William felt that Henry might have distrusted the confidentiality measures of the bunkhouse. There is no safer place in this world than his storage space. He does not intend to follow the previous measures and keep the information in the secret castle. After all, the times are different. The ghost knows if anything has gone out in the past 10 years. After the incident, William pressed the alert bell and sat in the room waiting for someone to open the door for him. After a while, the middle-aged man who sent him in prompts him to enter the password in the room outside the door. After the door opened, William went all the way out of the basement, entered the elevator to the ground, said hello to old Victor, and got in the car and left. He doesn't want to come to this damned castle anymore. He believes that Henry will not do useless work. Since Henry no longer trusts the castle, he will not care about any agreement or not in the future. And the fact that William entered the bunker after he entered the exclusive room of Devonshire's house spread among nobles and interested people. The Grand Duke of Devon and the Earl of Oxford also knew right away. Everyone is now sure that William is Henry's heir, because William is the heir of all Henry's secrets. William drove the car thinking about all the words Henry had said to him. And after passing through it in his head, he was relieved. There is one thing that William has always wanted to know these days, that is Henry's list of W members, which he didn't find in the castle today, or Henry actually disbanded his W group, or Henry even didn't believe it. Hide the list in the family castle. He hopes to have this list, because these people have served the Devonshire family for decades, and he is afraid of getting this list, because he doesn't know if these people have changed their hearts in the past 10 years or don't want to continue to do dirty work. Alive. He is afraid of disturbing the lives of those who don't want to continue, which is nothing to hate. The youngest of these people are now in their 30s or 40s. That's for sure when they get married and have children. Forget it, William thinks about it, no need to disturb others, let them live in peace. William drove home. His mother Lena was watching TV. Lena is a Chelsea fan. There is a Chelsea game today. William stepped forward and hugged his mother. After Lena kissed William on the face, William pushed it away. Okay, don't disturb Mom watching the game, you go take a bath first. William pouted his lips and thought, if there is football, even his son is ignored. The English people are really fanatical about football. After the shower, William put on his pajamas and went downstairs to watch the ball with Lena. Mom, our tenants, I haven't seen them so much. Lena looked at the TV and replied, I moved away. Now there are paparazzi all day long. They can't stand it. If it weren't for your grandfather left me, I want to move away. I have been paparazzi for the past few days. I'm so annoying. I just ask questions when I go out. By the way, William, you and the reporter are like this. Are you making friends? My mother was asked every day by the paparazzi how she felt about that Diana and if she would object to your relationship. God, I was annoyed by them. And I warn you not to get married and have children so early, I'm not ready to be a grandmother yet. I now feel numb all over my body when I think of a baby calling me grandmother. Did you hear me? Why are you smiling, William? Are you looking for a fight? Seeing Lena was angry, William was busy rubbing Lena's shoulders and legs. Mom, don't worry, I'm just under 20. I won't get married so early. Isn't it normal to just have a girlfriend? Don't you always fear that I am gay? Now you believe I am not. It's almost the same. Okay, don't disturb me watching the game. I will talk about things that have nothing to do with the game after I watch the game. Okay, but Mom, let's go to the stadium to watch the game someday. Now you want to watch the game in VIP rooms, William pleased. Yes, I didn't expect that, we are rich now, and we don't have to save money like we used to. William, you can call me to book tickets, I want to book all stadium tickets this season. After speaking, he urged William to book her tickets. William poked his lips and picked up the phone to make a call. Luckily, he really got the front row season ticket. William bought 2 consecutive season tickets. Mom, I bought the 3rd row middle season ticket. I bought it at a 20% increase. You are very lucky, Mom, William said to Lena in a tone of praise that you would praise me. Well, baby is awesome, Mom kisses. After kissing William, Lena pushed him away again. Fainted English people are crazy to watch the ball, cannot afford to provoke. William had to silently accompany Lena watching the ball. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 41, Early Graduation. Yesterday, William accompanied his mother Lena to watch the game and saw 10 o'clock. He chatted with Lena and talked about the coffee shop she opened. Lena named that coffee shop, German Hill Coffee Shop. This is really easy, William said to his heart. Foreigners like to use their surnames to name companies, estates, and so on, but William remembered that the company he founded himself seemed to be called Devon Hill Industries, and he was influenced by Stark Industries. Forget the boss, let's not talk about the second. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lena let William let him go to sleep. The next day, William did not get up until after 10 o'clock in his sleep. There was nothing wrong in the past few days. He wondered if he would go to school to apply for graduation. He really didn't want to go to school. With the money, his mind has already flown out of school. Just do it when he thinks of it, and William picked up the phone and called his Professor Roy Stephen. After the call was connected, William said to the phone, "Hello, good morning, Professor Roy, this is William Devonshire." "Hello, good morning to you too, William, what can I do for you?" Professor Roy asked. William said, "It's like this, Professor, I want to apply for graduation. Can the school arrange graduation defense for me? Or if it doesn't work, I want to suspend school. You know, Professor, I don't have much time to stay in school now, and I think I am now the knowledge he has mastered can already graduate from undergraduate, so I want to apply to the school for graduation." Professor Roy on the other side thought about it and said, "Well, William, your situation is a bit special, and your performance during this period also allows me to recognize your knowledge mastery. I can apply to the school for you. The result will be known in the afternoon, wait for my notice." William hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Professor, thank you very much, then I will wait for your call." "Well, I'll let you know if I have news, goodbye, William." "Okay, Professor, goodbye." After the conversation, Professor Roy hung up, and William got up and freshened up. He sat on the sofa on the first floor and ate the breakfast Lena had left for him, thinking about what he said in his graduation defense. William was reading the knowledge in the system in his mind. Combined with the current computer status, William felt that it was possible to talk about cloud storage. In fact, cloud storage has been around for a long time, but it was called a network disk at that time. There is no cloud storage yet. Nice, easy to understand name. This kind of rotten street thing after 10 years is still a new thing, and it can easily be fooled into venture capital, and this is the decision. In addition to having some takeaway at noon, William has been writing on the computer all the time. He has to think about those things that can't be written now. If he is too far ahead, he can't get along with himself. These are all money. And he doesn't want to be like the Tesla of Edison's contemporaries because he was too smart, invented things that were jealous, hated, and treated as monsters, just half a step ahead. For him, it was really too simple, unlike William who was tortured by his graduation thesis in his previous life. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, William received a call from Professor Roy and asked him to rush to the computer department of the school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The department will arrange 3 professors to give him a defense in the afternoon. William got dressed, drove to school in a Porsche 911 whistling, pinching the highest speed limit all the way, and rushing to school before 2:30. Many people in the school have already inquired that William will come to the school to defend his graduation this afternoon. The school arranged for the defense in a large multimedia classroom. At 3 in the afternoon, the professors came to the classroom on time. After everyone was seated, William, who was waiting on the side, walked up the stage and said hello to the 3 professors. The back of the classroom was full of schoolmates, and William even saw a dozen of them. Reporter holding a camera. When the reporter came in, William whispered to today's head of the classroom. The head of the classroom said to William, "At this time, it was not very good in the rules to reply to your graduation. The school was afraid of being troublesome, so these reporters were let in. Today, a few of the reporters are from science magazines. You graduated. If the defense is passed, they can save a lot of trouble. William got it. The school didn't want his popular fried chicken to drop out because he didn't have time to come to the school. The public graduation reply would allow William to graduate smoothly, and the many wealthy alumni of the school who got his wish would also be able to silence the public debate. Professor Roy and William said when he was ready, "Okay, let's get started, William." The defense took William more than 3 hours. First, the 3 professors asked questions, and finally the editors of the scientific journals also started to ask questions. Fortunately, William had systematic help. What he learned in the system, it can be remembered in the brain, and it is easy to understand. This is probably a life of openness. The reason why William took so long was not that he couldn't say it, but that he had to be careful how he said it. He didn't want to suddenly reveal his technical knowledge more than 10 years later. The prospects can be looked forward to, but if even the specific technology is mentioned, it is not the surprised expression of the professors and editors, but the expression of a monster looking at him. Finally, when the professors and editors were okay, William was relieved. Professor Roy, who was sitting in the middle, discussed with the 2 other professors, and then got up to discuss with the editors of the science journal. After the discussion was completed, Professor Roy sat on the main seat and said to William, "William Devonhill, I discussed with 2 professors and several editors-in-chief and unanimously decided that your graduation application was approved. Congratulations, William." There was enthusiastic applause. Everyone was impressed by William's performance. Many doctoral students in school felt that William's knowledge was higher than them. William hurriedly nodded and thanked everyone. Thank you, 3 professors and editors, thank you, thank you." The professor who sat next to Professor Roy said, "No, William, I don't think you need to thank us. For your performance today, I think you can apply for a PhD degree. William, have you ever thought of continuing to study for a PhD in school? I think at your current level, you can apply for a PhD defense after you stay in school for a year." Everyone in the Koch's classroom heard that the professor said that William could graduate with a PhD in today's defense. Everyone was shocked. "William Devonhill, you are going to heaven. We are still in the undergraduate school. You can now get a PhD after graduation. Is there such a big gap between genius and ordinary people? And we are the University of London, and the one who can enter the University of London is not a high school." An editor-in-chief of a science journal stood up and said, "I agree with the professor, William, the knowledge you have now is not something that ordinary doctoral students can master. I even think you can apply for an associate professor at the University of London. We asked a lot about popular technology. Many of your answers are groundbreaking ideas. I now admit that you are a genius. Congratulations, William. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 42, Can't Tell You I Hang Up. Other reporters on the scene can't wait to take William home and interrogate him slowly. What happened today is really too topical. This time I can finally realize the reputation of William Devonhill as a genius, and I will read it in the newspapers tomorrow. These days, the newspapers are always William's news. Many students raised their hands to ask William a question. At the prompt of the professors, William chose a girl with big eyes, which looked a little cute. "William, what I want to ask is, why are you able to learn so fast and why your knowledge is so wide? And can you share some of your learning methods with us?" After listening to Sister Meng's words, William thought to himself, "Sister, if you are as systematic as I am, you can do anything like me. Maybe you can do better than me when it comes to learning. Your life is cool." But he wouldn't say that. William thought about it and said, "It should be my interest and thirst for knowledge. I have a good memory. It can almost be said to be unforgettable. The more I remember, there will be more in my mind. This question prompted me to take the initiative to learn more knowledge, and that's it over time. Fuck, a lot of people scolded, you still keep people from living. I am memorizing a day's book, and people like William can memorize it for an hour. It's still such a comparison. Everyone is thinking about it, no wonder this guy, how can I take it? It's not that we don't work hard, it's that the opponent is non-human. A reporter roared, William, let us see your unforgettable ability, and show us live. Yes, yes, everyone followed up. Even Professor Roy smiled and nodded, sitting there with his hands in his arms, looking at the excitement. A classmate took out his poker loudly, William, William, look here, look here. Everyone turned their heads to look at that classmate and laughed when they saw the poker in his hand. William said helplessly, well, that classmate, please come up. After he came up, William said to everyone, I will ask this classmate to disrupt this pair of pokers, and then I will finish reading in 1 minute, and then report what kind of poker each one is, okay? Okay. No problem. William took the scrambled poker cards from this classmate and put them in his hand to watch them one by one. William finished watching before 30 seconds, indicating that he could watch. The timer yelled out for 28 seconds, and the audience became noisy. Everyone did not expect William to finish it in less than half a minute, and he didn't know if he could remember it. William handed the card to the classmate to indicate that he could flop. Diamonds 7, hearts 3, clubs 10, William said one after flipping a card. It didn't take long for you to finish flipping a pair of pokers. William made the right one. All of them were correct. Everyone stood up and applauded for him, remembering that the cameras in our hands were snapping and not listening. After that, everyone used the book to test William again. He was able to memorize 1,000 English words in less than 2 minutes, which stunned everyone again. Finally, congratulations to William at school, and his classmates are to get his graduation certificate. William wore the bachelor gown provided by the school to take pictures. He also took pictures with many classmates. Several girls held William's arms and kissed William's cheeks. After successfully getting his degree and graduation certificate, William sighed in his heart. It seems that the school really took a fancy to his alumnus. He didn't know how many green lights were given to him in a day. After a busy afternoon, I finally finished my karma. William couldn't take his physical strength several times that of ordinary people. He drove home to wash and fell asleep. William slept at home, but he didn't know that the outside world was all his news reports. The University of London had a video of his graduation defence this afternoon. I don't know how the video was obtained by the BBC TV. They made it at 8 o'clock in the evening. A show called The Super Genius of England, William Devonhill. At the beginning of the show, William's poker shorthand at school was broadcast, and he memorized a pair of poker in less than 28 seconds, which was incredible for the English at the time. The audience who watched the show was stunned by William, all shouting, "This is impossible, this is impossible." After the BBC broadcasted some of William's wonderful answers in his defense, most of the audience did not understand them, but they felt so powerful in their hearts. Finally, Professor Roy announced that William had passed his graduation defense. Another professor and editor-in-chief said that William's knowledge is higher than that of a PhD and even can apply for an associate professor at the University of London. The audience is now numb. The whole England thinks William is a genius. Up. William's goal has also been achieved. If he makes any new inventions or new results in the future, everyone will not be too surprised. The show also tells William about the game that he sold for more than £100 million and the new MP3 he invented, saying that he will soon become the youngest billionaire in England, which makes the whole of England, the girls all want to date William. They regarded William as the new England idol, more popular than the super handsome Beckham who played football. The middle-aged and elderly also praised William for his ability to become a rich man by his own efforts and talents. William is now regarded as the national icon of England, and this trend has slowly spread to Europa and the American continent. Many news media around the world are reporting on William Devonhill, the heir of the Earl in a country outside of England. More popular. In particular, the United States is even more fond of the young and wealthy heir to the Earl. NBC TV reporters randomly interviewed American girls on the street. 100% of the girls said they wanted to marry William. The Chinese Street Journal said, William Devonhill, the most talented billionaire in the new century. The Los Angeles Times said, the most American women want to date, William Devonhill. He is a global icon, the darling of England, and a role model for young people in the new century. William didn't know the reports from the outside. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't take care of it. William had a good night's sleep at home, and his phone rang the next morning. William stretched out his hand and grabbed it on the bedside table in a daze. Hey! Gareth's voice came on the phone. Hey, William. William said without speaking. Hey, William, are you still there? Yep. Gareth looked at his watch. It showed 9:55 and said speechlessly, it's 10 o'clock, why haven't you woken up yet, and had a party with a beautiful woman last night? William turned around and lay on the bed and said, what's the matter with you, Gareth? I'm okay, I'm hanging up. Well, do you have time in the afternoon? I made an appointment with a few people. If you have time, come over and recognize everyone. Well, over there. I'll post it on your phone, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, don't forget. Okay, goodbye. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 43, Tina Hendricks. William hung up the phone and got up in a daze. After washing himself, he picked up the phone and looked at the message from Gareth. 100457 Baker Street. Is there this number? William was a little puzzled. Forget it. You must have a drink when you go to the bar. Take a taxi later. The taxi driver must know. After getting dressed, William drove to his mother Lena's cafe. After Lena got out of the cafe, William hadn't been there yet, and now it was time to visit. Find Devonhill Cafe on Oxford Street. William parked the car and pushed in. Welcome. William walked in and saw a beautiful waiter greet him. William smiled at the waiter and nodded and sat down by the window under her leadership. William looked at the new cafe that his mother had bought. The overall look was English. There were large glass on the wall of the round-leg wooden chair and small round table, and there were 2 rows of red sofas against the wall. The overall appearance was warm. William thought it was pretty good, and said to the waiter, "Thank you for a latte." "Okay, Mr. Devonhill, do you want me to tell Mrs. Devonhill that you are here?" The waiter said to William softly, as if he should make an appointment with me. William was itching. This girl is really beautiful. She looks like she may be only 16 or 17 years old. She has flowing blonde hair, big eyes, and high nose. Her thin lips are covered with pink lipstick, her face is reddish, and she has a youthful breath. But this is from Lena's cafe, and William dare not let Lena know that he is serving as her waiter in her cafe. William showed an apologetic look and smiled and said to the beauty, "If Lena is not busy, I will trouble you, thank you." "Okay, Mr. Devonhill, and my name is Tina. I get off work at 5 o'clock, Mr. Devonhill." Tina blinked at William, twisted her waist and went to the service desk, halfway through walking. "Turn around and blow a kiss to William." Looking at William, he laughed, and he was favored by beautiful women, which made William feel crooked. William suddenly saw his mother Lena appear in his eyes. Lena glared at William and Tina hurriedly said to Lena, "Mrs. Devonhill, William just ordered a latte, I go and get him coffee, ma'am, do you have any orders?" Lena glared Tina and said, "It's okay, you go and pour William coffee." "Okay, madam." Tina hurried to pour coffee. Lena walked over to William's seat and sat down. After a blank glance at William, she said, Don't fight Tina's idea. She is your Aunt Mary's daughter. You saw it when you were young. Broken, remember? William thought for a while and said, that fat Aunt Mary, the one with more than 200 caddies. Lena gave William a blank look. How come you talk like that? William looked at Tina, who came over with coffee, and couldn't believe it. This is the little Tina who loves to cry. After William broke his doll, he held him and cried for an hour. Mr. Devonhill, this is your coffee. Tina placed the latte in front of William with his bent legs, and blinked at him after standing, smiling with a flushed face. Tina, you can just call me William. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. We haven't seen you in how many years, William said with a smile to Tina. Tina heard that William recognized her and covered her mouth happily. She looked at William with watery eyes and said, it should have been more than 10 years. We haven't seen her since you moved to London with Grandpa Henry. Brother William, I still remember that when I was a child, you used to take me to play in the castle, and you broke my favorite doll. After that, I wrinkled my nose cutely. Lena watched William and Tina flirting in front of him and couldn't help but furiously said, William, what are you doing here? Are you okay? You will get after drinking. I still have work to do. Take care of you. Tina is here, go and entertain the guests. Lena stared at Tina and said. Okay, ma'am, let me go. Tina turned around and held the tray with her hands behind her, half turned and pouted at William, before making a call. William concealedly nodded to Tina. Tina saw William nod and blinked happily at William and went to entertain other guests. William saw that Lena was still staring at him and hurriedly said, Mom, your coffee is really good. This is the first time I know that your coffee is so good. I will come to you for coffee often in the future. Don't, you still don't come, I don't know what your plan is. I warn you, if you want to pick Tina, be careful that your Aunt Mary makes you trouble. William thought of Aunt Mary's 200 figure, so he fought a cold war, and hurriedly asked, Tina will come to London so well, and she will work with you so much, Mother. When William was a child, he was hugged by Aunt Mary, and every time he thought of being held by the 1.6 meter and 200 gin fat auntie when he was a child, he started a cold war. When you have money, I just want to learn about the castle of our family first, and call back to Oxford to ask your Aunt Mary about the situation. When Tina knew about it, she clamored to come to London to see me. Hey, I was a fake, see you for the truth. I said why this little guy Tina must work at my place, and he didn't even go back to school. It turned out to be catching your attention. No, I have to drive her back to Oxford to go to school. William hurriedly said, Mom, Tina has only been here for a few days, so you can rush her back. This is not so good. After all, Aunt Mary's family has been with our family for generations, and we will need Uncle David and Aunt Mary to buy back the castle, helping to look after the castle. After all, we don't live in the castle often. Well, let Tina stay in London for a few days before sending her back. I warn you, don't come to the cafe these days, I don't want to see you, do you understand? William Devonshire, Lena warned William in a low voice. Okay, Mom, you have the final say. William nodded hurriedly and agreed. Seeing William nodded and agreed, Lena didn't say much, got up and went to work on her own. William drank the latte boredly and looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. William called a waiter and ordered a lunch. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he saw Tina carrying a tray to serve lunch. At noon, Tina didn't say anything to William, but said to William, Brother William, today's bread is good, you have to taste it. After that, she went to other tables to work. William picked up the bun and saw a long note under the bun. He picked it up and looked at the phone number written on it. William smiled and put the note into his pocket. Tina, who was not far away, watched William put the note in her pocket, and smiled sweetly at William. Seeing William looked at her and pouted intentionally, she was very cute. William got up after lunch and drank a cup of coffee to check out. When leaving, Tina made a call to wait for me. Tina nodded to William. William walked out of the cafe and drove away. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 44, Blackjack Bar. After going out, William sat in the car and sent Tina a text message, telling her that something happened today and that William would take her to London when he was free. Driving a Porsche 911, William found this bar called Blackjack in an alley in the Mayfair area. Good guys are really hard to find here. Walking into this small bar, William doesn't know why this guy Garris booked here. It seems only suitable for small bars located in the countryside and not in central London. William sat at the bar and ordered a glass of Irish whiskey. There were not many people in the bar until 2 o'clock. William teased the bartender boredly. Only after talking about William did I know that this bar was built in the 1750s and is the second oldest bar in Mayfair. The beauty also told him that there were portraits of several 18th-century politicians hanging on the wall of the bar. William turned his head and looked around, and he knew one. There was a portrait of Churchill, a famous big fat man in England, hanging alone on the fireplace. William and the beautiful bartender chatted about the history and interesting facts of this bar. From time to time, they made the beautiful woman cover her mouth and laugh, but did not notice that Garris and a few people came in. When Garris came in, he saw William, who was chatting with a beautiful bar, shrugging his shoulders at the 7 or 8 people who came with him, a little speechless. He hadn't noticed that William Devonhill had such a style before. Since William started selling games, he has changed himself. He used to be taciturn and introverted. Now he can see this kid making up his sister wherever he goes. "Hey, William." William turned his head and saw that Garris came in with 7 or 8 people. These people were black and white, and they were all gentlemen in suits. The person who led the head, William, was the Prince Charles of England in this world, and him, the 19-year-old son, Prince Wilson. William got up and nodded to everyone. Garris introduced everyone. "This is William Devonhill." "William, I don't think I need to introduce these two, Prince Charles and Prince Wilson." Who doesn't know the two princes in England? William hurriedly shook hands with Prince Charles and Prince Wilson and nodded. "Of course, whoever doesn't know Prince Charles and Prince Wilson in the world? I'm very happy to meet Your Highness Charles, will His Royal Highness Sen." Prince Charles and William shook hands and nodded and smiled. "I am also very happy to meet you, William. You can call me Charles." "William, you said that is wrong. You are the most famous person in London now, and you don't know all of London. You guys from William Devonhill, you are all reported in newspapers and TV these days. Wilson learned that you will come to this party today, so he must come to get to know you. Fortunately, he can come to the bar when he arrives. I'm old. William has the opportunity to invite you to my house. Harry likes you very much, but he is not yet old enough to enter the bar. This is my honor, Your Royal Highness." William shook hands with the somewhat excited Prince Wilson again. Prince Mighty shook William's hand and said excitedly, "William, I am a fan of you. Harry and I admire you very much, especially if you made a game by yourself. This surprised me and my friends. I really like the game you created. Unfortunately, my brother and I played for many days but couldn't pass the level. William, can I invite you to my house? We can play games together. I want to see what is after the 4th level. If you can come, I think Harry and I will be very happy that you came to Kensington Palace." William smiled and looked at the second heir to the royal family, who was not yet bald, and nodded and promised, "Okay, I will definitely visit your house if you have time." "Then we're settled." "William, what do you think about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow is the weekend, Harry, and I don't have to go to school, and you can call me Wilson. I call you William, can you?" William thought for a while and nodded, "Okay, Your Highness, this is my honor. Then I will visit you on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "That's great, we'll make it to William. The relationship between Prince Charles and Princess Diane in this world is very good. The two of them are still holding hands when they are dozens of years old. There is no report on the relationship between Charles and Diane. The problem, the family is harmonious and happy, so Wilson and Prince Harry had a very good childhood. The current Prince Wilson is still a little childish, but William thinks that through the contact with Prince Wilson just now, it is still very easy to talk. This makes William some like this shy prince. This is Commander Richard Blomley. Richard is the commander of the London Police Special Operations. Hello, Commander Richard. Hello, William. Garrus went on to introduce, this is Arthur Kane, Harry Hart, Merlin Strong, and this Johnny Ingrid. Ha, Johnny Ingrid, isn't this Mr. Bean from Agent Bean? The other William remembered it after seeing Agent Bean. The leader of Arthur Kane's A's Secret Service School, Harry Hart, the instructor of the Merlin Strong Secret Service School. Why did these guys come to me? It's not because I want to pull me into the Secret Service Academy, but I don't want to find abuse. William smiled calmly and greeted these agents with a handshake. Our Mr. Bean was bored and yawned, covering his mouth with his hands. William looked at Dowdoo as in the agent. Dowdoo's face was really real. It's so easy to recognize. Well, now that everyone knows William, let's go to the cigar room behind the bar and have a drink, Garrus suggested. This is the best. I'm going to fall asleep all the time. Mr. Bean shook his head and led the way. Wilson, who was in contact with his old wine buddy for the first time, looked at his father in a daze. He didn't know how such a rude guy would know his father, who seemed to be familiar with him. Prince Char laughed and explained to Wilson and William, Johnny is like that, but after you contact him, you know that Johnny is actually a very interesting person. He can always bring us joy. Let me go. This is the first time your son has come to a bar. I have to take good care of you. If you get drunk and go home, your mother will definitely trouble me. I don't want to sleep in the study at night. William, you can join me. William followed the bar gentleman to the boned Prince Charles and came to a two-story Gothic building behind the bar. He did not expect that the bar outside was just a cover, and behind the bar was the real blackjack bar. Compared to the bar outside, the bar here is more retro, full of medieval furnishings and decorations. There are only waiters and a bartender inside, not a single guest. Prince Charles introduced to William, William, this is a membership system, and you need members to bring it in. You can also make a membership if you like. There are 2 levels of membership here, and ordinary members only cost £3,000 a year. The membership is £10,000. Members can taste their own whiskey and beer for free here. You need to pay for other wines, but the whiskey here is still very good. Well, it's not expensive, and you can drink for free. It can only be regarded as a small gathering place. William decided to become a member after the bartender poured him a glass of whiskey. This whiskey is better than the Irish whiskey he has drunk. The taste is very good. The owner is really rich. Such a good wine is free for people to taste. Not yet takeaway. William called the waiter to swipe his card to apply for Zhang's second-level membership. He felt that he could come and sit often when he had time in the future. William and Wilson sat together, and the two exchanged their experience of playing games. William also consulted many aristocratic sports in England: fox hunting, golf, tennis, equestrian polo, snooker, squash, rowing, etc. They are all traditional aristocratic sports in England, but now everything else except equestrian polo and fox hunting is universalized. The nobility is no longer superior, but a group that is completely suppressed. William and Prince Wilson are having a good chat. Prince Wilson also invited William to participate in their fox hunt in the fall. William was also very interested in this and nodded his agreement, but he wanted to have a good fox hunt. Horse and good shotgun. William thought that he had to learn how to ride a horse when he had time. It would be embarrassing for him to have poor horsemanship until then. "Hey, William, are you interested in participating in our poker game?" Garrus invited to William. William turned his head and saw that except for him and Prince Wilson chatting at the bar, everyone else was sitting on a big round table by the bar, waiting for a beautiful croupier to deal. After thinking about it, he got up and took the wine glass and walked over. "Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it." readaloud.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 45, Receive the first task. Prince William and Prince Wilson got up and walked to the gaming table and smiled and said to everyone, "I'll forget it, I don't want to win all your money and be scolded by you. Didn't you watch TV? I'm a memory genius. A deck of cards can be remembered in just 20 seconds. Hey, William, you will die if you don't brag. You can win without playing, knowing that you can win. And what's the relationship between poker and memory?" "The patience and psychology of derby and skills," Garrus said angrily. "Well, my fault, I shouldn't be clever in front of you, Garrus. You can't just don't expose me. Today's new friends don't understand me, can't you let them think I'm a veteran?" William sat complained on the side of the croupier. For the first time to attend this kind of gathering, someone invited William to sit down without pretending. Everyone laughed when he heard William's funny words. But only Arthur nodded in agreement with William's words. "Perhaps, William is really good. You have to be careful not to be fooled by William." Everyone is in a circle. They all know who Arthur is and what he does. When he hears what Arthur says, everyone understands that William has been playing haha with them since he was on the table. Today's hand is the principal of £2,000 per person, and it cannot be added after the loss. The game is £10 to £20. In his previous life, William used to play with his friends. He played a small game of RMB 1 to 2. After playing for a long time, William still had some experience. He was not a rookie. Moreover, he has a cheat device. Know what your opponent's cards are. Therefore, he can avoid all the pitfalls of hand matching, and he is often bluffed by his opponent when his opponent is not holding a big hand. These people today are very uncomfortable playing virtues and are often bluffed by William. When the opponent gets a good hand, William can often avoid it and stop following. Sure enough, just 2 hours after the game, William and Arthur were left. After William won Arthur's full house with a straight flush, the game was over. Everyone didn't expect William to play poker exactly as he said. 7 or 8 veterans were killed by a rookie, and they all looked unbelievable. They used to play this kind of hand for several hours, but today only 2 hours of chips were collected by William. Wilson has been watching William play by William's side. He knows that after William has folded several times, his opponent really got bigger than William. He seems to know his opponent's whole cards. Prince Wilson's upbringing is still very good. He has not disturbed William after staying behind William. Even if he has any questions, he has not asked him. Now after the game is over, he hurriedly asked, "Why do you avoid the opponent every time, William?" "The trap is like the game where you get double kings and my father gets QJ with 4,7, QQ. Why do you know that my father has AQ and you didn't see the last card? What if the last one is K? Ha, what your Royal Highness pays attention to playing poker is not what cards he owns, but what cards his opponent has." Although the opponent's subtle movements and reactions when looking at the cards, the facial expressions can't be seen, but the eyes and muscles are deceptive. Nobody. When I played the 4th public card, I noticed that Prince Char's pupils were shrinking and his body was slightly shaken. Ha, this is a sign of getting a good card, and the rest is a question of probability. He wouldn't tell Wilson that the other 2 kings in the game were taken, and there can be no kings in the hole. William paused and thought for a while and then said, "The problem of probability is a bit complicated. Your Royal Highness, let's stop talking about it. It really won't be finished in a few hours. And you won't be interested in those mathematical formulas in a bar. Listen in. Okay. Wilson immediately lost interest when he heard William say the mathematical formula. Others heard that William could judge whether his opponent's cards were good or not through the eyes of his opponent and the shaking of his body muscles. They couldn't help but laughed and cursed. "William, it seems that next time we play cards, we all have to wear sunglasses. Just as a puppet stays still. Yet, I didn't expect you to notice your opponent's pupils and body. I've never heard of this technique. William, you must have other techniques that you haven't said. Teach me. I've never won. You teach me some secrets so that I can win once." Gary's, who has the best relationship with William, asked William for advice. William shook his head and said, "It is said that it is a secret book. Teach you, then what I will play next time. I will not say such a unique secret book." William would not say that he can see with his mental power when his opponent looks at the cards. Although he can't see the cards under cover, he can see the cards his opponent is holding. This advantage is really great when playing poker. In fact, his ability has a greater advantage when playing stud. Whoever plays stud with him will definitely be killed by him. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Prince Charles got up and took Wilson home for dinner. Princess Diane was still very strict with Prince Wilson. After William and the others sent away the two princes, they were dragged to a corner of the bar by Commanders Garris and Richard Blomley. After waiting for the waiter to give them 3 bottles of whiskey, Garris asked William, "William, is your recruitment of Group W completed?" William looked at Commander Richard Blomley and stopped talking. "Relax, Richard is our own person. Your identity is considered public among our own people. Everyone knows that the Devonshire family has begun to take over the W Group. Richard is the police department's counter-terrorism special operation. Commander, he needs some help from me." Well, William can see who this Commander Richard Blomley is. Isn't it the Black Commander in the British showdown of Uncle Long? So there is really Uncle Long in this world. Do you want to bring in Uncle Long? Already recruited. As for how many people and who are, I can't tell you. You know the rules. William nodded. Garris and Commander Richard Blomley nodded. Commander Richard Blomley spoke, "I need your help, William. I need someone who has nothing to do with our department to help me find someone." "Who are you looking for?" William said. "A Madagascar mercenary named Carlos. We suspect that he is about to blow up the Skyline S570. We have found a lot of them, and we have also caught many mercenaries who, like Carlos, picked up the Skyline S570 plane, but we have searched for a long time and haven't found the instigator behind this incident, and we have also killed many of our people inexplicably. So we suspect that there is someone from the other side in the English police system. I need a group like your W group that no one knows to investigate Carlos secretly and find his behind the scenes." After hearing this, William thought about where he had heard of S570. "Is there any information?" William asked. Garris brought out a document to Willi. Willi opened the file bag and saw a big airplane, which looked bigger than all the airplanes he had seen in his previous life. The 4-engine layout just looked a bit ugly. Commander Richard Blomley introduced to Willi, "This is a new 4-engine large passenger aircraft developed by Tianxing Company. It can carry more than 600 passengers than the current largest aircraft with 200 passengers. This company now in the most critical period, our country's airline has invested 30% in the research and development of Tianxing 570, so we must not let Tianxing 570 have any problems, or the loss will exceed several billion pounds." William looked at Garris after listening. Garris understood that William was asking why the MIB was not allowed to deal with the matter. The police had the undercover agent, and the MIB didn't just take over? Garris hesitated and said, "William, we suspect that there are traitors in the MI." "You are joking with me," William replied unbelievingly. Garris said hurriedly, "In recent years, our Security Council has always suspected that there is a traitor in the MIB. We often have leaks in Europe and Africa, but after searching for a few years, we found the reason. This is also the committee's agreement to reorganize. One reason for the group: we need a small team that has nothing to do with all departments to investigate internal issues secretly. William knew that nothing so good made him organize a team that had nothing to do, and gave him the right to special operations, whoever he wanted to check. Well, when do I start to act? William nodded. The sooner the better. It's not a few days since the test flight of Tianjin 570, Commander Richard Blomley said anxiously. Well, I will give my team members a task today, and tomorrow they can go to Madagascar to capture this Carlos. William nodded the picture of Carlos on the profile with his finger. I took photos with my mobile phone, and sent the information and mission requirements to Barney of the Expendables. Now it's time to talk about my remuneration. Garrus. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. ReadWN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 46, Got a New Identity. What kind of remuneration do you want? Do you, a rich man, have to pick up those hundreds of thousands of pounds from me? Our department is very poor. £200,000 is not money, why don't I? I'm raising a team by myself. You don't need to pay for it. If you don't want to pay for the task now, then you can play by yourself. I'm not interested in taking care of your business. When I said £200,000, I would arrest individuals, and for £200,000, I can hire a mercenary group to arrest people. The 100,000 rounded up is not 200,000. Anyway, if there is no money, who will work for you now? The King of England will not work. Besides, the money is not yours. The normal task amount should always be given to me. William will definitely ask for money, otherwise these guys will ask him for help at every turn. Who doesn't like free? Garrus said depressedly, just £100,000, and nothing more. 100,000 is 100,000. It's better than free. William went on to say, there is also an official letter giving me the mandate and special operation rights, which states that I have the right to take any extreme measures under special circumstances. I won't work without this authorization. Maybe someone will trouble me with this matter after the work is done. Garrus looked at William a little strangely and said, didn't your family have an official document of special operations rights? Why didn't Henry give it to you? That was a document from decades ago, and I haven't inherited the title. The ghost knows that the current government still recognizes it after the accident. I don't want to ask for trouble. All tasks you give me in the future will be formally approved by the committee. Authorization file. Well, I will give you the official authorization document, Garrus said secretly. William Ken accepted the official document authorized by the committee, and Garrus was still very happy. Being willing to accept the leadership of the committee means that William is approaching them. This is great for the committee. He has a lot of power and he does not need to spend his own money to raise it. Although William is a bit difficult, it depends on the current situation. As long as the benefits are given, William can still be mobilized. As long as the number of cooperation and mutual trust increases, William is more likely to become one of them. The official documents will be given to you at night. William is now alone and widowed. Of course, he wants to find someone who can come to work with him. The advantages will be taken first, and the disadvantages will be discussed first. With special operations, William will be able to do some private work in the future without being punished. An official title is still very important. In other words, this special operation right is a license to legally send someone to meet Satan. Of course, it is most often used. There is a reasonable reason, otherwise it will be taken back once you use it. Without this advantage, William wanted to do nothing for the English government. Anyway, his soul is not English. And, William said. So still, Garrus said dissatisfied. Of course, although my current identity is considered public in the eyes of some people, I can't use the identity of the MIB every time. If it is exposed by the media, then I will not live any more, William took Audeo. Well, this is really troublesome, just say what you want, Garrus said. William thought for a while and said, give me the title of an action consultant for the English Security Council. This is not too much. Even if this identity is made public, it doesn't matter. On the surface, it is just a consultant. There are more people who can be. I will do things in the future. It's easier to come. This time Garrus agreed without even thinking about it, this is no problem. I will bring it to you at night. Okay, so let's do it. Commander Blomley's dinner time. Let's go to Pele Street to try it. That's the pizza. Richard knew that Garrus wanted to slip, nodded, and said, okay, Garrus, I haven't eaten that pizza for a long time. Then, thank you for your help, William, we will keep in touch. Goodbye. Richard and Willie shook hands and said goodbye. Garrus didn't give William a chance to make any more requests, and he got up and left with Richard Blomley without greeting. But William didn't care at this time. With the identity of a semi-government as a security consultant, it would be more convenient to do something in the future. At this time, the voice of a text message came from William's cell phone. Picking up the cell phone, William saw that Barney replied, received, understand, let's leave in an hour. Maiden, when has this guy been so concise and clear after reading the information? There is nothing to ask, William cursed. Poor Barney didn't even know that William was scolding him. The death squad had just returned to the United States and was going to Madagascar. William didn't even say about the employment fee. If there is no money, it is nothing to do? Barney thought a little depressed, none of them are rich. Fortunately, William remembered the employment fee, and called Barney and asked, hey, Barney, how much commission did it cost to hire you for this kind of work in the past? Sir, the commission for our death squad is relatively high. We generally don't take this job, but since it's a task, it's $30. Barney quoted a normal price. It was too easy for them to catch individuals. 300,000 US dollars, it's about 180,000 pounds. I don't have to lose 80,000 pounds. William thought a little bitterly. He won't be greedy for money from the death squad, but he is unhappy with Garrus. Yes, sooner or later, I will have to double back to Garrus. When he watched the movie, the CIA church gave them $5 million US dollars. He thought he would have to pay tens of millions of commissions for the death squad. Now 300,000 is not too expensive. But William came back to his senses and thought that the church paid such a high commission to the death squad because the church themselves had failed to do it several times, so the commission was so high to ask the death squad. 5 million, the death squad should be sent to death. If it were not for God's blessing, the two groups of people on the island were fighting in battle, the death squad might have died. There are still too many unreasonable places in the movie, anyway. The movie is also a popcorn movie, as long as it is cool. Well, Barney, in order to save trouble, I will use a formal employment contract to your agent Thor. I think Thor will not refuse, Barney Williams said. Yes, sir, I will tell Thor that I work for a friend, Barney promised. Very well, Barney, our relationship in the future will be an employment relationship. If I have a task for you, I will install the rules of the mercenary world to find you. The only difference is that you are not allowed to refuse. Understood, sir, Barney replied weakly, and yes, they had been wild before. Try to catch Barney alive, William ordered. Relax, sir. Well then, goodbye, Barney, hope I can hear the good news tomorrow. No problem, sir, goodbye, sir. William hung up the phone with a weird look. Was this guy irritated? How weird talking was. In fact, William didn't know that Barney and the group were now scared by William's methods. They were discussing how William put the shock bombs and narcotic smoke bombs into the safe house on the plane back to the United States. The safe house class was the first time they used it, so it was impossible to expose it before they went. The only possibility was that William followed Yin Yang and they arrived in the safe house. They didn't know what means they used and they got in without knowing it. The safe house is too concealed to be guarded against. The 6 people discussed it for a long time and felt that they might still not be able to deal with this kind of method next time, because they didn't know how to prevent it, so it's better to be obedient. And this is the real world. Most of the people in the death squad have family and children. If you have concerns, you can't be as unruly as in the movie. Anyway, they never thought about washing their hands and not doing it. It would be the same for anyone. As long as William pays him. And maybe they can get some benefits from William in the future, at least the intelligence will be more accurate when doing tasks. After all, William can find a lot of information they can't access. William didn't want to understand why Barney was so obedient to him, so he saw Arthur Kane, Harry Hart, and Merlin Strong approaching him. "Ma Dan, what are these 3 guys looking for?" Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 47, Ace Secret Service Academy. The leader of Arthur Kane's ace agents, William has watched ace agents and knew that this kind-looking old man was a ruthless character, and he was very wary of him coming to him. Arthur Kane smiled and said, "William, I don't know if you know us, but I found in your eyes that my guess is correct, right?" Arthur Kane paused and looked at William seriously. William really can't compare to these veterans who have worked for a lifetime, but he can't think of any reason to perfuse Arthur Kane. He can't say that I have seen you in the movie, so he can only be silent. "I think Henry may have told you something, and he may even have left you with my information. Otherwise you won't make me think you know me when you see me for the first time, and I am right." William, Arthur Kane said affirmatively. "Ha," William was amused. "The reason is good, and he doesn't need to bother thinking about it." Arthur Kane himself gave him the reason. William nodded to Arthur Kane and said, "I know you still have Harry Hart and instructor Merlin Strong." "Ha, it's as M said, Henry Winston Devonhill. This old guy really left you a lot of secret files about England." Arthur Kane's smiling eyes began to turn cold, looking at William as if he was about to eat him. William hurriedly said, "No, I just saw the information of the Ace Secret Service Academy. Henry thought about arranging me to study at the Ace Secret Service Academy, so I left some introduction of the Secret Service Academy." Arthur Kane regained his smile and said, "No, William Devonshire, you are lying. Merlin Strong came to the Secret Service Academy only 8 years ago, and Henry had passed away. You are lying to William. Ma Dan, this was killed by the movie. Think about it, when the movie came out more than 10 years later. He would know when Merlin Strong joined the Secret Service Academy." Since the explanation was unclear, William had to shut up and did not speak any more. He was not the opponent of these old guys now. But William saw Harry Hart look in his eyes a little differently, gratified, admired, and also about love. "What the hell, I think of the word caring." William was a little strange about Harry Hart's performance, but when he looked at Harry Hart again, Harry Hart's expression became normal. William's brain, transformed by the system, is running fast. Could it be that Harry Hart was formerly a member of W in the hands of his grandfather Henry Winston Devonshire, and William was taken aback by his thoughts. I also remembered what my grandfather said in the letter, that William should not trust anyone. Henry should have thought that the members of the W group would come to William, but after more than 10 years, no one can guarantee that these former members of the W group will become what's up. Only God knows what purpose he will find him. Although this is a movie world, it is also a real world. William didn't dare to trust someone casually. Even if he is not wicked towards William now, there is no guarantee that he will not be wicked in the future. Forget it, we have guessed what Henry, the old guy, will leave, but we haven't been sure. It's okay to be sure now, William. You, such a smart person, has been unknown for almost 10 years, and it should have been Henry taught you. Well, he really tried his best for you. I don't know what Henry taught you, but I hope you can come to our Secret Service Academy and study again. This is good for you. There is a good thing about it. Isn't it that he wants to get him into the academy to observe him up close, and he doesn't want to go to the Secret Service Academy to be abused? What he has in his mind is the knowledge of secret agents, so he can learn whatever he wants and use you teach. He has no tendency to be abused. William hurriedly refused. No, Arthur, I don't have time to go to the Secret Service Academy, and I'm not interested. My favorite is to make money. I might as well make more money if I have that time. If Henry didn't want me to inherit his business. I don't want to be a special agent. I don't even have any interest in forming the W group. That's great. Now it's not Henry's period. 10 years have passed since 90 years. Stupid, William Devonhill, I can guess that Henry will leave you the information, and other people can guess that. They are not as easy to talk as me. You think you have the ability to subdue 007 to ensure your safety. Now it's not 10 years ago. Many techniques have changed. What Henry taught you 10 years ago is now and not applicable. And William, you have to consider your mother. Your mother is an ordinary person. When William heard Arthur Kane threatening his mother Lena, the whole person changed. Arthur Kane and Harry Hart, Merlin Strong suddenly felt that he was being stared at by the lions and tigers. Same, all the hairs on the whole body stand up. Seeing that William, who was still like a shy big boy just now, suddenly turned into an evil spirit and was about to swallow them in one bite, Merlin Strong, the instructor who didn't do much on the job, took a few steps back in terror. Sweating profusely, his body shivering, panting, pointing at William and shivering, you. Arthur Kane and Harry Hart were not much better either. Although they didn't back away from fear, they were sweating like Merlin Strong. The oppression of ordinary people by the release of mental power is too great. William constricted his sudden release of mental power and gritted his teeth to Arthur Kane. No matter who is to disturb Lena, I will kill them all. I said to do it, and Arthur Kane, I will not. I believe you will wait so honestly for 10 years without touching me and Lena. Henry must have left behind something that makes you scrupulous. Arthur Kane told those who want to trouble me, don't mess with me, I initiate. I'm afraid of being crazy, I don't care about any rules or irregularities, I don't mind killing his whole family if I touch Lena. After William took back his mental power, Arthur Kane felt better, and Arthur Kane sighed with lingering fear. What did Henry teach William in the end? It can scare me so much. It has never been in the year. Merlin Strong looked at William with horror. He felt that he was going to die just now. Now he looked at William's eyes and was scared. He thought to himself that there was no need to see this monster in the future. In a few days, one person overpowered 007 and 3 elite military intelligence agents with guns with bare hands, using only coins, keys and a rope. Harry Hart looked at William in amazement. As far as he knew, Henry was not good at acting, he could only say so. What did Henry leave for William so that he could hide for 10 years? Under the circumstances, he can practice so hard. Arthur Kane, who is the leader of the ace agent, quickly calmed down and said to William, William, the best way for you now is to prove that you and us are in the same group, as long as we think you and us are one. Guys, at least we old guys will not take action against you, and the English government will not take action against you. This mission is a good opportunity. William will show us all. If you want to join a group, you have to pay first. Smart can understand. Come on, isn't it just a trading name? It was already said in the water margin, do you do what everyone does so you can join the group? Who won't? William said to Arthur Kane, cut, how to do it is my business, but don't worry, we are already in the same group, Arthur, I will use some things to prove that I am not everyone can handle. Arthur Kane smiled and said, that's the best, William, we are waiting for your performance, don't let everyone down, William. When William heard the old man saying that he was waiting to see his performance, he was upset, thinking that you are not a loyal martyr, and I will kill you when you betray you. William also smiled and said, "You will see, Arthur, maybe you will be surprised when we meet next time. Next time I see you, I will kill you." William thought in his heart, "Now that I have the authorization of the safety committee, I can check whoever I want to check. Don't let me find out anything. Finding out is your doomsday." Arthur Kane shuddered suddenly, and he felt a little hairy in his heart, but he didn't know what it was. This made him a little worried after years of working as an agent, and felt that something bad would happen. Arthur Kane shook hands with William to bid farewell. William shook hands with Merlin Strong and Harry Hart. After all three had left, William walked to the corner of the bar and sat down and looked at Harry. The note that Hart handed him when he shook hands, it said, "Don't trust anyone. Ma Dan, it's a brainstorming thing again. Of course I don't believe anyone, even you Harry Hart, and I can't do it. If the agent can believe it, the sow can climb the tree." Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 48, Visiting Kensington Palace. William was disgusted by Arthur Kane in the evening, and he didn't even have the thought of looking for little beauty Tina. He is a little helpless now, why he always has trouble finding him. It seems that all worlds are the same. After reaching a certain level, troubles will appear. It may be more troublesome in the movie world, because the villains are flying all over the world, with more brains and nerves, and they want to destroy the world at every turn. So William found the best shooting club after leaving the bar last night. He needed to vent and practice marksmanship by the way. Although William has the system's bullseye and the gunmaster's marksmanship and experience in his mind, the bullseye can still throw and kill with anything. But you can't just say you don't practice. No matter how much marksmanship you say, you can actually practice it with live ammunition, but people with high talents will learn faster, and reflect that the faster the gun is faster. He had no choice but to learn firearms and flying knives. Magic could not be used clearly, and he had no power or rights, so he could only rely on himself. He even thought that if anyone rushed him into an assassination, he would send magic, which would allow him to create evidence of his absence. It spreads to thousands of kilometers away in a few seconds, and immediately teleports back after killing people. People without a judge or jury will believe that William can go back and forth thousands of kilometers in 10 minutes. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Now that he is rich, he just wants to enjoy his life. He is a who has no ambitions and only wants to live his own life. He has never thought of ruling the world or anything. He has neither the ability nor this ambition. He was in his previous life, and he is now, but he was an ordinary person in his previous life, and now he is a rich person. Now that ordinary people become rich, he cares more about whether he can live a good life. If anyone prevents him from playing happily in this colorful world, he will kill him. He also kills all the lunatics who want to destroy the world. Peace is so good, you can play with peace of mind. William practiced in the shooting gallery for a few hours, and his firearms ability skyrocketed. After 3 hours of practice, both guns could hit the heart. His perverted physique hit nearly 500 rounds and didn't feel tired. After another 2 hours of training with flying knives, he can now hit the bullseye quickly and accurately. It was refreshing when playing, but it made him feel heartache again at the checkout. It cost him almost £10,000 in a few hours, and a bullet is almost £10. This money is really good, or the United States is good. You can buy guns and bullets at will, at least £7,000 cheaper. At the checkout, he looked at the boss with a crooked smile and said in his heart, "Maiden will not come to you anymore, don't think I don't know how much money you made." When I got home, Lena was already asleep, so William went to sleep after washing. Wake up early at 8 o'clock the next day. He still remembers today's appointment with Prince Wilson to freshen up and put on decent clothes. When he drove, William went to his mother Lena's cafe for breakfast. Luckily Lena was not here this morning. Or maybe Lena will kick him out. William flirted with Tina, who was not busy, and looked at the delicate appearance of the little beauty Tina, but William thought in his heart but didn't dare. Tina was just over 16 years old and not yet an adult. This made him unable to do so. And William was very scrupulous about Aunt Mary, thinking that he might be hunted down by Aunt Mary. William fought a cold war. Talked to Tina until 9:20. William got up and went to Kensington Palace. Tina sent William to the door. Her reddish face was full of expectation, thinking that William could give her a goodbye kiss. William looked at Tina's little baby fat face, and shook her head without removing her hands, so she had to hug her. Bayo Tina, said goodbye, got in the car and left. Tina, who was standing at the door, returned to the cafe with disappointment. I wondered if I would take the initiative next time. Kensington Palace is in the centre of London. William arrived in the car within 20 minutes. He sat in the car and waited for 10 minutes before he drove the car to the gate of Kensington Palace. Press the doorbell, the screen in front of the gate. Prince Wilson's face appeared on it. Wilson saw that William was coming, opened the door, and William drove into Kensington Palace. After parking the car, William saw Wilson with Prince Harry and the housekeeper waiting for him at the door. William and the two princes hugged and greeted them and delivered the game sheets of Plants vs. Zombies written in the morning and a bottle of law fight of 82 years. The two princes were very happy to hear that William had written the game cheat sheet himself, and the butler secretly nodded to the Ray fit of 1982 given by William. In his opinion, it was appropriate to send Ray fit of 1982. In 2000, the law fight in 1982 was not as high as the speculation of future generations, and now it is only over £1,000, and he has not speculated as much as tens of thousands of pounds in the future generations. The two princes took William into Kensington Palace. After entering, William saw Princess Diana. He did not understand the royal etiquette and could only greet the princess according to ordinary etiquette. The princess did not care about this. The royal family is now working hard to become civilians. At least on the surface. After meeting, the princess asked the two princes to take care of William and left. Today, William came at the invitation of Prince Wilson. The princess came to see the guests as a mother. It was the two princes' business to accompany the guests. She would feel restrained in staying with William. After the princess left, the two princes took William to visit Kensington Palace. William was an ordinary person in his life, and he has never been to Europe. Today is the first time I saw this kind of European royal architecture. Although it is not as big as the Forbidden City, it has always been lived in. The atmosphere of life is still stronger than that of the empty Forbidden City. You can see large oil paintings and murals on the walls from time to time. There are many family photos, books, magazines, and many household items such as candles and green plants in the room. The design of the room is very elegant and very elegant. It feels like home. After visiting the palace, Prince Charles and the princess attended the lunch prepared by the two princes for William at noon. Although this guy William is very ritual, he still makes Prince Charles and Princess Diana feel novel in their conversation and knowledge. William often says something extraordinary. In terms of high technology, William said what Prince Charles and Princess Charles said. Many can't understand. Some forward-looking technology products from time to time in William's mouth say that the princess and the two little princes are shocked, looking so possible. As William said, in the future, mobile phones can be used to make calls and text messages, and they can also become a substitute for computers. The big screen mobile phone can go online, can buy things, watch movies, can make video calls, can chat, can buy stocks, and even pay. All this makes the Prince family feel novel and incredible. After more than 10 years, Princess Diana published a book that emphasized that when William came to Kensington Palace in 2000, he imagined what is popular now. The public only knew that William Devonhill had already figured out the future development route at such an early age. No wonder William Devonhill became the world's richest man. 2 hours have passed since lunch was over. Prince Charles was still a little bit reluctant to leave with the princess to go to the office. Before leaving, he also said to William that he would have dinner at Kensington Palace. He has not yet talked to William. Enough! The princess yelled at Prince Char and urged him to go to work quickly. The prince repeatedly told William before going to work. It is London in February, and the weather is still cold and not suitable for outdoor sports. After eating lunch and resting for half an hour, the two princes took William to his indoor playground. They took William on horseback riding indoors. With the brain and body modified by the system, William can slowly ride on a horse in half an hour. Although he was only jogging, Prince Harry said that he didn't believe that William had never ridden a horse. But thinking that William could not even mount a horse just now, he was a little bit convinced that William could only mount a horse after being taught by a jockey. Harry just didn't believe that there really was a genius like William in the world, and he could learn everything quickly. This made him feel a lot of pressure when facing William when he was only 16 years old. When William was happy to learn how to ride a horse, the cell phone in his pocket rang suddenly. I took out my mobile phone to meet Diana Rigg, who hadn't seen her for several days, and answered the phone. "Hi, Diana, is there anything you want to do with me? Haven't seen me miss me for a few days," William teased into the phone. "I didn't think about you, William. Did you forget what you promised me?" "God, I know you didn't take me to heart at all, William, you are just a faint soul," Diana Rigg said. William blamed. Of course William remembers what happened, but he hasn't been free these days, but the beauty is still worth coaxing her mouth and said, "My dear, of course I remember, but I don't have time for the past few days. Don't worry about what I promised you. I'll forget, my dear. I'm thinking of you every day these days, baby. Shall we meet at night, okay?" "Humph, I'm still uncomfortable now, you bullshit, don't think I don't know why you want to see me." Diana Rigg smiled and cursed at William. After a while, Diana exclaimed, "William, what are you doing? I hear the sound of horse hooves." "Okay, William Devonshire. You have time to ride a horse, but you don't have time to meet my appointment. I want to break with you. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 49. Seeing Diana Rigg angry, William hurriedly said, "I am a guest at Kensington Palace today, and I am riding a horse with Wilson and Prince Harry. I received an invitation from Prince Wilson to come to Kensington Palace yesterday. Will you invite me to come?" "William, can you find a suitable reason for lying to me? I can believe that. You don't know His Royal Highness, how could you go to Kensington Palace as a guest?" William looked at Wilson and Prince Harry, who were eavesdropping next to him, and asked for help. "Wilson, help me." Wilson took the opportunity to make a request. "You have to owe me personal love, and you have to pay me back when I think about it." William thought for a while and said, "Well, I owe you personal love, but if you pay you back, then I can do it." "Okay." Wilson and William clapped their hands and agreed to take William's mobile phone. Prince Wilson answered the phone and said, "Hello, is this Miss Diana?" "This is Wilson Lewis." Diana Rigg on the phone suddenly yelled, and the power was so noisy as Diana's screams that he moved the phone away from his ears. "Oh my God, you are really Prince Wilson? You didn't lie to me, why? Maybe, how did you and William know each other? Can I interview you, Your Royal Highness?" Wilson was stunned by Diana Rigg's series of words. Prince Harry looked at his brother sympathetically and said to William, "I feel sorry for you now, William, it's better for my girlfriend. Never disturb me." William unceremoniously debunked, "Harry, you little kid, still a girlfriend, have you ever touched a girl's hand? I heard that the princess is very strict with you." Your brother has several times when he was 15 years old. A girlfriend? I heard you haven't had a girlfriend yet. Damn it, who is really spreading the rumors? I already have a girlfriend, but no one knows. I only told Wilson. William, you are the second one to know, Harry explained to William hurriedly. But don't tell me, my mother wants me to be 16 years old to officially have a girlfriend. Now in a few months, don't let my mother Diane know. He put his hand on William's shoulder after speaking. Don't worry, my mouth is very strict. If the princess knew about it, it must be your own way. William said affirmatively. Harry got caught. The expression on his face was like, William, I knew you were such a person. God, I really shouldn't tell you, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Ha, Harry, I'm teaching you not to tell your secrets, even your good buddies can't. Okay, I'm joking with you, I might tell you this, don't worry, I will never speaking out, William assured him with a smile and patted Harry on the shoulder. Hey, William, Diana said you still owe her a promise, and ask if you can complete this promise today. William, or we will test it in Kensington. I also want to see if the archery is true. As you said at the press conference, Kensington has an indoor archery field, Wilson encouraged. No, it's definitely not possible in Kensington. It's too much trouble for so many reporters to come in. It's not safe yet, William refused, looking at his watch and said, it's only 3 o'clock now, or let's go to the Olympic Stadium and leave here. Not far away, if you two want to go, it's best to get the consent of the princess, or I dare not take you out. Okay, it's okay, Wilson and I will go out often now. Harry nodded eagerly when he heard the excitement. When Harry saw Wilson, he nodded and promised to call the princess. William answered the phone and said to Diana Rigg, my dear, can you go to the Olympic Stadium now? If everything goes well, we will start on time at 4, how about? Diana Rigg hurriedly said, no problem, William, I will apply for the interview car now, our supervisor will definitely agree. William, you go directly to the Olympic Stadium, the TV station will rent the venue, my dear, you are amazing. Now, as soon as we meet, I will report to the supervisor now. Diana Rigg hung up after speaking. William, my mother agreed that I went with Wilson, but we have to go home before 6 o'clock, Harry said to William happily. Okay, Wilson and Harry, you guys go to prepare. I'm going to the archery hall to prepare. I have to find the bow first. I will get familiar with it. If I miss the test when I start the test, it would be a shame. We assemble at the archery hall, I have to go first, and see Wilson and Harry soon. Wilson and Harry nodded and said, okay, see you later. William walked out of the stable and drove to the archery range under the leadership of a servant. When William arrived at the Olympic Archery Hall, the staff here and the BBC informed that William would come to the archery hall to test. William bought a set of sportswear in the archery hall. After putting it on, he was led by a middle-aged coach to pick up bows and arrows. William picked a large recurve bow and adjusted it to 64 pounds by himself and tried it easily. William is now several times stronger than an average adult man, and he has no pressure to draw a 64-pound bow. The coach on the side had his eyes straightened. He had never seen anyone who could pull a 64-pound bow so easily. The coach saw William pulling a 64-pound bow as if he was pulling 20 pounds. I was puzzled to ask William for the bow in his hand. I tried it. It was able to pull it, but it was very difficult. Within a few seconds of pulling it, the coach felt that his arm was shaking, and he quickly retracted the bowstring. William smiled at the coach who was looking at him like a monster. He picked 30 arrows carefully and asked the coach to take him to the shooting range. He still has half an hour to get used to. William's predecessor was very researched on bows and arrows, just like the level in the game is reached, but he can't complete the task and can't get to level 100. Now I have the experience of Marvel's Eagle Eye's arrowless hair and hand-eye coordination, plus my current physical fitness, immediately upgraded to level 99. After William got used to the 10 arrows, he became familiar with the parameters of this bow. The next 20 arrows had real bullseye, and even the last 10 arrows of William were shot with closed eyes. They were all bullseye. As soon as he stopped, William heard applause not far behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw Wilson and Harry and 4 men in black suits and sunglasses like bodyguards. William put down his bow and arrow and hugged Wilson. Harry hugged William's shoulders excitedly and said, "William, can you teach me? You are so cool. I think archery is the best sport for men. It is much more handsome than golf and tennis. If I like you, the girls at school don't take the initiative to jump into my arms, it's cool. Come on, you," Harry said last time that competitive rapid shooting is the most handsome. "You have practiced for several months, and now you have some grades just like learning other things. Let Mom know that you are good looking." Wilson murmured. "Tau. Wilson, you are jealous. I am jealous that I am better than you in competitive rapid shooting. William, don't you know how powerful he is? He has practiced like me for a few months, and now I still can't get on the target. I think I still have a talent for shooting." "Yes," Harry said. "Harry, it's okay if you want to learn, but if you really want to learn, then be prepared for 10 years of practice. I have practiced bow and arrow for almost 10 years. I don't think your talent in archery can match me. Strong, it's impossible to practice for a few months to be like me," William said without embarrassment. "Yes, Harry, you still practice competitive rapid fire. William has been practicing for 10 years to achieve his current results. Bows and arrows are much harder to learn than shotguns." Wilson warned Harry not to two minds, "Learn what you see handsome." "Well, I can still practice rapid fire, but I can also try the bow and arrow when I practice rapid fire. William, I can teach you rapid shooting. You teach me how to bow and arrow." Harry said unwillingly, and told him now. He is not yet 16 years old, he is still a reckless boy, just try it, and it doesn't take much effort to teach him. "Well, try it, if you have talent, it can be considered a hobby, if it doesn't work, give up early, but Harry, I am also very good at shooting," William said with a smile. "Haha, that's the best, let's find time to try and compete. As for Wilson, forget it, I think my one-handed shooting performance may be better than him." Harry made a face at Wilson after he finished. Wilson laughed angrily by Harry and said, "You said, then next time you compare with me with one hand, see how big your boast is." William on one side was amused by Prince Mighty and laughed and said, "Wilson, you really have been given a routine by Harry. If Harry really compares with you with one hand, then you wait to be everyone's joke." "Haha." Wilson reacted, "Yeah. If I really compare like that, it wouldn't be ashamed." But looking at Harry, who was snickering, although he knew that his brother didn't think so much when he was talking, he was just jokes, not bad thoughts, but simply wanted to see himself embarrassed. Wilson shook his head helplessly and laughed himself. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 50, I must pull you into the Olympic team. The staff of the BBC TV station finally arrived at 3:30, and many reporters who received the news also rushed to the shooting gallery. However, looking at the chaos on the scene, it started to be a bit mysterious on time at 4. Diana Rieger also rushed over at this time. Today's Diana Rieger wore a small Lady Chanel suit that I bought when shopping with William last time. It was simple and capable, with big wavy blonde hair, and the shirt buttons on the chest were snapped up. Diana Rieger walked to William and hugged him with a smile, and finally kissed William on the cheek in the crowd. The reporters looked at them with disappointed laughter on their cheeks, coaxing Diana Rieger and William to kiss mouth to mouth. Diana Rieger still knew how to measure, and William had not formally made a boyfriend with her. She is a media person who knows that the public needs to pay attention to the influence. After William heard Arthur Kane's words yesterday, he now dare not make a girlfriend. He has a mother's weakness and it is enough for him to have a headache. He really has no energy and strength and many girlfriends are used to threaten him. When the BBC live broadcast equipment was finally set up at 4 o'clock, Diana Rigg took the microphone and walked to the middle of the venue to start the live broadcast. Hello friends, everyone, I am Diana Rigg, the frontline reporter of BBC TV. We are at the Olympic Archery Hall. Next to me is Mr. William Devonhill. He will perform what he made the other day. Promise, challenge the impossible task, shoot a 70-meter target with a bow and arrow with closed eyes, and have to hit 10 rings. Okay, let's ask Mr. William Devonhill if you have any confidence in today's challenge. Of course, I am still very confident in my archery skills. It is useless to say more. We have tried to know if what I said is true. Diana Rigg said to the camera, yes, everything is superfluous now, all the facts are said, thank our Mr. Devonhill, we give some time to prepare for our challenger today, William, come on. William smiled at the camera and went to the archery range to make preparations. He knew it was useless to say anything now, and the audience would think he was bragging again. Diana Rigg said to the camera after sending William away, audience friends, today we have invited the head coach of the English archery team, Mr. Smith Brown. The camera was facing Smith Brown, who walked to Diana Rigg in good time. Smith Brown said, hello Diane, everyone, audience friends, I am the head coach of the English archery team, Smith Brown. Diana Rigg took the microphone and said, hello Mr. Smith, I am very glad that you accepted our invitation to be a special guest. Do you think William can succeed in today's challenge? Smith Brown thought for a while and said safely, if it were someone else, I would definitely say, this is impossible, but who made him William Devonhill, the dream lover of all England girls, I can say that everything is possible, although I think this may not be high. But who made him William Devonhill, I dare not say bad things about him, or my two lovely angels who go home at night might not let me in. Smith Brown did a helpless shrug to the camera. Brown's words caused people on the scene and in front of the TV to laugh. No one thought that this serious-looking 50-year-old man was still very humorous. Diana Rigg smiled at the camera, well, the two little angels of the Browns, now we are discussing normal situations, except for William. You must let Mr. Smith in. Diana Rigg pointed the microphone at Smith Brown again. Smith Brown smiled and said to the camera, normally, without equipment, our eyes can't see the bullseye at a distance of 70 meters. The bullseye at this distance is like raising our hands flat on our fingertips. The tip of the thumbtack is as small as, even smaller than the tip of the nail. So the eyes are not used to see the bullseye in archery, but to aim. I close my eyes and I don't know how William aimed, but who made him William Devonhill, everything is possible, let's wait and see. Diana Rigg asked, Mr. Brown, if William can really do what he said, do you think it is possible for William to qualify for the XN Olympics? After hearing this, Smith Brown looked serious and said, the test distance today is 70 meters, which is the same as the archery distance of the Olympic Games. If he achieves good results, I think he can come to our archery team if he wants to participate in the Olympic Games. For the official test, we welcome all capable Englishmen to participate in the test. Archery is a sport where everything depends on performance. As long as he can achieve good results, I will definitely recommend him to the Olympic team. Okay, thank you Smith Brown for the explanation. The staff on the scene are signaling that William is ready, and we are now aiming the camera at William, Diana Rigg said. The camera was aimed at William and then stretched to the target 70 meters away. There are 5 targets in the distance. Today, William will shoot 3 arrows on each target, a total of 2 rounds of 30 arrows. Diana Rigg looked at William, who was drawing the bow, and her heart became tense. Now she is the one who hopes William will succeed the most. Failure will have a blow to William's reputation, but as long as the results are not too bad, it will not have much impact on William, but it will have a greater impact on Diana Rigg. If William succeeds, she will be more famous. If William fails, she will be trampled on. Therefore, Diana Rigg is praying to God in her heart, blessing William to be in excellent condition today and hit the bullseye with one arrow. As God heard her prayer, William's first arrow hit the center of the first target, the standard bullseye with a snap. Ah, ah, ah! Diana Rigg looked at the arrow in the middle of the bullseye on the screen and shouted excitedly. The audience and reporters at the scene also exclaimed, but William did not expect to brag. Then William shot arrows continuously, and all the arrows hit the bullseye, and none of them hit the 10-ring area of the target. Smith Brown shot 15 arrows in William, and he shot 15 consecutive arrows. The arrows can hit the middle of the 10-ring zone. This is really incredible. How could this be possible? This result has already broken the Olympic record. Smith Brown is a knowledgeable person. He is the coach of the English archery team. As far as he knows, no one can shoot 15 arrows in a row with a 64-pound arrow and can also shoot 10 arrows. It is easy to see William's appearance. Brown sighed in his heart how powerful the arm of William Devonhill was. How did this guy train, and if it was not more powerful in actual combat? No, I have to pull him into the archery team. This is a proper champion. Maybe the men's team archery can also win medals. Find 2 reliable teammates, maybe the men's team can also get a gold medal to play. Smith Brown thought in his heart that the English archery team under his leadership would break the monopoly of the South Korean archery team and win 2 Olympic gold medals for England. At that time, he will be famous, and his money and reputation will not be full. Thinking of Smith Brown's determination to make William Devonhill join the Olympic team, even if William didn't want to, he would use the media to force William into the Olympic team. He didn't want to live the same bitter life. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 51, 10 Rings with Eyes Closed. After the first round of arrows, William didn't feel tired. In the next round, he decided to play some tricks with the first 6 arrows. In the next 3 targets, he shoots 2 arrows for each target and shoots arrows blindfolded with the last arrow. His current spirit, the force, can't scan that far. A few days ago, he only scanned 20 to 30 meters, and now he can scan about 40 meters, so if he is blindfolded, he can only shoot 2 arrows to find the last arrow before blindfolding. He is confident that he can set the blindfold, but he can't guarantee able to hit a 70-meter bullseye. William and Wilson and Harry, who were standing not far from him, were talking and laughing. These 2 guys had grown up under the camera since they were young. They knew how to grab the camera and waited for William to finish 15 arrows. Then they all jumped up happily. Harry ran over and hugged William after he put down his bow and arrow, yelling happily, as if he were shooting an arrow again. William is not at all reluctant to bind each other to improve his reputation. He is not at all disgusted with the matter of improving his reputation. Being famous is not all bad. Wasn't he buying Chelsea's abo to enhance his global reputation and make the want to move him with scruples? That's why he is called refreshing when he spends money, and his fame comes from money. Who knew Abuletin when he didn't spend hundreds of millions of pounds to buy Chelsea and the players? Reputation can't guard against villains, but it can guard against gentlemen or people who are concerned about their reputation, which can make some people worry about them and make them less troublesome. William is not afraid of villains making moves now, because he has the ability to defeat the opponent. What he fears most now is the government. After all, he still wants to live in reality, but he doesn't want to hide in the dark like a mouse. He was not reborn as a villain, and never thought of destroying the world. Can enjoy life openly. Who wants to hide in the dark and be a mouse? William picked up Prince Wilson again, and the 3 chatted in the center of the venue, laughing and chatting. The flashing lights on the scene never stopped, they were all shooting. The 3 of them and the camera also spread their 3 close relationships to thousands of households in England. Everyone was surprised and gratified that Wilson and Prince Harry could have such a good relationship with William. They also agreed that the two princes could make friends with William, an English genius. After all, William's current image is very positive, and what adults want most is that their children can make smart and sensible friends. After everyone was making noise and laughing and playing for a few minutes, William and the two princes clapped each other at the signal of the BBC staff and stood back at the archery range. William took the bow and checked the arrow sent back by the staff. After no problem, William opened the bow and pulled the arrow, pierced the horse and shot an arrow out of the middle 10 ring. The people at the scene made a noise. This kind of bow drawing action in martial arts novels has not been seen in England now. The host and guests in the studio all yelled, "This is not scientific, how is this possible?" After William pulled up the second arrow, he turned his head to look at the audience. When his hand was suddenly released, the arrow hit the middle 10 rings. The audience still showed on the screen that there were 2 bows and arrows on the target before they knew that William had turned his head on purpose. Look at them. This arrow is even more incredible and unscientific than before. It is not much like shooting an arrow with your eyes closed. The people on BBC TV are now laughing crookedly. Today's ratings are surpassing prime-time gold medal shows. What they paid was just renting an archery range, and William's status in the BBC's mind directly soared to the point of a superstar. When William shot the third arrow and looked back at the moon, everyone was applauding, but the passion had been exhausted by the second arrow. In their opinion, this arrow was not as good as the first arrow. Only those who know how to do it know that William's arrow was used in actual combat. When he reached the second target, William drew out 3 arrows and clamped them in his hands. He stretched his bow and pulled the arrows to shoot out, shooting a triangle on the 10 rings of the target, and the audience shouted again. This is a legendary stunt. And the 3 arrows can be arranged in an equilateral triangle after hitting the 10 rings, which is a real magical skill in the hearts of the audience. The shouts at the scene were about to break through the roof, and some female audience members were so excited that they almost fainted. If it weren't for someone to stop, some girls would have rushed into the field. The police at the scene hurriedly called for support on the walkie-talkie. The scene was chaotic, and William had to stop at the signal of the staff. William took the staff's loudspeaker to calm everyone down. He didn't want anyone to be injured, otherwise it would be bad. If someone was injured, both he and the BBC would be unlucky. Finally, more police came to the scene to stop the chaos. A girl was almost taken to the scene by the police and burst into tears anxiously. William hurriedly stepped forward to stop the police. William guarded the little girl. She promised to continue talking to the police. The police did not want an accident at the scene, so she would not be held accountable under the assurance of the girl. William and the little girl hugged and escorted her back to the audience. The audience applauded William's behavior and applauded spontaneously. Many people also shouted, "Good job, William." William kept waving his hands and shouting thank you to the audience. Finally, he was busy for 10 minutes before the scene calmed down. William and Wilson and Harry, who were worried about him, clapped their hands to signal that they were okay, and waved to Diana Rigg, who was worried about him, and nodded with a smile. Cut to Diana Rigg, in front of the TV watching the girls' laughing eyes. Microphone up. Diana Rigg cursed, "Bitch, they do not want a girlfriend, William, can only be to pay them." The male audience looked at Diana Rigg, who was tall, blonde with big headlights and a sweet face, immediately became jealous of William, and couldn't help thinking, if it was my girlfriend. The chaos on the scene was too long. 40 minutes of live broadcast time passed, but the head of the BBC scene did not urge William at all. He has just received a call from the TV station and knows that the current ratings are very high. The BBC doesn't want to broadcast more time. Therefore, the person in charge of the scene came over and asked William if he wanted to take a break. William looked at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock now, and he wouldn't be able to catch up with Prince Charles' dinner later. He didn't want people to wait for himself. William shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'm in the right state now." It took too long, so I should end it early to avoid other situations. Well, you have the final say, William, said the person in charge of the scene. William picked up the bow again and signaled to the audience that he was about to start, and the scene immediately became quiet. William took the blindfold given to him by Diana Rigg, buckled it on top of his head, and signaled to everyone that I would shoot an arrow blindfolded. Under the expectation of the audience, William shot 2 arrows, then put down the blindfold, stretched the bow and pulled the arrow, took a few deep breaths. The arrow flew out as soon as he loosened his finger, and hit the target with a hit. William buttoned the blindfold on his eyes and looked at the big screen at the scene. The arrow did not hit 10 rings, only 8 rings. However, the audience still clapped enthusiastically. In their opinion, blindfolded can hit the target most. It's amazing, let alone William hit the 8th ring. William shook his head. When he first shot the arrow, he felt impossible to hit the 10 ring. William smiled and waved to the audience to be quiet, and stood in the shooting zone again, with 2 arrows in the 10th ring again. After William pulled down the blindfold, there was no sound at the scene. Everyone was afraid to disturb William. The arrow of swish flew out and hit the middle of the 10 ring. There was loud applause and piercing screams on the scene again. When William heard the applause at the scene, he knew that he was the same as he had estimated. He closed his blindfold and looked at the big screen. He saw that there were 3 arrows inserted on the 10th ring of the 4th target, and all 3 arrows were in the center of the 10th ring. William waved to the audience happily. The applause at the scene became even greater after William waved his hand. The audience was full of an expression of seeing God. Everyone did not expect that William could really hit the 10 ring blindfolded. Know how many records have been broken. There was only the last target left. After a few minutes of interacting with everyone, William stood with a bow in the shooting area. The audience spontaneously quieted down. They wanted to see if William's last target could still shoot like this. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 52, A Piercing Arrow. William stood in the firing zone of the last target. This time William did not remove his blindfold and blindfolded. Standing in the shooting zone with their eyes closed and emptying their heads, the audience did not urge William. They were curious how William would shoot the last 3 arrows. William, who stood quietly for 2 minutes, suddenly opened his bow and pulled an arrow and shot an arrow quickly. There was nothing special about this arrow. Compared with the one in front of William, it was nothing special. But when the audience was strange, William drew out the arrow again. Shot out. The audience at the scene heard a bumping sound, which was quite loud. Everyone hurriedly looked at the big screen and saw that only one arrow that had penetrated half of the target stayed on the target. The high-speed camera at the scene restored it. The image of the second arrow, on the big screen, I saw in slow motion that the second arrow slowly hit the tail of the first arrow. The huge momentum pushed the first arrow through the target and disappeared, while the second arrow stayed on the target. Before the audience shouted, William quickly shot the third arrow. The same situation appeared on the target. The third arrow hit the tail of the second arrow, and the second arrow also penetrated the target. After shooting, he looked at the big screen. William raised his hands and shouted loudly. He was also very excited now, but he did not expect that he did it. This magical archery skill, which was only in the legend of the Great Heaven, finally recovered in his own hands. Up! William happily patted the rushing Harry on the shoulder and patted Wilson's palm. Now the 2 princes have been impressed by William. In their opinion, William is the strongest archer in the world. No one he is the best in the world if he can do the same archery skills as William. Diana Rigg took the photographer with the microphone and ran towards William. William, what is your mood now? How did you train yourself? Diana Rigg asked excitedly. She was trembling with excitement now. She knew that she was going to be famous soon. With William to be famous, she is so glad that she had the courage to ask William a few days ago. The rewards she received now are too great. When the newspaper mentions William on TV tomorrow, she will definitely be mentioned in passing. And she is very confident in her appearance. She just lacks a chance. Now that the opportunity comes, she will not let it go, and she will definitely hold on to William tightly and not let go. Whether or not she can marry William is all in the future. Thing. Excited and grateful. I want to thank my grandfather Henry in heaven. He taught me all this, as well as my mother and my grandmother. I love them, Mother, and I love you. After that, I pointed to the sky. Henry, did you see that? I have learned what you taught me now, and I have done better. You can rest assured that I will take good care of my mother. After finishing talking, he shed a few tears. Hell, Henry taught him. He was just making excuses for his incredible abilities in others' eyes. Anyway, anyone who knows his details knows that Henry is a man who can touch many ordinary people. For people who are inaccessible to people, archery and firearms can only be said that Henry left him with a good training method, and William's talent is too high, which created his ability. As for how to train, I'm sorry, Diana, I don't know what to say, it's mainly talent. I showed my talent for shooting when I was very young. This surprised my grandfather. He has been training me since I was 7 years old. Today these are the results of more than 10 years of training, William babbled. Well, although talent is very important, can you talk about your training methods? The audience must be curious about your training methods. You must have some other training methods. Diana Rigg asked the audience the most for what I wanted to know. I couldn't help but praise Diana Rigg, and the host of the live broadcast couldn't help but approve loudly. William thought for a while and said, what can be said is basically the same as the current training method, only some special skills passed down by the Devonshire family for hundreds of years. But sorry, I can't say anything in this regard. I will only teach these family secrets to my children, and in this peaceful age, people no longer need this skill. Bows and arrows have long been replaced by firearms, and bows and arrows have long been practiced. It's better than firearms. At most, these skills are used in sports fields. Diana Rieger heard William said that the stadium hurriedly asked, since William said about the stadium, have you ever thought about representing England in the Olympic Games? I think as long as you participate in it, you will definitely win the championship. Audience friends, you guys. Is it the same as I thought? Yes, if William participates in an archery competition, he won't have to use his full strength to win the championship. Yes. Diana Rigg, you are so right. It seems we haven't won the Olympic gold medal in men's archery yet, an audience member asked uncertainly. I don't know, but I know that in the future the men's archery competition will be ruled by William Devonshire. Who can beat William in archery in this world? The speaker's companion nodded in agreement. He really didn't think anyone could compare to William in archery. Seeing that the audience at the scene all agreed with him, she smiled and said to William, well, William, everyone supports your participation in the Olympics. You can't refuse the citizens of England. William thought about it and wanted to participate. It's okay. After winning a championship, he can educate his children. He said to them, look at your father, I am rich and an Olympic champion, and I am also proficient in fighting and hidden weapons. Now I just want you to work hard to practice one of the skills that Dad I know, what else do you have to complain about? Thinking about William, he thought it was a good idea. He nodded to Diana Rigg and said, I personally look forward to participating in the Olympics, but I don't know if I am eligible to participate. I have to ask the Olympic Organizing Committee. Diana Rieger laughed loudly and said, William, you don't have to worry about this. I don't think anyone in the English Olympic Organizing Committee would dare to shut you out, otherwise the citizens would not agree. Yes, yes. If they dare to do this, we will oust them, so we don't want idiots to take athletes to the Olympics. William smiled at what everyone said and waved his thanks to everyone. Diana Rigg blinked at William and said, "Look, William, I am right. Now all of us in England support you in the Olympic Games. Well, it is my honor to participate in the Olympics. I will try my best to win the championship. Thank you for your support." "Thank you." William looked at his watch and saw that it was 5:30, so he had to say goodbye to Diana Rigg. William took Wilson and Harry out of the meeting place to the parking lot under the cover of bodyguards and staff. During the period, all the newspapers were rejected. These people wanted to give William an exclusive interview, but William had no time now, and waited for time to talk. A group of 3 cars left the Olympic Stadium for Kensington. Tonight's English newspaper TV was ruled by William again. The whole of England was reporting on William's feat in the afternoon. All the people who watched it were the same, an impossible look. People never thought that this kind of bow and arrow that had been eliminated could still be used. After playing so wonderfully, the number of people learning bow and arrow in England has greatly increased after today. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 53, The money for selling the game arrives. William and his party were followed by paparazzi as soon as they left the Olympic Stadium, and some bold guys rode their motorcycles close to William. William, who was driving, was almost blinded by the flashlight. These guys really didn't care about the safety of the driver. Fortunately, Kensington was not far away. The 3 cars drove directly into Kensington. Princess Dana greeted them at the door. It was just 6 o'clock after entering the door, and William accompanied the princess and the 2 princes to chat. After Prince Char came back from get off work, everyone sat happily in the dining room for dinner. After dinner, Prince Charles took Wilson, Harry and William for a walk in Kensington. Regardless of the paparazzi outside the palace, Prince Charles deliberately walked closer to the gate, and asked them to shoot with a smile, and patted William on the shoulder friendly from time to time. It didn't take long for even the broadcast truck to come, and the audience who didn't know why were surprised. What is the background of William Devonhill, who has such a good relationship with the royal family? The group chatted about football, film and television, cultural geography, and finally talked about the American stock market. Prince Charles was a little excited and worried about the current stock market. What's exciting is that he has made a lot of money by investing in Nasdaq in the past few years. What is worried is that many people are now worried about the high market value of the stock market. High is a bit crazy. It's not a joke for all the people to stock up. Even the cleaning ant doesn't want to work. A day in the stock market is worth her hard work for a week. This worries Prince Char. He has recently heard the opinions of many experts, but he has not been able to have a unified opinion. Prince Char casually talked to William. He never thought about what advice he could get from William. He was just worried. It took many days before I said it casually when I was happy today. William looked at the English prince, who was completely different from William's previous life. He had a good impression of this gentle, witty, and loyal prince who only loved Princess Dana. William lowered his head and thought about some hindsight analysis that he had seen in his previous life to know some real reasons. Of course, it is impossible to be all true, the market is too complicated. What the specific facts are, anyway, he doesn't know. What William knew was that the stock market's highest was 5,132.52, and the Nasdaq's highest was 5,048.62 on March 10 this year. The direct reason was that the sharp drop in biotechnology stocks led to a sharp drop in technology stocks, coupled with the loss of Microsoft's antitrust lawsuit on April 3, and the market panic until September 2002. He doesn't remember the specifics, but having this information already allows him to make a fortune. Prince Charles saw William lower his head thinking about something, and stopped the Power and Harry, who wanted to talk to William. Prince Charles suddenly wanted to hear William's opinion. After walking pretendingly for a few minutes, William raised his head and said to Prince Charles, "His Royal Highness, I actually thought a lot about the Nasdaq in January. After I figured it out, I couldn't wait to fight Plants vs. Zombies. Of games sold. Because I know that even if this game can earn me hundreds of millions of fortunes, it will be a matter of several years or more than 10 years, and there is still no change in the market. Once the market goes bad and people have no money, the peripheral profitability of this game will drop significantly. My judgment is that the Nasdaq is likely to reach its peak in recent months. The simplest reason is that the current technology companies are less than 1% profitable. The vast majority of technology companies are making fakes, executives are cashing in, the massive investment in R&D funds cannot generate any profit, the whole people invest in the stock market, and most people still borrow money from banks for investment, and use high leverage to invest. The money is all in the stock market. As long as there is a little risk and the stock market drops by tens or hundreds of points, most of the leveraged investments will be forcibly cut by the banks, then panic will spread, and a crash will be inevitable. Although what William said is simple, it sounds more convincing to Prince Charles than those experts say, because he has always wondered whether the stock market will fall, especially the US stocks. Gave him a decent reason. But there is nothing he can do. Downing Street won't listen to him. Prince Charles sighed and asked William, "So, you sold the game so quickly, do you want to put your money in the stock market to buy it short?" William nodded. This is the reason why he said what he said. He even hoped that Prince Charles would pass on what he said, but His Royal Highness was still very ethical. He told Wilson and Harry not to tell them. What William said was spread out, which had too much influence on William, and it might be crusaded by the whole people. But what the four of them absolutely did not expect was that because they were so close to the gate, what they were saying now was eavesdropped clearly by two paparazzi hiding in the dark with a simple half-meter diameter receiver pot. The two paparazzi who were recording and listening to William and their conversation are now shaking with excitement, and they know that if they sell the recording, they will send it out. The two paparazzi didn't listen to what William and the others continued to say, and ran to a car with equipment, and drove away quickly. When William and the three princes returned home after taking a walk for more than an hour, the TV station was already broadcasting what William said in Kensington and Prince Charles about the collapse of the Nasdaq. This incident was immediately raging in England, and William suddenly became the most unpopular person from England's most popular genius. No one would like to see the stock market fall, which concerns the interests of too many people. Fortunately, William didn't watch TV. When he got home, William practiced the 18 throwing knives he bought in the knife shop and practiced according to the experience of the bullseye in his mind. William received a call from the Swiss National Bank at 8 p.m. Blockbuster had just put the money for the game into the National Bank at 3 p.m. American time. When William hung up the National Bank call and received a call from the Bank of England, it was also Blockbuster who sent the money into the Bank of England. William ordered the two banks to convert the pound to US dollars. According to the current exchange rate of 135 million pounds, it can be converted to 220 million US dollars. If you want to sell short in the United States, it is better to settle in US dollars. William, who hung up the phone, yelled in excitement, and the worry in his heart finally disappeared. He is really a real billionaire. He has 220 million US dollars before he is 20 years old. Maybe he can become one in 2 months. $10 rich man. William flicked his hand in excitement, and the throwing knife in his hand circled along the wall of the room and returned to his hand. After a few hours of practicing the throwing knife, he made rapid progress when he was in a good mood, and William trained the bullseye stunt, and he will have another life-saving stunt. The 18-handed and one-finger flying knife kept appearing and disappearing in William's hand, and William had a great time playing. The phone suddenly remembered that it interrupted William's self-confidence, and took the knife away. William took out the phone and saw that it was a call from the death squad Barney. After William was connected, he heard Barney's apology, "I'm sorry, boss, we screwed up, Carlos is dead." Hell, just catch individuals, how could you miss it? Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 54, Stare in Person. Barney was a little depressed when he heard William's questioning. They really didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to catch, and it was so slippery that he wanted to make a loach. Barney said helplessly, "We chased Carlos on a construction site in Madagascar. He fell from the top of the crane by accident and fell to his death on the spot. Sorry to the boss. 6 senior mercenaries couldn't catch one." William asked in a serious tone, "What's the reason?" Barney replied helplessly, "Boss, we didn't expect Carlos to be so vigilant. When we found him in the underground Coliseum, Carlos took out a gun when he saw Gunnar after receiving a text message. Then ran into a construction site taking advantage of the chaos. Originally we had surrounded him, but this guy was very capable of parkour. He ran directly to the tower crane. Christmas and Yin and Yang were catching up with the tower crane, and Carlos fell off the tower crane. Sorry, the boss was required to be captured alive because of the mission. We didn't expect him to fall to death. But boss, when we captured Carlos, his backpack was obtained by Yin and Yang. There was a time bomb and a mobile phone in the bag. We found one on the mobile phone. Positioning, the above shows Miami Airport." Hearing William at the Miami airport, he knew the reason. Carlos wanted to blow up the Tianjin 570 plane, but this house died. How to find him behind the scenes? Barney, I said I want to live, now Carlos dead, the clue is broken, how can we find the mastermind behind the scenes? Barney felt better when he heard the clues from William. He smiled and said, "Boss, we can only say that we are lucky. Gunnar and Carlos know each other and know that Carlos is called Eric Dimitio. Under the mercenary broker of Sri Lanka, this guy is a dangerous man who specializes in dirty work for people. As long as he pays money, he can do anything illegal. Boss, I think you should remind Miami Airport and Skywalk. I know, we only got the news before we came to you to capture Carlos, Barney. Now your task is to find Alex Dimitrios." Barney said immediately, "Boss, I asked the childcare, Eric Dimitrios is in the Bahamas now." "Well, Barney, you go to the Bahamas, stare at Alex Dimitrios, see who he has contact with, find the employer of Eric Dimitrios, send me a picture of Rick Dimitrios, I may be able to find out something here." "Okay, boss, send it to you now, we'll leave for the Bahamas in a while, goodbye, boss," Barney said. "I'll call you if I have news, goodbye Barney, don't mess up again," William reminded. Hanging up the phone, William took out the encrypted laptop that Garrus had sent him and clicked on the MIB database. William clicked on the MIB data file and found Alex Dimitrios, but William did not know that when he logged into the MIB file as his Director W, he was killed by Mrs. M's assistant Bill Tna. Got it. Bill Turner hurriedly called Mrs. M, "Madam, W is moving. We just monitored William Devonshire looking for a person named Eric Dimitrios in the Bureau's database." Mrs. M, who had just gone to bed, was a little angry when she was awakened. When she heard that William was moving, she got up and turned on the computer on the bedside table. The computer showed a picture of Alex Dimitrios. Mrs. M said to herself, "Why would William find this villain, executioner?" After William clicked on a middle-aged white man with a problem in his left eye in the file, Mrs. M was taken aback. L.E. Silver hurriedly asked Bill Turner on the phone, "William Devonshire is now where?" "In his house on Oxford Street," Bill Turner said. Staring at William Devonhill, "I want to know all his whereabouts in the future, following William Devonhill, maybe we can find L.E. Silver's soul." "Okay madam, I will send someone to stare at William Devonhill now." William, who was still looking at the information at home, didn't know that Mrs. M would make people stare at the login authority of the head of the W Group after he and the chairman of the security committee Garrus took over. As long as William used his password to log on to the MIDB database, she would can know. William looked at the guy with the left eye on the computer called Lee Sever, an international banker who specializes in laundering money for terrorists and warlords to make huge profits. This guy is a ruthless character and has a large number of people under him. Lee Sever wants to blow up the Tianxing 570 aircraft because he is short-selling the Tianxing company. As long as he blows up the 570 aircraft that Tianxing has spent a lot of money on research and development, the stock of Tianxing company will definitely plummet. Can make a fortune. However, this William's plan conflicts. He is waiting for the stock market crash in March. William does not want to cause the chain reaction of the stock market crash due to the sharp fall in Tianxing company's stock price. This is inconsistent with William's plan. William's money for selling games has just arrived today, he is not ready yet, and who knows if the stock market crash is advanced, it will be the same as in the previous life. Ma Dan Le Saifu, your soul is hindering Lao Tzu to make money, see if I will kill you. When it comes to hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars, William does not want to make any mistakes now. He feels that he has to stare at Alex Dimitrios himself to be relieved. Staring at Alex Dimitrios to find the guy who went to Miami to blow up the plane, he immediately killed it when he found it. Such a good opportunity for stock market crashes does not happen all the time. It only occurs once every 10 years. After this stock market crash, I don't know if the subprime mortgage crisis will break out on time in 8 years. Although he felt that there would be a subprime mortgage crisis, William was not sure whether it would break out at that time. After the transfer, William took out his passport and wallet credit card, and drove away. After William had not walked for 10 minutes, the person sent by Mrs. M went outside William's house on Oxford Street and monitored him. William was lucky. If he hesitated, Mrs. M might actually be monitored. William drove the car directly to the secret armory Garrus prepared for him, opened the armory, and William walked to the armory and picked out the AWP in it. Because the storage space is only 1 meter, William had to separate the barrel of the AWP from the gun body and install it with a 200-round sniper-specific bullet muffler into the portable space. William took another M4A1. The HK416 was not released in 2000. William felt that he made the HK416 himself when he was not busy. He was influenced by his previous life playing games and felt that the HK416 was the best gun. Check the M4A1 and install all the accessories that can be installed, and then take 10 magazines full of bullets, as well as an anesthesia gun and an anesthesia bomb. 2 Glock 17, 20 magazines, bugs, locators, trackers, night vision devices, gas masks, flashlights, grenades, smoke bombs, shock bombs, and anesthesia smoke bombs. William thinks he has these equipment. He can kill a Leanda person. In the end, William took £100,000 and $100,000 in cash, and went out empty-handed. He made a call to the exclusive account manager of the Bank of England and ordered a small private jet to fly directly to the Bahamas. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 55, Ambrosio. When William got on the plane, he slept directly on the sofa on the plane under the leadership of the stewardess. He was not interested in the stewardess on this plane today. This stewardess was not his food, and William slept directly in the eyes of the stewardess. The plane flew for 8 hours and landed at Nassau International Airport, the capital of the Bahamas. William got off the plane and turned on his mobile phone outside the airport to check the text messages that Barney had sent him and called for a taxi. Ocean Club Hotel. Okay, sir, said the taxi driver. When William arrived at the hotel, he walked into the lobby and saw Barney and Christmas waiting for him in the hotel lobby. Barney and Christmas greeted William as soon as they saw William and whispered, "Good noon, boss." "Hello Barney, Christmas, Alex Dimitrios is there now?" William asked. Alex Demetrios and his wife have set up a villa by the sea, and Yin and Yang are staring at them, Barney replied. William nodded and said, staring and resting in groups during the day, there may be work to do at night. Understood, boss. William and Barney walked to the front desk of the hotel after they separated for Christmas and saw a beautiful blonde woman sitting at the front desk. William stepped forward and said, "Hello, I want to reserve a room." Seeing that the beauty was a handsome young man, he smiled and asked, "Do you have a reservation?" William smiled and said, "No, this is a temporary decision. It's a trip that just walks away. You see, I didn't even bring a gift, but only brought my wallet and collection." The beauty receptionist checked on the computer and said, "Now there is only a sea view room, do you need it, sir?" "Very good, that's it." William jokingly took out a Bank of England black gold card and handed it to the beauty receptionist. After finishing the check-in procedures, the beauty receptionist smiled and returned the black gold card to William. Finally, she stroked William's palm with her finger and said with a smile, "Sir, I still have 3 hours to get off work, maybe you need a tour guide take you to the beauty of the Bahamas." William God knows how to say, "No problem, I come to you if I need it." "Okay sir, you can come to me if you have any needs. This is my business card. It is any gentleman in need." The beauty receptionist gave William a business card, and finally she blinked like William. "Okay, I can find you if you need it, I understand, goodbye." "Goodbye, sir, I am waiting for your call." The weather in the Bahamas at this time is still very good, which makes William, who was still wearing a down jacket yesterday, and today he is in a good mood as long as he wears a shirt and shorts. When William took the room card and just left the hotel, he saw 2 beauties wearing sports vests, short skirts, baseball caps and tennis rackets walking by him. One of the girls turned around and looked at William when passing by William. William smiled at William after he was a handsome guy. "Isn't this Alexander Ambrosio, the Victoria's Secret supermodel?" William followed the 2 beauties to the hotel tennis court and sat down in the lounge area and ordered a glass of juice. Drinking juice and watching the 2 beauties running around on the tennis court is really pleasing to the eye. He is now sure that the beauty just now is exactly the same as the former Ambrosio, and even more beautiful than Alexander Ambrosio. It may be that the current Ambrosio is only 20, full of youth. The breath is so beautiful. Not long after Alexander Ambrosio played, he and his companion signaled to stop, and walked towards William a little angrily. William knew that it was broken when he saw the beauty walking towards him with enthusiasm, and was discovered by peeking. William pretended to drink juice and turned his head to the other side as a cover. "Hey, Mr. Devonhill, look here," Alexander said, waving at William. When William was named, he had to pretend to be innocent and look at Alexander. "Mr. Devonhill, I know you are peeking at me, sir, it's rude to peek at others like this," Alexander Ambrosio asked angrily. Seeing that he couldn't get past, William stood up, with a handsome smile on his face and said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been staring at you, but I just admire beautiful people in this beautiful place." "Beautiful lady, I didn't mean to offend you, but my eyes couldn't help but look at beautiful things. Even if I knew it was wrong, I still couldn't help being attracted to you." William apologized and flattered. Alexander Ambrosio was amused by William's flattery and laughed, "Mr. Devonhill, you can speak, but you still can't ignore your rudeness. Well, look at your impolite harassment. I decided to accept your apology temporarily." "Thank you, can I invite you to sit down?" William asked, then pulled the chair away for Ambrosio and asked her to sit down. After Ambrosio sat down, William called the waiter and asked Alexander what he wanted to drink. "A glass of mango juice, thank you," Ambrosio said to the waiter, and then asked William, "Aren't you staying in England, Mr. Devonhill? Why did you come to the Bahamas? Yesterday I saw your archery live on TV. I thought it was you at the door of the hotel. Mr. Devonhill, your archery look is really cool. You are so handsome. Almost had a heart attack. William looked at Ambrosio with his smiling teeth showing, thinking that the 20-year-old Ambrosio was already so beautiful, with some youthful aura, and the confidence and maturity of the previous life were completely two qualities. Mr. Devonhill, can I call you William? Of course, but this beautiful girl, you already know what my name is, but I still don't know what your name is. It's not fair, William smiled. Hey, William, I won't tell you, but you can guess. If you guess right, I'll give you the opportunity to invite me to dinner. Alexander Ambrosio, who is only 20 now, said mischievously. Oh, you really don't give me a chance to invite you to dinner, but since you let me guess, then you must be well known. Damn, how could I have never heard of such a beautiful girl? William pretended to touch his chin and thought for a while, and he was a little impatient when Alexander waited, and he suddenly said with joy. Ha, I remember, I said why I saw you so familiar just now, I saw you in Elle magazine, Alexander Ambrosio, right, beauty. After speaking, he blinked like Alexander. Alexander Ambrosio knew he was cheated by looking at William, who was grinning. Angrily said, William, you villain, I was deceived by you. You must have known who I am a long time ago, and you have deliberately said so many things to come to see me. Jokes. You are so cunning, William. I was so easily fooled by you. Lie, I am angry. William looked at the bubbling Alexander Ambrosio of Medea and laughed. An angry Alexander Ambrosio struck him on the shoulder, and then sat down opposite William and stared at him. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 56, Maybe we can try. William seemed to be really angry when he saw Ambrosio, so he hurriedly coaxed, Okay, I apologize, Alexander, you are so charming. I was so charming after I saw you in the magazine for the first time. Hooked. As soon as I saw you as a real person today, I couldn't help but follow. Alexander, can I have the honor to treat you to dinner? Humph, don't even think about it, I haven't forgiven you yet, William. Alexander Ambrosio replied angrily. Well, our lovely, beautiful and charming Alexander, what should I do to get your forgiveness? William dragged his chair and sat closer. Seeing that Alexander Ambrosio had no objection to him sitting next to her, William knew that Alexander Ambrosio didn't hate him, but the beauty couldn't put it down and forgive William. Who made William just let Alexander wait for a long time, and finally played. She was. Alexander thought for a while and said, You play tennis with us, alone against me and my companion. William stroked his forehead. This is not fair. I will definitely lose. How could one person beat two people? No, we have to change the competition. Haha, I just want you to lose. If you lose, you have to invite me and my companions to play in Nassau in the afternoon. You will be our follower. After saying that, Alexander laughed loudly, thinking of the England genius William Devonhill giving she wanted to laugh when she was an attendant. Then if I win, Alexander, I can't just be a follower if I lose. If I win, there will be no benefit, William said. Then, if you win, I will be your tour guide. I have been playing in Nassau for several days. I am more familiar with this place than you, and I must make a lot less mistakes than you do by yourself, Alexander said. Okay, that's it, Alexander. William raised his hand and snapped his fingers to call the waiter. Under the leadership of the waiter, he went to the sports brand store and picked a set of tennis uniforms, sneakers, and rackets. Alexander looked at William, who was suddenly happy, wondering if he was blinded by William again. Isn't he actually good at tennis? Thinking of this made Alexander feel a little uneasy, and silently scolded William, This soul is so cunning, is it so deceptive? After William changed his clothes, he greeted Alexander's companion. After they met each other, Alexander's companion looked at William differently. Billionaires are not so easy to see, but watching William have been teasing Alexander and has no interest in her makes her feel depressed. After the start of the game, Alexander's companion made mistakes deliberately. William won 2 games and 2 wins of 3 games without much effort. Alexander frowned and looked at William with anger, and blamed him for not letting him to them. William took Alexander and his companions to sit down and ordered a drink and said, "Alexander, you have to speak up, and you will be a tour guide for me later." "Haha, I didn't expect to come to Nassau to relax and have a beautiful woman as a free tour guide." Alexander Ambrosio looked at his companion helplessly, wondering that if this guy hadn't wanted to please William, I would lose like this. "Hey, I can do what I said, I will go to the room to change clothes now, and wait for me in the hotel lobby in 2 hours." Without waiting for William to reply, he took his companion away. William looked at the black beauty who didn't want to leave and shook his head, really couldn't accept it. William called the waiter to check out and asked for directions. Under the leadership of a hotel staff, he found the sea view room he had ordered at noon. He called the reception desk and asked the hotel staff to send him a set of Versace clothes. When he came, no change of clothes except the wallet. It took half an hour to clean up and also ate a special lunch at the hotel. William lay in bed and slept for a while. He arrived at the hotel lobby at 2:50. After a few minutes, he was wearing blue long sleeves that were knee-high the skirt, with a light makeup. Alexander Ambrosio walked towards him without bubbling. William was so fascinated by Alexander Ambrosius that his eyes were straight, and he looked at her with dementia. "You are so beautiful, Alexander. I feel my heart is captured by you. If I don't see you in the future, I don't know how to live. Alexander, you are so charming." William was full of praise, and Alexander Ambrosio was exuberant, covering his mouth, his eyes smiling. "You can really talk, William, how can you say so well?" Alexander Ambrosio said modestly. No, what I say is sincere, Alexander, you are the most beautiful. I think Victoria's Secret should invite you to the show this year." Alexander Ambrosio covered his mouth with both hands and exclaimed, "How can this be possible? I am not qualified to go to Victoria's Secret." "Ha, everything is possible, Alexander, you must be so good. As long as you can appear in the media several times, you will surely be able to get on the Victoria's Secret." "But I don't have the ability to go to the media," Alexander said depressed, "and there are too many beautiful girls like me in the modeling industry. It is difficult to be famous in the fashion industry without a big designer." "William, you still don't confuse me." "Oh, William, you really hate it, so I'm not in the mood to play now." William saw that Alexander Ambrosio was a little depressed and stepped forward to comfort him. "You can't do it, I can do it. You know I'm very famous in England, maybe it won't be long before the whole Europa will know me, maybe I can help you famous." "Help me so, William?" Alexander Ambrosio asked with beaming eyes. William had said for a lifetime, "Alexander, you are just giving you a chance to be famous now. We can be friends and visit England publicly a few times. The paparazzi in England will take pictures of us secretly so that the media will know you. After several more media visits, your fame will come. Maybe those big-name designers will notice you, and you will be famous, Alexander, soon." Alexander Ambrosio looked at William inexplicably. "Haha, maybe we can have a relationship with William for a while. I know that you are not so kind to help me." He finished speaking and circled William's chest with his fingers. William looked at him with an ambiguous face, and Alexander Ambrosio, whose eyes were inexplicable, knew that she was a smart person. The modeling industry did everything to climb up. William stretched out his hand and held Alexander Ambrosio's hand and said gently, "So beautiful, Miss Alexander Ambrosio, let's go for a walk, maybe there is someone you want to appear outside now." Alexander Ambrosio said sweetly, "Yes, Mr. William Devonhill." The two of them walked outside the hotel holding hands. They were really talented and beautiful. I don't know how many men who came to the hotel were envious. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. Read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 57, Mr. New Bond. William took Alexander Ambrosio's hand and walked out. Just a few steps out, he perceives a place tens of meters away. There was a middle-aged white man holding a camera and patted both of them non-stop. You don't need to think about William to know this guy is Alexander Ambrosio's agent. When William came to the hotel just now, he noticed that someone had a camera on his neck and kept looking at him furtively. At the time, William thought it was a paparazzi, so he didn't care much. But William became suspicious again after entering the hotel and seeing Alexander Ambrosio, who was dressed up. He knows that the models and agents in the previous life are honest, and it is more difficult for a model to rise than an actor, and he will do everything possible to seize it whenever he has the opportunity. So William was testing Alexander Ambrosio just now, and the temptation came out. Ambrosio deliberately led William to the middle-aged person. When he left, his whole body was almost hanging on William. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's all you want and I want to be together. If you feel it, you will be together. If you don't, you will break up. The little plum from the previous life is William's idol. The girlfriends you have are all supermodels, and there is no other profession. And William really likes Alexander Ambrosio. He finally has a chance to realize his wish in his previous life in this life. William is secretly excited. Ambrosio took William to play on the beach. Both of them dragged their shoes and walked barefoot on the soft sand. Sunset, breeze, sea, and a beautiful, bubbling beauty. Holding one's arm, and from time to time with William and me. William lamented that this is life, and unconsciously took Alexander Ambrosio's hand and walked to the villa of Erix Demetrios by the sea. William looked at Yin and Yang, who was pretending to be a tourist not far away. This guy was a big celestial man. He was neither tall nor mighty, so it was most suitable to pretend to be a tourist. There was also an Asian beauty who didn't know where to find it. Yang and that beauty were sitting on the beach chair in front of the villa of Alex Demetrios and making out. William glanced at Alex Demetrios, who was on the balcony on the second floor of the villa. This guy looked depressed and looked at the sea in the distance blankly. Erix Demetrios should have known that Carlos was dead by now. The mission assigned to him by L.E. Sever died before he was finished, or was captured by an entire tactical team. Erix Demetrios knew their purpose was exposed, but L.E. Sever had already bought it. Billions empty order is in the stock market, and I can't get it back if I want to retreat. Now I can only find another desperado to do it, or L.E. Sever will definitely kill him if the task is not completed. Ignoring Yin and Yang and Alex Demetrios, William took Alexander Ambrosio's hand and walked through the villa. Without walking 20 or 30 meters away, William heard the sound of horse riding behind him. When I turned my head, I saw a beautiful woman with big headlights in front of her riding a horse galloping over and stopping in front of the villa, sitting on the horse and looking at William and Alexander. Then a muscular man suddenly emerged from the sea 10 meters away from the villa. The strong man wiped the sea water off his face with his hand, and looked at the beautiful woman by the horse in surprise. His expression was like seeing a peerless beauty. She looked at someone's wife at first sight. Damn it, isn't this guy Bond? Hasn't this task been given to me? So this guy 007 has come to the Bahamas, and the current 007 is not Pierce Brosnan. Did Pierce die, or was he kicked out of Group 00 because he didn't listen to Mrs. M? William didn't know, but William knew that Daniel recognized himself. Daniel looked at William for a few times, and then he dived into the sea. This guy really did not lose the 007 newly selected by Mrs. M. He didn't know how he found the Bahamas. Bond knew he was in the Bahamas. It won't be long before Mrs. M will know that William is in the Bahamas. William took the cheerful Alexander Ambrosio to the hotel. Alexander, it's getting dark soon, shall we have a big meal? William kissed Alexander with a smile on his face. The beauty was more bold than him, and he put his arm around William's neck and kissed him. The two were kissing each other, and suddenly they saw Barney gesturing under a tree not far away, to see if he meant to ask William when he would start catching Eric's Demetrios. William stretched out a finger in the hand holding Alexander and shook his head, motioning to wait. Barney nodded and retreated into the woods. William took Alexander to the restaurant of the hotel and had a good Panamanian meal. After the big meal, he took Alexander to the hotel's casino and sat on the bar to play the game of Kiss You and Kiss Me with Alexander. From time to time, William told Alexander the jokes he had heard in his previous life, which made Alexander laugh from time to time, and then from time to time he said some colorful jokes. Alexander kept twisting William's arm and waist. The two talked more and more vigorously, and William hugged Alexander and asked, "My dear, when will you return to America?" Alexander kissed William and said, "The plan is to go tomorrow. I have a show in Miami the day after tomorrow. Will you go to Miami with me? After the show, we can have fun in Miami." "Going to Miami, that's not exactly right," William said, "or we'll leave at night. I've chartered a private jet at the airport. We can go to Miami first and wait for your agent while playing. You're all mine except for the catwalks." "Darling! I'm not yours, William, you bad guy wants to take me away alone, so you can do what you want." Alexander smiled and stroked William's cheek. "This fairy is really powerful, and he deserves to be rated as one of the top 10 beauties. What can I do to you? I just want you to accompany me in Miami. I haven't been to the United States, my dear." "Hey, don't think I don't know you are a bad man, but I like a bad man like you, William. Let's go to the room." "Okay," Alexander whispered in William's ear. As soon as William was about to nod his head, he saw Alex Demetrios walk in with a sullen face, staring at Alexander while changing chips on the bar, and then he saw William holding Ambrosio. After that, he immediately showed a look of disgust. After changing his £20,000 chip, Alex Demetrios pouted his lips towards William and walked to the gaming table, his expression as if he disliked William as a poor man. When he left, he tossed his chips against Ambrosio. "Ma Dan, I will be dismissed as having no money. If I don't teach you, I won't be named Devon Hill. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it." ReadWN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 58, Won Some Money for Clothes. William looked at Alex Demetrios and smiled and said to Alexander, "My dear, let you see my card skills. The guy just is a fat sheep, but I will take you there." Miami scanning. Alexander gave William a blank look. "You are a billionaire, and you are like ordinary people like us." William whispered in Alexander's ear, "That guy just now was not an ordinary person." Alexander wanted to say something after he stopped. William pretended to put his hand in his jacket pocket and actually took out £20,000 in his pocket to the waiter at the bar. After changing his chips, William took Alexander to the Alex Demetrios table. Put the chips on the table and ask, "Good evening everyone, can I join?" "Good evening, the middle-aged men and women on the table said to William kindly. Others at the table gestured casually. William was sitting at the gambling table and Alexander was sitting next to him. Before playing a few, our new Bond mister came over with the chips. "Can I participate?" William smiled and said, "Of course." The croupier said, "The dealer's two left hands live in the small blind and the big blind." "No problem," Bond said. At the beginning of the game, William didn't want Bond to disturb him, so he stared at Bond from the beginning. Within a few rounds, William put our Mr. Bond to the bluffer. Mr. Bond's 3Ks took a while and 4 was eaten by William's flush. He lost his temper and shook his head helplessly and walked to the bar. The wife of Mr. Alex Demetrios went. Bond is really not a Bond, and within a few moments, Mr. Alex Demetrios' beautiful wife covered her mouth and laughed. Finally, the two secretly walked out of the casino together. wondering what they were doing. And our Mr. Erix Demetrios was unable to see the situation because he turned his back to the bar. William looked at Erix Demetrios with a meaningful expression and asked you to hit Ombo. Lojiu's idea, wait to wear a hat now, the soul is pale. Demetrios was seen by William inexplicably. He was originally interested in Alexander Ambrosio, and it was not pleasing to see William. And William is also trying to get more money on this guy. £5,000, the croupier said to William. Demetrios, pay £5,000, it's your turn to pay, Mr. Devonhill. William counted 5,000 chips and threw them on the gaming table. The croupier drew the fifth card, which was a king. Mr. Devonhill has come to you to speak, the croupier said. Check. Mr. Demetrios, Mr. Devonhill checks, it's up to you to speak, the croupier said. All in, wait. Alex Demetrios put all his remaining hundreds of pounds and took out the check, looked at William's chips on the table and said, I'll add another £50,000. No, Mr. Demetrios, we only bet on the table, the croupier refused. William said to the dealer, Mr. Demetrios, you can ask the waiter to change your chips, and I will give you a chance to win the money back. Seeing William's agreement, the croupier nodded and snapped his fingers at the waiter. After changing the chips, Alex Demetrios pushed the £5 chips to the gambling table, bet you all. William looked at his chips and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Demetrios, I have 80,000 chips. You are not enough. Alex Demetrios looked at William annoyed, and after looking at William's chips, he threw his car keys into the gaming table. Aston Martin in 1964, enough to bet all of your table up. Okay, William smiled and pushed all the chips in front of him into the gaming table. Open cards, gentlemen, said the croupier. Alex Demetrios threw a pair of kings in his hand. The cards on the gaming table are 9, 3, A, 7, K. Erix Demetrios has 3 kings, when you draw Mr. Devonhill, the croupier said to William. William flipped his card and threw it on the gaming table. 3 aces to win, Mr. Demetrios, the croupier said to Alex Demetrios, and put away all the cards on the table after speaking. Alex Demetrios looked at Mimi's William with a gloomy look and took out the check. He wanted to reverse it. But at this time, a waiter took a note and handed it to Erix Demetrios. Alex Demetrios glanced at the note, lowered his head and cursed in a low voice, stood up and picked up his clothes, looked at William and Alexander Ambrosio unwillingly and left. Wait, Mr. Demetrios, you forgot the parking card, thank you. Demetrios took the parking card from his pocket and threw it on the gaming table, leaving without looking back. William watched Alex Demetrios go. He knew that this guy was going to see Le Silver. William said to Alexander, Dear you, can you help me play with everyone? I'm going to call the crew to make sure I can take off to America today. But I can't play, Alexander asked dumbfounded. Dear, you have watched it for so long. It should be all right. It's okay. The lady dealer will tell you to play like this. If you don't have a good card, just don't place your chips. William got up and kissed Alexander and threw a £500 bargaining chip to the croupier and said, Madam, trouble you, please teach her if she doesn't understand anything. Okay, Mr. Devonhill, don't worry, I'll explain it to Miss Ambrosio. The croupier thanked him for £500. Others are eager for Alexander to play. This chick is a novice at first sight, just to win back William's money. William walked out of the casino and picked up the phone to call Barney. After the call was connected, Barney said to William, Boss, we can't keep up with Alex Demetrios. He got on a yacht and is now maritime. Damn it, William cursed, it seems that Le Sever has become more careful. Alex Demetrios, who got on Le Sever's yacht, looked helplessly at Le Sever, who was looking at him angrily, and said, I have a hard time understanding how this is my fault. Everything is planned by you, all I have to do is find someone for you. Give me someone who is being monitored by the American Secret Service? Someone who was also arrested by a whole team of America's best mercenaries. Fortunately, your man fell to death, otherwise I can't guarantee what I will do. Le Sever, annoyed the hum, snorted. It makes me wonder if I can trust you again, Demetrios, Le Sever said. Then don't, it doesn't matter if you trust me or not. I only care about my reputation in the mercenary world. Don't say I'm irresponsible. I still have someone willing to complete this task. He only needs to know a little bit of details. Get paid, said Alex Demetrios. For the last time, Alex Demetrios, you know the consequences of failure. Those warlords and drug lord terrorists will not let you and your beautiful wife go. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 59, Catch a Horse's Foot. Le Sever's low voice reached Alex Demetrios' ears, and he couldn't help but shiver. He felt that he had to go to Miami in person and stare at it to be safe. Barney stared at Alex Demetrios and got off Le Sever's yacht. He said to William on the phone, "Boss, Alex Demetrios has got off the yacht. Let us now, do you?" William thought for a while and said, "No, you follow first. Now the most important thing is to find the mercenary who takes on the task, and then arrest people after you find it. Be careful." "Understand, boss, let's go now." William walked to the front desk of the hotel and said to the front desk, "Good evening." "Good evening, sir, how can I help you?" "Yes, I need your help." William took out a £50 note and handed it over. The waiter said with a smile, "Sir, please tell me what you need." "It's like this, I drove a 99-year Ford today, the number of the license plate is 235, do you know who is the owner of this Ford?" The waiter nodded and said, "Mr. Bond? License plate J45235. William nodded happily, "Yes." The waiter lowered his head with a tip of £50 from William and said in a low voice, "Sir, if Mr. Bond didn't notice, maybe I won't have to tell you." After finishing speaking, he nodded to William and said that you should understand me. Meaning, this guy is really good, he took the money and knew he was thinking about William. But his purpose is not really to pay for the car repair. "No, thank you for your kindness. I think you'd better tell me. I don't want to get into trouble because of this little thing. You know, I'm on vacation. I don't want the police to come to me for such a little thing." William said. "Well, sir, Mr. Bond is in West Seaview room No. 12, the waiter said to William with a smile, and he was surprised that William was so honest. "Thank you." William took out another £50 note to the waiter. Following the instructions of the waiter, William walked slowly to Seaview room number 12, sat on a chair more than 20 meters away from number 12, and looked at the sea, pretending to enjoy the sea view at night. Mage William threw a bug into the sea view room number 12 and put the earphones on his ears. This military bug has a working distance of more than 200 meters. William listened to Bond chatting with the beauties. "I only heard Solange, the wife of Alex Demetrios, said, I am still worried that you approached me because of Alex Demetrios." "How worried?" Bond asked. "Haha, I'm not worried enough to stop," Solange said. Dippling, lingling, the phone rang. Solange crossed the Bond on the ground, connected the phone and said, "Hey, dear." Then Solange said again, "Okay, I see you tomorrow." "He is on his way to the airport, waiting for the last flight to Miami, so you have one night to interrogate me, Mr. Bond. Then we need some champagne." When Bond heard what he wanted to know, he immediately thought about how to get out. He didn't care about beautiful women or not. For people like him, the task was the most important thing. Adjustment products. William heard what Solange said after answering the phone in the earphones, and he cursed in his heart, "Maiden or Bond is smart." He knew to find other people's wives for clues. Fortunately, I kept my eyes on it, or Eric D. Michios didn't know if he ran. After hearing what he wanted, William took out the anesthesia gun and loaded the anesthesia shell on the gun. It was a shot on the buttocks of Bond, who was facing his back to William, who wanted to make a call. He didn't want Bond to grab him now. "Thanks, you should have a quiet sleep." Bond, who just picked up the phone, felt a pain in his buttocks. With a touch of his hand, he pulled out the anesthesia bomb, turned his head and looked in the direction of William. He cried out, broken in his heart, and was dizzy within a few seconds. "Fall down." Salanger saw Bond swaying and hurriedly got up to help him. Before she could help Bond, William shot Salanger in the buttocks. A cry of pain came out, and the two immediately fell together and fainted. William got up to put the anesthesia, separated the bullet, put it into the portable space, and walked into the sea view room number 12 while whistling. William picked up Bond and Solange one by one and dragged them to the bed, pulled out the anesthesia needle from Solange, covered them with a blanket, and closed the door. "It's cheaper for you, Mr. Bond. How beautiful girls are left to you. I will do my merits." William, who had just walked out of the villa, suddenly thought of something. He turned around and returned to the room. He took out Bond's cell phone and called himself. After the task was completed, he called to remind Bond. Then he put Glock 17 and a few magazines in it. In the bedside table. He didn't want to wait for Le Sever to kill the unconscious Bond when he sent someone to kill Solange because he didn't explode into the sky plane. Then Mrs. M would definitely look for William to desperately. With a do not disturb sign on the door, William walked out of the ocean view room and took out his mobile phone to call Barney. "I have received news that Eric Dimitrios will take the last flight to Miami. Go to the Miami International Airport and wait for him, and then stare at him. After you find the connector, you can directly arrest him. In special circumstances, you should disconnect the gun and bring your equipment." "Understand, we're going to Miami," Barney said. William, who walked into the casino, kissed Alexander and asked, "The results are so good, dear." "Oh, my dear, you are back. It's great to come and save me. I lost almost £10,000 just now. This game seems to be really not suitable for me, my God, £10,000 Alexander." He looked depressed and wanted to cry. William smiled and comforted, "It's okay, my dear, just for fun, you see, no one of these gentlemen and ladies will laugh at you." "Yes, Miss Ambrosius, it's just for fun, no big deal. Mr. Devonhill is a billionaire, this little money is a piece of cake for him, don't worry about it, this is tuition, we all came here." William hugged Alexander and comforted, "Look, I said no one will laugh at you. Well, dear, we should go now, the plane is ready to take off at any time." Consolation player Alexander. William said to the card friends at the table, "Sorry, sir and ladies, we have to catch a plane, bye." "Bye-bye, Mr. Devonhill, Miss Ambrosius." Everyone smiled and stood up to say goodbye. William took Alexander Ambrosio to the bar to change the check, and then paid the hotel to let them send the 1964 Aston Martin back to their London home. This car is still worth collecting. It is rare to see such a well-preserved Aston Martin from 1964. I took Alexander and went to the airport. As for Alexander's luggage, didn't he still have an agent? Besides, winning more than £100,000 was just right to spend. William took Alexander on the plane, and the plane took off in a few minutes. The Bahamas landed at the Miami airport within an hour after taking off very close to Miami. Money is convenient. Private jets are available on call. You can fly whenever you want to take off. William wondered if he would also buy a private jet in the future. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it. ReadWN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 60, First Murder. William took Ambrosio's hand and walked out of the airport, drove a car, and checked into the presidential suite of Hilton Hotel, 2 kilometers away from the airport. 2 hours later, William was drinking whiskey refreshingly and suddenly received a call from Barney. "The boss, we caught Alex Dimitrios, but the person with him ran away. We exchanged fire with the men led by Eric Dimitrios at the Body Art Museum and killed him. 2 people later grabbed Alex Dimitrios. Fortunately, no ordinary citizen was injured. Does the boss want us to rush to the airport? Why they didn't catch anyone? It seems that the Expendables team is really not suitable for this kind of tracking job." William said in a depressed heart, "No, you may have been exposed, now with Eric Dimitrios. OSS hides first, I will deal with the aftermath, don't show up, wait for my news." "Understood, but it's okay for the boss to hide for a few days. After a long time, I won't know." Barney reminded William and asked him to quickly resolve their shooting in downtown Miami. "Don't worry, I will fix it." After hanging up the phone, William immediately got dressed and called a taxi at the entrance of the hotel. After triple the money, the taxi arrived at the airport within 5 minutes. Walking into the airport, William took out his cell phone and called Garris Mallory of the Security Council. After the call was connected, he heard an anxious voice from Garris Mallory, "Found the bomber." William said without any nonsense, "I found it. Now the situation is very urgent. My man has lost the bomber. We know he will go to Skyline. I need authorization to fire at the airport and help me deal with the aftermath in the United States." Garris Mallory said nervously, "You are sure you can handle it, William? This matter can't be a bit sloppy, because we can't produce evidence, and Tianxing Company insists on the test flight today. We can't persuade them. These people are almost crazy for the stock price." Of course, William knew what Tianxing Company was thinking about. Taking advantage of the good stock market conditions, as long as the Tianxing aircraft flew into the sky, the stock price of their company would immediately soar. "I have to bury the pit I dug myself, no problem, I will fix it." "Well, as long as you can deal with the bomber, everything else is trivial, just do it, William, don't mess it up." "Understand." Hanging up the phone, William walked into the Miami airport, jumped over the wall in an empty place, knocked out a staff member, put on his clothes, and drove a ground vehicle to the warehouse of the Skywalk 570 plane. At present, most of the security in the airport is surrounded by the Sky plane. The security in other places is not strong. He quietly climbed on the roof of a nearby building, took out the AWP from the portable space and assembled it, and William climbed. Waiting quietly on the roof, he can only pray that the bomber can't get into the security of Tianxing Company. Sure enough, after waiting for 10 minutes, William finally saw a ground support tanker driving in this direction. Luckily, Alex Dimitrios was not so powerful that he could get into the Tianxing Company. Can only send someone to rush. William adjusted his posture, looked into the AWP scope with his right eye, and took a deep breath. After calculating the wind speed and distance, he fired a shot at the front wheel of the ground-handling tanker. As the silencer was installed, the gunfire did not disturb William's building or anyone nearby. When the fuel truck hadn't stopped, William was even more convinced that there was something wrong with the car. General Airport ground handling after the tire bursts, it will definitely stop and check instead of driving it forcibly. William pulled the bolt, loaded it, aimed, and shot another shot at the fuel truck, hitting the rear wheel of the car. The power of AWP is huge. 2 shots directly blasted the front and rear tires of the refueling truck, and the car overturned suddenly, sliding more than 10 meters to stop. After William stared at the gas truck in the scope for 10 seconds, he saw a blood-stained guy crawling out of the cab, stood up and shook his head, turned around blankly and looked around, but didn't see any snipers. Hand. This guy is really desperate. He doesn't care if he is stared at by a sniper. He turns around and walks behind the car, takes off the small bomb he hung on the car, and staggers to the warehouse of the sky plane. William can see all this clearly in the scope, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You are so pale, I will fulfill you if I want to die." William looked at the mercenary running on the scope with his right eye, pulled the bolt, and touched his fingers. On the trigger, there was a shoe shot, and William in the scope saw that the desperado's upper body was punched with a blood hole, and he groaned on the ground. This guy was trembling when he was dying and took out the phone in his pants. William understood what this guy wanted to do without thinking about a second. He wanted to detonate the small bomb on his body. If it detonated the gas truck, today don't even think about flying a plane. Hell, William cursed in his heart, and flexibly pulled the bolt with his right hand, and fired another shot at the bomber's arm holding the phone. After this shot, he stopped moving within a second. William lay on the roof and calmed down. The shooting was not as uncomfortable and disgusting as William imagined. He just recovered after a few seconds of mental numbness. He seems to have seen too many skills and images in this area in his mind, so he quickly adapted to it. It is also possible that William is a natural killer. He does not have the nausea on TV and novels, nor does he have any thoughts of vomiting. After a lot of security came to the airport and surrounded the Tianjin aircraft warehouse, William saw nothing unusual. After putting away the AWP and putting it into the portable space, he quietly climbed down the roof, scanning his surroundings tens of meters with mental energy, taking advantage of the chaos. To the airport. Coming out of the airport, William used his cell phone to call the chairman of the safety committee, Gareth Mallory. After the call was connected, William said, the mission was completed. The mercenary who wanted to blow up the Skywalker was killed. The middleman Eric Demetrios was captured alive, but I need you to negotiate with someone from the United States. The people who shot in the experience hall are ours, in order to capture Eric Demetrios. Gareth Mallory, the chairman of the safety committee on the phone, said excitedly, "Okay, no problem, William, I will take care of the follow-up. After hard work, I finally saved the Skywalk Company. I will ask Downing Street for you." Good job, William. This time Le Sever has no good life. He should be the one who bought Dishengxing in the market. Haha, this vulture in the underground bank finally got retribution. This incident is not only related to the interests of England, but also related to the volatility of the stock market. William will never allow anyone to talk about his plan to sell the stock index in March. The money he sold the game has just arrived, and he has not had time to get ready to enter the futures market. William will not be merciful to those who hinder him from making money. William hung up the phone and changed back to his clothes, took a taxi back to the Hilton Hotel, bought some painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs outside the hotel, and returned to the room with a fruit pizza. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 61, Meet Mrs. M. William walked into the Hilton Hotel with pizza and anti-inflammatory drugs, and when he waited for the elevator, William took out his cell phone and dialed Bond. Jingling rang, the phone rang for dozens of seconds before being connected. "Hey, who called?" Bond's voice. "Hey, Craig, this is William Devonhill, know me?" I heard the sound of getting up and Bond's breathing heavier on the phone. "Of course, does anyone in England know you now, super genius and super lunatic?" "Mad? Me? Who said, how could I be a mad?" William asked suspiciously. "Ha, don't you know?" "Ha ha ha, William Devonhill, maybe you should read yesterday's English newspaper. The super genius of England predicted that the Nasdaq would collapse. Is it a genius or a lunatic? Isn't that funny? 2 days ago, he was a genius who was praised by the whole people. Today, I became a lunatic who everyone shouted and beaten. I can laugh at this joke for a year." Mr. Bond was probably very upset that William stunned him with an anesthesia gun. Now he has found a chance. Just satirize William wildly. Well, I will read the newspaper, but Mr. Bond, if I were you, I would first listen to why I called you," William laughed and teased. Bond was silent and said, "Well, William told me about the Skywalker, have you gotten it done? Don't you already have the answer in your heart, Captain Craig Daniel? Let me see the former captain of the Airborne Secret Service. Wow, you are really an elite, so that you will not be killed later." Mrs. M come to me desperately, I don't want to have any conflicts with her anymore. What? Bond asked hurriedly, knowing that William would not call him for no reason. The bombing of the plane failed. Our banker, Mr. L.E. Sever, may have lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and his middleman Eric Dimitrios was also arrested by us. You think he lost hundreds of millions of dollars? What would Mr. L.E. Sever do, Mr. Bond? Find out who leaked the news, Bond replied calmly. That's right, Mr. Bond, you have two choices now. First, if you care about the beauty around you, send her away, and second, if you don't care, maybe you can send someone from L.E. Silver help me get rid of it, just treat it as a reward for calling you, William said. No, I have a better choice. I will send Solange to a safe place, and then go back to the hotel and wait, catch all those who deliver it. Mrs. M will be very happy what I do, Bond said. William curled his lips. Whatever you want, Bond, don't underestimate L.E. Sever, he is not just a banker, he is an Algerian, you should know what is going on in that place, I don't know how many people are here. Mercenary and killer, Bond, be careful. After listening to William's words, Bond bowed his head and meditated after the meeting and said, Thank you, William, I will be careful. I have dealt with these people. That's good, yes, I will put Glock 17 and 5 magazines on the bedside table in your room, I hope it will help you. Thank you, we both cleared William. Bond hung up the phone and walked to the bed to wake Solange and then opened the bedside table. There was a Glock 17 and a magazine bag with 5 magazines inside. Bond said to Solange, Get up quickly, we are in trouble. I have to take you to a safe place. Bond picked up Glock 17, hung the magazine bag on his waist, put on his jacket, and pulled Solange walked out. William didn't care about Bond anymore. He knew how fierce this guy was. This guy is different from all the previous Bonds. This is a Bond who can do a lot of people. The strongest guy in the Secret Service Airborne is on guard. Under the circumstances, not many people can handle him. William opened the door of the hotel, took off his clothes and threw them into the trash can. After entering the door, put on the hotel nightgown, William went into the bathroom and took a shower to wash off the smell of gunpowder. William walked into the room and saw that Alexander was awake and looking at the magazine on the bed. William smiled and kissed Alexander on the forehead. It's so late, so I don't sleep. Alexander put down the magazine and said to William, I didn't see you when I woke up, and I couldn't fall asleep. My dear, where did you go just now? It doesn't take so long to buy things. William went to bed and lay down and hugged Alexander and said, Go and do something, my dear, leave me alone, you feel this way now, is it better? I bought painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. Would you like to take one? Alexander twisted William's waist and cursed with a smile, It's not you, a bull who doesn't care about it. I'm all in pain, but you don't need to take medicine. It will be better in 2 days. Haha, dear, you really surprised me, aren't Brazilian girls all passionate? It's surprising that you are so beautiful and you can make me the top spot, William said cheerfully. I will not be like other people. I want to leave my most precious things to people who can make my heart move. I have seen too many girls degenerate, perish, and sell myself for a little bit of profit. But in the end there will be a few good ones, Alexander said in a depressed mood. Okay, dear, I will take care of you, everything will be fine, you are not alone now, I will help you, I promise. William hugged Alexander comforted. And Alexander hugged William's waist and leaned against his chest, and the two chatted quietly about their previous affairs, and fell asleep after chatting. After taking a shower the next day, William's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Bond's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Devonhill, Mrs. M wants to see you. We are waiting for you at the Nassau Ocean Club. There will be a helicopter to pick you up soon." After that, he hung up. William glanced at the time on the phone, and it was only 7 o'clock in the Seoul, and wanted to see me not coming to Miami, maiden. William got up and put on his clothes. "That's it, dear, do you want to go out?" Alexander asked William sleepily. "I'm going back to Nassau in a moment to meet someone, my dear, can you take care of yourself today?" William said. Alexander said sensibly, "It's okay, my dear, I happened to be inconvenient today, so I took a rest in the hotel, and I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay, my dear, I will come back as soon as possible, you go to bed, I will explain to the front desk to bring you breakfast at 8:30, what do you want for breakfast?" William asked. "Whatever, let the front desk do some low-calorie food, they know how to make food for the model, you go, I will sleep again." Alexander turned his head and stuffed into the pillow. "Okay," William kissed Alexander on the forehead, "love you, dear." "Well, I love you too," Alexander returned in a daze. William went to the bathroom to freshen up, put on his suit, went out to eat breakfast in the hotel restaurant, and ordered breakfast for Alexander at the front desk, and soon received a call saying that the helicopter was coming. More than an hour later, William saw Mrs. M and Bond waiting for him in front of the Ocean Hotel. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 62, Bond's Goodwill. Stepping off the helicopter, William stepped forward and hugged Mrs. M and greeted Bond and asked, "How was it last night? That big beauty was not injured, right?" "Fortunately, 3 were killed and 1 was captured alive." "Thank you for the gun," Bond said to William with a smile. "You're welcome, we are in a group," William smiled at Bond. "William, why didn't you report your actions to me? How dare you act privately without my authorization, and use the heavy firepower of AWP at the Melmi airport? Do you know how much effort it takes to deal with the aftermath?" M asked the lady. William shook his head speechlessly, and said apologetically, "Sorry, ma'am, the action was authorized by the safety committee, and thank you for helping me with the aftermath. I thought it was the guy Garris who did the aftermath. These guys are always laymen instructing experts, who they think they are." When I reported to Downing Street, the leaders were very kind to me. Pointing at me all day, God, I really miss the days when polar bears and bald eagles were fighting for hegemony in the 90s. At that time, there were not so many guys who always wanted to fight the Air Force Intelligence Bureau. Did they think that the Military Intelligence Bureau could run smoothly without me? A bunch of idiots, Mrs. M complained. William and Bond on the side looked at each other helplessly, and I knew it would happen. William wondered what age this is, how could it make you do what you want? "Well, William, I think you already know the situation of Le Sever, the hero behind the scenes. The flight test of Tianxing's plane was successful last night, and Tianxing's stock price will surely rise sharply today. Le Sever may lose hundreds of millions of dollars, he didn't have that much money to lose, so we just received news in the morning. Le Sever organized a 10-player game in Montenegro. Each player has 10 million. After losing, you can wire transfer 10 million. If you lose, you can't end it. The total amount reaches $200 million US. I heard that your game, the card game, is the best. I hope you can participate in this game," said Mrs. M. William nodded. Of course, his card skills are the best. Bond can't get through a few hands in his hands. Of course, William agreed to give him money. William said with a smile, "So Le Sever takes the customer's money to sell short? Ha, if his clients know that Le Sever has lost all their money, Le Severco, no good days have passed. Madam, do you want to kill him directly, or just teach him a lesson? We need you to win the game. Le Sever doesn't have that much money. If he can't win, we will provide him with asylum to get everything he knows. Said with a smile. It seems she was also very happy about Le Sever's luck. No problem, when will the game start? William asked. Starting at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. We have found a relationship to replace you with the qualifications of a certain organization. I think funding is okay for you, right? Mrs. M looked at William with a smile. She knew that William had paid for the game. Of course there is a problem. Why should I use my own money to do things for the government? What should I do if I lose? Who will take my losses? William said. But if you win, the 200 million bet will be yours. Maybe you want to have more funds when you want to bet on the Nasdaq. Mrs. M looked at William with a weird smile. Damn, I must kill the eavesdropping puppies. I am the laughingstock of the whole world now, but that's okay, let's wait and see. When I make a fortune in the stock market, I will have to look at these jokes. What is the expression of my people? Maybe I should give them some lemons, add acid to the acid, it will be fun, William said. And I'll just go by myself. You don't send anyone to protect me. What if I get killed by Le Sever? That guy is not a good person, he has a large number of mercenaries, William continued. We know that you have a group of elites, and I still know your skills, William. There are not many people who can subdue Bond and 3 elite special services with guns in our MIB. Moreover, you are going this time in your own name. You can't contact us. It will be easier when we get in touch with Le Sever. According to the information we got, Le Sever now thinks that it's a broken American. His business, Mrs. M said with a smile on her face, squinting. It couldn't be better for someone to be hacked for them. William curled his lips. Well, I will pay the money myself, but you always have to give me some support in the information, madam. I don't understand Montenegro at all. M nodded and said, no problem, Bond will follow you, and he will support you in the dark. Then I'm going, and tomorrow I will go to Montenegro by myself. Mr. Bond, we will meet at the Montenegro Royal Casino, by Mrs. Bond, and Mr. Bond. William got on the helicopter that brought him back to Miami. Mrs. M turned around and asked Bond, you see William Devonhill in this way, is he a threat to us? Bond thought for a while and said, he already poses a threat to us. He can do what he wants. As long as William Devonhill can find evidence in the end, we can no longer control him now. Madam, it's not before the 90s anymore. Look at what we are doing now. Reading owls, monarchs, and terrorists are our main opponents. Madam, maybe we can drag the energy of William Devonhill. For these guys, maybe he would be happy to do this. You mean William Devonhill doesn't want to pay attention to politics? How could he be so slick when he is so young? Mrs. M asked in surprise. Of course, madam, he is a wise man. You can tell from his attitude towards women. He now has a lot of handle on women. This is his signal to the outside world. He will not participate in the diagnosis and treatment. The Devonshire family is now alone, and it is good for him to stay away from syndrome. He is rich, and he wants to inherit the title of Earl. Now what is the situation of the nobility in England? I don't say, madam, you will understand, Bond said affirmatively. M nodded after thinking about it. Perhaps, you are right. We can try to set up a special authority for the W group, let him take care of things we don't want, and even separate his W group and let him specialize violence who sell flour and weapons. The more Mrs. M thinks about it, the more he feels that this attention is good. He always feels a little frightened when facing William. This is the intuition she has cultivated through decades of special occupations. She doesn't want William to focus on the Military Intelligence Bureau. If William could know Mrs. M's thoughts, he might hug Mrs. M and kiss him. He is really afraid of Crab God, so he should do something that Crab God allows. William felt that even if he had the purple brother with infinite gloves as powerful, he couldn't do a good job with the crab god. The crab god didn't need to snap his fingers. As long as he glanced at William, William would be finished. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, readwn.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 63, Go to Montenegro. It was noon when William returned to the Hilton Hotel. He was sitting in the living room with Alexander, who was still unwell, eating a big meal. William now found that he was more and more able to eat. He now has 3 times the appetite of ordinary people. Seeing William ate his mouthfuls, Alexander was envious. She didn't dare to let go of eating like this. The model is really not that easy to do. After lunch, William and Alexander took a nap in a hug. After 2 o'clock, the two dressed up and went out shopping. At the end of February, the daytime temperature in Miami is around 20 degrees, neither hot nor cold, just wearing a jacket. William accompanied Alexander to the luxury shops in Miami. Chanel, Dior, and LV were all wandering all afternoon to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. William was almost full of handbags. Passing by a coffee shop, William hurriedly pulled the enthusiastic Alexander into it. He couldn't stand his physical fitness several times stronger than ordinary people. Women are crazy about shopping. Alexander sat in the card slot holding William's arm, and chatted with William that she wanted to buy everything but didn't have any money. Today, she finally fulfilled her wish for shopping spree. Looking at William with a tired face, Alexander was a little embarrassed. He looked at William apologetically. He still kept acting like a coquettish to William. She spent £40,000 in a few hours today. She didn't dare to do this before. Savings are not necessarily £40,000. Alexander Ambrosio felt that his choice was too wise. William was considerate, talented, and handsome, and he was not mean to her at all. But this little money is really trivial to William now. Just like when you have 10,000 yuan, you can buy something for your girlfriend for 4 yuan, and you might still think about the true value of your girlfriend's relationship. Spend money. After a break, William called the hotel and asked them to send a car to take all the things they bought in the afternoon back to the hotel room. Because William was about to fly to Montenegro in the middle of the night, he felt very happy about the beauty who had just given everything to him. Guilty, I plan to take a good stroll with Alexander, and 2 people will leave when these shops close at 10 o'clock in the evening. When he arrived at the hotel, Alexander didn't move on the sofa. William thought that a woman would not be tired from shopping, but he didn't expect the hotelier to get down after a while. William sat next to Alexander and rubbed her shoulders and thighs. Have fun shopping today, dear. Yeah, William, you are so kind, I love you so much. Today, I am going to realize my shopping wish that I have endured very hard for these years. Thank you, dear, reward you for giving you a kiss. After more than an hour of calm, the fitness exercise finally stopped. William held the tired and sweaty Alexander, sniffed Alexander's hair, and said to Alexander, "My dear, will you have any other activities after the show tomorrow?" Alexander crawled on the sofa and said quietly, "No, my dear, I haven't received an invitation from a clothing brand for the catwalk. I don't know if anyone is looking for me for this spring show. I'm so depressed, my dear." Not many catwalk activities, Alexander coquettishly beside William. It made William want to run again. William turned over and said, "My dear, let's run again. I have to go to the airport to catch a plane to Montenegro at 3 o'clock in the evening. It happens that you are going to the catwalk 2 days later. I will not see you for 2 or 3 days. Is you?" It was past midnight, and William, who returned to the hotel after working out, said to the tired Alexander who was falling asleep, "Well, my dear, I'm going to catch a plane. After you finish the show in 3 days, we will go to Switzerland to meet and I will take you. How about going skiing?" Okay, Alexander ran out of energy to speak, and whispered back, lying on the sofa. I'm leaving. Well, you go, it just happens that I don't want to stay with you these few days, or I will be broken up by you. William chuckled and said, then take care of yourself, I'll be waiting for you in Switzerland, you book a ticket and call me, I will pick you up at the Swiss airport. Okay, my dear, be careful on the way. Alexander kissed William and drove William away and fell asleep on the bed. William got on a private jet to Montenegro. The small plane was quite troublesome. It took 13 hours to refuel in Iceland and when on the way to Montenegro. After getting off the plane, William saw Bond coming up to pick him up with a beautiful black-haired woman as soon as he left the airport. William and Bond shook hands. After greeted him, Bond introduced him, William, this is Miss Linda Vespa, the accountant of the financial department, and this is Mr. William Devonhill. Good afternoon, Miss Linda Vespa. William and Linda Vespa said after shaking hands. Good afternoon, Mr. Devonhill, Linda Vespa said. After greeting, Bond said, William, let's get in the car and go to the hotel. The two took William out of the airport and got into an old Rolls-Royce taxi. Bond took out a document and gave it to William. When William opened it, he saw 2 passports and a piece of paper. The paper stated that William's new identity was Arlington Bill, a professional gambler, and the opposite Linda Vespa was named Stephen. N.I. blot, the two are lovers. William looked at the question and complained, Bond, I'm a celebrity now. Do you think others on these documents will believe it? And Miss Linda Vespa? We are a lover, then do you want to live together? Don't mind if we live together, William said with a smile looking at the big beauty in front of him. No, Mr. Devonhill, I am a Catholic. For my reputation and future marriage, I think we should open more rooms, Linda Vespa said. I really hate the religious estrangement between us, which prevents us from having some pleasant exchanges, William said with a smile. Linda Vespa said with some embarrassment, religion is a door of insurance. You won't have any opinion. Mr. Devonhill. No, don't worry, you are not my type. William turned his head and looked outside the car and said. Because I'm a smart type? So you have no sense of accomplishment? Linda Vespa asked counteredly. I'm not interested in having a boyfriend or having a husband at all. William knew that this woman had a boyfriend, just by looking at the necklace on his neck. The Algerian knot, the knot of love, symbolizes endless love, so William is not interested in her at all. It is immoral to pry the corner of the wall, and although the girl has put on makeup, the freckles on her face still show up. Makes William even less interested. Bond, why does the financial affiliation send an accountant here? Does it have anything to do with the financial affiliation? Ha ha ha, I think you better don't know, if you know I think you will go crazy. Bond smiled and looked at Linda Vespa. In order to avoid tax evasion again, Mr. Devonhill, we think you have a criminal record in this regard, Linda Vespa said. After hearing this, William cursed, damn it, when did I escape tax? You are slander, talk about beauties, I can sue you. To your tax evasion, you have already arrested me if there is evidence. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 64, No one wants to steal my money. You have Mr. Devonhill, you transferred 60% of Devonhill Industries to the British Virgin Islands one day before you signed the contract for selling the game. The financial officer thinks you are evading tax. Linda Vespa said with a smile. Ha, what the financial officer thinks is of any use, if there is a problem, the police would have come to me long ago, William said. So, I'm here, Mr. Devonhill. I don't know why the director of the financial department thinks you will win, but since the financial department photographed me, I will look at you and the money you won. A bunch of bastards, I know who it is. When I get to England, I will definitely trouble him, and I refuse to accept your supervision. This money is my own and I don't have the Bank of England system. The finances have no rights. Tax on this money. No, Mr. Devonhill, the financial agent has the right to collect your tax. As long as the income of the English citizen can be found, we can collect tax. After all, the financial agent of the licensing board already knows this time. This money, don't try to avoid our sight like last time, Linda Vespa said with a smile. Damn it, William looked at Linda Vespa angrily. He knew it was this woman, or the English finances would collect a gross tax, and he had raised the money in the Swiss National Bank. As long as you don't know your account in 2000, you don't even want to collect taxes from the Swiss National Bank, let alone the English government. Well, how much tax do I need to pay? 26%. That is to say, if the English government did nothing, it should allocate $4,860 from my pocket. Yes, Mr. Devonhill, your arithmetic skills are really good, Linda Vespa said flatteringly at William with a smirk. No, don't you want to divide my money? William said that. I picked up the phone and called Phillips, his exclusive manager of Swiss National Bank. After the call was connected, I'm William Devonhill, I now ask you to customize a reasonable tax avoidance plan for me. I'm in Montenegro and participate in a 10-person poker game at night. If I win 180 million in Montenegro this time after the US dollar, I hope you can make 180 million US dollars without paying a dime to the English government. Phillips said, Okay, Mr. Devonhill, we will send a commissioner to Montenegro to contact you. We guarantee that we can meet any of your requirements. The commissioner will appear in front of you in 3 hours. You only need to sign the document. Our other bank will do it for you. Very well, I'll wait, goodbye. William hung up and shook the phone in front of Linda Vespa. Look, this is the advantage of being rich. As long as I make a phone call, someone will take care of everything for me. This tax avoidance plan will prevent the English government from finding any reason to come to me to collect taxes. You are out of the beautiful Miss Linda Vespa, and when wisdom meets brute force, there will be times when it does not work. You should get off Miss Linda Vespa. I will book you a ticket back to London. No, William, you can't rush Linda Vespa back. This matter was authorized by Downing Street. Neither we nor the Safety Committee can do anything. Moreover, Linda Vespa came to Montenegro with the funds. If you do not agree, if you don't, then I'll be the only one. Many people in Downing Street and the Safety Committee still have doubts about whether you can win. Bond said hurriedly. Linda Vespa still looked at William with a smile, letting William continue to perform, and she just looked at the lively expression. William laughed angrily. William called the phone just now and asked, I need a wild card from today's Black Mountain poker game. Can it be done? Of course, Mr. Devonhill, I just checked. This time, Basel Bank, which is responsible for the custody of funds, has exchanges with our bank. Mr. Devonhill, I promise to help you get the foreign card in 1 hour. You will definitely enjoy the meticulous care of our national bank. I wish you a happy day. I will handle it for you now, Mr. Bai. Good, very good, haha, thank you, Phillips. William hung up the phone and said triumphantly to Linda Vespa, Look, you still can't supervise my funds. At this time Linda Vespa's face had changed, and she said bitterly, Mr. Devonhill, you have to know what consequences you will have if you do this and be known by the public. Your reputation is not good now. If the people of England know that you are trying to avoid taxation, then you are really everyone shouting in England. Puff, puff, William laughed out. Haha, it doesn't matter. The big deal is being scolded. After a few months, people will forget. As long as the English government has nothing to do with me, I will still be my billionaire. Anyway, I never thought about going into politics. I'm a child of a dude nobleman. It's best to find me if I have nothing to do. I go back to Oxford Castle to go hunting. It is better to raise horses. The law does not stipulate that tax cannot be reasonably avoided. As long as I am a billionaire, what do I want live as you go? England doesn't welcome me, so what can I do? Then what about your MP3 company? Bond asked. Bond, are you still alive in the Middle Ages? As long as my MP3s can sell well, some countries ask me to open factories. The big deal is that I will open the company to the United States, which is the mainstream market anyway. Well, you are a billionaire. You can do whatever you want, but if your wife hears you, she will be very happy. She still has doubts about your existence. Bond is still very wary. He did not say the code name of M, just said MRS. Bond, you can help me pass the message to Mrs. Words. I don't want to be a thug in the safety committee now. I only think about my own. Now it is not before the 90s. I think if Henry knows the current international situation, will agree with my approach. If it's no good, I want to show me, see their ghosts, William said. Bond was very happy to hear what William said. As he analyzed, William was really not interested in fighting for power. Okay, no problem, William, Madam will be very happy, maybe you can still have a meal together. William shook his head and refused. Forget it, I don't want to be thought by the safety committee that I'm going to my wife, so I don't want to ask for trouble. When he arrived at the hotel, William and Bond broke up with Linda Vespa. He opened a luxury suite by himself. After entering the door, William called the American Death Squad Barney. He needs to prepare for some things. He doesn't think that L.E. Sever, the black banker, will not be left behind. If this guy can't win the game and can't pay, he will really be killed by his employer. His life is dying. L.E. Sever can do anything. His biggest weakness now is his mother, so William arranged a death squad to protect his mother. The phone was connected soon after ringing. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 65, Brian Mills. The call is connected. Hey, boss. Barney, are you done with the shooting in Miami? Yes, boss, I went to the police station this morning and made a transcript and it was all right. We were brave enough to do the right thing and gave us the Miami Good Citizen Award. Thank you, boss. Well, since you are all right, now go to London to pick up my mother, and then send her to the small town of Devonhill Castle in Oxford, where the people who belonged to the Devonhill family for generations, they will cooperate with you to protect my mother Lena. Bringing the guy may be dangerous. This mission is 2 months, $2 million a month, is there a problem? No, boss, I will leave for London in an hour, and receive your mother in 12 hours. Very well, that's it, Barney, be careful, bye. Understand, rest assured, we will be careful, bye. William called his personal lawyer, Anthony of Uelita Law Firm. Good morning, William, call me so free? Is there any trouble? Anthony's laughter came over the phone. Good morning, Anthony, I do need your help for some things. Buy Devonhill Oxford Castle for me before tomorrow. Last time you told me how much the castle is worth now. Without the 1,000 acres of land around the old castle, only the old castle and the 10 acres around the old castle are about £4 million. If you buy all of it, it may exceed £10 million. William, you told me last time that you have to wait. Will I buy it in 2 years? I changed my mind, so now, the price is still very expensive, Anthony said. Now for him, 1 or 2 million is a small amount of money. He is confident that he can win this game, but he has to arrange his mother's security work. So William said without much thought, within 5 million, you decide to buy the castle, can you get it tomorrow? Of course, people nowadays want to sell real estate such as land and buy stocks. From 1998 to now, many stocks have risen almost 6 times, and some lucky guys have risen 10 times. As long as you buy it in full, Everyone in Devonshire Castle will definitely sell it. Don't worry, if you hurry, I can get it done today. Wait for my good news, William Anthony promised. Well, wait for your good news, Anthony. Don't worry, I will fix it, then I will contact everyone in the castle now, bye. Bye-bye. William sat on the sofa thinking whether he had any loopholes. He was too careless. Le Sever did everything for money now. If William wins the game in the end, Le Severfu will definitely kidnap him or someone he cares about to blackmail him, most likely his mother Lena. Damn, I forgot about Alexander so much, and William thought that this would ensure the safety of Alexander Ambrosio. At this special moment, William began to feel irritated by the fact that he had too few people, but the suitable ones were not so easy to find, so he had no choice but to call Barney from the death squad. Hey, boss, we are packing up our equipment and we are ready to go. Do you have anything else to tell? Barney said. William didn't verbose and said directly, Barney, do you know a good bodyguard, one of the best tactical team? I still have a personal need to protect in the United States. Barney thought for a moment and said, Special team bodyguards? Boss, if you don't have any age requirements, I know a 5-person team. These guys are from the Secret Service. Now they retired and continue to form a pair dedicated to stars. Rich people are bodyguards. It's just that these guys are a bit older and can't get much work, but the boss, I promise these guys are top-notch. Their 5-person team has action experts, computer experts, and logistics experts. The most powerful one is a former Secret Service ace named Brian Mills. I have dealt with Brian Mills. This guy is very fierce. Okay, where are this team? William asked. They usually live in Miami, but they will travel to the United States if necessary, Barney said. That would be great. They will be Barney. The time will not be more than a week. 3 days in Miami, America. 3 days later, the protected person will be sent to Switzerland to wait for me. Is $500,000 enough? Enough, absolutely enough for the boss. Because of their age, their current price is very low. They protect a star with $400 a day per talent. The boss will be very happy. Thank you for your trust. I guarantee that they are the best among the bodyguards. Often the killer will be killed by them before he sees the target. Barney said with a smile. William heard Barney's joking and cursed, Fuck, Barney is a killer or a bodyguard. I suddenly felt that the person you introduced was not reliable. Barney scolded himself secretly. He knew he was talking too much, but he was very confident in Brian Mills. Busily said, Boss, this is just their style of doing things. Brian Mills is a guy who is good at attacking. Sam is a computer and surveillance expert. Killers are often spotted by him. Then Brian Mills will take the initiative to get rid of the killer, which is actually safer. The protected person is often in no state at all and the matter is over. This is why they are not well known, and employers often find it useless to care about them. Well, I can't find anyone to trust you now. I will call you for $500,000 and tell them that if they can make the people they protect safe and not frightened, I will add $200,000 later. Give them US dollars, even if they ask for cash. Boss, they will definitely ask for cash. Cash does not have to pay taxes. These guys are all poor, and no one in Miami can even think of hitting them. It's good if they don't trouble others. Barney said with a smile. I have passed the information to you, time is a bit tight, I will find them now, William said. Okay, boss, bye, Barney said. Bye-bye. Hanging up, Barney looked for it on his phone, pressed Brian Mills' number and called. Within a few seconds, Barney's ears heard a low voice characteristic of a middle-aged man. Hey, Barney, why are you calling me? Something. Yes, man, do you have time now? I have a good job for you, Barney said. Yes, in addition to staying with my daughter, I have a lot of time. You don't know my situation. Barney picked up the photo that William had just sent and looked at the beautiful brown-haired girl in the photo. Barney knew that this chick named Ambrosio must be the boss's girlfriend, or he wouldn't let them die. To protect the boss's mother, he has to find a team to protect a beauty, which is not the boss girlfriend. Brian's job this time was released by my current employer, protecting a model in Miami, 3 days in Miami, and 3 days later protecting her to go to Switzerland to meet with my employer, no more than a week, and the remuneration is $500,000. Are you interested? Barney introduced to the person on the phone. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 66, the game begins. 7 days, 500,000 yuan, what model is so valuable? I took it, of course I took it, Brian Mills said happily. This is still the most paid task their team has received in the past few years. The protected person is named Alexander Ambrosio, my employer's girlfriend. She is now walking the show in Miami. The catwalk will end tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. She will be escorted to Switzerland. My boss said that if you can do things without disturbing Alexander. Afterwards, I will give you an extra $200,000. Brian, I'm a friend, I know you're the best at quietly dealing with threats, and specifically said to my boss Barney takes credit. Thanks, Barney. You can live with your old man, and come back to invite you to drink, Brian Mills said. If you drink, there are opportunities, but you guys, don't make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you just wait to be chased by my boss. Brian, I don't want to lose your old buddy. Barney exhorted. Relax, Barney, you know ours. We never make mistakes. If our fault leads to the death of the protected person, I will pay my head to your boss, Brian Mills assured. Okay, I know your strengths, or I would not recommend you to the boss. Be careful, Brian Mills, you may be facing gun kidnappers, remember to bring all the guys, Barney said. Understand that for 7 days to protect Alexander Ambrosio, the opponent may be a kidnapper with a gun. Barney, I am best at dealing with this situation, Brian Mills said. That's good, Brian. If your performance is good this time, I don't think you will be short of jobs in the future, and my boss is rich and generous, and the payment is very easy. You can do whatever you want. You can get money anywhere in the world, including cash. Okay, when we meet with the employer, we'll see if we want cash or a check. Thank you, Barney, Brian Mills said. Then bye, Brian, good luck. Bye, Barney. Good luck. After hanging up Barney's call, William called his mother. After connecting, William heard his mother Lena's impatient voice. Damn it, William, why are you calling me at this moment? Is the cafe busiest time? And you even traveled to the Bahamas alone to pick up girls? William, how many girlfriends do you want to have? Tina cried after seeing the photo of you and the model in the newspaper in the morning. Why are you okay? William thought, it's not me who is going to mess with Tina, but our little beauty Tina is messing with me. No, I didn't mess with Tina, Mom, she was only 16, how could I mess with her? William said. You mean that if Tina gets older, you will mess with her? Well, Mother, William Devonhill really didn't expect that your fellow would become so bad as soon as he became rich. God found that Diana Rigg, and now I have found a Brazilian model, and want to harm the little girl who grew up with you. You can be really good, William, you can get me back to London immediately, you don't even think about messing around outside, Lena scolded. The Queen Mother was angry. This made William a little scared, and said weakly, Mom, I can't go back now. I'm working in Montenegro. I will go back right away when I finish my work. Lena didn't have to embarrass him when she heard that William said that he was working in Montenegro, and said in a calm tone, well, business matters, but how long you have to come back, you better not lie to me, or you just wait and get criticized. No, Mother, I definitely didn't lie to you, it may take 10 days depending on the situation. William hurriedly changed the subject and said. Mom will have a team looking for you tomorrow, and the leader is Barney. They will take you and Tina back to Oxford Castle and all the people in the castle now sign a contract. I plan to buy Devonhill Castle. Come back, but I can't go back now. Mom, you have to sign the contract for me. Are you serious, William? You are going to buy the castle back? Great, baby, we can finally return to the castle. Thank you, baby, Mother loves you. Lena heard that William said that she would buy the castle back. She was so happy that she didn't even care about what William said about sending someone to protect her. She never thought about why William would send someone to protect her. Yes, Mother, you will be able to return to the castle tomorrow. Just in case, I will send someone to protect you back to the castle. If anything happens, just tell the person I sent, and remember the person to pick you up. Go there, the cafe will be closed and rested, William said. Okay, don't worry, baby, I will close the door when I'm done today, and I will go to the castle tomorrow. Mom will wait for you at the castle. Haha, I will tidy up the castle. When you come back, I will see you and see you when you were young. It's the same, Lena said excitedly. After talking with Lena, William called Alexander Ambrosio again. The two of them on the phone were first, I for a long time. Finally, William said that Alexander had hired some temporary bodyguards. After the show, he would hurry to Switzerland to meet William. Alexander didn't want the bodyguard to follow at first. Before she thought about it, she went to Switzerland in her 20s to protect her. In the end, William said that the money was paid, and he couldn't get it back. And he was really worried that Alexander went to Switzerland alone, so he reluctantly agreed to the bodyguard to follow. After making arrangements, William relaxed, whistling and getting up and changing his clothes to go out for a stroll. He hasn't been to Montenegro, and after taking a few glances in the car in the afternoon, he became interested in Kotor, the best preserved ancient city in Montenegro. As soon as he walked into the hotel lobby, he saw Bond take Vespa out, but he did not follow Bond. Strolling in this old town in a happy mood, time seems to have returned to the Middle Ages all at once. You don't need a clear destination while you're walking. If you're tired, you can sit down in a cafe that can be seen everywhere and live a slow life. Suddenly calmed William's restless heart. I ordered a piece of local specialties in the cafe. After eating, I walked out of the cafe and wanted to go back to the Royal Casino, but found myself lost. Finally, I returned to the Royal Hotel under the leadership of a kind local. It was already 5:50 when he returned to the hotel, and William hurriedly walked into the hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw a few middle-aged white men walking towards him. Hello, Mr. Devonhill, this is Steve of the Swiss National Bank. The wild card you need is ready. The licensing board will start in 10 minutes. As for the tax avoidance plan you requested, our bank has it's ready for you, but Mr. Devonhill, I suggest you go to the poker game with me first. Time is running out. You can sign the documents during the rest of the poker game. William smiled and nodded. These guys are just awesome. Okay, thank you Steve, let's go. Good Mr. Devonhill, please come with me. Steve took William into the gambling hall specially prepared for the hotel today. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 67, You Don't Know Me Yet. Entering the gambling hall, L.E. Sever, as the initiator of this game, smiled and said to William, Welcome, Mr. Devonhill, if I know you are so interested in poker, I should give you sent an invitation letter. Now you have to go through the National Bank to join this game. This is my fault. I apologize to you. If there is a game of this kind next time, I will definitely send you an invitation letter. After William and L.E. Sever shook hands, He heard that Le Sever was so confident and smiled in his heart. Next time, you should pass today's level. He is not interested in talking to this guy now, and smiled back, thank you, Mr. Le Sever, I hope we have another time. Le Sever knows that all those who can come today are wealthy people. These wealthy people are generally well-informed people, so he knows what William is talking about, but he still has confidence in his card skills. Confidently said, of course, Mr. Devonhill, of course we still have the next opportunity to continue playing card skills, I am very confident about this. Then good luck, William said to Le Sever. Thank you, Mr. Devonshire, I'm missing, I want to greet the new guests. Le Sever nodded to William and went to find Bond, who had just entered. Le Sever held out his hand to Bond strangely and said, this must be Mr. Bikey who replaced Mr. Bruce. Welcome to Mr. Bikey or Mr. Bond. But Bond did not shake hands with Le Silver and said directly, I don't think you must have thought of welcoming me, Mr. Silver. Bond walked directly to the bar, glanced at William, and nodded to the church standing by the bar, showing the look that we were a group. William looked at this Mr. Church who shouldn't have appeared. In the original movie, a black friend named Felix Wright came. Mr. Church took the wine glass and walked to William and sat down and asked in a low voice, Mr. Devonhill, I hope that next time you Mr. W will not bring AWP with you when you come to our country. William pretended to be puzzled and asked, what are you talking about, this gentleman? Do we know each other? The Church was holding a wine glass with a mocking expression on the corner of his mouth and said, William Devonshire, I know who you are and what you have done. I only hope that you will let us know when you have any action next time. And don't hinder us from doing things. After speaking, he took the wine glass and clinked to William, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Devonhill. Ma Dan, William knew it would be no good for this guy to replace the Felix Leiter guy. Sure enough, this guy came to Le Sever, and he also came to warn himself by the way not to make trouble in the United States. Well, what protected the common interests of your country and England that day? Don't thank me, I don't like to leave a name for good deeds. And I don't like that some guys who got cheap come to the door by themselves. I don't want to thank you, but I still blame me. I don't like someone to check me, Mr. Church. You probably know too little about me. By the way, what is your wife's husband's surname? Oh, I think of it like Willis, right, Willis Mr. The Church looked at William in astonishment. He didn't expect that William would be able to say his real surname casually when he met for the first time. Does this guy have such a strong source of information? Or has the English Military Intelligence Agency penetrated into them? Know that he is a senior special agent at the supervisor level, and his information has a high level of confidentiality. You are right. It seems we need to get a better understanding, Mr. William Devonhill. Maybe we can find a place to sit and have a cup of coffee and have a good chat. William looked into the Church's eyes with a grin and said, if you want to talk to me, go to Garris Mallory. If he agrees, then I'll be fine. He didn't believe that Garris Mallory would hand him over to the Secret Service for interrogation. Even if he thought William had a problem, Garris Mallory would only do it himself. The Church certainly knows who Garris Mallory is. He doesn't think he can get permission from England to interrogate a son of a family who has served England for hundreds of years, or someone who has just made great contributions to England. At this moment, the voice of the hall manager came from the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your visit. As you know, we are going to play Unlimited Texas Hold'em, 5 public cards and 2 hole cards. Mr. Meng Duan will take care of everyone's bets on behalf of the Swiss Basel Bank. We welcome Mr. Mendel, please. Today the hotel's gaming hall manager introduces you. Mendel of Basel Bank of Switzerland stepped forward and said, as everyone knows, each of you has deposited 10 million in our bank, and you can wire transfer another 10 million. The bet will be kept by the bank until I return. The winner of the gambling game enters the password in this encryption machine. After the game is over, the funds can be wire transferred to any bank account in the world. Mr. Bond, please first. We are sorted in alphabetical order by surname. Your surname is B, you enter the password first. Next is Mr. Devonhill. When it was William's turn, after thinking about it, I typed the name of his previous life, Chen Mo. After everyone has entered the password, everyone sits at the gaming table and the game begins. At the beginning of the card game, William was seated in position 1, Le Sever in position 7, Church in position 9, and Bond in position 11. After everyone is done, today's gambling hall manager and notary said, "Today is unlimited Texas Hold'em, we will set the cards to find the order of the cards." After the croupier's deck is over, the notary said, "Mr. Gattara will be the banker, Mr. Kamiloff will bet the small blind, $5,000, and Mr. Fukuda will be the big blind, $10,000. After the two people placed the big and small blinds, the notary said, "Okay, the game has officially started, everyone has fun." After the dealer gave no one the two public cards, Fukuda, who placed the big blind, began to speak. "Check. Check. Check. The first few cards should be bad, you can only check first and wait for others to speak." After arriving at Le Sever, he looked at his whole cards, thought for a few seconds, picked up 2 chips, and bet 50,000. Le Sever folds his cards. After the church smiles and glances at Bond, he glances at his own cards and folds. Bond stared at Le Sever motionlessly, looking at him unnaturally, turning his head to look at the card. Bond smiled slightly. He felt a little bit bottomed. He thought Le Sever was stealing chicken, because the 3 people before Le Sever spoke first, so they could let the cards, but their cards were definitely not good. The hand was bad, but after Le Sever bet they couldn't let it go and had to fold. Bond now has a 1-3 card, and the public card is 589 3 cards. Bond has 50,000 chips. Now it's time for William to speak. Raise, 100,000, his hand is 9 and 2, he can now make a pair of 9s, of course he followed. After William raised, the others fold directly. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 68, Desperate. The croupier began to deal the 4th card, which was a 9. Le Sever was embarrassed. He looked at William, who looked indifferent and thought for a long time with 100,000 chips. Bond didn't think much about it, and went to William to speak again. William thought for a while, and thought, I now have 3 9s. Looking at the 4 cards on the public card, I can make up to 3 full house cards with 2s, and Bond is 1-3, Le Sever is 1-2. Neither match up with the board. If I raise again, the 2 of them may just run away. Check, William said. Mr. Le Sever, Mr. Devonshire checks, it's up to you to speak. After thinking about the meeting again, Le Sever decided to place a bet. Now he can make up a pair of 9s and a pair of 2s, betting 200,000. Vespa walked in at this moment, walked to Bond and kissed Bond. Everyone sitting looked at Vespa. This little girl is still very beautiful and dressing, but unfortunately a traitor. William watched Bond pretending to be fascinated by Vespa through Vespa, and was amused. Bond was busy following the croupier's reminder. Bond actually wanted to explore the reality of Tan Le Sever. I was afraid of scaring Le Sever away, so I could only pretend to be fascinated by the beauty and followed without much thought. Mr. Devonhill is here for you, the croupier said. Calling William directly threw 200,000 chips into the table. Seeing that all 3 of them had bet, the croupier dealt the 5th card, which was a 2. Le Sever threw a 200,000 chip into the table this time, and Bond folds without much thought. There is William behind him. He knows that Le Sever has bet on the card he wants, and he is secret. Scolding, there is a 3% chance of encountering it. L.E. Sever is really lucky. William looked at L.E. Sever and smiled. Follow. Heads up, open the cards, Mr. L.E. Sever. L.E. Sever turned out a pair of 2, and the dealer said, Gord, 3 2s with a pair of 9s, Mr. Devonhill is here for you. William laughed and said, my luck is really good, this kind of card can be played, and then he turned out his own card. The croupier gave William's card, full house, 3 9s with a pair of 2, Mr. Devonhill wins. The man sitting across from William said, hey, man, you are really lucky. No matter what card Mr. L.E. Sever holds, he can't beat you. You are so lucky. Thank you, William snapped his fingers at the bar. The waiter walked over and William said, a glass of dry martini, 3 parts of gin, 1 part of Vogue, half of vermouth with ice, shake well, and add thin slices of lemon, thank you. Everyone at the table is curious, is there still this kind of wine? Several people told the bartender that they wanted a copy. Seeing that everyone's mind was not on the cards, L.E. Sever, who had just lost money, was a little anxious. It's all over? Can we continue? William smiled and said, this is just the beginning. Some people are anxious, Mr. Sever, this is just entertainment, don't take it seriously. Several guys around echoed, yes, this is the moment of entertainment, relax with a drink, you should also have a drink, Mr. Sever. L.E. Sever rolled his eyes, took out his asthma spray and pressed it to his mouth. When people around saw L.E. Sever's actions, they knew that this guy didn't dare to drink or smoke. Everyone smiled and looked at each other, thinking that L.E. Sever was really cool, but he couldn't enjoy it if he had money. 4 hours later, the hotel manager said to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the card game has started for 4 hours. Let's rest for an hour before starting. William left the table and walked out of the gambling hall. He didn't care about L.E. Sever's life or death. He just had to win all the money at the table. Besides, there was Mr. Bond. William walked into the restaurant and had a beautiful meal. 1 hour later, William came to the table and the game continued. After that, William was playing soy sauce. He was waiting for the people at the table to remit the other 10 million bets. If the harvest is too early, William is afraid that these guys will lose. Stop betting after 10 million. After playing for another 3 hours to 2 o'clock tonight, everyone ended today's gambling game and will continue tomorrow night. William, who slept until 11 o'clock the next day, wandered the small town alone after getting up and washing up. After having dinner in the small town, William came to the casino on time. The gambling game started on time. His strategy today is to do whatever he wins. After several other people wire the remaining $10 million, William begins to show off his power. In the eyes of other people, William is simply possessed by the gods. How to play and how to have it. When the cards are not good, the last card is bet. Only William and L.E. Sever are left on the table before 10 o'clock. After Mr. Bond was hit by L.E. Sever's set, he did not play again after losing 10 million, because he saw that William's card skills were much higher than him. He has lost $10 million now and he doesn't know it. What to do? The church's 20 million people didn't last long and left the table early to chat with Bond, as long as it wasn't for L.E. Sever to win. William was the last to put a 4-8 straight flush to take out L.E. Sever's 4 5s. After winning, William jumped up with excitement. Except for Bond and the other 2 female participants, the other 7 people all wire 10 million. This allowed William to win a total of $170 million in this bet. L.E. Sever stared at the gaming table lifelessly, then looked at William bitterly. It was beyond his expectation that William could win. If he couldn't win today's game, L.E. Sever had no other choice. Now he can only take risks and tie William. L.E. Sever said to his bald man, "Have I found the helper you were looking for?" "I'm looking for it. A mercenary team of more than 30 people is on standby not far from the hotel," the bald head replied. "Very well, inform them that the target is William Devonshire, I want to live. Le7 Ninja said in a lowly anger. No problem, I'm going to inform. The bald man walked out of the hotel quickly after speaking. William got up and shook hands with everyone who congratulated him. Everyone was surprised that William, the new billionaire, could win. William and the others exchanged greetings for a while, and these card friends who had just met left. The church took the wine glass and Bond came over and said, "It's really wonderful. William didn't expect your card skills to be so outstanding. What else can you not?" William shrugged at the wine glass handed over by the church. "I wouldn't know how to have a baby." "Ha ha ha, William, you are really humorous. Now the problem is solved. Is Le7 yours or mine?" the church asked. "Of course it is ours, but I promised Mrs. M. and Mr. Church, you didn't play a role today," William said. "Well, then it's up to your own ability. If you catch it, it's yours, and if I catch it, it's mine," the church said helplessly. He really didn't play a role today, and there is no reason to let William and Bond let go. After speaking, shaking hands with William Bond, he left to prepare for the arrest of Le7. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 69, Bond. After the church left, Bond and William touched a glass. "Congratulations, William." "Thank you. How should we catch Le7? Is there our support here?" William asked. Bond shook his head and said, "It's a pity that we don't have any support here. Everything has to be tested by ourselves. Don't worry that I will get Le7 and his subordinates. There is you at the gaming table, and I am at the gaming table. Come and fix it." William nodded. Of course it would be best if he didn't have to do it himself. He didn't have much interest in fighting with people, drinking wine, and eating a big meal, watching Bond work hard. "Just thinking about going to have a big meal," Bond said. "I'm a little hungry. Do you want to go eat together?" William nodded happily and said, "Of course, I will treat and have a drink together." The two entered the restaurant together and saw Linda Vespa sitting alone by the window. Bond stepped forward and asked, "Linda, do you mind if we are with you?" Linda Vespa got up and shook hands with William, smiled and said, "It's okay, you are free, I just came." Bond laughed and said, "William's treat today, we have to have a good meal, I want to order the most expensive dish." Everyone ordered a good meal, and after the meal, they chatted and chatted. Halfway through the meal, Linda Vespa received a text message and looked at William and Bond and said, "Matisse has something to ask for me. He said that the Americans are looking for Le7, and they will sit around tomorrow. The plane escorted Le7 to the United States. Gentlemen, I'm leaving for a while, good night." William and Bond got up to send Linda Vespa and said, "Good night, Miss Vespa." After Linda Vespa left, Bond was anxious and asked hurriedly, "We can't let the Americans catch Le7, otherwise we can't deal with the security commissioner and M." Bond wanted to get up and go to the church. Le7 was the person named by Mrs. M. If he couldn't be caught back, he would not be able to make a deal, and he also lost $10 million in the financial affairs. Bond can imagine what will happen to Sever if he doesn't catch it back. Before Bond left, William asked, "Bond, why did you slap Le7 when you were betting against Le7? Without even thinking about it, Bond said, "I thought Le7 was stealing a chicken, but he did not expect me to be cheated. This guy is not a master at all. He kept giving me wrong information at the beginning, making me think when you put your finger on your forehead, that's when the cards are bad." Bond said that I suddenly reacted and said hurriedly, "Damn, it is Matisse. Matisse was bought by Le7. I only talked to Matisse and Linda Vespa about Le7 doing the action was a guilty conscience. Worse, Vespa is in danger. Matisse must want to kidnap Vespa to threaten us at this time. William, we are going to save Vespa." After Bond rescued, he quickly ran out of the hotel. William patted his forehead and said, "Dizzy, is this guy confused by the beauty?" William followed Bond out of the hotel and heard Vespa scream as soon as he left the hotel. "I saw an SUV parked in front of Vespa, and two strong men came out of the car, holding Vespa with one arm and Vespa's mouth with the other, dragged her into the car and drove away quickly." Bond didn't wait for William anymore, and rushed into an Aston Martin sports car, opened the door, and quickly chased after the accelerator. William stood on the street and yelled at him. This new Bond deserved to have just come out of the airborne Secret Service. The driving skills were really good. William drove the car before exiting. William hurriedly called to remind Bond that he knew this was a trap, and the target was definitely him. Lee Sever wanted to lead William out of the hotel to kidnap him, but the hunk of Bond was too fast. Before William got in the car, he drove off. Lee Sever would vomit blood if he knew it. He stretched his hand into his pocket and touched the phone. William remembered that he had put the phone on the dining table while eating. William hurriedly walked to the hotel. He was going to the restaurant to get his mobile phone, and then called Bond. What William didn't know, Lee Sever, who was not far from the hotel, was really vomiting blood in anger. He just wanted to lead William and Bond out so as to kidnap William, but now that William's goal was not moved, and he was staying in the hotel, Bond chased after him with the guy. This is really not as good as this guy. Angrily, Lee Sever picked up his mobile phone and called his subordinates. After the call was connected, Lee Sever said, "The target has not followed up. You don't have to waste your hands to ambush Bond, and drive Bond around in circles. Don't let Bond come back and get in the way. You bring the team of mercenaries back to the hotel. I don't have time to wait. I have to get the money at dawn. Or we will all die and let the mercenaries get ready. We will storm the hotel and catch William. Devon Hill." Lee Sever hung up the phone and said to the hotel, "I don't believe William Devon Hill, you can escape from my palm this time." William walked into the restaurant and got his mobile phone from the restaurant manager. After thanking the hotel manager, William dialed the number and called Bond. After the connection, William hurriedly said to Bond, "Hey, Bond, listen. This is a trap. It must be Lee Sever trying to lead us out of the hotel so as to kidnap me. Now that I am not out of the hotel, Lee Sever's energy is still on me. Vespa is safe for the time being. I am in the hotel. Stay, you can just save Vespa. Bond is an ace agent." William knew it when he mentioned it. He said to William, "Understood, William, be careful, don't leave the hotel. I will return to the hotel to find you when I rescue Vespa, and William, be careful." Matisse, he was bought by Lee Sever. William complained in his heart that the man you were going to save was bought, and the man who was dazzled by love was really stupid. However, for the sake of Vespa saving Bond in the hotel stairwell, William thinks about it and don't reveal this beauty. Let's talk about everything when Bond rescues Vespa. This girl is not actually a bad person. Can you save it or save it? Or Bond might still hate William. Understand, I'll stay in the hotel, and you should be careful about Bond. Okay, hang up, I'm driving, don't kill me but died in a car accident, Bond joked to William and hung up the phone. Lee Sever, who had been waiting outside the hotel for half an hour, waited for Clark, his bald man. "Boss, the people have been brought back, shall we go in now?" Lee Sever looked at the mercenaries hidden in the 8 cars and thought about it and said, "You take 6 people in first. The Royal Hotel is still very powerful here. It's best to catch William Devon Hill quietly. I'll take the rest of the people in. The bank who keeps the password is still in the hotel. Keep it hidden, Clark." "Understood, boss." Clark took the people behind him into the hotel in 2 batches. "I didn't see William in the hotel lobby." Clark asked his 2 people to find William in the hotel separately. He also specifically ordered that after finding William, unless there are special circumstances, he would not do it first. Call Kyron before doing it. William is now sitting in the restaurant drinking beer and watching the Premier League. He never thought that Le Sever would come in to catch him, so he relaxed his vigilance. Clark walked into the restaurant and saw William staring at the TV. He hurriedly walked to the corner of the restaurant and called some of his men. After calling people to the restaurant, Clark stood by the window and stared at William. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 70, If you want to kill me, don't blame me for killing me. William, who was watching the ball, suddenly saw two brawny men in black jackets approaching him. He was vigilant and hurriedly swept toward the two brawny men with mental strength. He immediately found that the two brawny men were carrying guns behind their waists. When he got up and turned his head, he saw Clark walking out in the shadow by the window. Is Le Sever looking for death? He didn't look for him, but he dared to send someone into the hotel to kidnap himself. William smiled at Clark, turned and walked quickly to the balcony. Walked into the balcony, William immediately took out the Glock 17 from the storage space, opened the safety, loaded it, exposing half of his body, and raised his hand to face Glock. The two mercenaries closest to him fired 2 shots. Only 2 gunshots were heard, bang, bang, and the heads of the 2 mercenaries closest to William suddenly blossomed, and they convulsed and fell to the ground without a hum. Clark and the other 4 mercenaries were taken aback by the sudden situation. After hearing the gunshots, they hurriedly looked for obstacles to hide. People outside the hotel screamed when they heard the gunshots from the balcony of the hotel. Stand up! Suddenly, people were hopping around on the street, and people hugged their heads and ran out of the hotel. Le Sever, who was outside the hotel, heard the gunshots and hurriedly said to his men behind him, "Bring people and rush in with all your equipment. When you see William Devonshire, you will immediately grab them. Remember, if you want to live, you can shoot your hands and feet in dangerous situations." The subordinates immediately nodded and said, "Understood, boss. Catch alive, you can shoot non-lethal parts, and take it away immediately when caught." "Well, let's start. Be fast. The police will come in less than 10 minutes. Several people will stand at the intersection and delay the police." Understood. Le Sever's men separated more than a dozen people to ambush the police at the intersection, took more than 20 other people and rushed to the hotel with an AK. William was hiding behind the wall of the balcony and scanning the restaurant mentally. Suddenly, out of his eyes, he saw dozens of criminals with axes rushing towards the hotel. William cursed in his heart. "Who is this TNN? I dare to take the AK to the hotel in broad daylight. Ma Dan must be Le Sever's. Ma Dan is troublesome. With so many axes, I am not killed or disabled by being shot." William squatted down and took out the M4A1, a tactical body armor and a pistol case from the storage space under the cover of the balcony, and inserted 6 M4A1 magazines into the magazine pocket of the tactical body armor. The M4A1 was loaded with the ammunition folder. He took out the shock bombs and threw 3 shock bombs into the restaurant. Each shock bomb was thrown at the kidnappers who were hiding in the restaurant. After the throw, William squatted and hid in the corner of the balcony, covering his ears with his hands. He knew the power of the shock bomb in the room. Didn't the death squad be stunned by him with the shock bomb? "Grenade, hide!" the mercenary in the restaurant yelled, and then heard 3 huge bangs. The person who temporarily controlled the restaurant just allowed William to have time for the gangster outside the hotel. He picked up the M4A1 in his hand and stood up and opened fire fiercely at the gangster who was running towards the hotel. Da-da-day, 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 William was holding the on his shoulder, holding the trigger, and shooting at the criminals on the street. The group of guys was suddenly overwhelmed by fire, and he was busy looking for it. Place to hide or lie directly on the ground. This gave the power time to slash and shoot, and William shot out 2 magazines in less than 10 seconds. This group of people was really stunned by William. They were too underestimated. They didn't even think about walking to the hotel according to tactical moves. After William finished playing 2 magazines, someone raised his gun and fired at William. William saw that he had wiped out more than 10 people in these 10 seconds. When someone counterattacked, William immediately squatted down and was cracked when he slipped into the balcony behind the restaurant. Hanging the M4A1 behind him, William pulled out the Glock 17 from the holster, scanned it mentally, and touched the 2 dizzy mercenaries who had been blasted by the shock bombs. He shot them twice in the head. Bang, bang! The 2 people who were lying on the ground stopped moving in an instant. William took a few more steps to hide in the corner, took out a grenade to remove the insurance, and threw it into the restaurant bar after waiting 2 seconds. There were 2 mercenaries who were not stunned by the shock bomb. Boom boom, the grenade was thrown into the bar, and a scream of grenade came out. The 2 mercenaries hiding in the bar didn't run 2 steps before the grenade exploded. Boom! The 2 were hit by the shock wave of the grenade. Blowing and flying, falling to the ground like a rag doll cannot afford it. At this time, Clark, who was hiding in the corner of the restaurant, was already frightened. He had encountered such a fierce person. The 6 people died before 2 minutes of support. Clark tried hard to listen to the restaurant's movement, his face full of horror. The gun raised above kept shaking. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, Clark felt that time had never been so slow. His hands were shaking and his feet slowly began to shake. Clark was sweating and yelled crazy, come out, William Devonshire, come out for me. William hid at the dining table 4 meters away from Clark, listening to Clark's crazy yelling, picked up the chair beside him and threw it into the corner where Clark was. The chair was thrown by William's tremendous power and hit the wall beside Clark, and bounced and hit Clark. Clark immediately fired at the chair nervously. After 2 shots, it turned out to be the chair. His nervous energy relaxed a little, but it was a little bit slack. When Clark turned his gun back, he found that his head was covered with Glock pointed. Clark looked up and saw William's cold eyes looking at him. As soon as he was about to raise his hand to surrender, he heard a bang sound, and Clark fell into the boundless darkness. William looked at Clark with his head blooming, his face did not hesitate or unbearable. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. William will not be merciful at this time. There are more than a dozen thugs outside and under the hotel. AK is waiting for him. He didn't have time to be soft-hearted, and he decided to get rid of all these gangsters, first to test the gunfighting skills he learned in the system, and secondly, William would use the deaths of dozens of people today to warn some people who wanted to fight. The person he pays attention to. Originally, he sold games for more than $220 million. Today he won another $170 million at the gambling table. He now has nearly $400 million in cash. There will be a lot of people who hit him and pay attention. In his eyes, William is a fat sheep who can no longer be fat, so William has to do it thoroughly today. Some people he wants to kill dare not hit his idea. These thugs happen to hit his gun, and William won't have any sympathy or guilt to kill these people. And William decided to kill Le Sever too. He didn't want to leave any safety hazards. Now that he was shot, William would never keep his enemies so that he could find himself again in the future. He has a mother and will definitely have children in the future. He doesn't want to leave a poisonous snake hiding in the dark and staring at him. Only the dead will not seek revenge from him. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 71, Get Down. Signed, 2 chapters at 8 AM and 1 chapter at 4 PM. Thank you for your support. It has not been 3 minutes since William fired his first shot to kill Clark in the restaurant. When he walked to the 2 mercenaries who had been blown down by grenade bombs, he shot 2 shots into the heads of these 2 men. Then I scanned the restaurant and found that there was a camera in the restaurant. William raised his hand and exploded the camera. He walked to a window and cautiously looked at the street from the window. The gangsters on the street have now slowed down, and they rushed into the hotel under cover in 2s and 3s. William took out the binoculars in the storage space and looked around the street opposite the hotel. William found out within a few glances. L.E. Sever standing behind an SUV. "I found you." I saw that L.E. Sever was looking nervously at the balcony of the hotel restaurant at this time. He never expected that William Devonhill, a young man who made a lot of money from selling games, would be so fierce, facing dozens of people. The bandits with the AK dared to pick up the gun and swept, and he used the power of a machine gun for an M4A1. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mercenaries were downed. You must know that this group of mercenaries are those who fought the Alba Civil War. It cost him $2 million to hire this group of people. L.E. Sever looked at the group of fearsome mercenaries killed by William Devonhill, and couldn't help his anger, standing beside the car, jumping and yelling. William took a binoculars and looked at L.E. Sever, who was jumping on the opposite street, then swept the outside of the hotel mentally. More than a dozen mercenaries on the street have quickly entered the hotel. William did not hesitate to take out the AWP from the storage space and assemble it. It took William more than 20 seconds to assemble the AWP, install the magazine, and silence the sound. And sights. With a click the bullet was loaded, picked up a chair and placed it on the table, and the AWP was placed on the chair, opened the protective cover on the scope, and looked into the scope with his right eye, and the muzzle was facing L.E. Sever at more than 200 meters. William took a deep breath and saw in the scope that there were 2 people guarding L.E. Sever beside him. He thought silently about how to shoot L.E. Sever in the shortest possible time. The 2 men were killed together. After thinking about it clearly, William pointed the cross in the scope at L.E. Sever's head and put his right index finger on the trigger. William gently pulled the trigger. William fired a shot with a shoe. After firing the shot, he immediately pulled the bolt. With a click, the AWP was loaded with a bullet. William was facing the one of the 2 who was still stunned because of L.E. Sever's sudden headshot. The man who was almost blocked by the SUV fired a shot. Bang! This guy immediately followed in L.E. Sever's footsteps, when the last person remembered hiding in the nearest building beside him, but it was too late. William fired the first shot after he fired the second shot. I didn't see the result, and pulled the bolt quickly. There was a shot at the back of the mercenary who had just ran a step. I saw that the mercenary was taken by the bullet and flew out 1 meter and then lay on the ground. William's shot was clearly seen through the scope. He knew this guy must be hopeless. Being hit by AWP in the back at 200 meters is definitely not going to survive. The AWP bullet hits his chest from the back and will break a slap-sized wound in front of his chest. Even if he does not die immediately, he will not survive for a few minutes. Will bleed to death, and this kind of injury will not survive without being sent to the emergency room within 1 minute. William put the AWP into the storage space, and even the 3 AWP cartridge cases into the storage space. He took the M4A1 on the back in his hand, replaced it with the magazine, and took out 2 from the storage space. A spare magazine is inserted on the tactical vest, and a silencer is installed on the upper chamber. Glock 17 also replaced the magazine with a silencer, took out 3 spare magazines on the left waist, so that it can quickly reload. As soon as I was ready, I heard AK gunshots coming from downstairs of the hotel. Some criminals had entered the hotel and were fighting with the hotel security. William walked to the restaurant bar to find a bottle of whiskey that had not been blown by a grenade. Drink a sip. He was waiting for the criminals outside the hotel to enter the hotel. As for the hotel security guarding in the lobby of the hotel and shooting against the criminals, William didn't want to go down now. He would face a dozen acts in one go, even if he had the skills. I dare not go down to save people at the gunpoint of a dozen acts. William has been scanning the situation in the lobby and outside of the hotel with mental energy. When the last few criminals walked to the entrance of the hotel, they drank the wine in the toast. William picked up the M4A1 and rushed to the balcony. With a slight jump, William turned back and jumped off the balcony on the second floor. William, who was in the air, swept over the three gangsters at the entrance of the hotel. Whoops, 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 whoops. The three gangsters were shot by William with 3 shots before they even saw William. 3 clouds of blood exploded on each of them, and they fell without saying a word. After killing these 3 people, William immediately hid by the gate and glanced inside. He raised his gun and pointed at the 2 bandits 4 or 5 meters away from the gate. They shot at 2 points. Hey, both of them were on their backs. The bleeding fog fell down. In less than 10 seconds, he killed 5 gangsters, and now there are 9 gangsters inside. William hid at the gate and scanned the lobby again with mental power. The hotel's security has now been completely suppressed in the corner of the lobby, and a guy is still injured. After scanning, William found that there were no ordinary guests in the lobby, which made him happy, which allowed him to avoid being afraid of hurting ordinary people. Replaced the M4A1 with a new magazine and turned around and walked along the wall into the lobby. When he entered, he was seen by a security guard. Later, William was a gangster, and he hurriedly raised his gun at William, but he found out before he shot him. After he stopped him, he stepped up to the pillar, and after waiting for 2 seconds, William gently stretched out half of his head, looking at the security guard with one eye, and seeing that he didn't shoot himself immediately, William made a general purpose against the security guard. Sign language. Tell him that he is in the same group with them, tell him not to shoot, William can support them from behind the bandits. Security froze for a while, and saw that William was wearing a suit and bow tie. The M4A1 he held was different from the AK of the bandits. He believed William for the time being, and nodded at William. The bandit. Seeing that the security had trusted him, William quietly walked out of the column, and after a few steps, William shot 3 fierce shots at the 3 bandits facing away from him. Whoops, 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 whoops. 3 gangsters fell to the ground again. William had already entered the lobby. Even though the M4A1 had a silencer, there was still a sound. The low muffler shooting surprised the remaining 6 gangsters. It was immediately realized that this was the support of the opponent. They are all people who have fought for many years of war. Listening to the sound, they knew that it was not their AK sound. When they heard the sound like M4, they were shocked and thought it was a special unit from Montenegro. The leading bandit immediately hid and took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Support! Support! We need support! We are surrounded! Come and support us!" Within 2 seconds, William heard from the walkie-talkie on a gangster next to him, "Understood, we will be there soon." "Soul Dan, this is trying to pinch himself," William cursed inwardly. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 72, So How Am I Insidious? Signed, 2 chapters at 8 a.m. and 1 chapter at 4 p.m. Thank you for your support. William heard the bandits' call for support. After thinking about it, he immediately retreated to the hotel's gate, found 3 ACs, pushed off the magazines and the loaded bullets in the gun, and found a dozen magazines back to the column. After throwing the AK against the hotel security, he threw it on the ground. After throwing the 3 ACs, he threw a dozen or so magazines in the past, within 10 seconds. The security guards hiding in the corners and stairs have gained confidence after receiving 3 ACs and more than a dozen magazines. After picking up the ACs and putting them on the magazines, they gave William a thumbs up. Now they fully believe in William and them. It's a group. William gestured to the hotel security and said he was going to deal with the reinforcements of the gangsters. The security guard who looked at William nodded. He knew that if William was still waiting at the door, he would be flanked back and forth. This was too dangerous. And they also have axes in their hands now, and they don't suffer from the firepower of guarding corners and stairs. As long as they guard the stairs, they can't get to the hotel. After more than 10 minutes, their support will be there. William turned around and walked out of the gate, ran to the side wall of the hotel quickly, and took a look out. He saw 5 or 6 people with axes running more than 100 meters away. "Ma Dan, this place is not easy to ambush." He didn't want to confront the kidnappers head-on, so he looked around him. Seeing that a window on the second floor of the side wall of the hotel was open, William, the old yin, noticed more than immediately. He stepped back 5 or 6 steps, rushed to the wall, jumped onto the window on the first floor, and lifted his legs hard. After flying up to more than 2 meters in the air, he grabbed the side of the window on the second floor with his hands. With the upward momentum before it was completely dissipated, he pressed his hands on the window sill. As soon as he retracted, he entered the window and climbed into the room on the second floor. At this time, the bandit who came to support was more than 60 meters away from the side wall. William put the M4A1 on the windowsill where he could get it immediately, and pulled out Glock 17 with his right hand, hiding by the window waiting for the bandit to support. This group of gangsters ran to the side wall and carefully observed for a while. After seeing no threat, they walked from the side wall with guns to the hotel door. William waited for these 6 people to appear in the field of view with their backs to him and then suddenly appeared by the window. Glock in his hand shot 17 shots in a row, headshots. Some of the customers who watched hiding in the rooms upstairs in the hotel were terrified, wondering who this guy was. His heart was so cruel, he shot a headshot, didn't miss a shot, and was particularly sinister. A polar bear man at the table gambling with William saw William suddenly look at the window where he was. He was so frightened by William's eyes that he stepped back 7 or 8 steps, and sat on the sofa with his heart beating. A cold sweat broke out on the forehead immediately, and my heart palpitated. Fortunately, I didn't come and acted on him in a hurry, otherwise the of murder would find himself, and the gangsters under his own can't stop the killing. I don't want to see this guy again. William raised his head sharply just now because he felt a wave of malice, but he didn't have time to care about that guy now. William grabbed the gun and jumped from the second floor. After replacing the Glock 17 in his hand with a new magazine, he heard the sound of AK shooting from the street in the distance. The Montenegrin police finally came 10 minutes after the accident. William didn't care about things off the street, he was going to kill the remaining 6 thugs in the lobby. Carrying the M4A1 into the lobby carefully, now the lobby is quiet, no one shot, everyone is scrupulous, the gangsters dare not charge anymore after the hotel security has an AK. The AK is not a joke. Any stray bullet will be fatal. Hidden on the pillar and communicated with the hotel's security with gestures, took out 2 shock bombs hung on the tactical body armor. William gestured to the hotel security to be careful, and the security nodded. William with a shock bomb in one hand and bite the insurance with his teeth. Later William threw a shock bomb in the direction of the bandits. The shock bullet is indeed very powerful indoors. Even William, who is hiding behind a pillar 10 meters away and covering his ears, feels a bit sick, let alone the gangsters in the center of the shock bullet. William took out Glock 17 and walked out of the post, and shot at the gangster who was still dizzy. He shot 5 times in a row, the gun headshots, and the security guards hiding in the stairs were shocked. They didn't expect William to be so cruel. They had recognized William now and knew that he was in the hotel these 2 days. Gambling new billionaires, these people looked at William and were afraid to speak. William walked to the bandit leader, kicked off his AK, and found an M92 from him, threw it away, and walked to the elevator with the bandit leader. William opened the elevator and took the bandit's arms in the elevator. Unloaded. After the elevator reached the top of the building, William carried the bandit leader like a dead dog and went up the roof from the stairs. And walked to the roof near the side where he was still fighting with the police. William threw the bandit leader on the ground and asked, "You are here this time? How many people are there? Who hired them? How many people in your mercenary group have not come, and where is the base?" The bandit leader spit out blood at William, then laughed, but did not speak. William kicked the bandit leader and immediately kicked him into the air. Ah! The bandit groaned in pain. Speak out, I won't kill you, I will hand you over to the Montenegro police, William asked again. Bah, kill me. I won't be able to survive the mission anyway. Wait for our revenge. Our team leader will definitely not let you and your family go. Ma Dan, when he heard that the leader of the bandit was threatening his mother when he died, William immediately pulled out Glock and pointed at him. William regretted it. He should have killed this guy just now. Now several security guards downstairs have seen him dragging him. This guy got on the elevator, and now it will be difficult for the police to explain if the gang leader is killed. After hesitating for a few seconds, I saw that this guy was really determined to die, which made William have no choice but to take him. William took out a photo of him with his mobile phone and sent it to the child care contact person of the death squad. Do you know this guy? William felt cruel. If you don't say that, I will go to your relatives, you will definitely not want me to show up at your house. The bandit spit on William, and said with a smile, I am a war orphan and I have no family, but if you want to die, I will tell you. Anyway, I won't be able to live unless the mission is completed. We are the Jetter of Alba. Chief Fraba's mercenary group. He was hired by Le Sever to come to Montenegro. The chief put a lot of money on Le Sever. My order was that he must get the money, otherwise he would kill Le Sever. We came 36 people, and I brought it. Team, hey, go to the chief, I will wait and see in hell, whether you go to or the chief goes to hell, it is better to go to together. Quit his lips, of course it was the chief who went to hell. I ignored this perverted curse, counted in my heart, and counted the places where he was still fighting with the Montenegrin police, as if he had killed more than 37. Oh, by the way, there are also Le Sever's men, plus the number of people who are still fighting, there are 42. Let him kill the 5 who are still alive, and then find some time to go to Alba and call that Chief Te Frabas also killed. William mentioned the bandit leader and threw him off the edge of the roof. This guy was useless to him. If you want to die, you will jump off the building. If you don't want to die, you will wait for the Montenegrin police. After talking about William, he ignored the bandit leader. He had already scanned the bandit leader, his weapon was thrown by William, and his arm was removed by William again. William walked back to the hotel and took out the AWP and went up to the rooftop. He lay on the rooftop and looked at the 5 criminals who were still fighting with the police. Fortunately, this is a tourist city with many street lights. The touch shots were completed one by one. The magazine just finished work. William turned around and picked up AWP, thinking that these guns would no longer be usable. Otherwise, as long as the person who has the intention to do the identification of the bullet after he fired, he can know that the bullet came from the same gun. When he turned to look at the bandit leader, the guy looked desperate and gritted his teeth and said, I'm waiting for you in hell, and then he really jumped off the building. William cursed in his heart and watched the bandit jump off the building, so cruel. Ma Dan, wait for 100 years in hell. Turning around and walking back to his hotel room. After thinking for a moment, he called Garris Mallory, the chairman of the Intelligence Security Committee, and told him about the situation. Garris just replied, I see. Halo, Garris can't be unreliable, right? Forget it, it's useless to think so much now. I went to the bathroom and took a shower, changed my clothes, and sat on the sofa in the hotel room, waiting for the Montenegrin police and English Foreign Affairs agents to come. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 73, Ask Afterwards. Signed, 2 chapters at 8 a.m. and 1 chapter at 4 p.m. Thank you for your support. After taking a shower, changing clothes, and sitting on the sofa for 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. After opening the door, William saw that the hotel manager was standing at the door with a few police officers with their hands on their holsters. The leading policeman stepped forward and said kindly, "Mr. William Devonhill." "Yes," William replied, nodding. The policeman took out his ID and said to William, "Mr. William Devonhill, we are the Montenegrin police. My name is Del Toro. This is my ID." These police officers must have just inquired about the security of the hotel, and they probably know what happened in the hotel, so they are still very polite to William. They pointed their guns at William before coming up. William took the police's document check, and after seeing it, he said to the lead policeman, "I need to wait for my lawyer and the staff from the Foreign Affairs Office of England to come. Gentlemen, you should know from the hotel security that I am not a criminal, and is the victim. I need to be in the presence of the lawyer and the staff of the Foreign Affairs Office to accept your inquiries. Maybe we can come in for a drink and wait together?" The leading policeman thought for a moment. He did inquire about the security of the hotel when he was downstairs. He knew that none of the guests in the hotel had any casualties because of William, so he was very kind to William and nodded, "Well, Mr. Devonhill, we can wait for people from Foreign Affairs to come." William politely invited these policemen in. As soon as he entered the door, the policemen saw the Glock 17 and the magazine holster on the table, and they immediately became nervous. William told the hotel manager, "Help me pour some drinks for each officer, thank you." "Okay, Mr. Devonhill." The hotel manager hurriedly walked to the bar in the room, poured drinks for everyone, and asked them what to drink by the way. William watched the police get nervous when they saw the gun on the table. 2 police officers put their hands on the holsters around their waists. William hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous, gentlemen, there is no bullet in the gun." Del Toro stepped forward to check Glock 17 on the table, but William was rushed. "Sergeant Del Toro, I think you'd better put on gloves." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Devonhill." Del Toro nodded hurriedly and thanked him. Don't look at his composure now. In fact, he was nervous to death after seeing William. The policemen in advanced hotels have already. I was scared to death by the scenes in the streets and hotels. The streets were full of corpses. 12 in the hotel lobby and the restaurant on the second floor were all shot headshots. On the side wall of the hotel, 6 were shot headshots. The others were all killed by M4A1. Why did Del Toro have not seen so many corpses in the police for many years? I heard from the hotel security that these people were all killed by the gentle and kind-looking young man in front of him. Del Toro swore with his beautiful wife that he would never run up to see William unless the chief of the police department forced him to ask William. This kind of killing looked at him and felt that his heart was about to stop. This situation is even more serious when Del Toro's walkie-talkie reports the situation. Del Toro feels that he is now facing William like Satan, or Satan roaring at him. "Silk, Silk, Sheriff, Sheriff, please reply when you receive it, finished. I'm Del Toro, over." Del Toro said with the intercom. "Sir, I think we need to notify the Foreign Affairs Department and the Special Affairs Department. We found documents and passports on the bodies of some people. Most of them were Albanians who entered the country illegally. These people should be mercenaries. And the sheriff, we need support. There are too many dead, and we can't be too busy. We have 8 people in this team. Isn't the shootout over? Why do we have to support?" "Most of them died," Del Toro said. "This is probably what he wants to know most now. 40 people were confirmed dead. 2 guys who fell on the opposite street were lucky. They were shot a few times and didn't die. They were just in a coma. We need support from the sheriff. We are really too busy, and there are 2. The newbie has already vomited," the police officer complained. But now Del Toro has no time to pay attention to his subordinates. He was so scared and sweated by what his subordinates said. When he first came up, he thought there were only more than 20, but he did not expect it to be more than 40 employees with AK soldiers. But now these guys are all dead, all dead in the hands of the young man holding a glass of whiskey and sipping sips. More than 40 mercenary gangsters holding axe died like this. Today is April Fool's Day. Yeah, I'm still dreaming. Hey, hello, Sheriff, are you still listening? Del Toro wiped the sweat on his face and said to the walkie-talkie, I see. Hunter asked all the guys nearby to come to the hotel and call all the people who are resting at home and on vacation. Yes, Hunter, you said yes, we need support. Del Toro turned off the intercom and looked at Glock 17 on the table, and asked William carefully, Mr. Devonhill, can I ask where your other guns are? Let's talk about it when the people from the Foreign Affairs Museum come. I won't answer any questions if they don't come, and I think you'd better leave it alone, someone will take care of it, William said while drinking. Del Toro was a little helpless. He didn't dare to offend the murderess in front of him now. Just wait. Anyway, even if you bring William to the police station, it is not the same as waiting for the Foreign Affairs office. After waiting for 15 minutes, the people from the Foreign Affairs office and the lawyer rushed over. After they met and shook hands to say hello, the people in the Foreign Affairs office said to William, Mr. Devonhill, you can go to the Foreign Affairs hall with us to rest. You can leave the rest to us. We have just been notified by London. Everything is subject to your safety. When Del Toro heard that William was going to the Foreign Affairs hall, he said hurriedly, Not now, we still have something to ask Mr. Devonhill, he can't go now. Del Toro knew that if William entered the Foreign Affairs hall, they would stop questioning William. The lawyer of the Foreign Affairs office stepped forward and said to this Del Toro, Police officer, you can tell me what you want. Mr. William Devonhill has the authority for foreign affairs in England. Mr. Devonhill is now an English citizen with foreign affairs rights. You have no right to detain him. If you have any questions, we will contact the Foreign Affairs Department of your country. This matter is now beyond your control, police officer. When Del Toro heard the intervention of the Foreign Affairs Department, he knew that he could not control it. He said in resignation, Well, even if I can't control Mr. Devonhill, I need Mr. Devonhill to hand him over. The weapons that have been used, this is the procedure. I have the right to ask Mr. Devonhill to cooperate with us to hand over the weapons he used today. He has no right to use weapons in Montenegro, and I think Mr. Devonhill should stop carrying weapons. What do you think? Del Toro now dare not let William hold a weapon anymore. He can't wait to drive William out of Montenegro immediately, and never come to Montenegro again. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com, the literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 74, Casualty Statistics. Signed, 2 chapters at 8 a.m. and 1 chapter at 4 p.m. Thank you for your support. William looked at the staff and lawyers in the consulate, and when he saw the people and lawyers in the consulate nodded, William thought about it and said, Well, wait for me, I'll get it, it's in the room. Without waiting for the police to speak, William walked into the room, locked the door, took out the AWP and M4A1 in the storage space, carefully wiped the fingerprints on the 2 weapons with the towel he placed in the room, and finally wrapped a bed sheet to open the room. The door is handed over to Del Toro. Del Toro knew that when William closed the door, he would wipe off the fingerprints on his weapon, but he thought that it was no longer in their charge, and he should not be too troubled. What if he finds evidence? William Devonhill killed all the criminals who rushed into his country hotel in broad daylight with the AK, or the criminals who shot the police with the AK on the street. If you die, die. Fortunately, no police and citizens were injured today. The police are not responsible for this matter. He doesn't want to do more now. Even if he finds some evidence, it's useless. Ask for trouble yourself. Del Toro looked at William's AWP and M4A1 on the table, and said helplessly, Well, Mr. Devonhill, you can go, but you can't leave Montenegro yet. Everything must be obtained from our police station. Only after notification from the superior can you decide whether you can leave Montenegro. Okay, thank you, Officer Del Toro, sorry to trouble you, goodbye Officer Del Toro. William smiled and shook hands with Del Toro, and took the car to the Foreign Affairs Center under the leadership of the staff of the Foreign Affairs Center. I drove for more than 10 minutes and entered the Foreign Affairs Hall. After William got off the car, I saw Mr. Consul. After Mr. Consul handed over the documents to William, he exchanged greetings with William and went to work on his own affairs. William was also busy all night. Just want to sleep. Under the leadership of the staff, he entered a room similar to a hotel room. After thanking the staff who brought him, William took off his clothes, lay on the bed with his mobile phone, and closed his eyes. He was waiting for Bond. I don't know if Bond can rescue Linda Vespa. After waiting for 10 minutes, William received a call from Bond. Hey, where are you, William? How come the hotel is full of police, are you still safe? As soon as he got on the phone, William heard Bond's anxious voice coming from the phone, and his heart warmed. It's okay, I'm in the Foreign Affairs Hall, it's safe, Bond, have you rescued Linda Vespa? It's fine if you are okay. Linda Vespa has been rescued by me. We can't go to the Foreign Affairs Hall now. I have to arrest L.E. Sever. There is not much time left for me. William hurriedly said, you don't need to find L.E. Silver, he is dead. Die, how did you die? Damn it, how could L.E. Sever die, then what about our errands? Bond was anxious, and L.E. Sever died and he couldn't make the job. Don't worry, I will solve this matter. I will explain to the safety committee that I killed L.E. Sever. Okay, I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Bye. William didn't wait for Bond to speak. I got the phone and went to bed. William was lying on the bed beautifully to sleep, but tonight was destined to be unable to calm down. A large group of people outside were called out from under the covers, and they were busy all night. Robert David, the fat chief of the police department, is now wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. There are so many people who died tonight, so much so that he, the chief who took over the police department the day before yesterday, regrets now. He took over the post of chief of police department. Fortunately, it was at night when the accident happened. There were not many people on the street. The staff in the hotel ran into the hotel and hid after the gunfire. Fortunately, the hotel's security evacuated the guests in the lobby after hearing the gunfire. Then he stayed on the must-enter way into the hotel in the lobby, and didn't let the culprits rush into the hotel. No one died in the hotel's security. Fortunately, all the culprits were dead. The two culprits who were sent to the hospital were not rescued. Living, it would be more troublesome for him. Robert David. If there is a living and confessed to the mastermind behind the scenes, he, the newly appointed chief of the police department, will catch it or not. Isn't it so annoying to find more people who are holding AK thugs? As for the trouble in the Foreign Affairs Department, it's their business. As long as it has nothing to do with them, they rushed to the hotel in 10 minutes after receiving an alarm call. They also fought with the criminals holding the AK. Come to them, Robert David thought secretly, thankfully. I just think about it again tomorrow after daylight, when facing the media. Director Robert David will get a big head after thinking about it. It's really troublesome. After working for 3 hours, Robert David received a report from the Sheriff Del Toro. Del Toro saluted the director and said, the death toll has been confirmed to be 43, 18 of them were headshot by Glock 17, 6 on the side wall of the hotel and 5 in the lobby. There are 7 restaurants on the second floor of the hotel. The 5 gangsters who fought with us on the East Side Street were shot in the chest by AWP, 3 on the street opposite the hotel, 2 were headshot by AWP, and 1 was shot in the chest. On the hotel street, 11 were shot dead by M4A1, 5 at the hotel door were shot to the chest by 3 shots, and 1 should be the leader, but it is not sure if he was thrown off the top of the hotel roof. Or he committed suicide by jumping off the building. Director, we are in big trouble, and we don't know if anyone has recorded anything. If there is trouble, it will be even worse. Robert David looked at Del Toro with a nervous look and said, "Are you sure it was killed by someone?" Del Toro nodded in horror and said, "Yes, the bullet matches the weapon we got. The hotel security guards used M1911. No one was found to have used the weapon at the scene." Robert David cursed after hearing this. "Damn it, Englishman, it's okay to rush to our jurisdiction to make trouble. If something happens, we have to come to the aftermath. I don't know what benefits the Foreign Affairs Department has received from England. Let go of William Devonshire." Del Toro heard that the director wanted to hold William Devonhill and hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded, "Head, it's best to hand over this matter. Are we really catching William Devonhill? If he goes crazy, all of us can't handle that guy. Head, I don't want to die. Think about the person who gets a headshot by that guy. Don't do anything stupid." "Shut up, Todd, I'm not an idiot, I don't need to remind you," Robert David yelled at Del Toro, roaring. He was anxious to hand it over, but he couldn't show his timidity in front of his subordinates, or how would he manage these subordinates after he took office for 2 days? Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed. Chapter 75, Send this catastrophe away immediately. Signed, 2 chapters at 8 a.m. and 1 chapter at 4 p.m. Thank you for your support. Robert David looked at these frightened subordinates looking at him nervously, thanking him that he did not say that he was going to the consulate to catch William Devonhill. Otherwise, he thinks that his subordinates will soon resign after he ordered William Devonhill to catch William Devonshire. Marred, Robert David felt annoyed when he thought about it, and angrily faced Del Toro. Said, "I will immediately impose a prohibition on William Devonhill from entering Montenegro again. This guy will not be allowed to come to Montenegro in the future, and he will be included in the list of never welcome in Montenegro. I don't want to hear or see anything about William in Montenegro. News from Devonhill. Okay, I'll let someone do it. It's best to send that guy away after dawn, and let him stay with us. Maybe there will be more trouble. Head, today there are 43 dead, most of these mercenaries. If these gangsters retaliate and still show up on the street, it would be a big trouble. Head, we are not so lucky every time that no citizen or tourist is injured." Del Toro did not want William to stay in his jurisdiction for a moment. He wished to send William Devonhill away now. Anyway, he didn't want to catch William Devonhill. He remembered that after killing 43 people, William Devonhill calmly drank whiskey and talked to a few of their colleagues, as if he had trampled on a few bugs. This trademark is so fierce that people like to shoot a headshot at close range, can hit the head and never hit the body, can hit 3 bullets and never hit 1, and 2 are directly hit by AWP. Now they are all I don't know who died. William Devonhill had never thought of killing all these guys when he shot him. He also took the lead in extorting a confession by torture. It can be imagined that he wanted to kill all the people behind the scenes. Finally, they recruited, and they had to throw them down from the 7th floor. Now William was a murderous demon in his eyes, and a perverted demon. Del Toro didn't even believe that the bandit had jumped off the building himself. Del Toro sweated at the thought of the gangster who was thrown downstairs, and a chill came out of his heart. He felt like a few men who saw the scene so terribly and frightened. Immediately send away William Devonshire. After this idea came out in his heart, Del Toro didn't want to delay a moment. He wanted to send away William Devonshire, the disaster star, immediately. As long as William Devonhill is out of Montenegro, it doesn't matter what happens to him. It is better for William Devonhill to get rid of all the behind the scenes this time, then no one will look for things tonight. Anyone in trouble? Del Toro was taken aback by the thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind, and then he thought, don't blame me what I think, if you are to blame, blame you on the murderous William Devonshire. And if these 40 bandits with AK hadn't been killed by William Devonhill in less than 10 minutes, they wouldn't know what would happen if they ran away. Director Robert David heard that Del Toro said that someone might retaliate against William Devonhill. He was immediately taken aback. If Del Toro said it would not be hundreds of people come to avenge William Devonhill. Today, more than 40 people can't handle William Devonhill. Next time there will be no more than 100 people. Who dares to come? If there are hundreds of people coming, then the whole street will not be broken. Damn it, send him away, let William Devonhill get out of Montenegro. Del, go tell the Foreign Affairs Department, just say we received the news. The accomplices of this group will come to Montenegro to retaliate against William Devonhill. If they don't want to break Montenegro, they will let William Devonhill get out of Montenegro at dawn tomorrow and forbid him to come to Montenegro. Do you understand? Del Toro. After hearing this, Del Toro immediately saluted Director Robert David. Understand, sir, I will report the information we just received to the Foreign Affairs Department. Hundreds of gunmen with guns are preparing to come to Montenegro to retaliate against William Devonhill, requesting the Foreign Affairs Department to expel William Devonshire immediately. Thank you, sir. I will report to the Foreign Affairs Department now. Robert David heard Del Toro say that hundreds of people were coming to retaliate. He was taken aback by Del Toro's brain, but if he reported to it in this way, Robert David would not believe that people in the Foreign Affairs Department would not be afraid. Damn it, better to scare these guys to death, lest you look upset. After Del Toro reported the intelligence he had thought up to the Foreign Affairs Department of Montenegro, the people in the Foreign Affairs Department were scared to death. They only had 600,000 people in Montenegro, and there were not many police and military personnel. More than 100 gangsters came to ask for trouble. This policeman can't count on it at all. Even if it is eliminated, it will cost a lot to eliminate these mercenaries who are used to fighting. After thinking about it, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department decided to send William away at dawn. The benefits of Founder England have been given, and what is the benefit of leaving William Devonhill in Montenegro? Originally, I was still a little worried about when to pick up William of Alexander Ambrosio in Switzerland. He was simply expelled by Montenegro and forbidden him to come to Montenegro in the future. William, who was still sleeping at 9 o'clock the next day, was notified by the staff of the Foreign Affairs Office of England that he had been expelled from Montenegro. He was also restricted to leave Montenegro this morning, and William was not allowed to come to Montenegro again. Ma Dan, sir, I was driven away, and I am also a victim. No one has thought about paying for their losses or anything, and there is not even a thank you. You know, he saved hundreds of people in the hotel last night. The young staff of the consulate was frightened by William's shamelessness. He felt that William was still talented in foreign affairs. It was the first time I saw a shameless guy like William Devonhill in the Foreign Affairs Department for so long. How about applying to the above to drop this fellow William Devonhill into our department? After thinking about it, finally forget it, this guy is a disaster star, so don't trouble yourself. In this way, before William had breakfast, he was sent to Switzerland by the staff of the Foreign Affairs Department. William got on the plane very annoyed. He also wondered whether he would buy a house in the mountains and forests here or build a big house himself as a holiday sanctuary. But all of this suddenly became impossible. He would never want to come to Montenegro anymore. I was listed as the most unpopular person. He would not want to come to Montenegro without special approval. He also specially prepared a charter flight for him to fly directly to Switzerland. Montenegro didn't want William to stay on their site for a moment, and directly spent $10,000 to send him off. Like the ace agent of the film and television world, please collect it, read WN.com. The literature of the ace agent of the film and television world has the fastest update speed.